He was 001, the first, the strongest, the most qualified abnormality of them all. If these monsters could not be destroyed, then he would contain them. If this world was destined for despair, then he would rewrite its fate. One by one, the horrors that ruled the wasteland fell into his hands. And with each one, Yilan grew stronger. Anomaly 001. Name, Yilan, Code, 001. Time, Summer Calendar, Year 30. Status, Stable. Hazard Rating, High. Amidst the crackling sounds of classified instruments and hurried footsteps, Yilan slowly opened his eyes. He was currently in a confined, narrow space, completely enclosed by glass. Before him were dozens of people in heavy hazmat suits. Some were operating something, others were recording something. Confusion immediately appeared in Yilan's eyes. Where was this? Who was he? And who were they? Memories flashed through his mind, finally settling on the last moment he was conscious. After staying up all night, he was opening the door to go downstairs and buy something to eat, but the moment he stepped out, he felt a stinging prick in his neck, and then. There was no then. Kidnapping? Robbery? Well, neither seemed right. It was more like he had been captured by some dark organization for human experimentation. What the hell? The area he lived in had such good public safety that there hadn't been a single murder case in years. Kidnappers wouldn't come here to pick someone, would they? Hey! You guys? Yilan didn't know if it was the right or wrong decision, but he decided to try to communicate first, to avoid being injected with some random stuff. And losing all hope of survival before everything became irreversible. Clang! Yilan's attempt to reach out was forcefully stopped. Looking down, he saw that both his hands were firmly secured by iron cuffs. Not just his hands, in fact, his entire body was completely locked within the apparatus, making it difficult to move at all. As his movements caused a sound, all the researchers outside the apparatus uniformly paused, staring at Yilan's position, unmoving. For a moment, it was as if the air itself had solidified. Yilan swallowed, feeling that this situation was very wrong, extremely wrong. Although his mind was somewhat blanked by this scene, he still had to utter the words he had prepared. You guys should think this through. I'm not without connections. I have many friends and family in my life. If they find me missing, they'll definitely call the police and track you down to the ends of the earth. You'll face a huge risk of exposure. If I were you, I'd quickly let me go. Or knock me out and dump me somewhere deserted. That way, no one will find you, right? He believed his logic was sound, at least that's all he could think of in the short time since he woke up. It would be beneficial for everyone. Organizations conducting human experiments would at least choose targets who wouldn't attract attention if they disappeared. A target with complex social connections would clearly be a fatal threat to them. He could only gamble on whether the other party would be hesitant because of this. But unexpectedly, after the silence outside, one person frantically rushed to the side, pressed a button, and then the entire area flashed with dazzling red light accompanied by piercing sounds. The way he stumbled, tripped, and fell with every step in his haste, even hitting his face on the ground, truly stunned Yilan for a moment. He was a little confused about who was the unlucky one firmly restrained. Lock down the containment well. Evacuate outer personnel. Containment Target 001 has broken containment early. Execute Emergency Protocol 3, 4, 5. Self-destruct sequence preparing for activation. What the hell? What containment well? What Target 001? What were they talking about? Yilan's eyes were full of confusion, but before he could think further, he felt some mechanical contraption rotating above his head. Then, with a soft thud, a stinging pain appeared in his neck again, his consciousness instantly blurred, his eyelids began to droop, and he slowly closed them. Alright, so they've decided to silence him, huh? In the last moments of his consciousness, he could still hear a few voices from outside. Containment Object 001 recontained, post-disaster processing underway. This anomaly has shown extremely strong drug resistance, breaking free from slumber 3 days early. In the future, the original dosage must be quadrupled for suppression. This anomaly exhibited the power to manipulate matter from a distance. Our researcher almost couldn't touch the lockdown button under the subject's control. Recommend increasing ceiling measures. Yilan's consciousness gradually faded, but the last few sentences almost made even his critically dangerous self laugh out of exasperation. Amazing, amazing. You people can't walk steadily yourselves, and now it's my fault? The highest realm of blaming the road for one's own inability to walk? In the endless darkness, after an unknown amount of time, Yilan opened his eyes once more. Phew! Tired, sleepy, Yilan, whose consciousness was slowly returning, felt too uncomfortable to open his eyes. Past memories gradually surfaced, and his whole body stiffened. He seemed to have been kidnapped, and he was in a laboratory. He froze for a moment, forcing himself not to swallow, steadying his thoughts. The last time he woke up, it proved that communicating with these crazy people was useless. The strategy had to change. Pretend to be asleep, look for an opportunity. He knew very well that he woke up because the dosage of the drug they injected him with was insufficient. This was his only chance. He squinted his eyes slightly, peering at the situation outside. It was still a group of researchers, the only difference being he couldn't quite understand their equipment anymore. It was an upgrade, like a millet rifle turning into a fully automatic M4. The heavy protective suits had become extremely thin, but their material shimmered with a halo. Yilan, startled, even wanted to open his eyes wider to see if he was hallucinating. He ultimately restrained himself. His goal gradually became clear. Regardless of whether he could wake up next time, this time he at least had to figure out who these people were and what they wanted to do. He kept his eyes tightly closed, making his breathing the loudest sound, trying to listen to the voices outside. Summer calendar, year 113. Anomaly 001 status is stable. According to observation and comparison, all its data is completely consistent with 73 years ago. It is judged to possess immortal characteristics. Dissective experiment request denied. This organism is an anomaly. It should not be viewed from a human perspective. Rash dissection will only lead to unpredictable changes. Yilan listened quietly, then became increasingly confused. What the hell? How is it summer calendar, year 113? Seriously? Did I sleep for over 70 years? Immortal. Me? Are they talking about me? What the F? Huh? Before he could think further, the voices from outside continued. Today, Anomaly 078 has been contained and archived. This anomaly is highly contagious. Anyone who looks directly at it will experience full body swelling and genetic mutation. Mild cases result in loss of sanity, turning into attacking monsters. Severe cases transform into tens of meters tall giants, impervious to firearms and weapons. Current methods cannot put the subject to sleep. Annotation, place in Sector 7 iron coffin, isolating it from all external prying. No experiments, no observation, no engagement. Yilan's entire face was almost uncontrollable, turning into a question mark as he tilted his head to look at the so-called Anomaly 078. Then, he froze completely, no longer able to maintain his pretense, and his eyes widened. A bronze-skinned giant, over 10 meters tall, stood at the edge of the room, looking at him with an expressionless, chilling gaze. Holy crap! Yilan felt his heart skip a beat, sensing some great terror approaching him. With his movement, the alarm blared again in the room. The researcher in charge of operations, horrified, tore off his protective goggles, looked in Yilan's direction, and screamed in terror. Anomaly 001 has awakened. No! Anomaly 001 looked directly at 078, the consequences are unknown. Immediately lock down the containment well. 001 is attempting to breach containment. Thwack! With a familiar sound, Yilan felt the sting in his neck and was already starting to give up. Just destroy me, damn it. What 078, what giant, what containment object, What does any of that have to do with me? I'm 001, and I'm so powerful, yet you guys knock me out with a single injection every time? A muscular strongman would last longer than me, wouldn't he? After an unknown, very long time, Yilan opened his eyes again. He felt as if he had slept for too long, so long that he almost forgot how to move. Ha! These lunatics, muttering all sorts of nonsense, pointing at a normal person and calling him a containment object, then saying strange things. Yilan still pretended to be asleep with his eyes closed, remaining quiet for a long time, as usual. After cursing a few times in his mind, he suddenly remembered the strange giant he had seen in his last glimpse. For a moment, he didn't even know how to evaluate it. That person. No, that thing, it wasn't wrong to call it an anomaly, was it? If that's the case, maybe these people are actually doing something legitimate. How terrifying would that thing be if it entered human society? No, but how the hell did I become an anomaly? Are you guys out of your minds? After his silent rant, Yilan suddenly quieted down. It was too quiet, this time it was too quiet. Every time before, he could hear sounds from outside. Although he couldn't understand it, at least he could hear. But this time, it was so quiet. Yilan slightly opened his eyes and found he couldn't see anything, there were only faint specks of light before him. It was still a glass-type container, but it was now like frosted glass, aside from some green light, nothing was clear. Not only that, but the apparatus he was in also emitted wafts of mist, just smelling it felt like it could put him to sleep. His hands and limbs were bound by something, and even his head was held fast, so he couldn't see anything. Ha! Yilan let out a self-deprecating laugh. These lunatics really don't intend to let me out of here. Just then, he never expected a voice to appear by his ear. It was so clear, so close, so beautiful and ethereal. Big brother, you're awake? Can you take us out of here? Cellmate. Ha! The sudden voice startled Yilan, leaving him completely stunned. Where did that voice come from? He was actually a bit desperate when he woke up this time. The other party was truly guarding him strictly, not giving him any chance. It was bad enough that he couldn't move, now he couldn't even listen. He was just an ordinary person, which was why he felt so bewildered and speechless. Although he had only woken up 3 times, he could understand some things just by listening. This group of people was a force specialized in containing anomalies. Although he didn't know what an anomaly was, he could probably tell they were some kind of supernatural entities. As for this so-called containment facility, it was nothing more than an oversized prison. He still maintained his stance, he was just an ordinary person, even if it were an ordinary prison, he wouldn't have the ability to escape. Let alone a prison of such terrifying specifications, designed to contain anomalies. To be honest, this time he woke up, he was really just giving up, only wanting to wait for this bunch of crappy researchers to be replaced by a competent leader who would then clearly see that he was just an ordinary person, and then stop this farce. But just then, a voice suddenly entered his ears. He was certain it wasn't an electronic sound or anything, it was coming from within his own mind. In an instant, cold sweat poured down Yilan's body. Although there were many things he didn't understand and found hard to believe, the words contained object were still vivid in his mind. Suddenly, he seemed to understand the expressions and moods of those researchers every time he woke up. It was truly terrifying. Had an anomaly breached containment and come to him? But I'm just an ordinary person. For the first time, Yilan wished these researchers would react a bit more quickly. Just as he was anxious to tap on the glass to attract outside attention, he couldn't help but hesitate. Should he really do this? He knew perfectly well that only lifelong imprisonment awaited him if he stayed here. After so many years, the fact that he had consistently held the throne of 001 probably meant there really was something wrong with him. If he didn't want to end his life this way, this might be his only chance in this lifetime. To escape this prison as an anomaly, by joining forces with other anomalies. At least the other party's sweet and pleasant voice was reliable, right? Maybe she was another unlucky soul like him, a living person who was mistaken for an anomaly by this group of idiots. Something felt off. If she were also an ordinary person, it wouldn't be possible for her to transmit thoughts to him in such a fantastical way, would it? He didn't even know if it was a woman. With a hint of self-deception, Yilan wanted to speak, but the sweet female voice in his mind suddenly became urgent. Big brother. Don't make sounds physically, just think it in your mind, I can hear you. Yilan was slightly enlightened. Right, if he made any movement, wouldn't he be directly discovered by the outside and then immediately injected? Who are you? After thinking this in his mind, Yilan waited. Although it was absurd, if it succeeded, telepathy. How did this world suddenly become so different? Soon, the other party actually replied. I am Anomaly 299. They call me Mind Cat. Yilan's thoughts immediately stirred. 299, did that mean after him, at least 299 more anomalies had been contained here? Hello, 299, my cellmate, Yilan said, carefully choosing his words, trying to maintain his composure so that other anomalies wouldn't discover he was just an ordinary person. So, how do we get out? Hearing this, the Mind Cat was silent for a long time, as if its mind had found peace. Just as Yilan even started to feel a bit uneasy, it finally spoke. So you don't have a way either. I've talked to the other conscious anomalies, and everyone unanimously agrees that you are the strongest, most senior, and earliest captured anomaly here. We should proceed with the escape under your leadership. Yilan? The most senior anomaly, me? What the hell? I don't even know what's anomalous about me. Suppressing his urge to retort, Yilan slowly spoke. Others, oh, what ideas do the other anomalies have? Hearing this, the Mind Cat immediately introduced them with excitement. There are many ideas, but most are difficult to execute. We are in a contained state, which means we are completely controlled and unable to use any abilities. However, human understanding of us is ultimately shallow, and we can still permeate power to the outside world. Oh. For example, Anomaly 002 advocates that since we cannot escape from here, nor can we eliminate the researchers here, we can permeate our power to the outside world and destroy the entire world. Once supplies and everything outside are lost, this containment facility will be unable to operate, and we will naturally be freed. Yilan remained expressionless on the surface, but inwardly, he was utterly dumbfounded. Destroy the world? Is this really something that can be done and discussed so casually? Do the others? No, do the other anomalies support this? To be honest, although he really wanted to escape, he also knew that destroying the human world for that purpose was truly excessive. He was, after all, a human being, at least he believed so. Even if he took a step back, if human civilization was gone, would he go out and rub sticks together to make fire, and eat grass to survive? Other anomalies don't quite agree with its idea either. For example, Anomaly 003 strongly objects, believing that human civilization is the origin of all of us and will be crucial for our continued existence. We should leave without affecting the human world, hide, and gradually find opportunities to achieve symbiosis. Good heavens, Yilan was astonished, there was actually such an anomalous creature with such proper values. So, how does 002 plan to destroy the world? The Mind Cat cleared its throat and explained. Simply put, it means abandoning all of its existing power, allowing it to indiscriminately leak out from this research facility, instantly polluting a city outside. This city will contaminate everything around it, life and land. At best, they will turn into mindless monsters, at worst, they will be contaminated into new anomalies. Once this is done, at least 90% of humanity will be mutated into monsters, and the remaining 10% will be powerless to resist the 90%, thus destroying this world. Yilan's mouth unconsciously opened slightly. Is this real? Can so-called anomalies even achieve such a degree? Is this the anomaly codenamed 002? Then how strong must 001 be? Oh, I am 001, so never mind. What have I done to deserve this? And the Mind Cat continued to speak. However, Anomaly 009 put forward another point, if 002 uses such a method to destroy the world, it can indeed instantly eliminate 90% of humanity, but the remaining 10% of humans who withstand the first wave of contamination might gain some of its power. Through genetic mutation, they could develop a cultivation system. With human reproductive capabilities, in just a few hundred years, a human civilization stronger than the current one would emerge. At that time, we would probably not only be contained but completely annihilated. Cultivation system, what the hell? Why is it getting more and more ridiculous? Just then, the Mind Cat's voice suddenly cut off, making Elon a little nervous. But he didn't need to be nervous for too long. He could already see shadows moving outside the glass container that held him. Then, a familiar sting came from his neck. Damn it! Stabbing me again. After communicating for so long, had these people finally discovered the problem? Had. Before falling into slumber, Elon softly sent a blessing in his heart. Then I hope you all do your best to protect our world. Own label. Once again, after an unknown period of slumber, Elon slowly opened his eyes. It's this place again. I don't know if it's good news or bad news, but the device containing me hasn't been upgraded as usual. It seems they've determined this small glass container is sufficient to hold me. Am I, 001, really that insignificant? Elon chuckled to himself and silently called out in his mind. Mind Cat, are you there? As the one who had spoken so much to him last time, and the only person who had spoken to him in so many years, Elon was eager to communicate with it. But this time, there was no response. Squinting his eyes as usual, Elon suddenly noticed something unusual. On the container holding him, there seemed to be a crack? These professionals shouldn't make such a low-level oversight, right? He held his breath similarly, but Elon found that he could hear sounds from outside. Although there wasn't much sound, he could definitely distinguish differences. An empty space, and a confined container. No one? Did they finally realize that compared to 002, I'm harmless to the extreme, so they're ignoring me? After a moment of hesitation, Elon tentatively moved. Then he found he still couldn't move, his limbs were completely shackled, and because they hadn't been maintained for an unknown period, the parts connected to him had already rusted completely. He felt that if he forced himself to move, he might even tear off his own skin. This is troublesome. It didn't matter if he didn't wake up, those people either supplied nutrient solution or did something else, so he never felt hungry. But now it was different, hunger permeated his entire body, and his mind was already somewhat abnormal. Elon severely suspected that this time, he was ****ing woken up by hunger. This is difficult. He murmured, his fingers gently caressing his wrist. It wasn't that he had a solution, but more like an unconscious action born of helplessness. But at that very moment, the handcuffs seemed to soften, then clicked open. Elon was completely stunned. Looking down, he saw the rust clinging to his hands was falling off. It was as if his hand was smooth water, allowing everything around it to flow without clinging to his body. Although he didn't understand what had happened, Elon was very happy. He didn't know if he could leave, but at least he could first get out of this small area. At worst, he'd just be caught again. After confirming once more through the crack that no one was outside, Elon suddenly punched and shattered the glass. Amidst the crashing sound, he was very nervous. But ultimately, no alarms sounded, and no one came to check the situation inside. Elon cautiously stepped out of the container that had held him for an unknown number of years and surveyed the surroundings. It was undoubtedly a small laboratory, but there were also many daily necessities around, and a bed? Is it really necessary? For a harmless ordinary person like me, who wakes up once every few decades, do they need someone to live here and be on duty 24 hours a day? Wouldn't it be better to use that manpower to assign more people to watch 002 and 003? He grumbled, looking around, his mood growing heavier. Dust covered everything. This didn't indicate anything else, the only thing it could indicate was that no one had been here for a very long time. Remembering what the Mind Cat had told him when he last woke up, Yilan's heart couldn't help but feel very heavy. This place was likely abandoned, but why? It couldn't be that the 002 anomaly really succeeded in ending the world, could it? For a moment, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. For him, from the few words he'd heard, he knew he had been in this damned laboratory for over a century. All his relatives and friends from back then were no longer alive, and this world held no great ties for him anymore. The happy part was that after such a long time, he finally gained his freedom. The sad part was, what had become of the human world now? He could feel that, apart from himself being a ****ing normal person, all other creatures in this entire containment area were abnormal. Once they breached containment, even without 002, the entire human society would face a catastrophe more terrifying than any doomsday scenario in a sci-fi movie. Turning back to look at his home of unknown years, Yilan's gaze suddenly sharpened. In front of his container, a label was affixed. His gaze fell upon it, and the writing entered Yilan's eyes. Anomaly 001 Yilan. Characteristics: no anomalous characteristics, behaves like a normal human most of the time, has not exhibited destructiveness. Multiple instrument probes have detected anomalous power within his body, but the source has yet to be identified. Containment recommendation: 100 times the normal human dose of powerful tranquilizers and anesthetics, supplemented monthly. This anomaly has regular human needs and requires weekly nutrient supplementation. If there is no external stimulation, he can remain in long-term slumber. Anomaly record: Anomaly 001, Yilan, has repeatedly and unreasonably spontaneously awakened during containment. It is recommended to maintain at least one person on 24-hour continuous monitoring. Known anomalous abilities: 1. Immortality, non-aging. This anomaly has shown no changes during its detention. 2. Suspected telekinetic abilities. During one of this anomaly's awakenings, our research personnel exhibited multiple unreasonable reactions before pressing the alarm. It is not yet confirmed whether this originated from Yilan. 3. Item activation. Yilan had just read item activation when the related description abruptly stopped. From this point onward, including subsequent text, all of the writing was damaged. As he was wondering, something suddenly came to mind. Activation, what is that? He suddenly thought of the handcuffs that had been gently caressed by him and then suddenly unlocked, his expression strange and unusual. Could it be that I really have some kind of superpower? Taking a deep breath, Yilan looked at the tightly closed door not far away. He didn't rush to open it, but instead went to search the bedside table in the room. Since he had escaped, he needed some self-preservation ability. Rummaging through junk was always a good idea. As soon as the drawer opened, Yilan almost stopped breathing. A gun. A shiny, gleaming revolver. Holy crap. He grabbed it without hesitation. Yilan licked his lips. Holding something that he could usually only pick up in games, actually in his hand, gave him a strong sense of unreality. The perfect luster of combined machinery and power reflected his face. Compared to all those strange anomalies, this thing gave him the most practical sense of security. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. Taking a deep breath, after much deliberation for several minutes, Yilan finally pushed open his door. Then, he completely froze in place. Outside should have been a corridor, but the entire building looked as if it had suffered an earthquake, shattered into pieces of rubble. Some fragments floated in mid-air as if defying gravity. Some metallic fragments emitted incomprehensible glows, as if he had arrived in an imagined universe. Humph. The sealed door was pushed open, as if a Pandora's box had been unlatched, and countless long-dormant things slowly awakened there. Until a figure appeared before Yilan's eyes, if that could be considered a person. A terrifying creature with withered, wrinkled skin, emitting what looked like acid, and limbs as thin as bones, walked step by step towards him. Is this a zombie? Who? Accompanying the creature's roar, its head glowed intensely red, and a laser-like beam shot towards Yilan. Under the red light, Yilan felt his entire body and even his thoughts slow down. It was at this moment that Yilan finally saw what kind of monstrosity the other party's head truly was. A searchlight? Why the hell would a human head grow a searchlight? No, not even a zombie should have that, right? Light. Just as Yilan's mind was about to fall into a daze, he at least successfully pulled the safety on the revolver. The gun definitely wouldn't fire. But after playing too many games, he at least knew how to pull the safety. However, it seemed to be futile, as he felt his body continuously solidifying. His body, and his thoughts. But just then, the revolver, whose safety Yilan had touched, suddenly glowed faintly red, a flash that swept across its entire body. Bang 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 bang. A series of thunderous roars. Bullets poured from the muzzle, piercing into the bizarre creature with a searchlight for a head and a zombie-like body, carrying immense impact. 6 bullets, 2 shattered the creature's knees, 3 pulverized the organs and bones of its upper body, and the last one shattered its head, or what? He presumed was its head? Anyway, with the last gunshot, a searchlight fell to the underground. Yilan instantly sobered up, perhaps the gunshots were too loud, jolting him awake from his almost asleep state. The moment he regained consciousness, Yilan felt an extreme sense of lingering fear. Why had he almost fallen asleep? Was it really because he had slept for hundreds of years continuously, and now he was overslept? Looking at the bizarre creature lying dead in front of him, Yilan didn't feel disgusted or like vomiting. After all, this thing, in no way resembled a person. But with the danger over, Yilan was belatedly stunned. Ha! Did I shoot this? Is my marksmanship really this good? All 6 shots hit, each striking a vital point. The searchlight on the opponent's head lay limply on the underground, clearly dead beyond dead. But he had just felt his whole body stiff. Did his fingers really have the strength to pull the trigger? Shaking his head, Yilan decided not to dwell on this unanswerable question for now. Or rather, from the moment he was captured into the containment tower, he had already felt this world becoming increasingly unfamiliar. There was a lot of good news. For example, the immediate crisis was resolved. For example, those lunatics were no longer there. For example, he had finally escaped. However, the bad news was quite fatal. Yilan looked down at the revolver he had just picked up. Its cylinder was completely empty. This small revolver was no different from an ornament for the time being. In other words, if he encountered this bizarre thing again, he would basically be left to fate. After a moment of hesitation, Yilan cautiously approached the corpse of the bizarre creature he had just killed. It was motionless, thoroughly dead. Taking a deep breath, Yilan picked up the searchlight from the ground. The searchlight's frame was completely pulverized by the bullets, leaving only a relatively intact main body. Held in hand, it could be used as a slightly wider flashlight. Holding the flashlight in his hand, Yilan felt no abnormalities, which greatly relieved him. After all, this was the head of some bizarre creature. He was truly afraid of picking it up and finding some unspeakable horror inside. Snap! Yilan gently pushed the switch on the flashlight. The flashlight emitted a light, crisp sound, and a pale gray beam of light shone from it, illuminating the path ahead. It still worked? Yilan found it incredibly absurd. He looked down at the flashlight again and pressed a groove. The groove opened, and inside, there were even a few batteries. Ha! Ha! Yilan was dumbfounded. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that this flashlight was growing on a creature's head, he would have genuinely suspected he was hallucinating. After observing it again and confirming that there were no wires or similar connections underneath the flashlight, and that it wasn't connected to the strange creature by electrical principles, Yilan stopped bothering with it. He couldn't understand it. Information was too scarce. Perhaps this was what an anomaly was. The crudest and most literal understanding, unreasonable things are anomalies. The more dangerous the situation, the clearer his mind became. Yilan suddenly remembered the stiff feeling he had experienced when he was previously illuminated by the flashlight, and he looked thoughtful. Perhaps this thing possesses some kind of ability? After a moment of hesitation, Yilan decided to do something not too reckless. He picked up the flashlight with his right hand, aimed it at his left hand, and turned on the light. The grayish-white ray covered his entire left hand, and Yilan's expression subtly changed. If earlier his consciousness had instantly gone wrong but he couldn't be sure, this time it was very clear. His left hand was beginning to tingle, feeling as if even his blood was solidifying. Snap! Yilan quickly turned off the flashlight, having a rough idea in his mind. It seems it wasn't because I slept too much after all, but rather this thing does have the effect of making people solidify? TSK, that's quite formidable. Yilan found a good spot for the flashlight, tucking it onto his shoulder, ensuring the light always pointed straight ahead. This way, I finally have some means of self-preservation. Yilan looked around, seemingly not finding what he was looking for, and finally had to change the way he held the revolver. Without bullets, this thing could only be used as a melee weapon, like a brick. If everything before had been a mere illusion, this time, Yilan could truly hear bizarre noises close at hand. He turned his head in horror, only to find darkness. The noise was like a fleeting glimpse, yet in this endless darkness, it felt remarkably real. Yilan made a bold decision. Turn on the flashlight. The white beam of light pierced through the darkness, expanding as it traveled forward, illuminating everything visible. Elevators, walls, instruments, even the corpses on the ground. Everything, all of it, came alive in an indescribable manner. Bang! A wall behind him was covered in tentacles. With the sound of tearing flesh, it instantly detached from the main wall behind it. Then, two tentacles with eyeballs stretched out from the bottom of the wall. The eyeballs were filled with dazzling red veins, staring madly at Yilan as they rushed towards him. Save me! Take me away! Take me away! Most of the other bizarre creatures were also moving towards Yilan in this manner, constantly muttering phrases like save me and take me away. Suddenly, Yilan felt a chilling sensation on the crown of his head. At first, he thought it was from fright, until he looked up. A pair of mud-like eyeballs, growing on the ceiling, were already staring at him, close at hand. The tentacles behind the ceiling had actually pulled out spiderweb-like threads. Its entire body was hanging directly above Yilan's head. Holy crap! Yilan raised his hand and brought the brick-like revolver down, slamming it against the ceiling, then turned and ran without hesitation. Save your sister. Save me is more like it. What are you guys? Take you out? Am I crazy or do I not want to live? Yilan ran wildly, all the way to the end of the corridor. In his perception, the entire containment tower was transforming into a sinister giant beast, constantly spreading madness, threatening to devour him. At any moment, he had to leave. But when he looked up, he reluctantly, yet inevitably, stopped. Before him was a continuously ascending staircase. At the end of the staircase were dozens of shimmering, illusory doors, leading to unknown places. In a hurried glance, he could even feel a chill run down his spine, as if sinister eyes were watching him from behind one or even several of those doors. Suddenly, Yilan seemed to see one of the doors glow white, and from behind it came a voice that only he seemed to hear. Stupid house. You should tidy up the room, meow. Big brother might come out any time, and you've made this place, like a ruin. Even stray cats don't want to live here, meow. You say you're just a house, and you can't tidy up? Meow 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 meow. Then what should I do? Am I, a delicate little kitty, supposed to clean the room? A light, ethereal voice, a white light completely opposite to the bizarre darkness, a cute cat. Even without thinking, Yilan knew which of these dozens of unknown doors would be safer to go through. Yilan sprinted up the stairs, the area behind him collapsing like an earthquake, transforming into bizarre creatures, and then rushing towards him. As if to stop him from leaving, or to leave with him. Yilan felt his consciousness blurring, as if some contaminating awareness was spreading into his mind. Just at this last moment, he stepped into the shimmering door. The moment he stepped in, the world fell silent. It was as if sunlight had finally reached the long-sealed underground, and endless, blinding white light shone in, almost blinding Yilan. Oh, light! All the terrifying noises vanished, they hadn't caught up after all. The sunlight left no hiding place for darkness, and he walked forward with even greater determination. Towards a brand new world. Everything around him rumbled and trembled until it settled into silence. The white light in front of him finally dissipated, and Yilan opened his eyes once more. He was still alive. The bright sunlight he imagined did not appear. When he opened his eyes again, apart from his vision being a bit blurry from the previous scene, everything he saw was still dim. This is... Yilan looked back, and it was indeed a door. Its style seemed somewhat similar to the large door he had entered, but it couldn't be. The door behind him was shattered in many places, half of it completely destroyed. Behind the door was a disorganized storage room, the kind that would make a security booth feel chilly. Did he come out of this door? But clearly. He only pondered for a moment before letting it go. This world was completely different now. Compared to everything that had just happened, what did this scene matter? He knew the crisis was far from over, and he wondered where he was now and where he should go next. Yilan looked around, and it seemed to be an old building with a considerable sense of age, long abandoned. His gaze swept the room from end to end, then suddenly stopped, and the hairs on his body stood on end. A transparent white cat stood at the room's entrance, looking at him with an expression as if it had seen a ghost. Just as he looked at it, as if he had seen a ghost. A big black pot. I have to say, in this silent and empty place, there was nothing 1 second ago, and then suddenly a cat appeared out of nowhere, staring at you. It was truly unsettling. Seeing that the other party had no intention of attacking, Yilan's heart stirred, and he blurted out. Are you 299? The white cat paused slightly, nodded, and then gently leaped forward, curiously observing before gradually becoming affectionate. 001 Night God. You're out. Yilan was stunned for a moment, and when he realized the other party was calling him, a sense of embarrassment involuntarily surfaced. What kind of ridiculous title is that? Am I being elevated again? Call me Yilan. After correcting the other party's absurd address, Yilan at least felt relieved and took a gentle step forward. He confirmed once again that this was just an ordinary, almost dilapidated small house. The entire building seemed to have collapsed due to some seismic event, leaving only the first floor here, which was clearly no longer suitable for human habitation. But for this cat, it didn't matter. As a dignified anomaly, how could it not survive? It seemed he was also an anomaly, but he didn't really want to live here. Considering their relationship, the other party's attitude, the conversation he vaguely heard that almost saved him, and the current situation and his needs, Yilan couldn't help but speak in a familiar manner. Why are you still here? He wanted to ask directly what had happened, especially how he got from that terrifying place to here. But the other party's repeated honorifics towards him made him feel too undignified, didn't they? After all, he was wearing the Anomaly 001 persona. Hearing this, the mind cat lightly leaped onto Yilan's shoulder, almost making Yilan tense up. However, Yilan then found that the small cat just lay on his shoulder and did not do anything else, which finally made him feel a little relieved. Is this little cat also so familiar? I don't know where I should go, meow. I'm not good at fighting, and the outside is no longer suitable for my survival. Upon hearing this, Yilan's heart tightened slightly. For an anomaly, the outside world being unsuitable for survival, is this too abstract? After some deliberation, Yilan couldn't help but ask. Where are the others from the containment tower? This terrifying place. Back then, it contained so many things, so powerful, unlike now, with just the two of them, a big cat and a small cat, a mere handful. They all left. This place was destroyed, who would stay here? Yilan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart trembled. Now, whenever he heard the word destroyed, he would recall what this little cat had told him decades ago. 002's escape plan was to destroy the outside world to create a situation where the containment tower's internal supplies were insufficient and containment facilities could not be maintained, thereby creating an opportunity for large-scale anomaly escape. The illogical celestial phenomena Yilan saw when he left also showed that it was definitely not within human capabilities, so it must have been an anomaly. The anomalies had successfully escaped, and the containment tower was also destroyed, so did 002 destroy the human world? After saying this, he was truly a little uneasy. Humans can usually imagine the worst outcome, but they always hold on to hope that it won't be like that. Although he was almost certain in his heart, it was only when he truly knew it had happened that he felt completely lost and afraid. Are there still people outside? I can't be the only one left, can I? What will happen then? But who knew, upon hearing Yilan's words, the white cat's expression instead became strange. Ah, wasn't it you who destroyed them? Yilan? You can't just say things like that, beautiful. What did I do? What did I do again? I was sleeping every single day. Seeing Yilan's confusion, the mind cat hesitated slightly before speaking again. Then maybe it really wasn't you who did it. Listening to the uncertainty in the other party's tone, Yilan had no choice but to pursue this lead, questioning relentlessly. Why would you think it was me? He had done nothing, then suddenly became the so-called Anomaly 001, his familiar world became irrelevant to him, and he fell into day after day of forced sleep. Then he woke up, the world was destroyed, he was locked up for hundreds of years, and after waking up, he had to bear an immense burden of blame? This is too much. Meow. Because the anomalies in our containment tower generally opposed 002's world destruction plan, and you were in slumber, no one let us, so only 003 could take up the banner and resist 002. Although 002 is powerful, he is not a match for so many of us anomalies, so the plan could not be implemented until more than 20 years ago. Yilan took a deep breath. What happened 20 years ago? The mind cat cautiously observed Yilan's emotional state, carefully choosing its words. More than 20 years ago, you, who were in slumber, suddenly released an immense power that swept through the entire containment tower. All of us anomalies were more or less mutated or strengthened, including 002. And then, there was nothing more to say. Yilan hesitated, clenching his fists and then slowly releasing them. Are you sure it was my power that was released? The mind cat nodded. Besides you, no anomaly can do this. After saying this, the small cat's eyes were filled with admiration. This made Yilan feel helpless. I really don't know anything. Looking around, Yilan roughly guessed what was happening. This should be the surface building of the containment tower back then. By taking the elevator from here, one could reach the inside of the containment tower. However, now there is nothing left here. The elevator is broken, the top is shattered, and the underground does not exist. Night God, you. Call me Yilan. Okay. Yilan, can you take me with you? Yilan was startled, scrutinizing the small cat. Although anomalies were quite terrifying, this small cat had been truly friendly and harmless in their few interactions. And though he seemed very powerful, he actually had no idea what powers he possessed or how to use them, making him feel both unfamiliar and uneasy about this post-apocalyptic world. Having such a companion would make him feel much safer. Okay, but you have to listen to me. Although he was now an anomaly, he still wanted to live as a human. He was still afraid that this small cat would bring him more unpredictable changes. Yay! The small cat, receiving confirmation, jumped up joyfully. It seemed it didn't want to be too far from Yilan, so it bounced a couple of steps and then quickly jumped back. This scene made Yilan chuckle, and his mood couldn't help but relax a lot. Living alone in the apocalypse, having such a little companion was, after all, still a happy thing. So, now it's just us left here? Listening to Yilan, the mind cat jumped down again and happily ran forward. As it ran, it proudly waved its paws. There's one more, meow. We're already very familiar. If you're willing to take it with you too. With 001 leading us to roam the world, we'll be invincible, meow. Yilan also smiled, it didn't matter anymore. Having one anomaly or two anomalies by his side no longer made much difference. However, if he could bring two anomalies with him when he went out to roam the world, that would indeed be maxed out in terms of prestige and security. Where is the other companion? It's right beneath our feet, can't you feel it, meow? Before Yilan could reply, the ground beneath his feet rumbled and trembled. The earth shook, and the entire the entire house was rising. Yilan took 2 steps to the nearest window, looked out, and saw 4 massive pillars supporting the enormous house below. Anomaly meeting. What the hell? Yilan was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is this thing? What is this? Yilan was a bit flustered. How did the house under his feet suddenly come alive? From the perspective of abnormality and combat power, it is indeed a bit weak. But don't worry, it's very well behaved, won't cause trouble, and it's very practical. Think about it, our base will be mobile. Rumble rumble. As if to prove its worth, the house underfoot, the first floor of the original containment tower, retracted its 4 pillars and quickly moved a few steps on the ground. Just these few steps showed it was quite fast. That is, if you didn't consider the people inside the house shaking themselves dizzy from the movement. No. What Yilan was struggling with now wasn't its function, but what is this thing? Seeing this, the mind cat couldn't help but respond. It's this house. I obviously know it's a house. No, why does it move? Is it alive? The mind cat's expression grew more puzzled. Yes. Didn't you give it activation? Yilan? What the hell, it's me again. Although this makes me seem very strong and imposing, it also seems to mean that I might become a scapegoat at any moment. However, activation does sound like his ability, that's true. So it was affected by my ability, and then it became a new anomaly? Yilan frowned, pondering the implications of this situation. If this was true, then it wasn't an exaggeration to call him 001, he could actually produce anomalies. It can only barely be considered an anomaly. Its strength and abilities are relatively weak, and compared to an anomaly like you, it almost defiles the name of anomaly. Rumble. The house trembled again, seemingly wanting to express dissatisfaction, but then it reconsidered and didn't know what to be dissatisfied about. Compared to Yilan, it really was just a small fry. What's this house called? Rumble rumble. The house trembled more violently, and the white cat quickly translated for it. It says its life was bestowed by you, so it named itself Night House, and hopes you won't feel offended. Yilan. Whatever, as long as you're happy. Wait, there seems to be another issue. The place where he escaped the containment tower and arrived, was itself part of the containment tower, and everything in that place, including the walls and ceiling, had mutated, and there were even mutated creatures calling out to him, "Save me, take me away." But now, aside from Night House itself being abnormal, everything else is normal. And Night House was also one of the main structures at the time, so does that mean it also has a problem? However, Night House has the Mind Cat's guarantee, and if the Mind Cat wanted to trick him, he wouldn't have even had a chance to get out of that place. Okay, I understand. Yilan temporarily buried some unanswered questions, clapped his hands, and sat on the sofa. Now, let's have a small meeting, the 3 of us. After speaking, his expression was slightly odd. A meeting of 3, but only 2 people present. However, it didn't make a difference, because he was holding the meeting inside Night House, so it could definitely hear. What I want to know is, what's it like outside now? Are there still living people? Upon hearing this, the Mind Cat spoke up. You mean humans? Of course there are humans, but there aren't as many as before, and no longer such prosperous cities. Most of the humans still surviving now are in small-scale settlements, establishing certain habitats around the outlines of former cities. There might be some large cities too? But I don't know, I haven't left here either. Humans are still very strong. While we were here, we encountered many human teams that gave us a very dangerous feeling. Yilan suddenly felt a great sense of relief. With humans of such strong ability, it meant that human civilization still existed and was capable of self-preservation, so the crisis wasn't too great. It wouldn't come to the most extreme situation where he was the last human, living in a world of only strange tales and oddities. So, what are your plans? Yilan observed the white cat's reaction, actually testing the stance of the two anomalies. Yilan, don't you have any ideas? I thought you finally coming out meant you were ready to lead us anomalies, meow. The mind cat said, and seeing no further reaction from Yilan, it spoke again. My personal idea is that under your leadership, we should recontain all the containment objects from back then, and then decide whether to contain anomalies that have appeared in the world since, based on the situation. Put. Yilan was greatly shocked. What the hell, haven't you guys been locked up enough? You finally escaped, and now you want to recontain them? And you're suggesting that I, the esteemed anomaly 001, do this? It's different. Actually, this was an idea 003 proposed when you weren't around. Let anomalies be anomalies, and humans be humans, not interfering with each other. Not like the containment tower's imprisonment of us, nor 002's extreme destruction. Each restrains itself and lives its own life. Yilan slightly opened his mouth. What a noble goal and ideal. But are you sure they'll be willing to be contained by us? That's the key question. The ideal is very grand, but the problem is, which of us three can beat them? This moving house could shock him, and the bizarre walls and ceiling with tentacles almost scared him half to death. Contain those anomalies back? You go? If you can't fight, then it's me, isn't it? Can I even fight them? You need power. I can feel that with everyone's departure, your current state is a bit poor. Every anomaly you contain will make you stronger. It's not just that my state is a bit poor with everyone's departure, my state has always been poor, okay? However, contain anomalies, and I'll get stronger? What's the principle behind that? The mind cat patiently began to explain. Every anomaly possesses completely different powerful abilities and characteristics, and as 001, you have inclusiveness and compatibility, which means you can acquire, or at least use, their abilities, so you will become stronger and stronger. Yilan blinked, feeling as if he had finally found the reason why he had been locked up for so many years. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? So, how exactly are anomalies born? This was the most confusing thing for him. How did he become an anomaly? How did these so-called anomalies even appear? Meow. I don't know either. None of us know. We thought you would tell us the answer. Yilan's doubts grew. Then why are you an anomaly? What were you before? The mind cat was also helpless. I don't know. From the moment I woke up, I was already a cat, and then I suddenly discovered I had strange powers. Just when I thought I was unique, I was suddenly captured and then found myself in the containment tower. It's not just me, 002 and 003 are also investigating the reasons for all of this. Yilan nodded lightly, but felt the mysteries in his heart growing more numerous. Okay, I understand. Then we three anomalies now have a course of action. Contain other anomalies, investigate the origin of anomaly appearances, and most importantly, we need to go see what the hell this world has become. Yilan took a deep breath, stating his greatest need at this moment. I'm so hungry, do you guys have anything to eat? As soon as he spoke, he regretted it. A house, and a cat with no physical form whatsoever. Who looks like they need to eat? Instead, the white cat was trembling. Ah, but I can't eat. Sewage town. Boom. Boom. The night house moved with heavy yet not slow steps, rumbling across the boundless wasteland. Initially, Yilan had worried that such a large commotion would attract the attention of others. But then he realized, there were hardly any people to be seen in this wilderness. After moving continuously for nearly 3 hours, the mind cat only detected humans nearby once. The night house immediately coiled its 4 pillars, and a vehicle roared past not long after, causing no ripples. If the little cat hadn't confidently told him that a human town was only a dozen kilometers away, he would have truly doubted whether humanity had already perished. Finally, the night house stopped 3 kilometers outside the small town and completely rooted itself. Big dumb house. You stay here obediently, okay? Even if someone comes in, don't move. Just pretend you're an ordinary house. Boom. Boom. The night house vibrated with displeasure. Be good, we won't find a new home. We're just going to the human world to play, no, to resupply. We'll be back soon. Ha? You say you're not safe alone? How about this, later Big Brother 001 and I will conveniently catch a few abnormals to guard the house for you, okay? Yelan. Conveniently catch a few abnormals? Whenever this happened, he really wanted to ask, are you going or am I going? If possible, he didn't want to encounter abnormals at all. He just wanted to find something to eat, he was already dizzy from hunger. After a moment of hesitation, Yelan ultimately said nothing. After all, containing abnormal items and tracing the origin of abnormals was indeed the goal he had just set. Becoming stronger was also very important. Given the circumstances, in this perilous world, even if not for some noble goal of saving all humanity, even if just to live a little better, one must strive to become stronger no matter what, right? His feet landed on the ground, which was filled with dead, dry desolation. The earth had already turned to ash. Yelan didn't know if all places had become like this, or if it was just the terrain in this area. But clearly, such land could not grow plants. Which meant, such land could not grow plants. What could people in the apocalypse eat? In an instant, a shadow fell over Yelan's heart. If Abnormal 001, in all its glory, starved to death right after stepping out, that would be quite a story. Walking forward, Yelan felt a bit lacking in stamina due to years of no exercise. However, the vast wilderness was somewhat eerie, which paradoxically made Yelan's steps gradually lighter. Finally, the outline of a town appeared in his line of sight. Inside the town, faint outlines of still-standing rebar could be seen. It seemed the town's tallest building had completely collapsed, leaving only a few rebar rods standing, upon which some treehouse-like structures had been built later. The entire town looked to be only a few hundred meters in size. It was about the size of the center of a larger village back on Blue Star, as he remembered. The outer perimeter of the town was even built with a defense line of mixed wooden fences and barbed wire, which Yelan found incredibly fragile. Has humanity's living space become so harsh? Yelan murmured, looking at the mined cat on his shoulder. Just as he was about to speak, he realized it had already disappeared. Big brother. I'm here. Hearing the voice, Yelan looked down and found that the little cat had, at some point, completely jumped into his pocket. From the outside, nothing could be seen, the pocket remained flat. At this moment, Yelan suddenly realized something. You don't have a physical body? The mined cat's voice echoed in Yelan's mind. Yes. I can only be seen when I want people to see me. That's quite scary. Then why did you jump in? The little cat couldn't help but explain. Just being careful. Some humans have very strange abilities, and being discovered is ultimately troublesome. Most importantly, what if there's a powerful abnormal in here, and it discovers me? Wouldn't that affect your containment plan? What nonsense! Could there be an abnormal in this little broken place? Although he didn't agree with the mined cat's point of view, Yelan nodded. With its calm demeanor, Yelan felt countless times more at ease. Finally, Yelan continuously approached and arrived in front of the town. A wooden sign hung directly above the town, with 3 large characters Yelan could understand written on it. Sewage Town. Stop. Yelan had just approached the town gate when he was aimed at and stopped by an armed guard. Who are you? Why are you approaching Sewage Town? Yelan looked at the other party's attire. He was dressed in rags, his face an unhealthy dark brown, whether from sun exposure or pollution, he Couldn't tell. His clothes were relatively neat, and the Western cowboy hat on his head was polished to a shine. He must really cherish that hat. Scanning the black, terrifyingly powerful automatic rifle in his hand, Yilan knew this was not a game. He slightly raised his hands, indicating he had no weapons. I'm passing through here and need to enter the town for supplies. The sheriff with the exquisite cowboy hat scrutinized Yilan's appearance and slightly moved his gun away. Supplies? You must be from a major power, to leave without supplies? Major power? Why would he think I'm from a major power? Suddenly looking at his own clothes, Yilan understood. Indeed, compared to these people, his skin was too white to be from the apocalypse, and his clean, casual clothes truly stood out from everyone else. He would have to pay attention to this issue later, otherwise, he would be too conspicuous. Seeing the other party move his gun away, Yilan knew this hurdle was temporarily passed. He smiled openly. The resources are with my teammates, but there's still a long way to go. I came to resupply the team. He played a little trick with those two sentences. It both confirmed the other party's guess that he was from a major power and served as a warning. I have teammates, and they know I came here. Can your small place withstand the wrath and retaliation of a major power? So that's how it is. The guard murmured, waved his hand to signal the armed guards on the high platform to put down their weapons, and turned to walk into the town. Follow me. A word of warning, don't cause trouble here, and don't bring the troubles of your background power over. He paused here. You can call me sheriff. The public order here is very good, and there aren't many outsiders. Get the supplies you need and leave quickly. Bang! Before the sheriff could finish speaking, a loud gunshot rang out from within the town. Yilan looked inside in surprise and saw in a crowd within the town, one person holding a revolver, its muzzle smoking. The person opposite him was bleeding profusely. Chaos turntable. This is what you call good public order? I haven't even gone in yet, and someone's already been shot. And right in front of you. Damn it! The sheriff also cursed, no longer bothering with Yilan, and ran quickly into the town while cursing. Yilan hesitated for a moment, then jogged closely behind him. He wanted to see what was going on. He had originally thought that the sheriff would charge in with an automatic rifle to suppress the villains, followed by a fierce exchange of gunfire. But the facts proved that things were completely different from what he had expected. Erden. Are you sick or something? Why are you playing chaos roulette when you have nothing else to do? Ha! Yilan found that the development of events was completely different from what he had imagined. The sheriff did not forcefully suppress the killer who remained at the scene, instead, he questioned him with blame. Chaos roulette. What is this that he doesn't understand now? Yilan quietly observed the situation at the scene. Including the deceased and the killer, there were 3 people in total. On the ground, there was also a deck of cards scattered about, worn out as if they had been used for a long time, presumably from playing some kind of card game similar to Fight the Landlord. The killer's appearance was extremely honest, just like everyone else in this small town, covered in the earthy simplicity of black soil. It was hard to imagine that he would openly fire a gun in the town, in front of so many people. Oh. Sheriff Arthur, he invited me to play chaos roulette, and then he lost. The honest town resident explained. The town resident who had seemingly participated in the Fight the Landlord card game corroborated his words. Sheriff Arthur was clearly furious, perhaps because he had just told Yilan about the good public order and then lost face so badly, and he cursed loudly. Crazy. Damn it, how many times have I said it? No playing chaos roulette outside of the festival. A life just like that. Just like that. Damn it. Bang. Arthur kicked Erden and spoke angrily. Get back to solitary confinement. I'll let you play roulette. I'll let you play roulette? Don't come out until the next festival, I'll let you play your fill. Yilan frowned slightly, growing more and more unable to guess the current situation. The way things were developing made him feel as if he had missed some key factor. He even observed the victim again more than once, and he was undoubtedly dead. It was definitely not some minor game, definitely not something trivial that could be laughed off. He was truly dead. It was also clear that Arthur was truly furious about this incident, even wishing he could execute the shooter named Erden on the spot. But for some unknown reason, he couldn't act. This was strange. What are you all looking at? Get back to your homes. Listen up. Before the festival starts, if anyone dares to play Chaos Roulette again, I'll personally play with you. The group showed signs of fear and quickly waved their hands, retreating. No, we won't play with you, who can beat you? The crowd dispersed. Erden and another card game participant were taken away for confinement. Arthur sighed softly, and silently bent down to collect the deceased's remains. I'm sorry you had to see that. Yilan was just wondering how to start a conversation in such a strange atmosphere and where to go, so he immediately took the cue. He killed someone, and the result is just solitary confinement? Arthur didn't even lift his head, as if he had already guessed Yilan would ask this question. He didn't unilaterally kill, rather, both parties participated in Chaos Roulette. You can also understand it as, it could have been him who died, he just got a little lucky. Yilan's heart trembled slightly, feeling that the chaos here was far more incomprehensible than he had imagined. So this counts as some kind of privately agreed upon deathmatch? And the sheriff doesn't interfere in such situations? But it still felt like something was off. What is the festival? What is Chaos Roulette? Hearing Yilan's question, Arthur paused, then looked at him with dangerous eyes. That's not something you should know, outsider. Yilan could feel the dangerous aura emanating from the other party for a moment, and he trembled slightly, stopping himself from asking about that matter. Anyway, he was just here for supplies and would leave, so there was no need to dig into a question that touched on the other party's nerves. At this moment, he was only concerned with one thing. So if someone were to openly shoot me, would you not intervene either? Arthur raised his head. If someone invites you to play Chaos Roulette, just refuse. Yilan roughly understood the sheriff's unspoken meaning. As long as you don't agree to enter the state of Chaos Roulette with someone, then no one will attack you in that way. If someone truly dared, it would be due to a vendetta, and he would bring the perpetrator to justice, at least avenging you. It's really not safe. Yilan murmured, nodding. At least for now, he was safe by the sheriff's side, and hunger swept over him once again. I need to buy some food. Where can I find it here? Arthur was not in a good mood, clearly no longer having the desire to personally show him around the town. He simply pointed vaguely towards the town center. There, that's the only restaurant in town that sells food. There's a sign at the entrance. If you want to solve your hunger problem, go there. If you want to buy a large amount, I don't know if they have any surplus. Yilan nodded lightly, memorized the direction the mayor had pointed, and quietly walked towards it. This place felt strange. It was not a place to live. However, he also faced many problems. First, he wouldn't be hungry forever just by eating one meal. If he wanted to return to the night house for a period of time, he would need at least a week's worth of food in reserve. Second, no money. Yes, the dignified 001, upon his appearance, found himself in the predicament of having no money. He walked forward with these complex thoughts, and did not attract too much attention due to his clothes or appearance, as he had expected. Most people stayed in their rooms, and occasionally children would stare at him eerily through the windows. The silent and desolate scene, combined with this, was truly a bit unsettling. Soon, Yilan arrived at the town center and saw the restaurant that the guard had directed him to. Indeed, a crooked signboard stood above the restaurant, but just its name already made Yilan hesitate. Mosquito Restaurant. Signature dish. Yilan was silent. Yilan did not want to speak. Yilan was no longer hungry. After much internal struggle, Yilan sighed and walked inside. Let's go in and see first. What if there's some normal food? Pushing the door open, Yilan found that the scene inside was completely opposite to the outside. many people were gathered there. So there was no one outside because they were all having a tea party in here? Facing countless gazes, some curious, some strange, some filled with prying, Yilan ignored everyone and walked straight to the front desk. The restaurant owner, or rather, the front desk person, was also quite fitting. He was dressed like a bartender, in the same old linen clothes, with the same grayish-black skin, but compared to most people Yilan had seen along the way, he seemed much fatter. Visually, the food should be pretty good. Mentally, eating mosquitoes every day, and he can still get this fat? With a hint of hesitation, Yilan spoke calmly. I'll buy something to eat. Oh. The owner was stunned for a moment, then reacted, pulling out the menu enthusiastically. Come, esteemed guest, please take a look. These are all our signature dishes. I guarantee you'll eat well and drink well, and maybe you'll even bring people to our town to eat when you crave it later. Yilan was silent. He decided not to judge a book by its cover. No matter what, he would look at it first. Then, signature 1000 mosquito silk cake, smooth and chewy, full of meat. 2 missed blue coins. Signature devil cockroach noodles, rich in nutrition, distinct grains, spicy and soul-stirring. 2 missed blue coins. Yilan silently closed the menu. He swore that even if he starved to death, he would never eat this stuff. Then, I'll have something to drink. Drink? It's truly maddening. Eugene-modified people from the big cities always look like that every time you see my menu. The boss muttered, then beamed with an enthusiastic smile again. What do you want to drink? They're all on the menu too. Yilan glanced, then fell silent again. Signature sewage special brew, made with pure sewage town sewage, exclusively blended with fluorescent pulp worm juice and devil black chile. Forming a town-wide popular drink suitable for all ages. Signature sewage special brew, brewed with pure sewage town sewage and fermented wheat, combined with the detoxified juices of 2 poisonous insects. 1 sip will make you drunk, 2 sips will make you forget all worries. 5 missed blue coins. Yilan. Help, what on earth are you people eating every day now? Boss. Yilan chose his words carefully, trying his best not to offend the other party. Can you just boil sewage and make me a bowl of noodles, without adding anything else? The boss frowned and sighed softly. I knew it. I just don't understand, if you don't even add meat, can these noodles be good? Can that stuff be called meat? The boss muttered, then nodded. Yes. But I must make it clear. Even if I don't add seasoning for you, the price won't be a single cent less. Don't say I'm ripping you off. Among the ingredients, flour is the most expensive. Yilan breathed a huge sigh of relief. Good. No matter how dirty this water is, at least it's drinkable after boiling. As long as they don't add any strange things, simply eating a bowl of plain noodles would already be a luxury. However, noodles without seasoning still sounded a bit deadly. You can still add a little seasoning, just a bit of this. Devil black chili? The boss looked at Yilan in surprise, so much so that Yilan almost got goosebumps, before he spoke excitedly. Esteemed guest. You truly have excellent taste. You are the first outsider in our small town to choose this flavor. I guarantee you'll eat it and never want to leave, and you'll feel uncomfortable if you don't eat it for a day. Wait. This chili isn't related to insects, is it? Yilan clearly started to panic, feeling as if he had opened Pandora's box. No, you can be absolutely 100% assured. Confirming that this so-called devil black chili had nothing to do with insects, Yilan at least breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's a normal agricultural product, it's fine. Then came the most critical matter. Boss. This missed blue coin is not the currency used where I'm from, and I don't have it with me. Can I exchange it for something else? The boss looked at Yilan in surprise, his gaze like someone looking at a diner trying to skip out on the bill. Are you joking with me? Is there any place under the heavens that doesn't use mist blue coins? You just don't have money, do you? Exposed in his predicament, Elon was not annoyed. The only thing that surprised him was the currency itself. In the apocalypse, there was still a unified currency in circulation? Although he didn't know what a mist blue coin looked like yet, the power that could issue it must be considerable. That's right. Elon, poor but righteous. But I can pawn some things to you. I believe I can exchange enough for a bowl of noodles. He looked at Elon with doubt, which gradually turned into understanding. That's right. Even though he didn't bring money, looking at the other person's appearance and clothes. Just that one piece of clothing would be enough to buy hundreds of bowls of his noodles. Even the town chief couldn't dress this well. It's not impossible. Let me see what you have to. His eyes shifted, revealing a seductive smile. Esteemed guest, would you like to play a round of chaos roulette with me? If you win, everything in the shop is free. No. The entire shop will be yours. I refuse. Elon decisively interrupted the owner's enchantment. The effect. The scene upon entering Sewage Town was still vivid in his mind, Arthur's words still echoed in his ears. Play your sister. For a moment, the shop indeed erupted into an uproar. Damn, so lively? I'll play with you then? I've been eyeing your shop for a long time. Me too, me too. What's the fun in playing with an outsider? You can't favor one and despise the other. The entire Mosquito restaurant became lively. Get lost, get lost. Who wants to play with you? The owner cursed, ending the commotion in the shop, then looked at Elon again. Alright then, let me see what you have to exchange. Elon narrowed his eyes, his expression calm, but inwardly he had completely grown to dislike this restaurant owner. He had also figured it out, wasn't this just taking advantage of him, an outsider who knew nothing? He didn't care about being ripped off. But this chaos roulette could be life-threatening. He could no longer be a harmless pretty boy. Elon actually didn't carry many things that could be pawned for cash, but he happened to have one very valuable, very impressive item that he couldn't use at all. Clap. Elon slapped a revolver onto the table. The restaurant owner's expression changed drastically, clearly startled, and he retreated several steps, so much so that Elon didn't know why he was so scared. But no matter what, his goal was clearly achieved. I don't need this temporarily. Give me an appraisal. It took the owner several seconds to recover, then he cautiously walked forward. A revolver? You're pawning this? Elon keenly sensed something was off, but he didn't care. Yes, I have many. Many. The owner muttered a few words, then finally spoke to Elon with respectful eyes. Thank you for your kindness in not killing me. Please take this gun back. All expenses at this establishment are waived for today. Hunger. The grace of not killing? This sudden turn of events left Elon somewhat puzzled, as he couldn't figure out where this grace of not killing came from. Just because he picked up a revolver? It couldn't be, could it? This was the wasteland, who didn't carry a gun? If you had to remember a grace of not killing every time someone brought a gun into your shop, you'd owe the whole town hundreds of favors. So why was that? Elon gently wiped his revolver but did not put it away. Name your price. I still want to buy some things. I can't pawn it off, I don't have any money. Oh no, honored guest, I really can't accept this. Elon felt like the boss was about to cry, so he didn't insist and put it back. Seeing Elon put the revolver away, the boss finally breathed a sigh of relief. Take this, and I'll immediately send you another sewage special brew. I guarantee you'll eat it with peace of mind and comfort. Elon's mouth twitched slightly, and he refused. No need for the sewage special brew. Just boil me some hot water using sewage. Seeing the other party agree, Elon found a quiet corner and sat alone at an empty table. The boss wants me to play Chaos Roulette. Everyone here seems excited, but what exactly is Chaos Roulette? The only thing I know is that when I first entered Sewage Town, someone died from Chaos Roulette. Arthur, who despises evil, wanted to intervene but couldn't, which means Chaos Roulette is legal in this town. But why? The restaurant boss hasn't played Chaos Roulette with anyone for years, yet he invited me to play after I arrived. Why? The revolver I was going to pawn off was just something I picked up, and it had already been confirmed by manhwarecap not to be an anomaly. At most, it had undergone some activation by me, and it was far from reaching the standard for full activation. Why was the restaurant boss so terrified? An endless stream of questions flooded his mind in that short time, partly due to hunger. Hungry. So hungry. Yilan had never experienced such hunger before, so hungry that if he didn't keep thinking, he felt like he was losing control and about to go crazy from the discomfort. Suddenly, Yilan's gaze sharpened, and he abruptly looked up at the wall beside him. On the wall hung a gray-toned picture frame. Inside the frame was a group photo of several people. The person in the center was handsome and tall, fully armed, but he couldn't see his face clearly. It wasn't that it wasn't captured in the photo, it was that he couldn't see it clearly. And for some reason, he actually felt like the eyes in that picture frame were staring at him. Just as he felt a chilling sensation of his hair standing on end, his shoulder was suddenly patted. "Customer, your noodles are ready." In an instant, the boss's voice sounded. Yilan turned his head, and the other party personally brought the noodles over. Well, if it weren't for that whole invitation to play Chaos Roulette earlier, he would have felt quite embarrassed. It felt like eating for free. Yilan suddenly reacted, turned his head to look at the painting on the wall again, and found that the creepy feeling was gone. He could now clearly see the face of the handsome figure in the center of the painting. This painting. Following Yilan's gaze, the boss also saw the painting and laughed heartily. Oh, that? Those are the founders of our sewage town, the first mayor. And his most trusted and powerful subordinates, they are the pioneers of our small town. Yilan frowned, examining it carefully several times, but still found no anomaly. Gradually, he stopped paying attention to it for now. For him, as long as manhwaecap didn't issue a warning, it meant it was at least temporarily safe. And anything unsafe could be thought about slowly at a more appropriate time. For example, eat first. Looking down at a bowl of steaming hot noodles with nothing else in it, Yilan felt much better, and the hungry worms in his stomach were rumbling. Then he picked up his chopsticks and slurped it down in one go. He had many fantasies, such as it being incredibly delicious or utterly bland. But what he absolutely never expected was that with one bite, he almost died. Cough. Holy crap, cough cough cough. What the hell is this? After taking a sip of the soup, his mouth felt as if a massive amount of dust and debris had poured in. Every inch of that dust and debris emitted a spiciness that went straight into his pores. It was a pure spiciness, without flavor or pleasure. The dust and debris clung like glue, sticking entirely to his tongue and mouth. How is it? Isn't it an unparalleled taste? If you think it's delicious, why not take it back to your hometown to try? Beside him, the boss's excited voice, eager for praise of his cooking, came through. To hell with your unparalleled. To hell with this wasteland. Yilan chugged several cups of cooled sewage water, which tasted roughly like plain cool water before the wasteland, before he felt a little better. The spiciness wasn't the main issue, the problem was that this stuff stuck to your tongue like a scab, without any flavor. It was pure torture. Probably seeing that Yilan was in a bad state, the boss hesitated and then cooked him another bowl. This time, he ate extremely carefully, slurping in small sips, and after confirming that there really wasn't that deadly evil stuff, he finally swallowed it all in one go. Wiping his mouth, Yilan showed a satisfied expression. However, there were still some things that he couldn't put his mind at ease about. Are you sure this is your local specialty, something only found in Sewage Town, right? Absolutely, the boss said with considerable pride. You won't find our locally produced devil black chili anywhere else in the wasteland. Yilan gradually regained his color, feeling that there was still hope in life. Presumably, besides this cursed place, there would never be such an evil dish again. After sending the boss away, Yilan sat in his seat, lost in thought for a long time. Only when he was alone again did he softly speak. "Little cat, but I'm still so hungry." Soon, Mind Cat's voice sounded in his mind. "Not full? Have another bowl." Yilan gently shook his head. "I'm full, but I'm so hungry." This was a highly contradictory statement, yet it was happening contradictorily to Yilan. He was full, but he was still so hungry, as if his soul was hungry. Mind Cat fell silent, and it was a long time before its voice sounded in Yilan's mind again. "You, try touching me?" Yilan was startled, unsure why he needed to do this, but since Little Cat had spoken, he discreetly reached into his pocket and gently touched it. In a daze, Yilan felt an indescribable power surge into his body. "Feeling better?" Mind Cat's voice sounded a little weak in Yilan's mind. Yilan hesitated and nodded. "Much better." "What did you do? Why do you sound a little weak?" He wasn't a fool. Whatever Mind Cat did, there had to be side effects. "It's nothing, meow. Just used up a little energy." Yilan hesitated to speak, but in the end, said nothing. "So, what's going on?" He swore in his heart that he had to figure out the reason and find a solution, instead of letting Mind Cat bear his discomfort with him. "Meow. You are 001, the all-encompassing, most powerful anomaly. If your energy is insufficient, or if there are too few anomalies around you, this situation will occur. I should have thought of it, meow. I thought you were hungry in a human physiological sense." Yilan's whole body tensed. So that was the reason? For a moment, he couldn't help but ask. What happens if this hunger isn't satisfied for a long time? If it was just feeling hungry, he thought he could endure it. It wouldn't kill him, so what if he endured it? But Mind Cat's voice this time was faint. You will temporarily lose all sanity, and then devour the nearest anomaly around you. Change of plan. Yilan looked at it, wanting to speak but hesitating. The most recent anomaly, wasn't that him? How much time do I have left? He didn't want to accidentally devour the Mind Cat, or Yilan would regret it for the rest of his life. Meow? 3 days at the shortest, 7 days at the longest. 3 days. Yilan murmured. So, I just need to contain one anomaly, and that's it, right? Yes, meow. After a moment of silence, Yilan got up and returned to the restaurant's front desk. Boss, your town should have places to stay, right? And, is there a professional pawn shop? Huh? The boss looked extremely surprised. Finished eating? Not planning to leave? A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Yilan's eye, but he rationally decided not to discuss the topic further. I'm finished eating. Of course, he wasn't finished eating. But indeed, he wasn't planning to leave for now. The mysterious gunshot, the strange Arthur, the chaos roulette whose true nature was unknown, the abnormal photo frame. If he wanted to try containing anomalies and alleviate the extreme hunger in his soul, then the opportunity was definitely and only here. This strange town. But if he were to stay here, he would have to consider the issue of money again. Eating, drinking, lodging, and even replenishing ammunition. As for lodging, it's not far from here, cross an alley, and the shop built by the sewage town is it. It's the place with the best view here. As for pawning. He hesitated for a moment, weighing his words before speaking. The pawn shop is right next to the inn, but if you're still selling that revolver, forget about it. No one in this entire place dares to take it. No one in this entire area dared to take that revolver? What was the reason for that? That revolver was clearly just an ordinary revolver. Without another word, Yilan bid farewell to this disheartening restaurant. The place where the dignified anomaly 001 was almost spiced to death, it could certainly go down in history. Yilan walked directly out of the mosquito restaurant, and many guests in the restaurant watched him leave, causing him to frown slightly. Being the center of attention wasn't so great after all. Stepping out of the Mosquito restaurant's main entrance, Yilan immediately found the location the shop owner had described. Mainly, it was too obvious, it was what Yilan had seen from the very beginning, the structures that had lost all their central buildings, leaving only towering steel rebar and houses with a treehouse-like design but actually covered in normal materials. It was indeed not far, just a few alleys away. Estimating the route, Yilan began to move in that direction. Entering the alley, Yilan immediately frowned. Dark, too dark. This was a place where sunlight couldn't reach. After walking 2 more steps inside, Yilan suddenly stopped. Behind him, a whistling sound of wind suddenly came, like a strong gust generated by rapid movement. Yilan reacted extremely quickly, turning around in an instant, and indeed saw a figure rushing towards him at an inhuman speed, then a massive fist slammed violently towards him. Damn it! Bang! Yilan reacted as fast as possible, responding with a punch. Crack! In an instant, Yilan felt his hand was about to shatter. It was as if he wasn't meeting a fist, but a rock. Not only was the speed excessive, but this was also definitely not the strength a normal person could possess. Damn it! Yilan retreated continuously, pressing against the wall. The opponent pressed closer, then a rusty dagger was held against his neck. Ha! A human! Yilan raised his head, sweeping his gaze to the figure behind the dagger. After stopping his movement, even with some darkness, he had nowhere to hide. A figure in tattered clothes, looking almost identical to the other residents of Sewage Town. If one had to point out a difference, it was that his face was slightly paler, but with several hideous scars, making him look more weathered. However, how could a human possess such strong physical abilities? Are you the person from the restaurant just now? Yilan asked coldly. With a dagger at his throat, it was false to say he wasn't flustered, but he wasn't really that flustered either. After all, according to the research and analysis of the containment tower's scientific researchers on the label, he should possess the immortality characteristic. Although he hadn't personally tested it, at least for now, he wasn't too panicked. Good kid, worthy of someone from Radiant City, your courage is quite good. The person was surprised by Yilan's composure and let out a cold chuckle. Enough nonsense, hand over all your money, and I'll spare your life today. Yilan raised an eyebrow. He'd been pondering for so long, yet he hadn't realized this was a robbery. No. Yilan was speechless. Are robberies blind now? Don't they choose their targets? I don't have a single missed blue coin on me, and you're robbing me? I think we can go straight to the tearing up the tickets stage. Since you came from the Mosquito restaurant, you should have seen with your own eyes that I don't have any money on me. Yilan calmly spread his hands. Nothing was more convincing than seeing it with one's own eyes. Ha. The person smiled sinisterly, shaking the dagger in his hand, signaling Yilan not to move. I know you don't have money, but you have valuable things. Even if I strip you of these clothes, they could sell for dozens of missed blue coins, right? Yilan's eyebrows twitched slightly. Leave a line for others, you want to strip me naked right off the bat? I've never heard of anyone robbing clothes. Where's your professional integrity? For example, that revolver. Greed showed in his eyes. Although it's a model I haven't seen before, the cheapest a revolver can sell for is 20 missed blue coins, right? Yilan's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he suddenly realized something, blurting out. You're not from Sewage Town? The owner of the Mosquito restaurant made him realize something. What held special significance for the entire Sewage Town might not be this revolver, but revolvers in general. That made things quite interesting. So what if I am, so what if I'm not? Anyway, stripping you naked will be enough for me to go to Radiant City. Haha, that place is great, isn't it? I heard the girls in Radiant City have all undergone genetic modification, and they're all as pale as you. If I just grab a few to have some fun, it'll be a life well lived, ha. Yilan frowned at what he heard. Your thinking is wrong. There are many ways to get what you want, but you only know how to rob. This is a path that will eventually lead to eternal damnation. So, why are the people of Sewage Town so wary of revolvers? Yilan even wanted to glean some information. You're leaving here anyway, so there's no need to keep their secret for them, right? The robber was clearly stunned, then his eyes showed a fierce glint. Enough idle talk, hurry up and strip. Alright, calm down. Yilan feigned being scared, and began frantically rummaging through his pockets. He looked as if he had been scared silly. Until he pulled out that revolver from his pocket. A faint red glow covered the revolver. Yilan's right hand moved with full force, and a strong wind whistled forth. First, it knocked away the dagger's sharp edge, then it slapped the robber's face. Go to hell! The dignified 001, can be spiced to death at the beginning, but if I'm robbed by you, I'll never be able to face other anomalies again in my life. Missed blue coin. The dagger was forcefully parried, and the opponent was clearly astonished by the surprise attack. However, Yilan's second move, which followed immediately, did not succeed but was directly clasped in his hand. Soft and weak. The man looked at Yilan's fair wrist and sneered. These hands have never touched a knife in their life, have they? No wonder you had to sell the revolver you carried. Ha. Yilan clenched his fist, trying to break free of his right hand, but he only felt as if he was bound by steel, unable to move at all. This man definitely has a problem. His arm is like steel, even the strongest man couldn't restrict someone so completely. But he wasn't very panicked. His left hand moved like a rabbit, supporting his left shoulder and pressing the flashlight switch. The gray-colored switch illuminated the darkness and also flashed into the opponent's eyes. The man paused, then let out another cold sneer. What, are you giving me light so I can see how you tremble helplessly after I strip you naked? Ha. You truly are good at fantasizing. Yilan's restrained right hand slightly opened, allowing the revolver to drop downward. Then, while keeping the flashlight pointed directly at the opponent, his left hand steadied the revolver and quickly aimed at the opponent's head. Then, he tilted his head and smiled. So, do you want to bet that my revolver has no bullets? The robber's expression completely changed with Yilan's words, looking at Yilan with terror in his eyes, just like looking at those madmen playing Chaos Roulette in Sewage Town. You? Just as Yilan wanted to hear what else he had to say, his voice stopped forever at that moment. Yilan himself was already waiting for the opponent to disbelieve him and, indeed, to make a full effort, as he had no bullets. But he didn't expect that his right hand could move again. Just like that, it slipped out of the opponent's steel-like hand. Yilan looked up in confusion, just seeing the opponent's eyes frozen in their last moment of terror, as if his entire body had been petrified. What's going on? Hey! Yilan tentatively called out, then lightly kicked him, and he fell backward like a collapsing stone pillar, facing the sky. The opponent lay on the ground, his eyes filled with a terror that suggested he died with his eyes wide open, and he no longer moved. What the hell? He's not dead, is he? He was strong as hell just now. Yilan's expression slightly changed. He turned off his flashlight and squatted down to check the opponent's breathing. His breathing had completely disappeared, he was dead as a doornail, as if petrified. This thing is that powerful? Yilan sighed at the illuminating power of the flashlight, a little silent. There was no pity. This was the wasteland, after all. Anyone who dared to rob you would rarely leave you alive. If he hadn't won just now, how likely was it that this person wouldn't have directly silenced him? Of course, it's not that easy to make him die. After calming down, Yilan squatted down and began searching for spoils of war. Yilan's fingertips moved lightly, and he found a heavy cloth bag in the opponent's bulkiest pocket. With a slight joy, Yilan opened the mouth of the cloth bag. Coins, full of coins. Yilan's fingertips gently brushed, taking 2 exquisitely crafted coins into his palm and looking at them intently. Is this a mist blue coin? He murmured, examining the appearance of the mist blue coin. The coin was cast from a material he couldn't name, and the molding was extremely fine. Just the quality of this coin already puzzled Yilan. If this thing was in sufficient quantity and mass-produced, it completely contradicted the chaotic situation of the current era. This mist blue coin also had exquisite drawings engraved on it. Drawings? Yilan narrowed his eyes, carefully looking at the exquisite drawings on the coin. He believed this must contain some clues he could see. He originally thought that what was engraved on it would be the main city of the minting power, or some landmark buildings that could still show him remnants of the pre-apocalyptic era. But he never expected that what was drawn on it was a familiar scene. This, abandoned in tall steel bars, with some houses winding around them in isolation. At the bottom of the steel bars was the uniquely shaped sewage ditch, the symbol of Sewage Town. What the hell? Yilan's mind short-circuited the moment he recognized the drawing on the coin. The impact of this event surpassed everything that had just happened. What the hell is this? The mist blue coin is the universal currency of the entire wasteland, and this currency is engraved with the pattern of Sewage Town? What kind of development is this? Is this coin minted by Sewage Town? No, impossible, that's too damn ridiculous. Immediately afterward, Yilan discovered something even more incredible. Around the mist blue coin, there was actually a faint mist. The mist was bluish and brought a biting coldness when lingering on the fingertips. This is... Yilan's expression changed slightly. He had accumulated some experience since waking up, and this kind of unreasonable style, without exception, was related to anomalies. Little cat, are you watching? Yilan couldn't use telepathy yet and didn't know if thinking in his mind would allow the mind cat to hear, so he put his hands on the table, buried his mouth, and asked softly through his arm. Soon, the mind cat's response came in Yilan's mind. I am. This coin is indeed an anomaly. I felt it. Holy crap? Even though he had already guessed, getting confirmation from the mind cat still stunned Yilan for a moment. This coin is an anomaly? Then he had been touching it for so long, any anomaly should have affected him by now, right? Big brother, don't panic. This coin itself isn't an anomaly. Rather, all the mist blue coins in the world are minted by that one anomaly. Ah? Yilan's expression gradually changed from slight fear to confusion. The main circulating currency in this world belongs to an anomaly. How powerful must this anomaly be to have such widespread coverage? Also, what kind of hobby is this? Why would it create something like the mist blue coin? Do you know why it created this mist blue coin? The mind cat's voice then sounded. I don't know. But I know who it is. Yilan's heart immediately stirred. Who is it? Anomaly 012, Mist Forging. Holy crap. Yilan was surprised again. He was just thinking about it, just going out for a meal, and he actually encountered an anomaly. Not only did he encounter an anomaly, but it was an old senior starting with 10. Will there be any problems with holding it? This was what Yilan was most concerned about at the moment. Would holding a mist blue coin, minted by an anomaly, lead to negative effects? Or even, what kind of conspiracy was 012 planning for all of humanity in the wasteland? As a universal currency, whether rich or poor, people would definitely have mist blue coins, in varying amounts. If Anomaly 012 set some trap here, the apocalypse might happen again. Don't worry, big brother, nothing will happen. Just treat it as an ordinary currency. I've met 012, it's a quite interesting anomaly. Usually, it likes to tinker with all sorts of coins or paint. Anyway, among so many anomalies, if it hears you've emerged, it will probably come to join you directly. Goodness, little cat's evaluation is quite high. However, then it better come and join me quickly, I'm practically dying of poverty. Exposure. Yilan sorted through the mist blue coins in his cloth bag and counted them. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. According to the currently known information, it was probably enough for a pistol, plus 5,000 mosquito silk cakes paired with 3 sewage special brews, and enough to stay at the Sewage Town Hotel for a week. It was practically luxurious. After organizing the spoils, Yilan hesitated. How should the scene be handled? Theoretically, this place was empty, a pitch-black alley, and whatever happened was known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. Even if he left directly, no one could suspect it was related to him. However, the problem was that this place was too close to the starting point, the Mosquito Restaurant. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the two of them, one after the other, walked into this alley. Just as if something had happened to him just now, Arthur would have immediately been able to pinpoint the other party. If something happened to the other party, he would also directly pinpoint himself. The difference was, the other party planned to finish this job and run, and then the sky would be wide and the sea vast, and Arthur wouldn't be able to catch him even if he wanted to, but he still needed to stay in Sewage Town for some time. Rather than being filled with suspicion and passively sought out, Yilan decided to surrender. Of course, it was a surrender with a certain degree of confidence and full of skill. Tap, tap, tap. More than 10 minutes later, Sewage Town's Sheriff Arthur hurried to the scene, following Yilan's steps. As soon as he arrived, he saw the bandit's body lying on the ground, dead with eyes wide open. You mean, he attacked you? Arthur looked at the disheveled Yilan beside him with deep eyes. When Yilan approached him, he was dust-covered and in a sorry state, which didn't seem feigned. No one else could imitate being dust-covered and in a sorry state, even if they wanted to. But for Yilan, that neatly dressed pretty boy, if he just smeared some dirt on his face and showed a little panic, he would look quite miserable. Arthur walked forward, and the bandit lying on the ground looked fierce and malevolent. Arthur quickly recalled his identity and information. A resident of Sewage Town, prone to violence, rarely in the town, wandering the wasteland, rumored to have joined an organization specializing in plundering gathering points, and had a criminal record in Sewage Town. So, when he saw Yilan, who looked like he was rolling in money, he had evil intentions, which was very reasonable. However, no matter how much Yilan disguised himself, he was standing perfectly fine in front of him, while the other party was lying on the ground. Stone cold. This wasn't right. Step back a bit. Arthur had clearly experienced abnormal phenomena, or at least abnormal derivative phenomena, and showed some care for Yilan. Yilan naturally obediently stood behind and watched. There's such a good thing? If the situation went south, he could even run away easily. Arthur squatted on the ground, examining the bandit's body. The more he looked, the more solemn his expression became. He was hit by an abnormal attack. Hearing Arthur's affirmative conclusion, Yilan's heart stirred slightly. He could actually tell? This sheriff really wasn't that simple, was he? Would he discover that he was the cause? If he did, what should he say? It was already the apocalypse. Yilan didn't know if the laws of Sewage Town had a concept like self-defense. Sure enough, Arthur quickly looked at Yilan, causing Yilan to feel a slight tension. But then, the other party's next words finally put Yilan somewhat at ease. You are very lucky to have been exposed to an abnormal invasion at such a close distance and be unharmed. Then, Arthur's words took another turn. Of course, it's not ruled out that I'm blind and you're very strong. After all, you're from a major power. Yilan completely avoided the question, pretending to be a complete fool. How did he get hit by the anomaly? I don't know. Arthur spread his hands, turned, and continued to investigate the scene. Abnormal abilities are usually bizarre. He might have suffered an anomaly after you left, or he might have suffered one in the wilderness before, and it only manifested now. Yilan did not interject. Actually, he wasn't quite sure how much he should know about anomalies. Suddenly, Arthur let out a soft exclamation. He's actually a first-stage gene enhancer? His brows were tightly furrowed. Although he didn't turn around, Yilan could completely imagine what he was thinking. How could he have escaped? A tense atmosphere had already begun to spread in this small space. However, Yilan wasn't too panicked. After all, there was still no evidence. And for himself, such an obvious weakling, to be able to beat him like this. This unhurried state of mind completely broke in the next second. Arthur's gaze lingered on the bandit's pocket. There was a bag there, and the bag had already been taken by him. It's over. How could he forget this detail? An infinitely oppressive atmosphere spread across the scene. Perhaps the correct course of action at this moment should have been for Yilan to make the first move. But perhaps he hadn't adapted to the rules of the wasteland yet, or perhaps he simply thought Arthur was a good person, or maybe he wanted to wait and see, not wanting to leave this small town. Arthur squatted on the ground, his back to Yilan, his expression constantly changing. It was certain that this kid definitely had a problem. But to be honest, he knew exactly what was going on in his heart. All the eyewitnesses saw clearly that this person followed Yilan into this alley, and his intentions were self-evident. With malicious intent and inferior skills, one could only say he deserved it. The only thing he truly needed to worry about was one thing. He died from an abnormal force. After a while, Arthur stood up, his voice seemingly filled with emotion. I hope this abnormal ability won't appear in this town again, otherwise it will be miserable. As soon as these words came out, Yilan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This basically meant, don't cause trouble, and it won't be pursued. Yes, yes. Yilan said, going along with the flow. Is this place of yours safe or not? It's too scary. Arthur. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. You're still pretending? He adjusted his breathing for a moment, then looked at Yilan, his tone full of gravity. Last question, answer seriously. Yilan's expression immediately became serious. Are you from the Radiant City aristocratic faction, or the church faction? Yilan was a little surprised. Radiant City was understandable, he had heard others mention it several times and could guess it was the largest human power in the vicinity. But what kind of power was the church faction? Had a church even emerged in the wasteland? Who was God? After pondering for a moment, Yilan attempted a relatively risky answer. I don't belong to either of these. He currently knew nothing about these powers, so he didn't want to randomly put on a facade, lest he get dragged into some trouble later on. Ah! Arthur looked at Yilan in extreme astonishment, and it wasn't long before his expression gradually softened. What puzzled Yilan was that Arthur's gaze towards him showed more trust. Your honesty makes me look at you in a new light. Heaven knew what convenience Yilan would enjoy in this small town if he had personally admitted to and adopted either of those two identities. You're too kind, too kind. Yilan waved his hand, pointing to the dark path. If there's enough time, could you take me there? Arthur was stunned for a moment, then almost laughed in exasperation. He really wasn't treating him as an outsider, was he? But that's fine. This guy of unknown origin very likely carried strange ability objects that had mutated from anomalies, truly. Since he had decided not to act, he would do it himself and quickly serve this important guest well and send him off. Go back where you came from. Where are you going? Arthur asked cheerfully. Yilan was surprised by his enthusiasm, and had no intention of hiding anything. The hotel. Arthur's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Sewage Hotel. Silence is the sewage town tonight. You're not leaving? Yilan looked at him in confusion. Leaving? I'm just staying for a few days, what's wrong with you? In Yilan's opinion, Arthur's reaction was a bit over the top. Ha, it's nothing. Come with me. He led the way further into the alley, turning back midway to add, it's a bit dark here. Do you have a flashlight on you? Could you shine some light if it's convenient? Turning on a flashlight. You must not want to live. No battery. Yilan's words were concise. Arthur. Well, that's really convincing. Click. A white light flickered in Arthur's hand, and the faint glow illuminated the path in the alley. You have a flashlight. The power isn't very strong, just make do. Yilan had no objections, and even managed to flatter him. With your strength and firepower, who needs a flashlight? Ha. Same to you, isn't your flashlight always with you? During the long trek, Yilan grew increasingly puzzled. If he didn't understand, he asked, that was Yi Lan's consistent style. As the only inn in Sewage Town, why is it designed to be so secluded, even requiring one to pass through an alley with no lights? This is practically intentional. A place specifically for illicit dealings. This is a shortcut only known to the townspeople. Who knew you'd come this way? Yi Lan clearly misunderstood his meaning. Understood, so this is a shortcut specifically for doing bad things, right? Finally, amidst their differing thoughts, the view suddenly opened up, and the scene came into full view. The location depicted in the coin illustration, the very center of Sewage Town, where from afar only reinforced concrete pillars could be seen, with sewage ditch below, was now before their eyes. Then, Yi Lan saw the only inn in Sewage Town. Half of its body was directly submerged in the sewage, with oil fumes slowly rising from it. The filthy sewage connected to the inn's foundation, bubbling intermittently. The entire first floor of the inn exuded a damp, corrosive odor. Can people live here? Can people actually live here? At this moment, Yi Lan suddenly realized how wonderful Nighthouse, which he had considered dirty and messy, truly was. You're not deliberately making things difficult for me, are you? Arthur felt inexplicable. Why would you think that? This is a residence specifically prepared for guests. Yi Lan hesitated to speak, then wanted to speak again, but thinking of their fondness for Mosquito Restaurant's signature dishes, he stopped abruptly. Perhaps there was already a very deep generation gap between them. If I don't want to stay here, is there any other way? Hearing Yi Lan's question, Arthur thought for a moment, looking troubled. There is indeed only one inn open to the public, but you could also ask the local residents if anyone is willing to host you, though the answer would definitely be no. If worst comes to worst, you can stay at my place first? No, thank you. Yi Lan decisively rejected the suggestion. What would I do at your place? I investigate anomalies, you investigate me. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Everyone has a bright future. Understandable. Arthur had actually just mentioned it casually. He also had secrets that he didn't want Yi Lan to see. If you only mind the dampness and the pungent smell, you can stay in the top floor room. Of course, the price will be a bit higher. Following Arthur, Yi Lan discovered that the inn was indeed not just a few short, squat floors. Along the reinforced concrete, from bottom to top, it was about 4 stories high. The top floor, indeed, would likely have a better environment when compared. This seemed like a very good option, only Arthur mentioned the price. How expensive? Yi Lan asked rationally. Who knew? Arthur merely glanced at him indifferently. Anyway, if it's the wallet of the person who tried to rob you, it's definitely enough to stay. Yi Lan. Alright, I get it, don't call me out by name. Alright, I'll see you off here. If you need anything, just find me. I patrol the town all day during the day. Yi Lan nodded, thinking to himself that Arthur was quite considerate, knowing that it would be awkward for him to spend the money in front of him. Watching Arthur leave, Yi Lan took a deep breath. He stepped over the sewage and entered the inn's lobby. The lobby wasn't very large, but there was nothing inside, making it seem quite spacious and bright. As Yi Lan pushed the door open, the emaciated figure sitting in a grand armchair at what was likely the reception desk at the far end looked up, then slumped back down, showing no awareness that a guest had arrived. Hotel owner, I'd like a room. Yi Lan didn't waste words, stepping forward to state his purpose. The person didn't seem very keen on dealing with Yi Lan, looking up and pointing. Following his, Yi Lan just happened to spot a wooden plaque with the inn's price list crookedly carved into it. However, Yi Lan's immediate attention wasn't on the price list, but on the side of the plaque. An identical picture frame. Yi Lan didn't ask again what was in this picture frame, as the Mosquito Restaurant owner had already answered him at the very beginning. The first mayor of Sewage Town. Even if he wanted to ask something, he had no way to ask. At this moment, Yi Lan was merely slightly uneasy because of its existence. But it was only slightly. What are you looking at? The sudden, faint voice startled Yilan. Turning around, he didn't know when the emaciated hotel owner had sat up, watching him faintly. Just as he had just faintly watched the picture frame. Admiring the demeanor of the first mayor. Yilan spoke nonsense with his eyes wide open, clearly startling the hotel owner as well. After a long pause, he finally nodded. Don't look for too long, it affects rest. Don't look for too long, it affects rest? What does that mean? After a moment of, Yilan no longer showed further interest in the old photograph, turning instead to the plaque the hotel owner had initially pointed to. Which was, the price list. Special room 5 missed blue coins / week. Deluxe twin room 9 missed blue coins / week. Deluxe king room 10 missed blue coins / week. Top floor deluxe single room 20 missed blue coins / week. It seemed alright, and didn't feel very expensive, especially compared to the wallet he had just acquired. After all, Yilan still didn't understand the new economic system of the current apocalypse very well, and it was difficult to gauge its value. But was it really not expensive? A revolver, 20 missed blue coins. And this shabby little room costs 20 missed blue coins to stay for a week. Is this something an ordinary person can afford? Which of the sewage town's own people would come to stay in this place? No wonder this was a place specifically for outsiders. Corresponding to this price, it also highlighted another extremely expensive black market shop. Sewage special brew, 5 missed blue coins. Devil cockroach noodles, 2 missed blue coins. Great, having just arrived, I've already explored Sewage Town's 2 top-tier black market shops. New anomaly after the end of the world. And the key was that he had no alternative, he had to go. Give me a top-floor suite, Yilan said through gritted teeth. This was no longer just a matter of being particular about the environment. With the soundproofing in this ghost of a place, if he wanted to conspire about anything, he couldn't go to the middle floor and let everyone upstairs and downstairs hear everything clearly. Hearing the words top floor suite, the gaunt hotel owner swept away his previous dejection, his face blooming with a smile. Oh, you really know your stuff. How many weeks will you be staying? Yilan suppressed the heartache, counted out 20 missed blue coins from his cloth bag, and laid them on the table. The hotel owner immediately scooped all the coins into his arms and began to verify them. However, as currency produced by the esteemed Institute 012, no one in this world should be able to counterfeit it. Alright. Here's your room key. Room 401 on the 4th floor. I wish you a pleasant stay. I'm not happy at all. I came to the wasteland empty-handed, dirt poor, and was even robbed and almost stripped naked. That blind fool died on the spot in front of me, and I reluctantly inherited his legacy, only to lose most of it in the blink of an eye. It's uncertain what I'll encounter next in this town, and whether that little money will even be enough is a question in itself. And before I leave, I still need to replenish enough food. Spiritual hunger doesn't mean physical hunger doesn't exist. The strange town, the bizarre chaos roulette, the mysterious photo frame, the location of the portrait on the abnormal Institute 012 minted mist blue coin, the robbers with incomprehensible strength and speed. And the shriveled wallet, and the difficult-to-solve hunger. Bang! Tat 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 tat. From a distant direction, seemingly the main gate of the town, a burst of gunfire rang out. This time it wasn't a pistol, but a series of assault rifle shots. What happened again, and again? But what does it have to do with me? Yilan climbed up to the 4th floor, pushed open his surprisingly sturdy-looking door, and entered his room. His room for the next week. The room was about 40 square meters. If it were a house, it would be extremely small. But as just a room, it was acceptable. A large bed was placed in the corner, with a wardrobe and nightstand beside it. On the nightstand were a cup and a kettle, and then there was pretty much nothing else. The living area had a carpet, wallpaper, a table and chairs, and a sofa, a very standard hotel layout even before the wasteland. It was just like paying for a presidential suite but getting a standard room. No, even a discounted room would have a TV, right? Some even had air conditioning. But after all, it was the wasteland, so TVs should have become mere decorations, or even abnormal. After observing the room's facilities, Yilan saw that there was even a menu tucked under the nightstand. He picked it up and saw, oh, good. Mosquito Restaurant. You two big rip-off places are collaborating, huh? It stated free delivery, but the price for each item increased by 2 to 3 mist blue coins. It wasn't until Yilan noticed a small square box on the nightstand that he picked it up with a puzzled look. A radio? He fumbled with it a bit awkwardly, and a continuous static sound filled the air. After tuning through more than 20 channels, just as Yilan was about to give up, the sound from the radio suddenly became clear, playing soothing and beautiful music he had never heard before. That's quite nice, Yilan murmured, remembering the frequency, and placed it back on the bedside table. The room only had a window on one side. Yilan pulled back the curtain slightly. The window faced the hotel entrance, and he seemed quite satisfied with the view. Considering the entire 4th floor, this is a good room. Finally, Yilan began to feel, in comparison, that this money wasn't wasted. In the stacked corner, Yilan saw a pile of dusty folding beds and paused slightly. This place can accommodate teams? But that's right, in this strange town, no action team from the wasteland would dare to split up rashly, would they? If that's the case, the per capita cost would decrease. After confirming once again that the room's soundproofing was decent, Yilan half leaned on the bed. It was quite soft, the mattress must be of good quality. Although the room was damp, the blanket was dry. Yilan put his hand in his pocket, which was originally empty, but suddenly touched something furry and solid. Little cat, what's the situation around here? The mind cat had told him about its two main abilities. Abnormal perception and scene restoration. Not strong in combat, but certainly very practical. If you're asking is it safe, then I am definitely safe, and there are no abnormal presences around, the mind cat's voice echoed in Yilan's mind. But I can't be sure if there are any ability objects affected by abnormality. Yilan's heart stirred slightly. Like, for example, mist blue coins? The mind cat nodded. So, if you come out now, will you be perceived? The mind cat hesitated before answering. I'm not sure, it's best to stay like this for now. But I'm certain that you talking to me here won't be noticed by abnormality. Of course, you still need to speak softly to avoid being physically overheard. Yilan breathed a sigh of relief. He currently had too many questions he wanted to discuss with the little cat. When you were in the alley, were you watching? Hearing Yilan bring this up, the mind cat was practically indignant, its whole body bristling like a cat with its fur raised. It really infuriates me. Overestimating themselves. Who do they think they are, daring to rob you? If I had even a little strength, I would torture him properly. That's not the point. And if it weren't for this flashlight, the other party would indeed have been more than capable of beating him. That's not the point. Alright, being robbed like a soft persimmon angered Yilan greatly, but that matter was now in the past. What he didn't understand was the source of the other party's power. I vaguely heard the words gene enhancer. What is that? The mind cat also had its doubts. Meow. Perhaps that's how humans have found a way to become stronger? In a wasteland where abnormality runs rampant, if there were no means at all, then there would truly be no civilization as it is now. Yilan nodded. Reasonable. He just didn't know how exactly they became stronger. Genes? Is it through potions? A single gene enhancement. So there's a second, a third? But while they felt strong, they didn't seem to gain any abnormal side abilities. At least when illuminated by his flashlight, they seemed to have no ability to resist. Even if it was related to his underestimation of the enemy. Speaking of which, have you felt anything strange about this photo frame? Actually, Yilan didn't hold out much hope, because usually at such times, the little cat would mostly offer a meaningless compliment. You're the biggest strangeness. But unexpectedly, this time the mind cat nodded in deep agreement. It is indeed abnormal, and it's something I haven't seen before. An abnormality that even the mind cat hadn't seen. Yilan blurted out, sitting upright suddenly. An abnormality newly born after the wasteland? Rubber. The composition of this sewage town is a bit too complex, isn't it? It's fine now, meow, mind cat said decisively. It's definitely not the main body, and it's not paying attention here right now. Yilan let out a slight breath of relief. This thing, after all, was like a sword hanging over his head, a bit frightening. If I move it, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Seeing Yilan's cautious demeanor, mind cat couldn't help but chuckle. Big brother, what are you afraid of? If it dared to come out, that would be good. You could just forcefully contain it, couldn't you? Yilan. What a forceful containment. Are you really not afraid that your 001 would perish on the spot? Holding the photo frame in his hand, Yilan felt no abnormalities. It was just like a flashlight growing on a zombie's head that still worked. Walking all the way to the door, Yilan suddenly hesitated. It was still unclear what the relationship between this small town and the portrait was. If he discarded this thing and it was discovered by the locals, would it cause unforeseen changes? After thinking for a moment, Yilan ultimately discarded the photo frame in the corner of the room. Anyway, Mind Cat had a warning ability, so he didn't need to panic too much. Leaning by the bed, Yilan gently pulled open the curtains, looking at the scene of this apocalypse. So, what do 002 and 003 look like? Are they like you, these biomorphic individuals? This. I wouldn't dare to presume to be associated with anomalies within your top 10. It leaped lightly, its figure pointing towards the sky from Yilan's shoulder. See that? That's 003. Yilan looked up, silent. He then looked at Mind Cat, silent. For the first time, he felt this little cat was talking nonsense, spouting rubbish. Isn't that the sun? Mind Cat stood on Yilan's shoulder, also looking at the sun in the sky, somewhat silent. It wasn't until a long time later, when the light began to sting its eyes, that it slightly averted its gaze. It's the sun, but it's not the same sun as back then. What, the sun? Yilan no longer cared if this thing was the sun, he cared that this thing, this sun-like entity shining down from the sky, was actually 003? What kind of status was that? Forget it, I won't belittle myself. Mind Cat isn't blind either, since it still firmly believes that I am the most powerful anomaly. I'll just assume I'm very powerful. Then what about 002? What is it? Mind Cat shook its head. I don't know. I've never seen its physical form, but it should be a tree that emits endless corrosion and pollution. Sounds alright, not as outrageous as 003. But 003 can't defeat 002 in any sense, Mind Cat's voice was faint. Yilan. From this one thing alone, it was clear that the gap between anomalies was indeed vast. And, how do you contain this thing? Can it be contained? It's in the sky. If it were contained, would the human world no longer have a sun? Even if the sun in the sky was 003, then where did the real sun go? Amidst these endless incomprehensible questions, Mind Cat by Yilan's side suddenly bristled all over. I'll hide. A powerful human has arrived. Ha! Before Yilan could ask anything, Mind Cat's figure had completely vanished once again, his pocket bulging slightly, indicating he had gone inside. And then there was no need to ask anything, for through the window, a group of figures was walking towards the hotel. Even compared to Yilan's attire, this group's outfits looked somewhat like strange costumes. Unlike the coarse linen clothes of the people in Sewage Town, and unlike his own modern casual wear, they wore robes. Their entire bodies were off-white with a faint rosy glow as the base color, the rosy glow deepening and lightening at times, with bright golden patterns outlined at the edges, and a bright, badge-like object pinned to their chests. It was both discordant and inexplicably natural, and it subtly revealed a hint of the powerful force of the anomaly side. The group consisted of 4 people, their heads covered by the hoods of their robes, making their faces unclear, but one could vaguely make out the clean, white skin beneath, completely different from that of Sewage Town. Church robes? Yilan murmured, recalling the question Arthur had asked him earlier. Are you from the noble faction of Radiant City, or the church faction? It was a good thing he hadn't rashly claimed an identity, otherwise he would have been exposed by now. Suddenly, the leader seemed to sense something, abruptly raising his head and looking in Yilan's direction. Yilan's heart trembled, but his expression showed no abnormality, remaining indifferent and composed, facing them openly. After their gazes crossed, the other party withdrew his gaze, and Yilan took the opportunity to pull the curtains shut. Are these the people who made Mind Cat feel danger and temporarily hide? Yilan murmured. It seems the church in this apocalypse is not simple. The group of four entered the hotel, and Yilan leaned gently against the door, listening to the sounds from the stairwell. Tap, tap, tap. A few minutes later, light footsteps came up the stairs, continuing all the way to the fourth floor. Yilan held his breath, seeming to feel someone stop outside his door, directly facing his direction. A silent stillness persisted for a long time, and just as Yilan was starting to lose his breath, the other party pushed open the adjacent door. Bang! The door closed, and they had checked into the room next to his. 402. Outside the door was quiet, and Yilan paced back and forth in his room. It was time to sleep, but he couldn't. Why were the church forces here? Were they friends or foes? Did their goals conflict with his own? Was there a problem with them staying next door? He was extremely wary of someone staying next door, and he wondered if the other party would feel the same. Perhaps he was just feeling guilty. Of course, the other party probably also had the confidence that came from being part of a major power, so they wouldn't fear being spied on. From Arthur's words, he could vaguely guess that Radiant City was the largest power, or city, in the wasteland after the apocalypse. Even if it was just his perception, that was still very impressive. And in his eyes, the church forces were as powerful as, or even more powerful than, Radiant City. No matter how he thought about it, the situation was troublesome. Of course. Trouble also brought opportunities. For someone like him, eager to understand the situation of the apocalypse, if he could gather some intelligence from them, it would truly be greatly beneficial. Mind Cat, is there any way to listen to their conversation? Ability test. Looking inside isn't realistic, but listening in, that should be within Mind Cat's professional scope, right? No, Mind Cat shook its head decisively. They should have means to deal with anomalies. I know nothing and could very likely be discovered. Is that so? Yilan nodded. Mind Cat was as steady as ever. As long as he didn't believe its occasional pronouncements of Big Brother Yilan is invincible, he would definitely remain undefeated. Besides, I don't think eavesdropping is necessary, meow. I have a better idea, meow. At this, Mind Cat proudly raised its head, pleased it could help. Wait for an opportunity, as soon as they all leave the room, we'll sneak in, and I can perform a scene recreation, meow. Yilan's mind stirred, feeling as if a new world had opened up. So, that's how scene recreation is used? That's quite powerful. No matter what others are plotting, no matter how secretive or well defended, as long as he knows the time and place, he can witness it all firsthand? This, even the church would have to step aside. It seemed no one would be more of a charlatan than him from now on. But then, Yilan felt a bit uneasy, a mental barrier he couldn't quite cross. What if, there are women? Wouldn't it be like a pervert if I saw something I shouldn't? This statement was a bit too much for Mind Cat to process, and it deliberated for a long time before speaking. Boss, are you still so concerned with the pre-apocalypse human formalities? Of course. He hadn't spent a single day in this apocalypse, this was his first day. Meow. Well, then you can try to make contact with them openly tomorrow, just see if there are any females first, meow? Yilan. It's not that he's being so delicate, just pretend I said it casually. I still need to adapt to this new world. Mind Cat didn't quite understand but felt it was extremely profound. You were quite decisive when you took down that human who tried to rob you, weren't you? Hee hee, you humans are interesting, meow. But you've also given me an idea, meow. Those people booked 2 rooms in total, in pairs, maybe they're grouped by gender, meow. Grouped by gender, my foot. Such groupings are more likely by responsibility. However, Yilan was clearly more focused on another point. You can sense that? The little cat had just told him it couldn't eavesdrop, so Yilan thought it couldn't sense anything. By listening to the sounds, meow. 2 doors opened and closed just now. Is that so? Well, he hadn't heard it, perhaps Mind Cat's hearing was broader. However, if they were grouped in pairs, it would certainly make things much easier for unscrupulous people like him. Their strength would be dispersed, and the difficulty of investigation would decrease. And now, the most important thing. He needed to improve his strength. Yilan's current self-preservation ability was simply too limited, so much so that he had no means of engaging an enemy at all. Until the miraculously effective pistol magazine was replenished, his only power right now was shining a flashlight at people. But this item has a rather high delay. If someone isn't there to rob him, and has no intention of communicating, but simply comes to directly take his life, he wouldn't even have time for it to take effect before he'd already passed away. His desire to improve his strength was extremely urgent. Even for the sake of this inexplicable 001 vest on him, he shouldn't just rely on others constantly saying you're amazing, you're really amazing, while actually being nothing, right? Suddenly, he remembered the ability noted on the tag when he left the containment tower, an ability he had seemingly used inadvertently, activation. Little cat, I vaguely remember I have an ability called activation, but I don't quite remember how to activate it. Do you have any idea? Mind Cat was stunned, but it didn't have the question Yilan worried about, like how do you not understand your own ability? Instead, it looked very troubled. Meow. How could I know your great power? Having been flattered so much, Yilan had started to get used to it. He just waved his hand, skipping over its usual praise. Tell me your analysis. After thinking for a moment, Mind Cat stated its understanding. Generally speaking, this type of contact-based ability requires emotion as a guide, and then physical contact, and then you can give it activation. Yilan listened, completely confused, and pressed further. For example? Mind Cat thought for a moment, then jumped onto the bedside table and patted the radio. For example, you touch it, and then you focus intensely on thinking, time to wake up, meow. And then it might be able to move. Yilan. That sounds very unreliable. Am I supposed to have the power of spoken command or something? However, Yilan couldn't help but think of the 2 unusual scenes from before. He touched that gun, and then his marksmanship was far beyond his usual skill. He touched that gun, and then, under the robber's steel-like grip, he actually hit some vital point he didn't understand with one shot, dazing the robber for a few seconds and giving the flashlight precious time to shine. This didn't seem like something that could be explained by just good luck. And it just so happened that his emotions were indeed fluctuating violently at that time. The first time was the fear of suddenly encountering that bizarre thing, the second was the irritation of being robbed, combined with the excitement and tension of deciding to take a reckless risk beyond his capabilities. So, what happens to things I activate? Do they come alive? Radio. This statement seemed to imply a deeper meaning that needed to be understood literally, and the Mind Cat shook its head repeatedly. Of course not, meow. Only items of extremely outstanding talent or extremely precious categories have the possibility of coming alive and developing sentience. Of course, if you put all your effort into making something come alive, that's another story, perhaps it can be done. More often, a certain level of consciousness is given, limited to being able to understand and being executable. For example, a cabinet activated by you would open itself when it sees you want to put something in, and it would lock itself when it sees a stranger approaching. For example, an activated weapon would search for weaknesses or even attack autonomously when it senses something nearby. If it's a melee weapon you're carrying on your back, and someone attacks you, it will move closer to your hand and guide you to turn around and Strike. If it's a gun, perhaps it can fire automatically in your hand. How far it can go depends on its own talent and how much you're willing to make it do, meow. Yilan was stunned, a hint of surprise on his face. The mind cat didn't understand, but everything it said matched what had truly happened. Couldn't the revolver in his hand be explained by this very ability now? The first time, automatic firing, allowing him, who couldn't shoot at a life-or-death moment, to land fatal shots and powerfully kill that strange entity that dropped equipment. The second time, automatic attack combined with weakness searching, allowed a nearly flawless gene enhancer to be unreasonably and powerfully stunned. For a few seconds, buying him a golden window of opportunity for a flashlight. Yilan lowered his head, his gaze sweeping over the items on the bedside table, pondering his experimental targets. The more suitable ones, with less risk, were nothing more than 3. The radio, the bedside table itself, and the kettle on top of it. What if it really comes alive? What else could happen, meow? The mind cat waved its paw, looking fiercely stylish. Either it will follow our lead, or it will brazenly attack us, and then be powerfully suppressed by you, meow. That's definitely not necessary. After a moment of consideration, Yilan slowly placed his hand on the radio. Among these 3 items, the changes in the bedside table and the kettle were predictable, because these things inherently had limits. Only this radio might bring about some unexpected changes and possibilities. He truly couldn't resist the urge to take a risk. What did the little cat just say? Yilan concentrated the emotion of summoning in his heart and spoke softly. Wake up, meow. I guess I don't need to add meow to it. Oh my. This action is too silly, right? If he fussed for a long time and it didn't react at all, he would truly be too embarrassed to face anyone. But the radio reacted the instant the summoning resonated in Yilan's heart. A red light instantly flashed and rippled across the object. Every previous time, Yilan had been passively triggered in a state of panic, almost unconsciously, but this time he specifically stared at the target. And finally confirmed and witnessed this scene with his own eyes. I actually truly succeeded in casting it? Yilan's expression grew even more solemn. This thing shouldn't be used carelessly. Although his current combat ability was still relatively limited, just these occasional glimpses made him feel a chilling sense of dread. Although this world now has anomalies, strangeness, and all sorts of chaotic things, at least ordinary things are still normal. But if he were to go crazy, unleash activation recklessly and without restraint, this world could even transform from a Cthulhu-esque apocalypse into a magical apocalypse in a short time. Or even an apocalypse where magic and Cthulhu coexist? That would be utterly ridiculous. While contemplating these things, Yilan suddenly froze, finally remembering that he seemed to have forgotten something. The radio. Why isn't it reacting? According to the mind cat's speculation, objects activated by him usually fall into 2 categories, friendly and hostile. But it hadn't given him any reaction yet, could it be? Just then, the radio suddenly started playing music on its own. Oh, how lucky in the most beautiful age meeting you is my most beautiful. Yilan? What's going on? Why is it singing? The mind cat was also a bit confused, hesitatingly saying, listen to the lyrics, is it showing goodwill towards you by playing a song? Yilan was very surprised. Could it be interpreted that way? Of course, I'm not sure, meow. Maybe it's just broken. I heard that before the apocalypse, if something broke, humans would just pat it and it would be fine. Let me try, meow. With that, the little cat pounced forward from Yilan's shoulder, quickly approached the radio, and its set of cat paws were already eager and ready to strike. The radio's sound abruptly stopped, and it switched to another song in an instant. Let's learn to meow together, meow meow meow. Mind cat? Alright, it's not broken. Yilan spread his hands. But it doesn't seem to be of much use either. No matter what, this round of experiments was complete. and as a dignified anomaly, he finally had some strange abilities under his control, no longer powerless when contending with these big shots. After some more research, night gradually fell. Yilan looked at the room next door and sighed. No matter how eager he was, now was not the time. It was already night when he went in, and if nothing unexpected happened, the other party wouldn't have any activities tonight. At the very earliest, he would have to wait until tomorrow to carry out his investigation plan. However, there was also good news. The other party couldn't possibly not talk about their mission objectives tonight. The more they talked, and the longer they talked, the better. Success and rewards require patient waiting. Yilan sat on the chair by the bed, gazing out at the dark night, the eerie green gutter, and the faint light emanating from next door, lost in thought. He was hungry again. He hoped he was just overthinking it, and they weren't here for the anomaly. The night is so beautiful, even if it's dangerous, there are always people with red eyes enduring. Slap. Yilan slapped the radio's power switch. This is too ridiculous. Why did I even bring you to life? This sudden burst of music also brought Yilan back from his daze, and he gently drew the curtains. Good night, little cat. Meow. Lying drowsily on the bed, Yilan felt himself drift into a dream. Until. Cold. So cold. Yilan suddenly opened his eyes again, shivering, his entire body drenched. Sewage in the past. He lifted his head to a pitch-black night sky, with no stars or moon visible, only the fine drizzle highlighted by the streetlights. What the hell? Why the F***ck was he standing on the street? Yilan almost suspected that everything he had experienced before was just a dream, and that he was actually still living in a civilized society. Before the apocalypse. He lowered his head. Sewage Town was built on a massive sewage ditch. With the heavy rain, the accumulated water was already over his short boots. Completely soaked, his socks were drenched, and his whole body was wet and uncomfortable. Yilan had just woken up, and his mind wasn't very clear. Looking at the accumulated water on the ground, his gaze suddenly sharpened. The water wasn't clear, which was normal, as this was Sewage Town. It was also normal for the rain not to be clean, it was the wasteland, so even if it only rained acid, he wouldn't find it absurd. But then, the water actually looked quite clear, if one ignored the dark red splotches floating on the clear water. This was blood. It wasn't a river of blood, but the water covering the entire ground was infused with trickling blood. Mind cat. Something big must have happened in Sewage Town. And why hadn't Mind Cat warned him? However, it was very quiet around him. He couldn't hear anyone's voice. Nor the sound of a cat. Not here? Yilan's heart tightened, and he felt like everything was wrong. What exactly happened? The last thing he remembered was sleeping, wasn't it? The little cat wasn't strong. But now he realized that its mere presence was his greatest sense of security in the apocalypse. Perhaps this was another characteristic of Mind Cat? Emotional comfort? Yilan tried his best to remain calm, sweeping his gaze along the buildings around him. Soon, his expression grew even more solemn. This was still a small town, still a somewhat desolate but perfectly preserved town outline, completely different from the sewage town he had seen. How dilapidated was the sewage town he and the little cat had arrived at? But he was certain, this was Sewage Town. Yilan tilted his head slightly. Of course, he wasn't very familiar with the roads and terrain of Sewage Town, but at least he could roughly determine his location based on sewage. Town's landmark, the sewage ditch. Very close. After walking quickly for a few steps along the street, the massive sewage ditch was already in sight. His goal was simple, the hotel. Although he didn't know what had happened yet, generally speaking, where it started, it should end. Perhaps when he returned to the hotel, or even his room, he could figure out what happened. But it wasn't until he reached the location of the hotel that he silently stopped. It was empty, a huge ditch with a water level nearly 2 meters higher than what he had seen before. The original location of the hotel was now completely empty. Above the ditch, where the hotel used to be, there was even a tall, sturdy bridge spanning the ditch. Beside the bridge was a tall building, the tallest in all of Sewage Town, a dozen stories high. While a dozen stories might not be much in a big city, it was indeed the most luxurious building in this small town. From a temporal perspective, this should be decades ago, when the apocalypse had just begun, and the previous civilization had just ended. Yilan wasn't very sure what exactly happened, but he already had a rough guess. Time travel was impossible, he had only just arrived in the apocalypse, where would he travel to? Dreaming was also possible, but whether dreaming or not, it all stemmed from one cause. He had been affected by some anomaly. What anomaly? Chaos roulette? The eerie photo frame? He couldn't even rule out that the neighboring church forces were up to something and had dragged him into this. But no matter what, his mind was now clear and focused. First, find a place with people. Without a word, Yilan plunged into the gloomy alley where he had been robbed, following his memory. He had already thought of a very suitable place for himself. There was still light in the alley, and the streetlights on the side of the road were still working. No matter how faint, it was still the kind of darkness that even a flashlight couldn't penetrate back then. He twisted and turned his way through until the view suddenly opened up. He had seen it clearly along the way. The entire residential area was 9 out of 10 houses empty, with not a single light on. Even the useless streetlights were on. In such a dark night, if there were people in the rooms, wouldn't they at least turn on a light? And from the moment he woke up until now, there was only one place that was brightly lit. The striking signboard, as if separated by many, many years, remained completely unchanged. Mosquito Restaurant. Yilan found it hard to describe his current mood and expression. Holy cow, this thing was a century-old establishment? This was truly seeing a ghost. After some mental preparation, Yilan politely knocked on the door, then pushed it open with a calm and composed expression. The aroma of soup, the hot temperature, the crowded atmosphere, formed a scene of human life that was out of place with the outside world. Different people's body odors mingled together. Intense body odor and fragrant perfume scents emanated from different people in different places, entering his nose simultaneously. It was pungent, explosive, and yet it seemed to transport him back to a human world he hadn't experienced in a very long time. He hadn't seen so many people in a long time. However, this scene was somewhat unsettling. The entire Mosquito restaurant was densely packed with people, and from the moment he walked in, everyone was looking at him. Their gazes carried a fierce look born of terror, exuding fear and panic. Yilan wasn't very scared, instead, he was a little embarrassed. All these dense crowds of people here were women and children. Click. Followed by a series of gun-cocking sounds, Yilan then felt the steel barrels of countless firearms pressed against his temples from the side. Still women. Yilan suddenly realized something. Something must have happened in Sewage Town, all the men in this town had disappeared. This was a refuge that gathered all the town's dependents. I am not an enemy, I seek shelter. Yilan quickly finished speaking and raised his hands. Otherwise? Even if he wasn't completely defenseless, was he supposed to go on a rampage here? After Yilan spoke, his gaze subtly swept over the appearances of the people here. Unlike the Sewage Town residents he had seen before, the people here were still relatively normal, just slightly darker-skinned East Asians. Completely different from the style of Sewage Town before he entered. Could it be that they later mutated their genes from eating mosquitoes and cockroaches whenever they had nothing to do? Thinking this somewhat jokingly, Yilan knew it shouldn't be the case. The skin color of these people was also getting darker and darker, more like the beginning of some kind of mutation. Suddenly, Yilan's gaze sharpened. On the wall not far away, the familiar, eerie photo frame that had once disturbed him was still hanging. The exact same photo frame, the exact same photo. But at this moment, that photo frame should not have had that unoccurred photo hanging on it. I come from the City of Glory. Just as Yilan's mind shifted, the position of that photo frame was obscured by a slender, fragile woman. Yilan couldn't make out her face because she quietly lowered her head the moment his gaze swept over her. The only thing he saw was the color of her skin. It was a smooth, fair complexion, similar to his own. Of course, he too was of East Asian descent, but compared to the people after the apocalypse, his skin could be said to be incredibly fair. Before he could pay more attention to that side, a path had already opened up in the crowd. At the end of the path, a corpulent man with a simple and honest face, who he remembered as the restaurant's front desk, walked over. He was the only man currently here, and the current restaurant owner of the Mosquito restaurant. He held an RPG rocket launcher, which was probably the best and most powerful weapon in the entire sewage town at that moment. "Who are you? I haven't seen you before," the Mosquito restaurant's owner spoke with a dangerous look in his eyes, displaying a resolute, death-defying attitude. "You are not from this sewage town." Given the sparse population, as the sole remaining restaurant owner in the sewage town, he certainly had the right to claim he knew everyone there. "I seek refuge," Yilan said, skillfully evading the crucial point, his expression unchanged. Although Yilan didn't answer his question, his words did make many people breathe a sigh of relief. It was good that he wasn't an enemy, all the fighters weren't here right now. "We don't offer refuge to men here," the restaurant owner said coldly and firmly, his vigilance undiminished. "Even the one-legged old man in our sewage town has already gone to guard the outer wall with a gun, yet you, young and strong, fled here? Guarding the outer wall? Does that mean all the able-bodied young people in sewage town are already there? I can go to the outer wall." Yilan also understood that there was no place for him here now. If he were the restaurant owner in this situation, during a time of crisis in life or death, it would be incredibly foolish to let a stranger with a dangerous aura into a place where all the town's families were sheltered. And he wasn't truly seeking refuge, he just needed to find someone he could communicate with, someone who could offer a way out of this anomaly. "As you can see, I am not from this sewage town." Yilan's thoughts became clearer, and his responses flowed more smoothly. "I just fainted and have only just woken up. At least, you need to tell me how to get there." The restaurant owner's expression gradually became hesitant. Looking at Yilan's demeanor, he indeed seemed genuine. And as of now, the other party didn't seem to pose any threat. "You are still young, and an outsider, so I can make an exception and allow you to stay here," he pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. "Of course, you must be under my armed supervision at all times and are not allowed to do anything unnecessary." Yilan was stunned and couldn't help but re-examine him. This was much more conscientious than the restaurant owner in the later sewage town. Was he afraid of him dying, letting him in? However, Yilan had changed his mind, he wasn't going to stay here. Although that photo frame definitely had issues, if he stayed here now, his every move would be completely monitored by the other party, leaving him no chance to investigate. Rather than that, it would be better to act freely. First, he would see what crisis sewage town was facing, witness firsthand if it was related to the anomaly here, and even help out within his capabilities to resolve this threat first, then return here with a better identity to investigate. "Owner, being so kind-hearted in the apocalypse isn't a good thing." "Huh?" The Mosquito restaurant's owner was stunned, and it took him a while to understand what Yilan meant, revealing an expression that was both annoyed and amused. He truly was taking his kindness for granted. "Heh, in that case, go guard the wall then." After saying that, he stopped communicating with Yilan, pulled out the walkie-talkie from his waist, and pressed the talk button. "Mayor, I have a stranger here." "No, he's a young man, unarmed." "Let him stay here?" "Forget it, he seems to want to go guard the wall with you more." "Okay, I understand. You're collecting knives nearby? Have you run out of ammunition?" "I understand, I'll keep an eye on him and wait for you to come over." The communication ended, and Yilan and the restaurant owner stared at each other, neither speaking. Yilan really wanted to go inside and see that photo frame, but at this moment, that angle was completely blocked by the crowd. He believed that although they were currently chatting quite amicably, if he dared to take one step inside without a clear explanation of his motives, he would be met with a barrage of firepower. Yilan searched for the girl he had glimpsed earlier. He had a keen feeling that she seemed to have some issues. She seemed a bit out of place here, just like himself. But her figure had completely vanished. Whether she intentionally blended into the crowd or not, he could no longer find her within his line of sight. Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded behind Yilan. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be the mayor arriving. "Owner, be careful of people who are a bit different." After Yilan said this, he considered his duty done, maintaining his raised hands and swaying them to the sides to show he was not a threat, then turned around. Behind him, a person wearing a poor-quality pure black suit, who looked more like a bodyguard than a mayor, was riding a motorcycle, its engine roaring as he sped towards them. As he clearly saw the face of the person on the motorcycle, Yilan couldn't help but be slightly lost in thought. It was indeed the mayor. It was the mayor he had seen before, the one in the old photograph in the photo frame. Did I really return to the very beginning of Sewage Town's establishment? Kid, where are you from? The mayor put down the motorcycle's kickstand, walked in front of Yilan, and swept his sharp gaze over him, as if to pierce his soul and find any scoundrels. However, Yilan's appearance. Aside from some inexplicable people inexplicably calling him 001, he always looked harmless, didn't he? He would even be treated as a fat sheep to be robbed. Yilan didn't dare to randomly report place names from his memory or chaotic, potentially hostile place names, and he knew he couldn't stay silent. Otherwise, at this critical moment for the Sewage Town's survival, he couldn't rule out the possibility of them killing him. He wanted to take a risk because he needed more freedom of action. I come from Radiant City. Defending the city. Radiant City? The mayor was stunned, his eyes filled with joy. Radiant City? How is Radiant City? We haven't been able to make contact for a long time. Good, he gambled correctly. I don't know. Yilan shook his head. I've been gone for a long time. He didn't even know where Radiant City was, so how could he speak nonsense? I see. The mayor's gaze flickered, a little regretful, but not quite disappointed. You don't doubt what I said? Yilan asked curiously. The mayor just looked him over, chuckled, and said, with your delicate skin, who else but Radiant City could keep you so well maintained? All right. Carry this and follow me to the front line to defend the town. The mayor unceremoniously handed the sack, which had originally been on his back and draped over the motorcycle's back seat, to Yilan. Then, he got on the motorcycle, started it, and did it all in one smooth motion. He was driving the motorcycle, and since there was no one on the back seat, he could carry the sack. If he were to bring Yilan, Yilan would have to carry it. Yilan hesitated for a moment, then slung the heavy sack full of weapons over his back and climbed onto the motorcycle's back seat. Hold on tight. The mayor instructed, and the throttle roared as the motorcycle sped furiously towards the edge of the town. Crazy. Sitting on the back of the motorcycle, holding onto the mayor with one hand, if he truly harbored ill intentions, a swift strike now would mean the other party wouldn't have enough lives to die. In a few seconds, the motorcycle roared to a speed of nearly 100 miles per hour, showing how urgent he was. In the dark night, the strong wind howled in his ears, speeding on the back of the mayor's motorcycle. It was truly absurd. Yilan was just wondering whether to take this opportunity to ask something else when the mayor proactively spoke during a slowdown for a turn. You're not from Sewage Town, so just state your position. Don't let it spread later and become a laughingstock, with our town forcing outsiders to go to their deaths. Yilan was stunned, but the mayor continued speaking. When we reach the defense line, I will appoint you to manage and distribute these melee weapons. You stay a bit further back and don't move around. It's actually not much different from staying in the restaurant for shelter. If we lose, everyone will die, just a few minutes faster or slower. If we can win, your position is far enough back, you will definitely be the one among all of us defending the outer wall who is most likely to see tomorrow's sun. The mayor glanced at Yilan in the rearview mirror and sighed softly. What a pity. So good looking, if that apocalypse hadn't happened, he would definitely be a big star. Yilan was somewhat silent, watching the tree shadows rapidly pass by on both sides, feeling a bit overwhelmed by such kindness. The mayor was indeed a good person. We will definitely win, Yilan said. The mayor was taken aback, his words lost in the roar of the engine. Didn't you say you were unconscious and just woke up? You don't even know what we're facing. Young people are always full of confidence. I really don't know. Yilan thought silently in his heart. But you all, obviously survived. Many years later, underworld cuisine like the Mosquito restaurant could even dominate the area, and your portrait could still hang high between the two major shady businesses in Sewage Town. Could they lose today? Finally, Yilan could already hear gunshots approaching from a distance, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself. But it's probably a very fierce battle. Sewage Town at this time is much more prosperous and larger than the Sewage Town I saw back then. Screech! The motorcycle finally reached its destination, and with a sharp brake, the mayor executed a handsome drift, splashing water all around. It was still raining. Following the mayor as he jumped off the motorcycle, Yilan could finally see the scene here. The entire outer wall was still primarily made of wooden stakes, but it was clearly layered, with traps everywhere, and well prepared, completely. Unlike the scene when he arrived here later. What exactly happened? Well, Yilan didn't need to wonder anymore, because he could already see it. Beyond the wooden stakes were endless dark figures, making him feel as if he was personally experiencing a zombie siege that could only be seen in games. Thousands of things very similar in appearance to the searchlight zombies he encountered when escaping the containment tower. However, their heads didn't grow such grotesque features, but they still had disgusting, tentacle-like swollen areas. Yilan noticed that these zombie-like creatures often took multiple shots without falling, and only when their strange body parts were hit could they be killed, as if that was their weak point. Their rationality was extremely low, and they relentlessly charged the outer defenses of Sewage Town. How good! Yilan murmured in a voice only he could hear. If the current crisis facing Sewage Town was only this, then it really wasn't a big deal. Small zombies. For well-equipped humans, they were simply not worth mentioning. What could be more despairing than a Lovecraftian apocalypse? It's just a pity that the scene before him, and these 1,000+ so-called zombies, were at most the manifestation of some abnormal characteristic. Or perhaps just low-level creatures that had lost their minds due to pollution caused by an anomaly. In other words, sorry, this was just an appetizer. Alright, you take these things and stay here. The mayor instructed Yilan, then pulled out a megaphone and yelled impatiently. Those without weapons, come here to get them. No need to rush. Only go up after all our bullets are used up. Okay. Yilan tore open the sack wider and placed it on the ground. He didn't try to be a hero, but instead carefully observed the situation here. This equipment configuration. It's hard to say. 2 Gatling heavy machine gun positions, over 10 automatic rifles, practically formed a firepower net capable of annihilating everything except artillery. This was why only some small wooden defensive stakes could keep such a large number of enemies at bay. But if you really say it's good, it could be said that apart from the aforementioned few pieces of equipment, the quality of subsequent equipment was completely discontinuous. Most of the townspeople were here responsible for loading ammunition, and there were even muscular men shooting slingshots over there. The ammunition boxes were visibly running low, and what was currently being used was almost the last of it. Considering that the mayor only brought back melee weapons this time, this batch of ammunition should be Sewage Town's last reserve. Once it ran out and the problem wasn't solved, they would only be able to charge with these melee weapons. It also indicated that Sewage Town had no military production capacity of its own, nor a stable acquisition channel. All of these were scavenged from who knows where. And then, there was nothing left. People were starting to come up to him to receive weapons, and he did a good job, distributing them according to body type. For the more robust ones, he gave them a shovel, for the thinner ones, a sickle. For some more agile individuals, he chose stun batons, nunchaku, and similar items. Suddenly, Yilan's movements in distributing weapons stopped, his gaze fixed. A thin man in his 20s, wearing a very conspicuous cowboy hat, was rummaging through the sack in front of him for a suitable weapon. Seeing the other person's profile for a moment, Yilan almost blurted out. Arthur? The first appearance of divine power. It's too similar, truly too similar. They're like two peas in a pod. But by all accounts, Arthur couldn't possibly be here, and besides, Arthur isn't this young. Before he could observe further, the mayor suddenly roared and charged over. Yaman! What the hell are you doing here? The young man who looked like Arthur, called Yaman by the mayor, was clearly startled. He looked at the furious mayor, feeling extremely guilty. I'm getting a weapon. Where's your damn gun? The mayor was furious. Didn't I give you a fully automatic rifle to use? Yaman lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly. During the last impact, it dropped. Useless. The mayor cursed. How many guns did they even have now? One less was one less. Why are you such a coward? No. Yaman lifted his head, his neck red with anxiety. The gun was too heavy. I could barely hold it to begin with. When the line retreated just now, it jammed, and in my panic, it just dropped. Damn it! The mayor ran a hand through his hair, then pulled a revolver from his. Get over there and watch. You can't even hold a gun steady, and you're going to charge in with a shovel for close combat? Just stand there and watch. Take this chaos bell for self-defense, but don't use it unless it's a matter of life and death. Yaman's face went pale. Looking at the handgun, he hesitated to take it for a moment. Chaos. You're giving this to me? Stop your damn whining, grab it and come with me. After their conversation, the two hurried away, leaving Yilan deep in thought. Revolver? With the words chaos? He wondered if this was related to Sewage Town's chaos roulette, but many things were starting to subtly connect. His gaze subtly shifted between the mayor and Yaman, and Yilan fell into contemplation. Damn it! This thing is fast, shoot quickly. Ah! A scream erupted before he could even react, followed by the mayor's roar. Everyone, charge with your knives. Push them back, they're about to overrun the heavy machine gun position. From Yilan's perspective, a zombie-like creature that had charged extremely far forward suddenly had all its swellings burst open, transforming into 7 or 8 dog-sized things that crawled like spiders with grotesque tentacles. It was incredibly fast and agile, and in just a few breaths, it had charged into the firing line, quickly impaling several riflemen who were reloading. Not good. Yilan's expression subtly changed. Seeing these raggedly dressed people charging forward with scythes and shovels, he couldn't sit still either. If this continued, Sewage Town was doomed. He wasn't some soft-hearted person, he wouldn't bat an eye if the bastard who dared to rob him died. But whether it was this mayor, or the person who looked like Arthur, whom he tentatively suspected was Arthur's grandfather or father, Yilan was willing to save them. Yilan lightly stroked the self-defense dagger he had chosen from the sack for himself. A faint red light flashed across it, bringing a look of joy to Yilan's face. Activation, still usable here. At this point, he no longer hesitated, swiftly and agilely rushing into the front lines. It wasn't clear from a distance, but it was clear here. After all, they were just a group of ordinary people with weapons but no training. Their marksmanship was terrible. They couldn't hit whoever they wanted to hit. They relied solely on suppressing fire, where one person missed a shot, then another, and eventually, by sheer chance, someone hit a different target. This was extremely dangerous. Rushing all the way into the heavy machine gun position, Yilan saw the heavy machine gunner, who was drenched in sweat, just finishing loading the last magazine, and shouted loudly. Move, let me do it. Ha! The other person was clearly bewildered, turning to look at the mayor helplessly, thinking the mayor was dissatisfied with his marksmanship and had sent someone to replace him. But he was clearly getting the hang of it. The mayor also noticed the change here, clearly even more bewildered than the heavy machine gunner, with a look of disbelief. You brat! What are you doing? Bang! While the mayor was trying to stop him, Yilan knew there was no more time to argue. He immediately punched the machine gunner away and sat down in the machine gunner's seat. Activation. As Yilan roared, red light began to flash on the Gatling gun's body, quickly covering the massive heavy machine gun. The light, like waves, disappeared from the barrel and spread throughout the entire Gatling gun. The most immediate feeling was that Yilan felt the weapon become lighter. Then, rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The deafening gunfire produced the terrifying firepower it was meant to. With his hand on the trigger, Yilan felt no difficulty in controlling the gun, as if it were a part of his own body. A deluge of ammunition, and in an instant, the 500-round magazine was emptied. The moment the gunfire stopped, the world fell silent. In front of Yilan, it was now empty, with only a pile of corpses remaining. Regardless of their weaknesses or mutations, not a single one could rise again to attack. At such a high rate of fire, every bullet from Yilan could hit one or even two different targets, and almost every shot hit a vital spot. The number of these suspected zombie creatures was originally only about 1,000, 400 or 500 had been shot dead by the townspeoples. Haphazard firing, and the rest were completely destroyed by the ammunition from his single magazine. In front of him, there was nothing. Silence, complete silence. The townspeople were so shocked by this scene that they forgot to breathe. Despite so many people, it was as quiet as a library at night. Even the mayor's jaw almost dropped. They often needed dozens of bullets to hit one, and even then, the ones hit wouldn't die and would get back up. Awesome! The mayor cheered, rushing over and slapping Yilan's shoulder hard. Good kid! Holy cow! You've been hiding your true abilities. What kind of marksmanship is this? Are you a gene enhancer? Gene enhancer? Yilan didn't know which of the rapid-fire questions to answer, only that he heard the name again and felt something. But there was no way. It wouldn't be logical for him, a gene enhancer, to ask the other party what is a gene enhancer, would it? Yilan decided to tacitly accept this title, otherwise, there would be no way to explain why his marksmanship was so terrifying. I have indeed had some enhancements, Yilan replied, choosing his words carefully. But I'm not sure if it's what you call gene enhancement. It definitely is. That technology came from your radiant city after all. The mayor clapped his hands. As expected of a big city, the scientific technology is amazing. Extracting abnormal aura, combining it with mutated creature blood and materials, enhancing our human genes, how did you even come up with that? Yilan's pupils subtly contracted. Extracting abnormal aura? The real crisis. He couldn't possibly not be flustered, because he was the abnormality. However, it wasn't convenient to ask further, his current persona shouldn't be so ignorant. Is it over? Yilan lightly flexed his wrist, but his thoughts were elsewhere. What was the purpose of the abnormality bringing him to this day? He had resolved the crisis on the surface, but was that good or bad for leaving this place? Kid. No. Hero. Please don't leave, okay? If you stay, I, the town chief, will let you be town chief. I'll find you the prettiest wife in the whole town, and I promise the mosquito restaurant will be permanently free and unlimited for you. How about it? Yilan had just done something big and was a bit happy, but now he suddenly became unhappy. Mosquito your sister. I don't want it. The town chief happily put his arm around Yilan's shoulder. Don't rush to refuse. He gesticulated wildly, happily signaling to the others with his other hand. Let's go home, lads. We're having a celebration feast at the mosquito restaurant, we'll drink until dawn tonight. Yilan. Get lost. Can't you people from Sewage Town get away from the mosquito restaurant? Come on. Everyone lend a hand. Let's carry our hero back. Alright. He. I'll help too. A group of townspeople, having survived the disaster, were very enthusiastic and joyfully gathered around, eagerly surrounding Yilan, then cheering. And hoisting him up. Hey, you guys. Yilan had never been the center of attention like this, being lifted by many hands and thrown into the air. He was suspended, then steadied, then thrown up again. You guys? Yilan was a bit helpless, being cheered and carried around for a long time. He finally managed to break free, and his emotions were even somewhat infected, returning to the carefree time before everything began. But it was also a good thing. With his current prestige in Sewage Town, if he wanted to go to the Mosquito restaurant to look at the restaurant's photo frame again, he would definitely not be met with any obstruction. Even the town chief wants to give it to me. Is there any place in this small town I can't go? Just as Yilan was about to say something, he suddenly felt a jolt of fear throughout his body. It was as if he had been targeted by something terrifying. Yilan abruptly pushed through the crowd, taking a few steps towards the outskirts of the town, looking intently into the distance. But it seemed there was nothing? An illusion? Yilan was a little worried, always feeling that everything he was currently experiencing was some kind of appetizer. But what else could there be? Suddenly, Yilan's heart trembled. In the distant sky, behind the thick fog, there seemed to be two green triangles suspended in mid-air? Their gazes met, and the thing suddenly moved. It moved. That was eyes? Before he could understand what was happening, the triangular emerald green eyes had moved rapidly, followed by a violent tremor of the ground. Rumble, rumble. The emerald green eyes continuously grew larger, gradually breaking through the mist, revealing its mountain-like length, yet extremely slender limbs. It was nearly 10 meters long, its limbs were sharp like blades, and its entire body was covered with thin fleshy wings. It looked a bit like a giant praying mantis, every part of it possessing an irresistible sharpness. What the heck is this? Yilan looked at the town chief, but saw that he was completely stunned. Magic scythe. It's a magic scythe. After a roar, despair actually appeared in his eyes. Yilan, however, didn't need to despair yet, because he still didn't know what this thing was. What is a magic scythe? At this moment, the town chief no longer cared to wonder why Yilan, who came from Radiant City, didn't even know what a magic scythe was. It's a creature that has undergone terrifying mutations due to abnormality contamination. In the wasteland, they call it the Devil's Scythe. It's invulnerable to weapons, its body contains potent venom, and it's extremely fast. Any part of its body, even the softest parts, is as sharp as a steel blade. Whatever it touches will be cut directly in half. Invulnerable to weapons, any part of it means instant death upon touch. Its body contains poison. It's so big, and so fast. Oh my god. He began to understand why the town chief was panicking. Is this something ordinary people can fight? If this thing enters the town, there will be no living things left in this town. But that's not right. If this thing was so invincible, with one appearing, one dying, let alone a small town, no human city could withstand this thing. Wouldn't that mean wherever it appeared, that place would die? That shouldn't be. What do you think? When the apocalypse first arrived, it didn't even need the abnormality to act. This thing almost destroyed over 30% of all cities worldwide. The best result was to self-destruct the city with nuclear weapons and perish together with it. Until the appearance of the Twilight God cult, and the appearance of gene enhancers. The town chief's voice suddenly paused, and he looked at Yilan, his gaze burning. Then the magic scythe appeared in Radiant City, and Radiant City repelled the magic scythe for the first time in human history. Yilan was slightly startled, and countless pieces of information converged in his mind. Twilight God Cult should be the name of the church force in the wasteland. They have the ability to repel the magic scythe. From Mind Cat's nervousness, it seems they possess abilities targeting the abnormality. Radiant City, the largest human city in the wasteland currently, they have the ability to repel the magic scythe. From what he currently understands, they possess the ability of gene enhancement. The magic scythe's power comes from the abnormality, so its status is lower than the abnormalities. It's just something that can't be considered an abnormality. For no reason, Yilan felt a little relieved. What is there to fear from something inferior to the abnormality? I am the abnormality. What the hell are you all standing around for? Load up. The giant magic scythe was already flapping its wings and charging over. Yilan roared, rushed to the heavy machine gun position, and at another machine gun position with less than half a magazine left, he completed the activation of the Gatling gun at the fastest speed. Red light flashed over it, and Yilan aimed at the charging magic scythe, pulling the trigger. The huge gun barrel unleashed terrifying firepower, all of it directed at the charging magic scythe. Hiss. To everyone's shock, the magic scythe actually let out a painful hiss. It's injured. It was actually injured by ordinary weapons. Hero. Countless people forgot that they should be shooting now, looking at Yilan with a mix of fanaticism and shock. That figure, at the very front, meeting the monster's charge with his gun barrel. They also thought of it. Radiant City had developed gene enhancement technology and repelled the magic scythe for the first time in history. And Yilan claimed to be from Radiant City. Looking at the opponent, Yilan also breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, it wasn't that the gun became stronger, but that the gun had been activated by him, and now possessed the two abilities of autofire and weakness detection. His guess was correct. Even with its so-called invulnerability, this thing had a weakness. Roar! The magic scythe let out an angry roar, its emerald green triangular eyes looking at Yilan, flickering. With a flex of its iron limbs, it leaped dozens of meters high while charging forward. It directly got into Yilan's blind spot for shooting, then leaped over the entire defense line, over the town gate, and charged towards the center of the town. That direction. At this moment, the town chief lost his voice for the first time. Mosquito Restaurant. The Bell of Chaos. At that moment, countless people screamed in terror, their voices tearing through the air. Wife. Child. No. Get back here, you bug. Your opponent is right here. I'll fight you to the death, ah. Countless voices filled with despair and heart-wrenching agony echoed through the area. Their voices were hoarse, their faces contorted in pain. Yilan gently put down the machine gun and pursed his lips. For him, now was not a good time to provoke such a monster. Thanks to the damage he had inflicted earlier, the creature should not seek trouble and would not return to this heavy machine gun position. This place was temporarily safe. But he felt a pang of softness, even though he knew that everything now might be an illusion, originating from an anomalous illusionary realm. Even though he knew he didn't have sufficient confidence to deal with such an opponent at this stage. He could be decisive, like with the guy who robbed him earlier, he felt no psychological discomfort in that instance. But decisiveness is not the same as conscience and empathy. At least, for these people who had shown him kindness, he couldn't bear to see their despair and sorrow at the imminent loss of their families. I don't want to be a hero. Yilan murmured softly. Suddenly, he somehow thought of the mind cat. Yilan also wanted to be a slacker. He often joked about the little cat. You go, or I go? But when you happen to be the only one with such power, if you don't go, who will? A rifle, 10 magazines, car keys. Yilan's calm voice drew everyone's gaze, instantly reminding many of his divine power from moments ago. He could injure the magic scythe. In an instant, the crowd became enthusiastic, gathering around him with a mix of fanaticism, madness, or the desperate hope of grasping a last straw. Take mine. This gun of mine is good quality, it's never jammed. Please. You must save my wife and children. Hero. Thank you. If anything happens to you, I'll be the first to accompany you on the Yellow Springs Road. Had ha. Yilan chuckled softly, looking at the restaurant owner, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Then, he asked the most direct and boldest question since he had woken up. Is there any anomaly available? No one would have expected Yilan to ask such a question, and no one understood how Yilan could ask such a question. How could our little town have an anomaly? If we had an anomaly here, would this monstrous thing dare to cause trouble? The restaurant owner stared at Yilan, unable to discern his expression for a moment. Anomaly. So you really came for it, outsider? But at this point, what does it matter? Yaman. The restaurant owner finally made up his mind and roared. Give him the chaos bell. Yilan's expression remained calm, but his heart suddenly skipped a beat. There really is an anomaly. This small town really has an anomaly. And this restaurant owner is not simple, he knows about this anomaly. Is this good deeds being rewarded? He had finally obtained a concrete clue about an anomaly for the first time. Restaurant owner, are you sure? Surprisingly, Yaman also seemed to know something, appearing extremely hesitant. Stop your damn nonsense. Hurry. Taking a deep breath, Yaman solemnly handed the revolver into Yilan's hand. As soon as he held it, Yilan felt something unusual about it. This gun was struggling. A massive revolver body, with eerie mist flowing from its muzzle, and a fine orange-red striped pattern running along its barrel. None of us can use this gun. The restaurant owner didn't say how he encountered this anomaly, nor why he knew these things. Yilan just felt a little regretful. Mindcat hadn't told him how to contain anomalies yet. Of course, using and containing should be two different things. Noticing the Chaos Bell's reaction in Yilan's hand, the restaurant owner's gaze sharpened slightly, then quickly returned to calm as he spoke. Current known information, it is defined as an evil anomaly by the Twilight God cult. I don't know why, you need to be careful. Known characteristics, 1. Prankster. It will always make you hit the target it finds amusing. Known characteristics 2. Once the 6th bullet hits, no matter what it is, it will certainly die. Known characteristics 3. You must aim at the target, and all 6 consecutive bullets must be aimed at the same target to trigger the effect of characteristic 2. In other words, if you miss, it's useless. Yilan's eyes lit up slightly. What a good item! As for what an evil anomaly is, I'm 001. Without making any promises, Yilan inserted the key into the motorcycle, sat in the driver's seat, started the engine, and twisted the throttle. He sped towards the Mosquito restaurant at full speed. Under the lightning-fast speed, Yilan gripped the throttle with one hand, gently caressing the revolver with the other. Activation. But then, Yilan's expression suddenly changed. For the first time, activation failed. In previous activations, the red light would flash along his gaze from one side and disappear to the other. But this time, it flashed halfway, as if encountering an insurmountable obstacle, and bounced back. Anomalies can't be activated? No, that's not right. According to Mindcat, the night house was activated by me. So the reason is willingness or unwillingness? Clang. His vision suddenly cleared, and Yilan slammed on the brakes, jumping off the motorcycle. He was back at the Mosquito restaurant once again. Boom! Blinding fire and thick smoke erupted in the sky. The magic scythe hovered directly above the Mosquito restaurant, emitting a rolling cloud of smoke, seemingly having its charge impeded. This scene. He could probably guess it was hit by an RPG from the Mosquito restaurant owner. Although it didn't cause damage, the impact certainly could make it pause. Without any superfluous words, Yilan aimed at it and fired the first shot. Bang! The enormous recoil nearly shattered the web of his hand. The gun's report was like a mighty bell, reminding Yilan of a phrase. The bell tolls for thee. Boom! Despite aiming at the sky, the bullet arced gracefully, whistling past and instantly blasting open the Mosquito restaurant's main door. It accomplished something the magic scythe hadn't yet. Holy cow! It was then that Yilan realized how tricky this thing was. No matter how accurately you aim, you simply don't know what it will hit. Hiss! This sound startled the magic scythe. It saw Yilan, who was hot on its heels, and its triangular eyes flickered. Whether it was afraid of Yilan or the handgun, it hesitated for a moment and then actually fled backward. Where are you going? Yilan was anxious, not forgetting that this gun had to be aimed at the target to fire, otherwise, the sixth shot's fatal effect wouldn't be triggered. Boom! Yilan jumped back onto the motorcycle, twisted the throttle, and pursued relentlessly. Thus, the two, one chasing and one fleeing, pursued each other all the way to the center of Sewage Town. That iconic, and different from Yilan's memory. Large ditch. Bang bang bang. With an unobstructed view, Yilan fired continuously, unleashing 3 more shots. Boom! The 3 bullets indeed missed their target, instead all hitting the only tall building by the ditch in Sewage Town, at different, seemingly unrelated locations. That year at this time. What does this mean? Yilan didn't forget that the chaos gun had the characteristic of prank and would hit things it found interesting. But what was interesting about this building? According to his understanding, this building was already empty, no one lived there at all, and the current population and scale of the town didn't allow it to function as an office building or commercial building. But the chaos gun couldn't possibly give up such a valuable shooting opportunity. What exactly did it hit? Bang! The magic scythe darted up and down in the sky, but aside from that building, it was too vast here. Finally, Yilan found an opportunity, and the 5th shot roared out towards it. The bullet once again plunged into the tall building, and Yilan simply stopped agonizing over it. 6 bullets, 5 already hit, it was time for this to end. You can finally die. Yilan raised his revolver and aimed at the magic scythe. No matter what, this shot was bound to hit. Then, he could say goodbye to this thing. Initially, he hadn't planned this, but he ultimately became a hero. But just as the crosshairs were perfectly aligned with the target, Yilan suddenly seemed to understand something. 4 bullets shot into the tall building that would be completely gone from Sewage Town decades later. The bridge, the sewage. He finally understood the fun in those 4 penetrating bullets, powerful as small bombs, hitting this building. 4 bullets, capable of completely penetrating this building, struck critical structural points at 4 different locations in the tall building. And the penetration at these 4 points had destroyed the balance of its entire structure. In other words, this building was already on the verge of collapse. It was fine if you didn't touch it, but once you did. And the magic site was now directly above this building, with no retreat possible. In the next second, it would dive towards him. Perhaps it hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the situation. Instead, Yilan's 5 consecutive misses had given it the confidence of this person. Is nothing special, I can counterkill, and now was the moment to strike back. The arrow was on the string, it had to be fired. If he was going to act, it had to be now. This was its prank, the 6th bullet. Bang! The revolver let out a piercing roar, finally hitting the magic side's body. The giant mantis-like monster let out a screeching wail, its body splattering with filthy, disgusting fluid that covered all the surrounding ground. Covering the still not too filthy ditch. Rumble! Its enormous body fell from the sky, crashing into the towering building. The building was already on the verge of shattering, and with the impact of its corpse, it crumbled like paper, turning into countless fragments that scattered and collapsed. Boom! The roaring building toppled its entire body into the ditch, directly smashing through the bridge. Rumble! The bridge collapsed, and along with the ruins of the building, it all disappeared into the murky green water. All of this ceased to be from then on. Day. Countless hurried footsteps sounded as the mayor finally arrived with the others. Yilan was still somewhat dazed. This scene unfolding before his eyes was, after all, quite shocking. It was as if he had witnessed the birth of history. Holy cow! The people of Sewage Town looked at the scene before them, completely stunned. Is this something a human can do? They arrived a step late, only able to see the strong magic scythe fall from the sky, and then everything was destroyed. Only, by the ditch, an invincible, lonely figure remained, like a man watching an explosion. It looked like the scene of Godzilla vs. King Kong. It's pretty much the same, your energy isn't weaker than a giant beast. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Bubbles rose in the ditch, and Yilan's pupils contracted. A power that made him feel terrified was emanating from the water. A whirlpool formed in the ditch, leaving a hollow center that spun deeply downwards, bottomless. One might have thought it wasn't a ditch but an ocean. Trench. It flowed rapidly, and all the debris and fragments floating on the entire ditch were swallowed into it. Except for the murky green water and the lingering float, everything else was gone without a trace. As if nothing had ever happened. This was different. The so-called magic scythe only caused him palpitation, but from beginning to end, he never had any transcendent fear of it. He was even hunting it. But beneath this ditch, it brought him an indescribable sense of danger. He couldn't beat it now. What the hell, is this again? For a moment, Yi Lan's composure was somewhat shattered. What kind of poison do you Sewage Town people have? How many more monsters are there? Why is a beginner village so difficult for him to clear? Little brother. You are truly amazing. The mayor rushed to Yi Lan's side, ruining his magnificent background of being the sole MVP. I'm going to take a picture of your heroic and hang it here. No. Hang it in the mayor's office, hang it in the mosquito restaurant, for all eternity. Yi Lan's mouth twitched, the serious atmosphere that had just formed was severely disrupted. That's really not necessary. Please don't let people think the mosquito restaurant's founding is related to me. I really can't afford to lose face. Like that. Yi Lan hesitated for a moment, picked up the chaos bell, and shook it in front of the mayor. This thing. Let's talk about it later, okay? The mayor chuckled, and pushed the revolver with his hand, surprisingly not taking it immediately. This made Yi Lan's eyes narrow unconsciously. The relationship between the mayor and this gun seemed somewhat unfathomable to him. And his original guess of a schemer type also seemed a bit untenable. This is an anomaly. Even if it's very weak, incomparable to himself, to 002003, and even to the Mind Cat. But it is still an anomaly, having just powerfully slain a creature like the magic scythe. However, since the other party acted this way, Yi Lan said nothing more, tucking the chaos bell into his waist. Underneath this ditch. The mayor looked at the ditch, his expression also becoming much more serious. Especially since the poison from the magic scythe's body had already contaminated the water source that Sewage Town relied on for survival. That just now was... I don't know. Yi Lan shook his head. I was going to ask you. The mayor shook his head. I really don't know about this matter. He looked at Yi Lan, with a hint of expectation. Do you want to investigate it? No, Yi Lan decisively refused. You find someone else more capable. He didn't belong here, nor did he belong to the present. For him, the most important thing was to go back. Especially since he strongly suspected that investigating this thing at his current stage would definitely lead to disaster. If he were to investigate, he would first have to rendezvous with the Mind Cat, and then proceed slowly. I see, the mayor nodded, also quite unconcerned. Then let's not worry about it for now, we have a lot of rebuilding to do. He put his arm around Yi Lan, becoming increasingly excited. This building isn't inhabited anyway, and I found it in the way. This place is pretty good now, I have a great idea, want to guess? Normally I really couldn't guess, but now. Yi Lan hesitated, wanting to speak, then stopping, then wanting to speak again, finally slowly opening his mouth. For example, building a hotel on top of it? Mayor. He was stunned, his expression was simply. A kindred spirit, he roared. It's truly a shame we didn't meet sooner. My heavens, how great would it have been if I had met you earlier? After the apocalypse, it wouldn't be Radiant City dominating this wasteland, but our Sewage Town. Yi Lan. Good heavens, you're already planning to build a hotel on this stinking ditch at a time like this? And what could Sewage Town do by dominating this wasteland? Sorry, Yi Lan could only imagine the mosquito restaurant chain spreading across the land. For a moment. After a disgruntled grumble, Yi Lan also felt the relaxation that comes after a major battle. He had fought to his heart's content, truly fought to his heart's content. Since leaving the containment tower, it was the first time he hadn't just been a slacker, but had fully utilized his strength. He had seen and had close contact with an anomaly, and even witnessed the birth of Sewage Town. And with his exceptional performance, he had achieved a nearly flawless, perfect ending. However, there were still many, even more, unclear things. What state was he in now? If, as he suspected, he had entered some anomaly, then how did this event happen back then? He wasn't present when this incident occurred, but Sewage Town survived. That is to say, at that time, someone here must have accomplished this feat. Who could have done it? It's not narcissism, but against such an enemy, who could have won? The only difference between the two was that his power was stronger, thus preserving the women and children here. But in the actual situation back then, the Mosquito Restaurant was probably wiped out. That's why when he arrived in Sewage Town decades later, the population there was so sparse. But there were still questions. What was the Chaos Roulette, and what was its connection to this Chaos Gun? Just thinking about this revolver made Yilan furious. Still playing dead? Fine. Just wait until I go back and meet up with my little kitten, then we'll see what I do to you. Whether it was a trick of the mind or not, Yilan felt the chaos gun in his hand tremble. But just as he was about to do something more, the mayor suddenly embraced him. Come on. No, I want a picture too. I absolutely must be in the frame with you. After escaping death, the area below also became lively. I want to come too. Count me in. I also made a great contribution. Yaman also joined in. I want a picture too. You take a picture of what? Never mind. Damn it. The mayor cursed, then waved his hand. Only 10 spots. Any more and you'll block the view, hurry up. Yilan was once again surrounded by people. Yilan and the mayor stood in the very center, flanked by a row of scarred first-generation Sewage Town pioneers. As the distant photographer's camera pointed at him, Yilan forced a smile, then suddenly started in surprise. This positioning. Aside from himself not being there, wasn't it the same positioning as the painting of Sewage Town he had seen? Click. The camera's flash flickered, and Yilan's vision plunged into pure white. Then, complete darkness. An old dream. Ah! Yilan let out a cry of surprise, suddenly sat up, and opened his eyes, as if waking from a nightmare. The somewhat decayed ceiling, a dim environment, and a few candlelights. His own room. He was back. What's wrong, meow? Mind Cat lightly leaped onto Yilan's front. It didn't need to sleep, but Yilan's sudden waking up in the middle of the night from a dream startled the cat a bit. From its perspective, Yilan had suddenly cried out without warning, then sat straight up. Sure enough, was I dragged somewhere by an anomaly? Yilan knew what was going on, but before he could speak, the radio by the bed suddenly started playing music again. Long knew it was just an old dream. Wow, don't sigh that the heart is cold as water while winter passes, spring returns, flowers bloom again. Snap. Skillfully flicking off its switch, Yilan sat up straight. Outside the window, the sky was already showing faint light. Is it almost morning? Before he could think further, Yilan suddenly remembered something else and reached for his waist. The chaos bell was gone. As expected, it can't be brought out? He had already thought of that. He wasn't even in the real world at the time, and that anomaly might not even have been the anomaly's true form, but some kind of replicated item. That thought was truly terrifying. In an anomalous space, one could actually meet and communicate with another anomaly? Wait, considering that he himself seemed to be an anomaly, it became even more absurd. Meow. The little cat was a bit confused. The little cat didn't quite know what was happening. Little cat, what's the situation next door? Just now, was there any anomaly last night? Mind Cat decisively shook its head. No meow, they're all sleeping. Snap. A faint light came from outside the curtains. 402 had turned on its light. Yilan silently looked at Mind Cat. This is what you call sleeping? Mind Cat's expression immediately became very aggrieved. It really felt like they were sleeping just now. Never mind, it probably has nothing to do with them. I need to tell you something. Just now. Over 10 minutes later, Yilan finally, as concisely as possible, told it what had happened inside. Mindcat listened, if not with continuous flashes of brilliance, then at least with extreme shock. Sewage town from decades ago, meow? Magic scythe, meow? The mayor back then grasped the anomaly to a certain extent, meow? You saw how Sewage town became like this, meow? There's something powerful underwater, meow? You used the chaos bell, meow? Mindcat excitedly rubbed its paws together. As expected of 001. Even sleeping can lead to such exciting things, meow. Yilan. You can praise anything, can't you? Never mind that. Do you know where I actually went? This was Yilan's biggest question at the moment. Mindcat nodded, then shook its head. It can now be confirmed that you were affected by an anomaly, meow, and it can basically be locked down to that photo frame, meow. But I don't know how it did it. However, I am very certain and need to tell you something. Mindcat's next sentence completely astonished Yilan. I know the Chaos Bell. It was a member of our containment tower back then. Holy crap! Mindcat knew it. Immediately, Mindcat began to speak. Meow. To be honest, I hadn't expected it to be that. After all, Chaos Roulette sounds somewhat similar to it, but many situations are not the same. Now it seems, even if Chaos Roulette isn't it, there must be a connection between the two. Immediately, Yilan asked curiously. What kind of person, what kind of anomaly is it? Mindcat thought for a moment and said. Meow. Very reclusive? Doesn't really like to communicate with us, and likes to play pranks. Of course, it had a very unpleasant time in the containment tower, because we were all stronger than it, so it couldn't play pranks. Its only joy was occasionally, when our attention on it was weak, to scare those researchers, hee meow. Sounds quite miserable. It's clearly such a powerful anomaly. The sixth shot, instant kill. When I held it, I could feel it struggling. Is this a sign of malice towards me? Hearing Yilan ask this, Mindcat couldn't help but look at him twice, wanting to speak but hesitating. Are you sure it was struggling, and not fear? Yilan. Afraid of me? What is there to be afraid of about me? Meow. You recall if you could use it. If it truly resisted and fought back with all its might, then before successful containment, it would be very difficult for you to use its power. Yilan recalled and found that, aside from his failed attempt at activation, the Chaos Bell was truly as easy to command as an arm. He had even carried it to chase and kill a magic scythe. So it can communicate? Yilan asked curiously. Just like you? Mindcat shook its head. How could that be, meow? It's at most conscious, but aside from anomalies with numbers within the first 300, most do not possess the ability to communicate. First 300. So what's your number? 299, just barely passed, okay? What are you so proud of? What's its number? 312, Chaos Bell. Mindcat answered with certainty. 312, huh? It's a dozen or so places behind Mindcat. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but ask. So, after this incident, will it have already noticed my existence, and react and avoid me? Mindcat thought for a moment, then shook its head. Meow. To be honest, I don't think what you saw was its true form, but it replicated by another anomaly. Therefore, unless there's a connection between the two anomalies, it shouldn't have memories of this experience. That's good. He could still plan slowly. After all, according to what happened during that time, he inferred that the Chaos Bell should have ended up in Yaman's hands. So as long as he continued to follow the Arthur lead, he should be able to get clues about the Chaos Bell. However, what exactly the Chaos Roulette was also needed to be paid close attention to. And why the mayor at that time understood the Chaos Bell, and how he obtained the Chaos Bell, these very likely were the threads connecting the current strangeness of Sewage Town and the Chaos Roulette. He had also heard Arthur and the townspeople mention the ritual before. What was that? There's one more thing. Yi Lan recalled and said. The mayor at that time once said that the Twilight God cult defined the Chaos Bell as an evil anomaly. Does this indicate anything? Mine Cat spread its paws. I don't know that, meow. Maybe it really did bad things, so it was categorized into that section, or maybe that Twilight God cult is an evil cult, so what it calls an evil anomaly is actually a good anomaly. Yi Lan lightly nodded. Indeed, he didn't even know what the Twilight God cult was or what they were doing right now, so discussing this question was certainly beyond his scope. Speaking of which, he wondered which cult the force living next door belonged to. Would it be this Twilight God cult? Why aren't they coming out yet? So impatient. Now then. I think we can start recording them ahead of time. This is necessary preliminary work for future containment, meow. Mine Cat waved its paw. The shift in identity from being contained to being a container clearly made it less calm than it appeared. Very happy. This is a crucial step in containment, meow. Yi Lan's heart stirred. Was this little cat finally going to tell him how to contain these things? It seemed that although the other party didn't show it, his adventure in another realm this time had actually impacted it too. Yi Lan found a pen and paper from the drawer and capped the pen. Alright, he seemed to be trending towards becoming one of those crazy people too. You record what I tell you, meow. An abnormal new version. Get your pen and paper ready, the Mind Cat began. Number 312, Chaos Bell. Form, solid existence, revolver shape. Personality, mischievous, manipulative. Trait 1, the first 5 bullets will definitely hit their intended target. Once the 6th bullet hits, most lifeforms, including anomalies, are guaranteed to die, except for anomalies with numbers in the top 100 or those with restraining abilities. Trait 2, Trait 1 only takes effect if 6 consecutive bullets are aimed at the same target. Trait 3. I don't know why you left it blank, meow. Preferences, lubrication, room temperature, interesting individuals. Form of existence, low self-mobility, humans are the optimal symbiotic individuals. Containment method. After deciphering this anomalous phenomenon, use a containment facility to capture it. This anomalous phenomenon is currently unknown. Unknown? Yi Lan's frantic scribbling stopped, and he looked at the Mind Cat with a "you've got to be kidding me" expression. Yes, meow. I don't know what its anomalous phenomenon is. But what you're saying. I still don't know how to contain it, do I? It's like this, meow. You can understand an anomalous phenomenon as an environment created by the anomaly's most proficient ability. Once you decipher its best ability, it loses its defensive capabilities, and only then can you directly face its true form. It paused, then made a very surprising speculation. I suspect you have already successfully deciphered the anomalous phenomenon of that photo frame anomaly, but you haven't seen its true form yet and missed the opportunity to make contact, which is why you haven't reached the containment step. Instantly, that memory resurfaced in his mind. The starting point, he was sucked into the time and place of the photo inside the photo frame anomaly. At the end of the incident, he recreated the scene in the photo. That final, group photo. So, this counts as the most crucial step in the containment process, deciphering the anomalous phenomenon? Lost in thought, Yi Lan's expression suddenly changed, and the Mind Cat also seemed to realize something. It jumped to the ground, scurried a few steps to the corner, to the place where Yi Lan had piled up miscellaneous items. Yi Lan's heart also tightened slightly as he moved closer, picking up the photo frame that had been discarded in the corner. I'm sure you were affected by it, but I didn't feel any anomalous reaction from it tonight, meow. Yi Lan nodded gently, picking it up to look. On it was still that grayscale photo. The difference was, he could now recognize every person in it. I was standing right here. Yi Lan pointed to the very center, and the Mind Cat, being very considerate, leaned in to look and gave an approving meow. It's the center position, meow. Yi-lan. Is that what I meant to say? But in fact, I'm not on this. This means everything I experienced never happened. The mayor, Yaman, the owner of the mosquito restaurant, and all those vibrant townsfolk. To say this is fake, it's hard to believe. That's how anomalous abilities are, meow, the mind cat said. Is that so? Why do I feel like I'm not that outlandish at all? Am I really a fake anomaly? Perhaps knowing what Yi-lan was thinking, the mind cat spoke softly. Is it really not outlandish how you were single-handedly chasing a magic scythe, howling and running, in there? Yi-lan. If you put it that way, it does seem a bit outlandish. Then, my final expulsion can actually be understood as its refusal and resistance. The mind cat nodded. Exactly, meow. It rubbed its paws together. Newly born anomalies are unruly. When we find it next time, we must discipline it well, meow. Yi-lan nodded. Of course, his desire to discipline this photo frame was not higher than his desire to discipline that chaos bell. Let's first make a simple record of what we know about it. With the mind cat's assistance, Yi-lan quickly set aside another page for it. When it came to the anomaly number, Yi-lan paused slightly. How do we number it? The mind cat thought for a moment, then said with some excitement. Let's start a new numbering system for these new anomalies. After all, the old anomaly numbers are full, and it's not easy to insert them. If the number is too far back, it won't match its power level. Yi-lan nodded, pondered for a moment, and wrote a title on the blank page. New anomalies. Anomaly number new 301. After all, Yi-lan had personally experienced it. No matter how bizarre this photo frame was, it couldn't compare to the 003 level existence in the sky, and it was only a 50-50 match compared to the mind cat. A ranking between 300 and 400 was already considered quite high. Ability unknown, suspected of drawing people into the world of the photo within the frame. Known trait 1, can perfectly and realistically restore everything in the photo. Known trait 2, can enter the world within the photo. Known trait 3, only photos hung in this frame have this effect. Hanging other photos will trigger new scene worlds, suspected. Known preferences, hanging valuable photos, and hanging them in places where many people can see them. Suspected. Containment method: enter the photo, restore the final scene, then capture with containment equipment. Containment suggestion, to be carried out by personnel whose combat style does not heavily rely on external objects. Putting down his pen, Yi-lan paused. That thing under the ditch, do you have any guesses? The mind cat didn't speak, standing by the window and looking out. The murky green ditch appeared even more polluted in front of the gradually appearing dawn. I didn't feel anything different, meow. But I do have some ideas. The mind cat gazed at the calm water and continued. The first possibility is that the thing has already been dealt with, which is why it can't be felt at all now. After all, several decades have passed. Yi-lan nodded. After all, everyone had seen that scene. As long as the mayor wasn't completely brain-dead, he would definitely try to solve it later. If he couldn't solve it himself, he would hire someone. Find Radiant City, find the church, there would always be someone in this world who could at least figure out what that thing was. The second possibility is that it's too strong, far beyond my perception range. The mind cat paused. But I don't think that's possible. That level would at least have to be 003 level, and here. This is just a damn rookie village. The third possibility. It has already been controlled, in a containment-like manner. This possibility was what worried Yi-lan the most. That meant there was at least one faction hidden in this place, watching every move here. Including himself, who was slowly trying to make contact with anomalies. Of course, there's another possibility. That thing was just created by the photo frame anomaly, and it doesn't actually exist. Yi-lan mentally completed the sentence it hadn't finished. Except this possibility is so low it seems to exist only to provide an extra option. Taking a deep breath, Yilan temporarily pushed it to the back of his mind. Then let's temporarily ignore this until we get more related clues. The immediate priority now is to contain the first anomaly and temporarily solve the hunger problem. After a pause, Yilan spoke again. And, if this problem can't be solved quickly, I need to find a way to earn next week's rent, ensure food supply, and ammunition replenishment. Well, one moment he was discussing such a grand topic, and the next it turned into the awkward competition and the rent he faced. He ran through his thoughts, and it was actually good news. The Mine Cat said his hunger problem would only erupt in 3 days at the earliest, and 7 days at the latest. He didn't want to drag it out to the 7th day and would try his best to solve this problem within 3 days. And today was only the 2nd day, and he had already obtained relatively specific clues about 2 anomalies. Next were 2 things, closely following Arthur's lead, finding the true form of the Chaos Bell and the mystery of the Chaos Roulette, and going to the Mosquito Restaurant again to confirm the status of that photo frame. Speaking of the Mosquito Restaurant, Yilan gently raised his head. Faint sunlight was already streaming into the room. It's time for breakfast. A glimpse. Let's go, time for breakfast. The Mine Cat was startled, its eyes filled with worry. Are you hungry? Yilan paused, then shook his head helplessly. Not that kind of hungry, don't panic. Yilan thought for a moment, then returned to the radio. If someone sneaked into our room, you should have a way to notify us when we return, right? For the first time, the radio actively responded to Yilan's summons, immediately letting out a generous sound. I wish to become the angel you love in a fairy tale. Whoa whoa, open my arms, turn into wings to protect you. Whoa whoa, you must believe. Snap. Yilan pressed the radio switch. Keep it low key. Just stay put. Even if someone really comes in, prioritize hiding yourself, understand? Perhaps because it was his own creation, Yilan always understood it particularly well. It not only agreed but also seemed to express a desire to guard the home. Absolutely unnecessary. Tucking the Mine Cat into his pocket, he pushed open the door, locked it from the inside, paused briefly in front of room 402, and continued down the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, the hotel owner heard the sound of footsteps descending and casually looked over. When he saw Yilan, he suddenly sat up straight. Then, he called out to Yilan. Ah, honored guest. Yilan frowned slightly, wondering why he was stopping him for no reason. However, Yilan did stop. In this situation, he had to listen to what the other party had to say. Honored guest, will you be extending your stay next week? Huh? Isn't this only the first day? I don't know yet. Why? The hotel owner chuckled. Then you'd better make a decision quickly. Our hotel operates on a reservation basis, and rooms are currently in high demand. Your room is the only one left for next week's reservations. Yilan understood. If he didn't confirm his extended stay for next week, his room would be reserved by someone else. So, you see, would you like to reserve your room for next week's extended stay? Yilan took a deep breath, grinding his teeth softly. If I reserve, I have to pay now? The hotel owner nodded with a beaming smile. Exactly. But the prepayment only requires half up front. That's 10 missed blue coins, which is both cost-effective and reassuring. Yilan. You're a damn rip-off hotel. How can this be? I just checked in today, and you're forcing me to pay for next week in advance? Yilan was truly unwilling to spend this money. After all, he didn't know how long he would stay in this place, and the money for next week might be wasted. But if you don't reserve, what if you don't finish your business this week? Wouldn't that double the trouble? This is truly infuriating. Did the 2 guests next to me also reserve for next week? Yilan suddenly felt something was off. And room 404, isn't it still unoccupied? He looked at the shady owner of this shady hotel with suspicion. Aren't you doing some kind of scarcity marketing, are you? The 2 guests next to you have both reserved for an extended stay, paying for a whole month in advance, the hotel owner explained earnestly, with a look that said, I'm not trying to trick you. And room 404 has already been reserved. The guest will probably check in tonight and has also paid for next week in advance. In other words, you need to raise your awareness too. Next week, the only top-tier suite available in the entire sewage town will be yours. Damn it! Yilan couldn't help but curse inwardly. What kind of rich people are these? Staying in this shabby, broken-down hotel for months at a time? No, who else is coming? Isn't Sewage Town lively enough already? Yilan sighed, pulled 10 mist blue coins from his pocket, counted them slowly, and pushed them onto the counter. Good news, prepayment only required half upfront, otherwise his remaining money wouldn't even be enough to secure his room for next week. Bad news, this was an unforeseen expense that made his already precarious money bag even worse. He had obtained a total of 37 mist blue coins from that raider, and now, without having done anything yet, just renting a room had already consumed 30. His currently usable resources were only 7 mist blue coins. 7 mist blue coins, and then breakfast later. Suddenly, Yilan felt how wonderful the mosquito restaurant being permanently free, as suggested by the town chief, truly was. Thinking this, Yilan walked all the way to the mosquito restaurant. This time, it was still early, and he had learned his lesson, studying the route and finding a wide main road. Although even if he took a small alley, or even if he were robbed again, it wouldn't be that dangerous. Yilan could indeed be more confident now, after all, not long ago, he had just eliminated the magic scythe. Creak. Pushing open the somewhat aged door of the mosquito restaurant, Yilan's expression was slightly odd. He recalled the scene where he held the chaos bell and shattered this very door with the first shot. Friendly fire first. Oh, you're here. The owner saw him, first paused, his initial thought likely being why is this one still in Sewage Town, then a warm smile spread across his face. Did you enjoy the flavor? Do you want to try a new flavor today? Enjoyed your sister. Isn't it because I have no other choice? After a couple of complaints, Yilan tossed 2 mist blue coins onto the counter. 1 bowl of plain noodles without any insect juice or black devil chili, and 1 sewage special brew without insect liquid. Looking at the coins on the counter, the restaurant owner was startled. No need. I can give you a discount. Take it. Yilan didn't want to owe this favor. I'll be staying in this town for a while and will come here every day. Can you afford it? A long time? Calculating at 2 mist blue coins per meal, 3 meals a day, if he were to stay here for a week, that would be 42 mist blue coins. This was already a very substantial income. After a moment of hesitation, the owner took back the 2 mist blue coins from the counter. All right. But since you've been kind to me, I'll increase the portion for you every time. Yilan nodded. He had nothing more to refuse there. When you take from others, your hands are soft, when you eat from others, your mouth is short. He hadn't performed such an indelible feat as he had last night, so eating for free every day would indeed incur a debt of gratitude. Absolutely unnecessary. At least until he figured out what the chaos roulette was and why this owner had invited him to participate in it at the time, his reservations about him had not been dispelled. He didn't want to get too close. The owner went to cook, and Yilan surveyed his surroundings, walking to the seat he had occupied last time and sitting down. Sewage Town is very likely a gathering place for various forces, a mixed bag of good and bad, and who knows where they are all watching these things. From unseen places. Every move he made should be more cautious. Yilan looked up, the photo frame was still there, which made him feel particularly at ease. But in the next second, he almost lost control of his expression. The photo in this frame. It had changed. Change. Holy crap! For a moment, Yilan's composure was shaken. What did this mean? Why had the photo changed? It must be related to him, but what changes did he bring to it? Little cat, are you watching? Soon, Yilan heard a voice. Meow. I'm watching. Don't panic, I think it's the one that panicked, meow. The mind cat said, expressing its opinion. Last time, you almost perfectly broke its anomaly, and it was so scared it increased the difficulty overnight, meow. Yilan. Little cat, you're quite good at setting the mood. He was scared stiff just now, but your few words not only clearly explained the current situation but also made it a bit humorous. Temporarily stopping communication with the mind cat, Yilan observed the content of the new painting. It was still the iconic large ditch of Sewage Town, the scene was pitch black, and a drizzling rain was falling from the sky. In the ditch was a murky green water surface. In the center of the water was the giant water vortex he had seen before. This time, the image of the vortex was directly hung up? Yilan narrowed his eyes. On the vortex? No, on the water surface of the ditch, there were several small wooden boats sailing towards the vortex's location. Each small wooden boat had 4 people, all wrapped in black robe man. Yilan couldn't see any of them clearly. But he could clearly see the graceful figure alone among all the black robe man on the foremost small wooden boat. That former mayor of Sewage Town. The few small wooden boats swayed precariously, rocking on the seemingly highly toxic water surface, resolutely heading towards the vortex. The heavy rain in the dark night carried faint white flashes of lightning, combined with the murky green water, the black robe man, and the mayor, forming a dark-themed, stunning painting that only a top-tier artist could create. It recorded an epic story. Who are those black robe men? This question irresistibly lingered in Yilan's mind. Now, one thing could indeed be confirmed. After the crisis in Sewage Town that year, the mayor must have invited someone to deal with the problem beneath the ditch. But who was invited, whether the problem was resolved, what exactly was beneath the ditch, and what it was like now, remained completely unknown. Customer. Your noodles are ready. The boss walked with joyful steps, placing a steaming bowl of noodles and a sewage special brew on Yilan's table, his voice filled with confidence and anticipation. I, have come to understand the tastes of you outsiders. Today, through my unique technique, I've upgraded and improved this bowl of noodles, adding precious spices. Please try it. Yilan's expression subtly changed. Please, I beg you, don't improve it, just don't put bugs in it. But after a moment's hesitation, the rich and enticing aroma emanating from the noodle soup, even more so than before, made Yilan unable to resist. Then, try it? Gulp. Yilan took a sip of the soup, and the long-lost deliciousness stimulated his taste buds, as if he had finally eaten something tasty again. It felt like plain water noodles with a soup base, instantly incredibly fragrant and rich, like 2 different foods. After one bite, Yilan felt completely comfortable. It's good. Yilan gave a thumbs up, giving his approval. It seems this mosquito restaurant is indeed worthy of being a century-old establishment, it truly has something special. The reason the boss doesn't usually make this kind of thing is likely because the local people have unique tastes or there's a shortage of food, with meat only supplemented by insects. But as long as customers have such a demand, a slight improvement can lead to a completely new and satisfying result. I knew it. Receiving approval from an outsider for the first time ever, the boss also seemed very excited. Then I declare that from now on, it will officially be added to our restaurant's menu. However, to be featured in the signature dish section, it will probably take time to gain more recognition and reputation. Good heavens, it's on the menu? Somewhat puzzled, Yilan asked. The flavor of this seasoning is good, why don't you try adding a little to other dishes? Hearing this, the boss immediately looked troubled. Spices are expensive. They can only be sourced from other cities, and the cost is extremely high. Our local people don't eat them at all. I've already had to raise the price of this secret vegetarian noodle dish to 4 mist blue coin because of it. Holy crap, a price increase? Before Yilan could panic, the boss quickly added. Of course, for you, the price won't increase, it will always remain at the cost price of 2 mist blue coin. Yilan had to admit he was relieved, otherwise, this big rip-off place would be completely unaffordable. That's right. There's nothing wrong with selling this stuff for more. Locals can't afford it and don't like it, so its target audience is outsiders who come to Sewage Town. And those who can travel thousands of miles to get here are mostly from major powers or at least have some financial means, so what's a mere 4 missed blue coin to them? Quietly lowering his head and slurping a few mouthfuls of noodles, Yilan asked casually. How did the photo in this frame change? Asking this question was already a somewhat risky probe, and Yilan was prepared for the boss to react negatively or become hostile. But unexpectedly, the restaurant boss only paused slightly. He paused. Changed what? It's been hanging here for decades. Yilan's pupils constricted, feeling that things were heading in a terrifying direction. Didn't you personally tell me yesterday that it was a portrait of Sewage Town's first pioneers? How could you change your story so naturally after just one day? Is that so? Yilan lowered his head, eating his noodles, his face filled with endless worry and complexity. What's on it? Hearing this, the restaurant boss showed a look of anticipation. That truly is an epic story. His expression showed longing. That year, Sewage Town suffered a great change. The mayor bravely led the way, bringing powerful human reinforcements from who knows where in the wasteland, marching valiantly and spiritedly into the center of the vortex, saving Sewage Town. Yilan narrowed his eyes. Powerful human reinforcements, so he did bring people here? What's in there? How would I know? The restaurant boss retorted. I only know that since then, the people of Sewage Town have lived at least a little better than before. Yilan was not surprised by this answer. After all, if something stronger than oneself could be known by so many people, that would be problematic instead. However, he still asked one more question. So, the problem inside was solved? The restaurant boss stared intently at Yilan with a very eerie gaze, his voice low and drawn out. What do you think? Can't you tell? Unexpected encounter. For a moment, Yilan was truly startled. It was as if he had suddenly become a different person, transforming into a ravenous monster. But in the blink of an eye, the boss blinked again, as if his mind had regained clarity. What did you just ask me? Yilan's expression was grave, and he felt a bit conflicted. What was going on? Did he genuinely not know anything just now, as if he had been possessed, or was he feigning ignorance now to test him? Testing his intentions? Creak. Before Yilan could respond, someone suddenly pushed open the restaurant door. Oh, we have customers. The boss immediately took the menu over, and Yilan also breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it! Something was definitely wrong, very wrong. What was with the boss's final reaction? And most importantly, this photo. Mind Cat. Are you there? I am. Big brother. Quietly adjusting his position to avoid the sight of others, Yilan spoke. You saw it, right? Mind Cat's expression was also somewhat solemn. If this human isn't acting, it can only mean one thing. Its breathing was a little quick. Cognitive alteration. So-called cognitive alteration was somewhat similar to memory modification. It meant changing certain things in the original memory into something else, and affecting everyone. If there wasn't an unaffected person to break the logical loop, then no one would discover anything amiss. Its power lay in making everyone, or even a local group of people, unknowingly fall victim at the same time. This photo frame is that powerful? Yilan was truly a bit shocked. Cognitive alteration was truly a core ability in any system, running through the core elements of most supernatural abilities. In a novel, this scene would most likely have been vividly depicted by the author to create a terrifying scenario. It shouldn't possess such an ability, or be able to achieve such an effect, meow. Mind Cat articulated its analysis. We cannot rule out that the cognitive alteration originated from the powerful, seemingly anomalous existence within the Sewage Town, and because the photo frame chose its image, it passively emitted cognitive alteration. Yilan nodded slightly, It sounded a bit convoluted, but it should be very close to the truth. The photo frame had a different picture, and that picture contained a powerful anomaly, and the anomaly's ability was thus emitted through it. What a mess! This sewage town is absolutely ridiculous. Without the boss nearby, and probably because he could understand what had happened and could continue to view the situation without too much panic, Yilan couldn't help but observe the new photo in the frame. Clues were often hidden within it. Robe. Robe? Yilan suddenly thought of something. Who would wear robes in the wasteland? Could this be some kind of religious robe, just like his neighbor in 402? Are they involved? But soon, Yilan shook his head again. No, the color schemes of their religious garments are too different. It's very likely not the same church. I only know that there are church forces in this world now, but who said there was only one church force? With countless thoughts, Yilan suddenly noticed a small detail. At the very edge of the photo, amidst the overgrown weeds, a thin, vertically elongated cylindrical object seemed to be revealed. It was like some kind of debris, trash, and mechanical waste, or, to put it more politely Anli, it looked like a suppressor. And it was indeed related. Because it was a gun barrel. Why couldn't anyone else recognize it, and only he could? Because he had seen it. That large, powerful revolver barrel with orange-red stripes in the middle. Chaos Bell. In other words, in the scene recorded in this photo, someone was holding a chaos bell in those bushes. Who was holding the gun? Yaman? Then what was he doing? Aiming? Aiming at whom? Analyzing the gun line from the angle, it didn't seem to be aimed at a specific person, but rather everyone who was traveling by boat to the center of the whirlpool. Did the town have an internal conflict at that time? Because of the arrival of this group of people? Click. Just then, the door of the Mosquito restaurant was pushed open again, and accompanied by a faint fragrance completely different from this town. Someone walked in with light footsteps. Yilan glanced at them, then quietly withdrew his gaze from the photo frame, picked up the sewage special brew on the table, and took a sip, like an ordinary customer eating noodles. The people who walked in were from the church faction next door to his room. However, no matter how much Yilan tried to hide and avoid attracting their attention, it was ultimately futile. His attire was inherently out of place in the entire sewage town. Sitting there, he was bound to attract the attention of others. Damn it! Yilan felt the unusual atmosphere and cursed inwardly. Clothes, clothes, clothes. He should change into clothes more suitable for the wasteland. But he couldn't be blamed for this. He had only arrived last night, slept, and now it was morning, and he had just woken up to eat breakfast. And he wasn't sure if his remaining mist blue coins were enough to buy a clean, tidy, and era-appropriate set of clothes. The person dressed in a cream white and wine red religious robe stopped suddenly in the restaurant aisle and silently watched him, giving Yilan a prickling sense of crisis and making cold sweat trickle down his back. Why are you looking at me? Just as Yilan was starting to consider taking some measures, someone suddenly came to his rescue. Oh, you're here? The restaurant boss's tone carried a hint of eagerness even greater than what he showed Yilan. Of course, this eagerness contained a certain exaggeration and pretense. It was like genuine sincerity mixed with simply not daring to offend. Yilan breathed a sigh of relief. Their gaze finally moved away from him. Although he couldn't clearly see the face hidden under the long hood, the clear gaze that was faintly visible seemed to carry a hint of delicate beauty amidst its steadiness. It felt like a woman. With his attention diverted by the boss, the person nodded, but their gaze finally lingered for a moment on the photo frame above Yilan's head. Here's the menu. The boss interrupted her thoughts once again, presenting a re-edit menu. The other person's gaze fell on the menu, and her brows visibly furrowed. This stuff. Edible? At this moment, she truly wanted to turn around and leave, but then she thought of her empty stomach, having not eaten for 2 days. So, she pointed at Yilan. 4 portions of what he ordered. It was a desperate measure. Since she had to eat something today, what this person, who clearly didn't belong to Sewage Town, was eating should be at least a little more reliable. The shop owner was not surprised. In fact, ever since he had developed the new dishes, he had been extremely confident in facing this situation. Alright. 4 portions of fresh fragrant plain noodles at 4 mist blue coins each, 4 portions of sewage special brew at 1 mist blue coin each, for a total of 20 mist blue coins. Holy cow. Although he wasn't paying, Yilan felt a pang of heartache just listening. A meal cost 20 mist blue coins? The person from the church faction also seemed surprised by such a number, with a hint of displeasure in her brows. She felt like she was being ripped off. However, as soon as she thought of the signature dishes listed above, 1000 mosquito silk cake and devil cockroach noodles, she couldn't help but feel a chill throughout her body. If 20 mist blue coins could get the entire team a normal meal, she actually felt it was worth it. As long as it's truly edible. It absolutely is. I guarantee you'll be so enchanted you'll never want to leave, and even your Twilight God cult will make special trips back to Sewage Town just to eat it. He seemed to have heard that somewhere before. When this boss recommended the Black Devil chili to him. Wait a minute. Twilight God cult? Yilan's eyes twitched slightly. It really was them. The ones living next door to him. The girl didn't respond to him, but silently grumbled to herself. Unless I'm crazy. She didn't address the restaurant boss's comments about the food's taste, but instead, as if casually, suddenly asked. Why did the photo in the frame change to something else? Yilan listened and suddenly sat up straighter. Indeed. They had also noticed the unusual nature of this photo frame long ago, and were even here for that reason. He hoped to discern their intentions, and also hoped to hear what different answer they would get by asking the boss. But in the next second, the boss's murmur almost made Yilan flee. How strange. You're the second customer to ask that question today. First contact. Oh my god. Hotel owner, you've really harmed me. Isn't this dangerous? Based on the information currently available in the Mind Cats analysis, the newly hung photo most likely involves cognitive distortion, so anyone who notices its change is probably not a normal person. I'm already under her attention, and if this matter is added, how would I remember? So many guests come and go every day, chatting about everything. I don't even know if he was talking to me. Yilan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't expect the hotel owner to say that. He was clearly helping him conceal it. Why would he help him conceal it? Why would he even know that this matter needed to be concealed? Hotel owner. You're not simple either. The Twilight God cult girl slightly frowned, her gaze subtly sweeping in Yilan's direction. Yilan knew the score. In this situation, the best possible outcome was that he had already entered the other party's observation list. Of course. In a sense, it was quite fair. The other party was also within his primary observation targets. However, to Yilan's surprise, the other party's gaze lingered on him for a moment before moving away, and she found a seat for herself. This action, on the contrary, made Yilan quite confused. What's going on? Aren't my suspicious points obvious enough? Smooth skin, an unknown outsider, sitting under a suspected abnormal photo frame. Yilan originally thought he was pretty much done for, but he never expected such a turn of events. What was the other party? A major power? When encountering such a situation and seeing a suspicious person, shouldn't they, being powerful, just directly overpower them? But perceiving my problem yet not wanting to delve deeper, what did that mean? Were they not as strong as he imagined? Or simply unwilling to create new problems? Yilan remained in his seat, lowering his head to eat the fragrant noodles. The other party also ignored him, sitting there waiting for 4 portions of takeout food to be cooked and packaged. The two of them were like two ordinary diners at separate tables, with no connection, yet a tense atmosphere continuously spread throughout the scene. The most significant change. Yilan's appetite grew increasingly unappetizing. This silence was finally broken by the hotel owner's voice. Customers. Your noodles are ready. The hotel owner's beaming voice came, followed by 4 bowls of specially prepared plain noodles, simply packaged and emanating a rich aroma. Wafts of fragrance filled the air, and even the brows beneath the other parties had seemed to relax. It smelled so good. Customers, next time you want to eat something, just tell the hotel owner. He can contact us, and we will provide delivery service. The person from the cult nodded, turned, and walked towards the restaurant door without looking back. Bang! The door opened and closed, and Yilan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. After a few minutes of silence, Yilan pretended to continue eating his noodles, took a few sips of soup, and only when it was reasonable to assume the other party had completely left, did he quietly send a telepathic message to the Mind Cat. Can you sense their strength? The Mind Cat shook its head. I didn't dare to probe rashly, there was an unusual aura about her. Yi Lan's pupils constricted, and he abruptly sat up straight. She carries an anomaly? What was an anomaly? That was a powerful being on par with him to a certain extent. Not necessarily an anomaly, meow. The Mind Cat shook its head. It's more likely she's carrying an anomalous item. An anomalous item refers to an object that has gained strange abilities due to the influence or bestowal of an anomaly. For example, the radio in his room now, or his activated revolver handgun. For example, Night House. Anomaly and anomalous item, a single word difference, but a world of difference. Of course, they would still be very strong. It inherited the anomaly's abilities, possessing a certain degree of the anomaly's bizarre attacks, and it was not impossible for it to threaten him. If used properly. And meow. The Mind Cat hesitated for a moment, then spoke something that made Yilan very uneasy. I vaguely heard that after she left here and met up with her companions, she mentioned you. They are very likely to take some action. Yilan's heart skipped a beat, feeling trouble and a sense of crisis coming with it. The actions they could take against him were nothing more than 2. Either domineering attack and forced control, or surveillance. The good news was that since they didn't act just now, it mostly ruled out violent attacks on him, but the bad news was that he had definitely been included in their surveillance targets. Trouble. Did he not know if he had a ghost in his heart? Wiping the corners of his mouth, Yilan fell into deep thought. What should he do now? A sudden brush of shoulders disrupted Yilan's rhythm. There were only 2 things he needed to do now. First, to fully contain an anomaly, and he was still in the state of having clues. The easiest to succeed with currently was the Chaos Bell, the revolver handgun he had used in another anomalous scene. But for now, that handgun clearly held special significance for the people of Sewage Town, and beyond this special significance, there were many things he couldn't understand. For example, what was the Chaos Roulette? Why did everyone in this town have such a bizarre connection to it? His biggest clue right now was to track Arthur. Arthur's connection to the Chaos Bell was probably even closer than he suspected, and it was even possible that the Chaos Bell was in his hands. But Arthur patrolled the town all day, so tracking him would yield no benefit and might even lead to being discovered by others. If he wanted to take action, he would have to wait until night. As for eavesdropping on the neighbors, they were clearly going back to eat, so there probably wouldn't be such an opportunity. And investigating this photo frame in the restaurant was even more difficult. On one hand, it was probably not the main body, and within this restaurant, the restaurant owner was very likely to be aware. It would be fine if he just asked, but any unusual movement could very likely trigger a chain reaction throughout Sewage Town. Besides that, this photo frame must have already entered the sights of the cult, and if he made a move first, it would likely become a story of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Moreover, the photo frame was already on alert, setting a new challenge for him. Before he sank into its dream again, he probably wouldn't be able to achieve true containment, only increasing risk and wasting time. Still need to proceed steadily, one step at a time. Yilan murmured, his mind made up, and he carried his bowl and chopsticks back to the counter. Oh, customer, you don't have to bother, I can clean it up myself. The hotel owner seemed flattered, as if he had never seen such a polite customer. However, it was clear that Yi Lan was not being polite, but rather trying to strike up a natural conversation. "You're welcome, thank you for giving me the cost price," Yi Lan said politely, then casually asked, "You seem very respectful of her." At this, the hotel owner's expression became extremely strange. "Commission board. Ah? The Twilight God cult? Their clothing is unique in the entire wasteland. You don't recognize it?" Yi Lan's heart skipped a beat, feeling a mix of speculation and surprise. Twilight God cult. Yi Lan didn't speak. After all, if the other party was truly that distinctive, it would be better to say nothing than to say too much as an obvious, more experienced outsider who didn't know. However, looking at the other party's shocked expression, Yi Lan felt a slight amusement in his heart. "You still have the leisure to make fun of me? Do you know your home is about to be raided? You took their evil anomaly decades ago, and now they're here." Yi Lan vaguely remembered that in the world from decades ago within the photo frame, the town chief had given him a warning when he handed him the Chaos Bell. We don't know the specific dangers, but in the Twilight God cult's internal notes, it is marked as an evil anomaly. It's not out of the question that the Twilight God cult has something more important to do coming to this small place, nor is it out of the question that they are here to crusade against you and retrieve what was lost. Changing the subject, Yi Lan asked, "Boss, is there any place where I can earn some money?" "Earn money?" The restaurant owner looked at Yi Lan in astonishment, muttering to himself. Why does a guy who looks like a small boss ask such low-level questions the moment he opens his mouth? Seeing the owner fall silent, Yi Lan couldn't help but murmur. "No way, if there's no place to earn money, he'll have to pack up and leave next week. There are many jobs that pay, for example, my shop is hiring waiters, 1 missed blue coin per day, includes 1 meal but no accommodation. But I guess you don't need such a small amount of money, do you? 1 missed blue coin a day isn't even enough for 1 meal at the Mosquito restaurant, but calculating it, that's 30 missed blue coins a month. Hiss. That's actually quite a bit of money. According to the known purchasing power of this part of the wasteland, 30 missed blue coins is not a small sum. Based on what the person who robbed him earlier said, 100 missed blue coins would be almost enough for him to travel all the way to Radiant City and settle down. Of course, it wouldn't be enough to buy a house in Radiant City, but it would probably be enough to rent a small single room for a long time. However, for the expenses at Suijin, it was still a drop in the bucket. Yes, Yi Lan affirmed his words. I need to rent long-term on the 4th floor of Suijin. Long-term rent on the 4th floor of Suijin. Even he couldn't help but feel a moment of awe at Yi Lan's financial power and once again linked it to his background. Just as Yi Lan had guessed, no one would rent the 4th floor of Suijin except for major powers coming to Sewage Town for business. Yi Lan's actions once again silently confirmed his identity as someone from a major power. If you think you're strong enough, go look at the bulletin board in front of the town guard. There will be some commissions posted there, and the rewards are uncapped depending on the difficulty. Commissions? Yi Lan was stunned. It certainly sounded like a good place to earn money. However, how much reward could a commission board in a small place offer? Could it really meet his current needs? Don't underestimate that commission board. The commission board belongs to a continent-wide organization called Wasteland Wanderers. Besides local commissions, it also shares some tricky, wasteland-wide commissions. The rewards for those commissions. The owner himself couldn't help but click his tongue as he spoke. Let's put it this way, one successful job is enough for you to buy a villa in the rich district of Radiant City and live comfortably for the rest of your life. At this point, he seemed to have thought of something else, looked at Yi Lan, and shook his head helplessly. I almost forgot, you're from Radiant City, so you probably don't need to do commissions for that purpose. What I mean is, if you need money urgently, that's definitely the place to go. However, such commissions aren't something you can just take on. You can learn the specifics when you get there. Although your current reputation isn't enough to take on such commissions, there are still many high-paying tasks, at least enough for you to stay in. Sewage in for a week or two. Yilan nodded slightly. It was indeed very suitable for his current situation. Not only could he quickly accumulate his first pot of gold, but he could also deepen his understanding of Sewage Town and even the entire current wasteland without arousing any suspicion. Moreover, such actions, even the Twilight God cult, should not find him abnormal. Leaving the Mosquito restaurant, Yilan stood on the town street once again, inevitably feeling a sense of things being different. Town guard. Yilan touched the revolver at his waist, his greatest sense of security in this dangerous era. Buying ammunition was also an urgent matter. Feeling the faint gazes on the street, Yilan couldn't really distinguish whether it was the curiosity of the townspeople or the prying eyes of the Twilight God cult. However, since they currently had no intention of acting or openly opposing him, Yilan was happy to let it be. No conflict, then the next game would simply be tracking and anti-tracking. He wouldn't say he was good at it, but he wasn't too worried either. Following the direction described by the owner, the layout of Sewage Town in his memory gradually matched, and Yilan walked along the wide main road towards it. The autumn wind was bleak, and the streets were withered and yellow. If only I had a means of transportation. Yilan murmured, then gave a bitter smile. Money, money, money. His needs were constantly increasing, but his money was stretched thin. With such a mood, he encountered no setbacks along the way. The sun gradually rose, as if it could dispel the gloom and thick fog of the entire Sewage Town. If he didn't know that the sun in the sky might be his roommate, his mood might have been even more pleasant. Just like that, Yilan passed through several streets and saw a two-story building that gave a strong sense of security. It had the same aged material texture, yet it gave a strange sense of security, and its exterior was well maintained, clean and tidy. In familiar terms, this building was a bit like a police station from before the apocalypse. Standing in front of this building, Yilan knew he had arrived at the town guard of Sewage Town. The only thing he wanted to complain about was, why was it so close to the edge of the town? Did Sewage Town in the apocalyptic wasteland also want to play the noble card of the Son of Heaven guards the nation's gate? Glancing at the vicinity of the outer wall fence, Yilan didn't see the bulletin board that the owner had described. After a moment of thought, Yilan walked into the small courtyard inside the town guard. If it wasn't here, then the commission board was probably in the town guard's first-floor office hall. Just as he was thinking, a neatly dressed figure, looking like he had just woken up, about to go to work, and with a somewhat listless expression, suddenly walked out of the town guard building. Arthur. Thinking is opened. Huh? Is that you? Arthur was clearly stunned when he bumped into someone right after stepping out, even feeling much more awake. Why did this guy come here? While the other party was sizing up Yilan, Yilan was also observing him. This wasn't their first meeting, but after that dream, Yilan felt differently seeing Arthur again. It's too similar. Combined with the fact that he was very likely the current holder of the Chaos Bell and Anomaly, albeit a weak one, Yilan inevitably felt a strange sensation. You, too, are a person full of mysteries. We meet again, Yilan smiled naturally. I need to earn some money. I heard you have commissions here I can take? Earn money? Yilan's words were obviously unexpected by Arthur. Aren't you such a strange humanoid nuclear bomb that doesn't engage in any conspiracies, but comes to earn money? However, considering the other party's situation and previous circumstances, it didn't seem so wrong. Wasn't he indeed very short on money? Even if he knew Yilan had obtained that scoundrel's ill-gotten gains, it still wasn't enough for Yilan to stay at the Sewage Inn for a longer period. Taking commissions was also a good thing. At least he could be under the supervision of the town guard, and with his abilities, he might truly be able to solve some of the town's current difficult problems. With this thought, Arthur also smiled. No problem. The commission board is inside. You can pick one you like, then register it. Yilan nodded. This was the development he liked. It seemed their initial contact had no twists or surprises. However, He glanced at Arthur's equipment, a simple yet well-equipped tactical suit, and a full automatic rifle that, though old, was polished to a shine. He clearly understood that commissions in the apocalypse couldn't be absurd daily tasks like helping a neighbor unclog a toilet, and anything dangerous required him to bolster his current strength. For example, ammunition. I'd like to restock on bullets. Do you sell them here? Buy ammunition? Arthur's face showed a strange expression. No, you're a guy from a major power, how come you don't have anything you need? But he really had asked the right person, ammunition, in a place like this, only he truly had it. But, is there really nothing wrong with your brain, coming to me, who maintains the town's public order, to buy such dangerous things? I'm sorry, the town guard's bullets are not for external sale. Not necessarily not for sale, if the amount was large. But then again, for large-scale ammunition transactions, the town guard primarily purchased them. How could they have any extra to sell? He understood from the records of that crisis decades ago, weapons and ammunition were never enough for the town, no matter how much they had. All right. Yilan nodded, indicating his understanding. With a thought, he spoke again. I want to buy a set of clothes. Do you have any here? Arthur. Are you serious? Do I look like a clothing store? Anne? He scanned Yilan's attire and truly felt a bit self-conscious by comparison. You have such good clothes, and you come to me to buy them? Don't you see what we're all wearing? But soon, he realized. Perhaps it was precisely because he was dressed too well that he needed to buy clothes here, right? Otherwise, he would attract too much attention everywhere he went and wouldn't be able to get anything done. There's no dedicated clothing store in town right now, everyone's clothes aren't very good. If you really need some, go find a tailor shop. The tailor shops here mainly mend clothes, but they might also have a few finished products for sale. For specifics, you'll need to communicate with them. As he spoke, a thought suddenly struck Arthur, and a certain idea began to spread uncontrollably. Short on money, needs bullets, needs clothes, mysterious and powerful. Now, the town is in troubled times, with many people coming and going, and undercurrents surging, while his town guard is short-staffed. If he could win him over. Arthur knew this was a risky move, but given the situation, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, as if he had made a decision. Do you want to work for the town guard for a few days? Yilan? What the hell kind of development is this? Then you'll sell me bullets? And, how will the salary be calculated? Yilan was also bewildered, but honestly, his whole mind opened up. Although he didn't know what was up with Arthur, if he could really put on the town guard's vest, his actions would be so much more convenient. Even when facing people from the Twilight God cult, this vest would be useful. Yilan's interest was beyond Arthur's expectations, but the words had already been spoken, and there was no taking them back. Coupled with the fact that he had set it as a gamble, he completely made up his mind. Town guard members typically earn 2 missed blue coins per day, with weekly settlements and a full attendance bonus of 1 missed blue coin. However, considering your strength and the current shortage of manpower, and with a sufficient budget, I can increase your pay to 3 missed blue coins a day, with a full attendance bonus of 4. This means you can receive a salary of 25 missed blue coins from me each week. This is good. The Mosquito Restaurant, such a big establishment, only pays 1 missed blue coin a day, alright? Not only is this triple, but there's also a full attendance bonus. As for ammunition, the town guard covers it entirely. In the absence of incidents, you'll receive 2 magazines per week. If you use them up, refills cost 5 missed blue coins per magazine. If you purchase more than 10 magazines per month, you must apply to me, as we can't let you buy us out. I hope you understand. Good, the ammunition problem is also solved. And then there's clothing. I probably understand what you mean. You want a set of clothes that won't attract too much attention and will allow you to blend into Sewage Town, right? We happen to issue uniforms to new members, which should solve your problem. However, if you don't work for a full month or are dismissed by me early, the clothing must be returned. That's how it is. After saying it all in one breath, Arthur also let out a sigh of relief. Making this decision was very difficult. But now that it was all out, it was much better. There was no turning back. How about it? If you have any thoughts on the details, you can discuss them with me, and we can negotiate. How about it? It's simply fantastic. I misjudged you, Arthur, you're simply my benefactor, alright? Joining the company. What do I need to do? Yilan asked rationally. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and Yilan understood that principle. If he accepted this benefit, he would certainly have to bear the corresponding responsibilities. This wasn't a wealthy town, and this series of expenses added up to no small sum. If they were giving him this money, they surely expected to gain something from him. Yilan's question also put Arthur's mind at ease. At least, it sounded like this guy was indeed ready to do some work, wasn't he? Normally, there's not much. In theory, you'd need to patrol the town all day during daylight hours. But considering you have your own arrangements, and I've managed on my own for so many years, I can let you patrol for 3 hours a day. Of course. I'll decide which 3 hours those are. Yilan nodded, not questioning the clause, but rather seeming to understand something. Arthur was a bit overwhelmed and needed some time for personal matters. As for what these personal matters were, it was unknown if they were related to Sewage Town's current secret. 3 hours of patrolling time didn't seem like much to Yilan. In fact, he even felt it was a bit short. This was his chance to openly investigate and understand this town. He could go to various places without arousing any suspicion. No problem. Seeing Yilan agree decisively, Arthur nodded. And then there's nothing else. If the town experiences a major change or crisis, or if outsiders cause trouble, you need to quickly assemble with me and go to the scene to resolve the issue. Outsiders causing trouble. Who would cause trouble, the Twilight God cult? Yilan nodded imperceptibly, seemingly gaining more insight. Had the outsiders made Arthur uneasy, and had he chosen someone who seemed to have the least designs on the town as someone to leverage? He really dared. I have no problem. As long as you're not the villains, helping you isn't out of the question. After all, he had already done something similar many years ago. The only thing he still needed to confirm was, if I join the town guard, can I still accept commissions? Arthur was stunned, looking at Yilan, unable to hide his bewilderment. No way, such a high salary, and it's not enough for you? Everything as usual, it might even be more convenient. More convenient? Yilan chewed on those words, not hiding the confusion in his expression. Yes. Because ordinary commissions are primarily for the residents of our sewage town. As you can see, Sewage Town is quite exclusive. You might encounter a lack of cooperation if you take such commissions, but it will be much easier if you do so as a town guard. Yilan suddenly understood a bit. That would indeed be a great convenience. With everything settled, Arthur, having done all he could, sighed. Then come with me. Get your equipment and complete your onboarding. Yilan readily agreed, following Arthur into the town guard's main hall. The layout of the hall finally had a pre-apocalyptic feel, giving it the air of an important place. After passing through several rooms, they arrived at what looked like an office. This is our office area. The files are next door, you can access them directly if needed. Of course, highly classified ones are locked up, and you can't see them. If it's truly related to the town's safety, you can apply to me then. Yilan nodded, that was understandable. If all the town's information were fully open to an outsider like him, he would truly suspect there was some conspiracy here. However, looking at the vast office, with more than a dozen individual desks, Yilan suddenly realized what was amiss. How many people are in the town guard, now? Arthur glanced at Yilan, hesitated, and finally spoke honestly. Only you and I. Yilan? This is what you meant by not enough manpower. This is literally no manpower. No way, this is the apocalypse. How did a town this big, with only you as the town guard, survive? Or rather, how strong are you? In an instant, Yilan thought of many things, but Arthur immediately shook his head gently. The town defense force and the town guard don't belong to the same system. The town's external defense force is handled by other departments. We, the town guard, are responsible for the town's internal security. After speaking, Arthur let out a soft, bitter laugh. As you can see, here, no outsiders have come for decades. Yi Lan was silent, not knowing what to say for a moment. Yes, with such a convergence of events, so many outsiders. Even the most oblivious person could sense that something was about to happen here. With a wave of low spirits, Arthur continued to lead Yi Lan, pushing open other doors nearby. Following his gaze, Yi Lan saw that inside was a place like a utility room. Windbreaker, undershirt, stun baton, grappling hook, flashlight, leather gloves, leather boots. If you want a hat, I can find one for you. Of course, I don't have the one on my head, that's my own. Yi Lan was speechless at the remark. Your cowboy hat is really out of place, alright? If I wore that, it would basically mean changing clothes for nothing, the head turning rate would increase instead of decrease. As for this set of equipment, it was all very useful, it certainly looked proper, and he felt his combat power rising linearly. The clothes were washed a long time ago. No one's worn them for so many years, but it's hard to say if they've gotten damp. If you're in a hurry, you can wear the windbreaker directly, and wash the undershirt yourself when you get back to your room. Yi Lan nodded, it was indeed convenient. He wasn't even sure if he'd wear the undershirt, but the windbreaker's length nearly reached his knees, completely covering his original flamboyant outfit. The clothing issue was, at this moment, already resolved. Although Sewage Town isn't big, our jurisdiction is quite extensive. In case of an emergency, the time it takes to get to the scene is also an issue. Do you want a mode of transport? Holy cow, yes. Yi Lan could barely describe his feelings, it was like getting a pillow when you're sleepy. Hadn't he just said he wanted a mode of transport when he arrived? A car? Yi Lan was already stunned by Sewage Town's onboarding benefits, his voice tinged with anticipation. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. If you're like this, I'll really try my best to protect Sewage Town this time, okay? No car, though. Arthur gave a bitter laugh. After the apocalypse, oil in the wasteland has become pitifully scarce. Cars consume too much fuel, we haven't been able to afford them for a long time, but... At this moment, Arthur had already led Yi Lan to the underground. We do have motorcycles, though. Arthur raised his hand and pulled off the cover, revealing a vehicle that showed signs of age but was remarkably well maintained. A motorcycle. A motorcycle he had once ridden. Picking up the car. Gently touching the body of the motorcycle in front of him, Yi Lan felt as if he had returned to that rainy night in his dream. That rainy night when the cheerful town head rode a motorcycle and took him to the front line. Although he hadn't paid much attention, Yi Lan knew very well that the other party was riding this very motorcycle at that time. Is this fate? Arthur also showed a satisfied smile, looking at Yi Lan gently stroking the motorcycle. The history of this motorcycle holds an extraordinary significance for Sewage Town. If it weren't for the fact that all other vehicles had been requisitioned by the town defense force, and cars consumed too much fuel to be considered, this was the only one immediately available here. He actually wouldn't have been willing to let the other party use it. Is this vehicle for me? Hearing Yi Lan ask with a complicated voice, Arthur shook his head. It's not for you, this is public property, I'm just giving you the right to use it, as if worried about diminishing the value of the gift, he added. Of course, if you truly make an indelible contribution to Sewage Town, all of this can be discussed. Yi Lan didn't speak, and the scene quieted down once again. Behind Yi Lan, Arthur looked at Yi Lan's back, his expression not truly nonchalant, but filled with infinite melancholy. Facing this mysterious and strange guest, goodwill had already been conveyed. Only the future would tell if this seed of goodwill would eventually take root and grow into a tree of kindness for the entire town. Rumble. Yi Lan turned the car key Arthur had given him earlier, and the engine roared, seemingly cheering for its new owner. I'll take it. After Yilan said softly, he put the key into his pocket and turned to look at Arthur. Then, the bullets. Arthur nodded, led the way out of the garage on the first floor, pushed open the nearest room door, and sat on a stool, motioning for Yilan to sit on the other side. It seems you don't need the town to provide you with a separate gun. Show me what weapon you're using. I need to see if the town has compatible bullets. So efficient, not playing any of those drawing-a-pie games. Yilan had nothing to hide about this matter. Just as he had wanted to pawn it off at the restaurant, he calmly and openly placed his revolver on the table. This is it. Do you have matching bullets here? The moment the revolver was placed on the table, Arthur's pupils constricted, and his arms involuntarily tensed, as if his entire being was in a state of pre-crisis alert. This posture lasted for several seconds before Arthur's limbs slowly relaxed. He tried to act nonchalant, but his previous actions had already robbed him of any chance to disguise himself. It explained everything. Yilan smiled slightly, but his lower limbs were also tensed, prepared for the other party to turn hostile. It was fine to fool laymen and ordinary people. But a guy who single-handedly governed a wasteland town like him, if he didn't have this much discernment, then he was just putting on an act. Did he not know if there was a problem with this handgun? A handgun that he had subjected to activation, could it possibly be without problems? However, compared to his other secrets, this was already the smallest, most presentable little problem. Ability objects. Arthur spoke with a burning gaze. Ability objects are items that, through certain special opportunities, have been tainted with abnormal abilities, thus developing strange powers. Such items are weaker than anomalies and different from anomalies, but they are things that can be held and controlled by humans. It almost represents power and wealth in the wasteland. No one wants to provoke a guy with an ability objects in his hand. For the ordinary world, it almost means the qualification to master superpowers. Each one can be worth 1,000 gold. Isn't that precisely why you want to win me over? Yilan's gentle smile carried a natural ease. Yilan's candor was beyond Arthur's expectation. He took a deep breath, staring at Yilan with burning eyes. Aren't you worried I'll make a move on you because of it? It wouldn't go that far, would it? Yilan originally felt nothing. This item was so ordinary to him that he could even pawn it off, but at this moment he suddenly realized the value of this item seemed to be even higher than he had imagined. This was the difference in acquisition difficulty. Yilan could easily perform activation on items, but for others, this was an opportunity almost as difficult to obtain as ascending to heaven. If I can possess it, then I naturally have the confidence to do so. This was almost a rhetorical statement, but it was indeed a more effective deterrent than 1,000 words. I can hold it, and I'm still here, perfectly fine, in front of you. It's not because no one wants to snatch it, but because no one can snatch it. Arthur stared at Yilan for a long time, finally leaning back in his chair as if relieved. Yes. He's from a major power. It seems I still underestimated your strength. Arthur gave a bitter smile, then continued, I just hope you don't find the salary I'm giving you too meager. In Arthur's original conception, Yilan was a gene enhancer with strength similar to his own. But at this moment, what lay before him was the owner of an ability objects. A gene enhancer who possessed an ability objects. That's enough. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. Yilan silently conveyed his persona. He didn't care, he wasn't short on money, he just didn't have enough on hand to get by right now, so this was just enough. Arthur evidently believed him and breathed a sigh of relief. Then it's settled. More money will be presented as bonuses. He stood up and extended his hand. On behalf of Sewage Town, I welcome your arrival. This was the first time Arthur had used the word welcome since Yilan entered Sewage Town. Regardless of the true situation, Yilan's response to his invitation was already a preliminary gesture of goodwill. This was a two-way declaration. Bullets. Yilan simply shook his hand briefly, emphasizing. Oh, Arthur was momentarily stunned before remembering the fundamental reason the other party had taken out this handgun. However, a moment later, his face contorted into a somewhat bitter expression. The town doesn't have bullets that fit ability objects like this. We only have ordinary bullets for this type of handgun. Ordinary ones will do. Yilan immediately said. Why bother with such high-grade stuff for this broken thing? Let's talk about it once I get the chaos bell. Ah. This time it was Arthur who was thrown off, his face dumbfounded. Are you sure? Using ordinary bullets for this thing? What kind of game is this? I'm very sure. Yilan felt like the other person was confusing him. What else could this gun use besides bullets? After repeatedly confirming that Yilan wasn't joking, Arthur opened his mouth but said no more. Alright, it's your item, as long as you're happy. I'll go get them for you shortly. Do you have any other questions? Yilan remained silent for a moment, then made a bold decision after assessing the situation. Yes. My previous question, I wonder if you can tell me now. Yilan stared into Arthur's eyes, unblinking. What is the chaos roulette? Seeking medical advice in desperation. This was an incredibly bold probing, a probing that was unlikely to directly tear apart their relationship but might yield an answer after their relationship and positions had made breakthrough progress. If he didn't ask now, there would be no better opportunity to ask. As expected, when the chaos roulette was mentioned, Arthur's gaze changed slightly, and an unconcealable wariness appeared between his brows. This isn't the first time you've asked. Arthur leaned back in his chair, his hands clasped together. Why are you so interested in the chaos roulette? Good. No direct hostility, which meant there was room for discussion. Yilan adopted a relaxed expression, feigning disinterest, and spoke seriously. You said it yourself, you hope to win me over to help you solve Sewage Town's problems. But in my opinion, the chaos roulette is currently the biggest problem right before our eyes. If you don't tell me anything, how can I solve it for you? This was Yilan's most defensible reason at the moment. You're feeling uneasy, aren't you? First me, and then the Twilight God cult. If nothing unexpected happens, I guess more people will arrive here, right? And they're all eyeing the chaos roulette, aren't they? If you don't tell me anything, this isn't cooperation, this is cannon fodder. Furthermore, if that's the case, how am I supposed to patrol? I don't even know if I'll be shot by a lunatic playing the chaos roulette while on patrol. Or, like when I first entered the town, if someone dies because of the chaos roulette, should I intervene or not? Have you considered these issues? Arthur fell into a long silence. Today's development was something he had suddenly thought of, and the details had not been thoroughly considered or refined. Such problems indeed existed. But how could he tell him about that thing? At this time, coming here, wasn't Yilan, to him, also a member of those with unfathomable intentions? His attempt to win Yilan over was merely to get this powerful and mysterious newcomer, who seemed to be alone, to stand on his side, especially compared to forces like the Twilight God cult, which had clear and strong subjective motives. Everything fell into a contradictory cycle again. After a period of silence, Arthur finally seemed to sort out the cause and effect for himself, taking a deep breath. I can't tell you right now. I believe we need time to build more trust between us, he said, looking at Yilan. I promise you that before I tell you the truth about the chaos roulette, I won't let you handle anything related to it, nor will I let you get into conflicts with others because of it. A moment later, Yilan nodded slightly. Although not entirely satisfied, he accepted the answer Arthur gave him. All right. This was already a significant breakthrough. And Yilan hadn't expected Arthur to reveal everything so easily. He would still investigate in secret. Regarding the commissions, Arthur's mouth twitched. This guy. Why was he so unconventional? They had just finished discussing such a sensitive topic, and then he immediately started talking about taking commissions to earn money? What kind of operation was this? It was like in some novels or games, saving the world at night, and then the next morning, running to school with a backpack to attend classes, right? The commission board is in the lobby on the first floor, right as you enter. Go take a quick look first. No sooner had he spoken than Arthur paused, as if realizing something. "You're not thinking of taking a high-level commission, are you?" Before, he really hadn't thought that far, because Yi Lan's strength in his eyes wasn't strong enough. But now it was different. Yi Lan's apparent strength had exceeded his highest expectations. "Yes, is that not allowed?" Yi Lan keenly sensed that there was something else he didn't know. The restaurant owner had mentioned before that high-level commissions required a higher level of certification. He had originally thought that since he was now part of the town guard, he could take any commission, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. "For high-level commissions? It's not that I won't let you take them, but due to rule restrictions, you can't take them yet. How about this, you go look at the regular commission list first. I'll go prepare your ammunition and the Wanderer's emblem for taking commissions, and then I'll explain it to you there." Yi Lan nodded, temporarily putting aside his doubts, and turned to leave the room. Watching Yi Lan's retreating back, Arthur's smile gradually faded, replaced by a thoughtful expression. "A gene enhancer of unknown origin, possessing ability objects? Truly mysterious. Don't ability objects all have side effects? They subtly influence the user's personality, or operating them incorrectly or even just carrying them can lead to very bad consequences. But judging by his appearance, he uses it as if it were an ordinary revolver. I'm really curious about the usage rules of that revolver. People from major factions shouldn't be short on money, but judging by his appearance when he arrived here, he basically came empty-handed. So, perhaps the side effect of that ability objects is the unavoidable loss of all personal belongings? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how do you explain him having nothing on him except that revolver? He might not even have bought clothes for the sake of being Loki, but rather out of worry that he might lose his clothes at any time and have no spares, right? What a formidable ability objects, with such a low side effect, unlike me." Muttering, Arthur suddenly stopped short. But as he thought about it, he suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Just how good was the person who robbed him at picking targets? This was no longer something that could be summarized by just kicking an iron plate, was it? At this moment, Yi Lan, who had left the room, had no idea how much Arthur had fantasized about his revolver. This sudden turn of events had left even him in a somewhat bewildered state. After ensuring he was far from Arthur's location, Yi Lan quietly contacted Mind Cat. "Do you sense any traps?" Mind Cat's voice quickly echoed in Yi Lan's mind. "I don't sense any, meow. This person gives me the feeling. More like he's desperate, meow." Yi Lan nodded slightly. Mind Cat's thoughts were essentially consistent with his own. The waters of Sewage Town were probably deeper than what he had currently glimpsed, and Arthur probably had no confidence left in solving the problems himself. So much so that he was willing to take a great risk to win him over as an ally. But no matter what, he had indeed received the benefits. Whatever the cause of the other party's goodwill, the result had ultimately been conveyed to him. He had accepted this goodwill. Yi Lan was very unwilling to owe favors, but this seemed to be the optimal solution in these unpredictable times, especially with him being too conspicuous. It gave him a convenient identity, provided him with certain allies, replenished his empty wallet, reinforced his equipment and combat power, and also facilitated his investigation. This was truly a win-win situation, so much so that he had no reason to refuse. "You said, if the Chaos Bell truly belongs to Arthur, should we still stick to our original plan?" Yi Lan said softly. "That wouldn't be containment, it would feel like stealing, meow." Wanderer badge. This was Yi Lan's greatest psychological burden at the moment. He could indifferently take things from strangers, and even give himself noble and lofty reasons, but for Yi Lan and Arthur, it was already considered an acquaintance. This meant an inevitable falling out and war in the future. But unexpectedly, Mind Cat gave Yi Lan a clearly surprising answer. "I don't think you need to worry at all," Mind Cat said. "They can't control it. Being able to use it and being able to control it are two different things." "Oh?" Yi Lan was stunned. This was something he had truly never heard of. An anomalous existence will almost uncontrollably exert influence on its surroundings. For anomalous objects, it's often called side effects and can be offset by paying a price. But for anomalies, no one can offset that. It's like 003, it hangs in the sky, yet it has silently influenced everything in this world. If it weren't benevolent and protecting human civilization, it could, in a single thought, destroy everything within a certain time frame. But even so, everything in this wasteland is still subtly changed by it. Mindcat paused, but Yilan understood what it wanted to say next. Then what about Chaos Bell? As an anomaly whose primary characteristic is mischief, what consequences will it have by staying in Sewage Town? So, in my opinion, unless that Arthur has been completely and utterly seduced by the power brought by Chaos Bell, he has no reason to refuse your containment of it. Finally, Mindcat made its concluding statement. So, the term used by that initial group of researchers and our continuing practice are both correct, containment. And in this current world, only you can truly contain anomalies. Yilan nodded lightly. Yes, the strangeness of Sewage Town today, wasn't the source of all this also an anomaly? I understand. Gathering his thoughts, Yilan had returned to the town guard hall, and the rather conspicuous quest board appeared before his eyes. It was a very ordinary, seemingly wooden bulletin board, which looked very fitting for the current scene of Sewage Town. But the moment he truly stood in front of it, Yilan was completely stunned and stopped in his tracks. This is... He found it hard to describe his feelings. At that moment, he almost suspected he had transmigrated again. On the vintage wooden bulletin board, there were no papers like the bounties he imagined, but rather, column after column of paper like fluorescent bodies, like a real-time floating electronic screen. But how the hell was that possible? The technology in this wasteland was completely fractured, food was almost running out, energy was fundamentally scarce, and mineral veins and oil had long been corroded by anomalies into unimaginable forms. Having localized electricity supply was already a miracle Yilan couldn't explain. But what the hell was this? A technology that was difficult to apply even before the apocalypse, holographic screen? What on earth? In the moment of shock, Yilan suddenly noticed something amiss. Beneath each of the quests on it, there was a faint, almost invisible gray mist emanating. Something else tied to an anomaly? Yilan could no longer describe his feelings, he was gradually becoming numb. Alright, Sewage Town, huh? I'm truly seeing things. It's just, he found it really hard to imagine this was a starter village. Little cat, is there any danger? He would no longer ask Mindcat, is this an anomaly? He already had his own basic identification ability. He could even analyze the nature of this quest board, that it was similar to Mist Blue Coin, a large number of derivatives that had already covered the entire wasteland. And just like Mist Blue Coin, the danger was actually not too high. No danger, meow. You can use it with confidence. Yilan nodded slightly and reached out to touch one of the quests on it. As the gray mist subtly surged, the text on it gradually imprinted itself in his mind. Quest, Cleanse Abominations. Content, dozens of mutated giant rats have recently appeared at the foot of the mountains 700 meters west of the town. They are extremely aggressive, and all herb-gathering activities have been forced to stop. We hope someone can clear them out. Reward, 10 Mist Blue Coins. Collection method already deposited with the Sewage Town Guard, immediate settlement upon completion. Mutated creatures? 10 Mist Blue Coins was not a small sum. At least for Yilan, it was a worthwhile quest. As for clearing out mutated giant rats, it didn't seem to have much connection to anomalies and was within a scope that could likely be resolved as long as firepower kept up. The only bother was that this quest seemed to require leaving Sewage Town. Even if it was temporary, Yilan didn't want to do that, fearing he might miss even a tiny opportunity or detail in the surging tide of events. His gaze lingered on the bottommost section of the quest, where another line of text appeared. No permission detected for you to accept the quest. Please go to the local authorized agency to apply for a Wanderer badge. Local authorized agency? Yilan suddenly thought of the Wanderer badge Arthur had said he would give him just before they parted. So this Wanderer badge was the qualification to accept this quest, and the Town Guard of Sewage Town was the authorized agency for this quest within. Sewage Town? It really was a lucky hit. Since he couldn't accept it anyway, and he didn't have to accept it just by looking, Yilan's fingertips moved, and he opened other quest areas. This time, it was even more direct. Apart from a title, it just said, "You do not have the qualifications to view." The reason Yilan became interested, however, was precisely because the title itself was enough to pique his interest. Devil Black Chili Plantation. This was the signature dish of Mosquito Restaurant, a unique landmark in Sewage Town. This thing appearing on a quest, was there a problem with the supply chain? Well, as a top-tier product that almost killed him with its spiciness, Yilan was genuinely curious how that stuff was produced. As long as the price was right, he was definitely taking this quest. "Ho, I brought your stuff." At the end of the hall, Arthur's figure emerged once again. He glanced at Yilan, handed him a bullet pouch, and then took out a ring-like object glowing with a faint blue halo from his pocket and gave it to him. "Here, this is it. Just wear it on any finger, and you can view and accept quests by touching the quest board. As for advanced quests, you'll need to upgrade your Wanderer badge. I can't give you that permission either." Yilan frowned, becoming even more certain of one of his suspicions. This entire quest board was connected across various places in the wasteland, and even this Wanderer badge was a derivative of a certain anomaly. This was a huge system. The Wanderer badge was identity and a ticket, and it was even the anomaly itself that could promote its authority. Generally speaking, completing 3 ordinary local quests can raise your permission, and further upgrades will be even more troublesome. Yilan nodded lightly, hesitated to speak, but finally pointed at the quest board, looking meaningfully at Arthur. "This thing isn't simple, you know that, right? God of the Wasteland." Arthur was stunned, then after a moment of silence, he nodded gently. "Yes. It was created by the Wanderer camp, and it should be the power of the anomaly they worship, right?" "Worship?" Yilan's mind was a bit muddled by such a word, but he quickly reacted. "This organization called the Wanderer camp worships? No, they work for an anomaly? What the hell? Shouldn't anomalies be hunted down by everyone in the wasteland? With a normal person's mindset, without them, where would the apocalypse come from?" Some extreme groups might exist, but this Wanderer camp's commission board, from the few words heard, has already spread throughout the entire wasteland. Such a force obviously no longer falls into the category of extreme groups. Instead, in some sense, it's orthodox. Work for? I think believe in would be more appropriate, wouldn't it? Arthur looked at Yilan with some confusion. Isn't this common? All the major churches in the wasteland now, including orthodox ones like the Twilight God cult, don't they all believe in their respective anomalies? At that moment, Yilan felt as if struck by lightning, his worldview shattering. The churches of the wasteland, what they believe in are different anomalies. Even top wasteland forces like the Twilight God cult? No. Has this world gone mad? He had been wondering before, where did the churches in the wasteland come from, and what gods did they believe in? Good heavens, it turned out to be anomalies. But in all fairness, the power of anomalies in such an apocalypse is not much different from that of gods. When he left the containment tower, he was already mentally prepared to become a world enemy after coming out, but he never expected anomalies to be walking around freely. The Twilight God cult. He just didn't know which anomaly they worshipped? What an absurd apocalypse. Yilan muttered, pulling out a revolver magazine from his bullet pouch and replacing it with a slightly unpracticed movement. Thanks, I want to be alone for a bit. Arthur was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently. Your freedom. He handed a walkie-talkie to Yilan, concluding their last conversation for the day. Take this. Contact me if anything happens. He nodded gently, watched Arthur leave, and then Yilan sighed softly, muttering to himself. So what about you? Do you believe in the Chaos Bell? This was a question without an answer, and Yilan also composed himself, letting his finger, which wore the Wanderer ring, touch the commission he previously didn't have permission to view. Devil Black Chili. Commission, investigate the cause of the abnormal wilting of the Devil Black Chili plantation. Commission information, all crops in the plantation have suddenly wilted, and no cause can be found. All conceivable methods have been attempted. We urgently request anyone capable to solve this. At this rate of wilting, within 3 days at most, Sewage Town will lose all its Devil Black Chili output this year. Commission reward, 20 missed blue coins. Remarks, commission accepted but not completed count 4. Last person to accept, Arthur of Sewage Town. What the heck? If everything before stemmed from curiosity, at this moment Yilan was genuinely surprised. Arthur had accepted this commission, but hadn't completed it? Or rather, was unable to solve this problem? Although crop wilting sounds like an agricultural problem, it also stated unnatural wilting, which could imply other underlying issues. For example, problems related to anomalies. Isn't this normal? Isn't this entire Sewage Town now a massive Azura field, centered around countless overt and covert anomalies, with numerous forces intertwined? Since you can't handle it, then I will. Yilan muttered, tapping his fingertip on the accept button. Consider it a small return for your investment. After I solve this, you should tell me all about the chaos roulette, shouldn't you? This was not an exaggeration. In Yilan's current view, Sewage Town had no unique resources of its own. No output meant no resource trade, and for a self-sufficient town in the apocalypse, this was a huge deal. Devil Black Chili was very likely Sewage Town's largest circulating resource each year. If there was truly no harvest, Sewage Town might not even need any anomalies or external forces interfering this year, it would collapse internally first. Arthur might have been powerless, or perhaps he was too busy, but solving this problem would be a huge favor to Sewage Town. But then again, for such a big deal, you're only offering 20 missed blue coins as a reward? Was he too stingy, or was the value of missed blue coins more expensive than he imagined, or were Mosquito Restaurant and Sewage and even more black-hearted than he thought? Yilan glanced at the commission location, then turned and walked directly to the garage. The familiar motorcycle reappeared before his eyes, but this time, it was his. He gently shook the fuel tank, it was full. It seemed Sewage Town wasn't out of fuel, but rather conserving it. With this displacement of motorcycle and this size of fuel tank, Yilan roughly estimated that running 300 kilometers should be no problem. At all. He didn't know whether to call him naive or bold. This tank of fuel was completely enough for him to escape to a place where Sewage Town couldn't possibly catch him. The motorcycle might not be worth much anymore. But this tank of fuel, Yilan felt it could no longer be described in terms of dozens of missed blue coins. Boom! The engine roared loudly. Yilan twisted the throttle all the way and sped away. Once again, he was speeding through the streets of Sewage Town. Devil's Black Pepper Field. Boom! Passing through a gate that opened onto the main road, and continuing a short distance further, Yilan's motorcycle stopped by the roadside, with a huge spicy pepper field directly to his side. Pulling out the key, and looking at the surrounding scenery, Yilan truly felt, for the first time, a sense of returning to the past. When he drove outside the city and stopped by the road, both sides were fields of wheat. The only thing that still didn't feel real, was the desolate, gray-black atmosphere of the wasteland, so utterly devoid of life. In the spicy pepper field by the road, there were endless rows of plants, entirely black from stem to fruit. These were the legendary specialty of Sewage Town, the Devil Black Chili. Perhaps to guard against outsiders, the spicy pepper field was still within the outer walls of Sewage Town, though very close to the boundary. The entire vast spicy pepper field was enclosed by a wire fence, which made it look quite secure. His unhindered entry was also due to the gate facing the town, and possibly because his new identity allowed him to pass some kind of verification. By the roadside, leading to the spicy pepper field, there was a very narrow path, at the end of which was a small hut. Although it was the end of the path, the distance was not far at all. The person living here could both monitor the road and guard the fields. However, for Yilan, this was still a bit absurd. Farmers don't just live directly in their own spicy pepper fields. Creak. The door of the hut was pushed open, and an old man with a straight back and a spirited look in his eyes walked out. Although his clothes were still somewhat tattered, he gave an overall impression of being dressed for work. His spirit and physical condition were much better than most of the sewage town residents Yilan had seen. However, beneath that spirited expression was a difficult-to-hide weariness, with a cloud of anxiety furrowing his brow. Yilan understood without needing to be told that the changes in this spicy pepper field had him deeply troubled. "Who are you?" The old man quickly walked to the roadside, approaching Yilan. At first, he seemed fine, but after a closer look, his eyes filled with vigilance. But then again, given his age, he must have witnessed countless changes in Sewage Town over the years. And even with his disguise, Yilan was still a new face. "Town Guard member. I received your request and came to investigate the situation." Yilan didn't intend to waste time on ineffective communication, so he clearly and concisely stated his identity. "I haven't seen you before. I just joined today." The old man wasn't very surprised, as Yilan's uniform already explained everything. His vigilance slightly lowered, but he still seemed dispirited. "Oh, it doesn't matter. You're too young. If you're not confident, don't waste your time. Arthur couldn't solve it, can you?" Yilan shrugged. He was well aware of Sewage Town's xenophobia. But now that he had the advantage of his identity, he might as well try to persuade him. "Whether I can solve it, I'll only know after I've seen it. Arthur couldn't do anything, so if you don't put your hopes on me, who else would you put your hopes on?" The old man looked at Yilan again, muttered something under his breath, sighed lightly, and nodded. "I understand, follow me. Although I don't know why Arthur would let you join the town guard, you don't seem like someone with any experience in farming. I'm old, and I don't want to repeatedly experience hope and disappointment." Yilan didn't say anything more, but suddenly realized something. The identity of a town guard member was enough for the people of Sewage Town to even counteract the negative impact of being a new face. The old man led the way, with Yilan following closely behind, and together they stepped into the spicy pepper field of devil black chili. It was better than the farmland before the apocalypse. Stepping into it, it wasn't soft soil or mud, but rather, very solid. Especially solid, as if the soil had lost its vitality, just like the current state of the entire wasteland. As he walked, Yilan observed the famous black chili up close, the one that had almost killed him with its spiciness the first time he ate it in the apocalypse. The stems grew upwards like a cornfield, and on the black, vein-like thin stalks, every short interval bore several pure black fruits. The fruits were inverted triangles, though their tips weren't too sharp. Each was the size of a small backpack, black like burnt charcoal, giving one the feeling that a slight brush would stain clothes with ink. The old man stopped, presumably having reached the most convenient spot for observation. Yilan also tried his best to appear professional, reaching out to touch a pure black devil black chili on the stem. The middle of the chili was very plump and soft, like it was hollow inside. With a squeeze, it could be flattened. Only in this one aspect did it feel a little like a bell pepper. Put. Yilan thought that, and he did that. But as soon as his fingertip applied a little pressure and entered a pinching state, a crisp sound came from the black chili, and then a powdery gas spread out like dust. Cough. Cough, cough. Oh my god, so spicy. Dust-like particles emanated from the chili, and an extremely pungent smell entered his nostrils, even making his eyes sting with tears. Alright, this was his second encounter with the devil black chili, and he was once again dominated. Forcing down his discomfort, Yilan looked at the old man, who was gazing at him with a wistful expression. It was as if he was silently asking, "Are you really capable? Just smelling it is like this, can you cure it? Tell me the details." Yilan didn't question this, but simply began to understand the situation. Perhaps the old man was treating a dead horse as a living one, as he elaborated on the current situation. The soil has been surveyed, everything is normal and meets all planting standards. The water has also been checked, it's all pure sewage from the sewage ditch brought daily for irrigation, with no shortcuts taken. The fertilizer has also been inspected, everything is normal. The current weather is the best of the year, and it's almost time for a complete harvest, yet it's withering. Yilan nodded lightly, asking in a steady voice. Do you have any previously grown, normal devil black chili? Let me see it, to compare. Yes, wait for me. This was truly too simple. The old man didn't say any more unnecessary words, turned around, and walked back to the hut, seemingly to get him a sample. During this brief solitude, Yilan felt a bit troubled. He came here full of confidence, and then realized that indeed, different professions are like different mountains. This agricultural problem, and moreover, it was new agriculture of the apocalypse where the principles were almost completely overturned and rebuilt, what could he possibly understand? What he was currently good at and could solve were things related to anomalies. But, if he gave up like this, Yilan really felt a bit unwilling. Soon, the old man walked over, carrying a huge, extremely black inverted triangle, making Yilan's eyelids twitch. All right. Originally, Yilan couldn't tell anything, even feeling that the chilies here grew very well. But once he compared them, he finally realized how severely withered the black chilies in this spicy pepper field actually were. The sample the old man brought over was huge and plump. Compared to the tiny ones currently on the stems, it was like the sweetest, most ripe watermelon in summer compared to a small melon painstakingly grown in winter. It was, to an extent that even an amateur like him could see the problem. Assuming everything goes smoothly, how much longer will it take for these melons, no, these black chilies here to grow to this size? The old man seemed to be touched by a single sentence, closing his eyes. Very soon. Perhaps in a few more days, it would be harvest season. Even 3 days ago, the black chilies you see now had almost reached this size. But overnight, they shrunk by nearly a quarter, and then became smaller and smaller, turning into their current state, they can no longer be eaten. This? About to ripen, and then suddenly starting to wither? No. Yilan suddenly understood the most contradictory point he felt now. Where was this withering? This was degeneration. First scene replay. Excellent, Yilan's confidence instantly returned. The unreasonable turn of events had surprisingly brought him back to his area of expertise. Is there anything unusual recently? Yilan thought for a moment, then added, for example, any special changes in the surroundings, or special people? The old man was stunned, looking at Yilan with a bewildered gaze, then raised his hand and pointed beside him. Isn't this unusual enough? Yilan. I mean other things. This kind of change is mostly caused by external forces. The old man shook his head, looking a bit disappointed. Arthur asked the same thing yesterday, but there truly is nothing. He even tried to check if there were any invading mutated creatures. Like the mutated giant rats around the town, aren't they quite troublesome? It's just a pity, there aren't any. Arthur has already ruled out the possibility of invading mutated creatures. Yilan's brows furrowed even tighter. With the most likely possibility ruled out, the matter inevitably became even more mysterious. Alright, his current knowledge reserves were probably exhausted, there was no way to investigate further. To proceed, he would have to resort to unconventional methods. Can you be more specific about the time? Is 3 days ago accurate? The old man nodded decisively. Forget 3 days, 4 days ago everything here was completely normal. Yilan nodded lightly, then began to dismiss the old man, though it seemed he was the guest. I'm reasonably confident I can find the cause of the problem, but I need you to step away. Ha? The old man's eyes widened, and he looked at Yilan as if he were a malicious intruder. Me step away? What are you going to do? What if you cause damage or faint here after I leave? I don't even know you. Yilan's mouth twitched, fighting magic with magic. Given the current situation here, do I even need to cause damage? The old man. He was choked by that one sentence. This spicy pepper field was already ruined, there was truly no value in damaging it further. Even so, I've been here for decades. Every time I leave, I lock the main gate tightly and have never let anyone stay here. If you stay here and watch, can you make it return to its original state? Yilan rubbed his forehead, a little helpless. Why are you making it sound like I'm forcing you to relocate? Then, Yilan spoke earnestly. First, if you don't step away, there will be danger. Second, if you stay here, I won't be able to use my investigative methods. This is my exclusive secret. Do you still want to solve the problem here? The old man seemed about to argue further, but then he suddenly remembered Yilan's motorcycle parked by the road, and his heart stirred slightly. That motorcycle. Did that brat Arthur give it to you? Huh? Do you have to jump topics so much? Although he didn't know why he was asking, Yilan nodded. Yes. I see. The old man mumbled something, finally making up his mind. Alright. How far do I need to go? Yilan paused slightly. Why is it alright now? Not too far, just out of sight of here will do. Old man, why don't you boil some hot water, grab a parasol, bring a small stool, and go sunbathe by the road? Wouldn't that be nice? The old man. What the heck, you're good at arranging things. Do I really have the leisure for that right now? Alright, I'll go sunbathe. But I'm telling you, if you mess around for half a day and find nothing, I'm reporting you. Yilan was a bit helpless, not knowing who he planned to report him to. However, in the short time they had been bickering, the plan in his mind had matured, and now it was time for the urgent practical stage. Okay. It might take a while, don't come back within 4 hours, or don't blame me for quitting. Yilan's tone wasn't very good, but it was precisely his firm and confident attitude that significantly elevated his professionalism. Alright. If you need anything, just shout. I see you can't quite handle these peppers, don't you dare faint in my field. The old man stopped dawdling and turned to walk away. But as he walked, he couldn't help but turn his head back. In those old eyes, there was a glimmer of hope. Really? I'm counting on you. Yilan nodded lightly, and only after the old man disappeared from sight did he smile helplessly. This old man. With no one in sight, Yilan looked around, found no hidden cameras, quietly released his mind cat, and licked his lips. Little cat, can scene recall be used now? This was Yilan's plan. He truly didn't understand how this thing was grown or its habits, but he could see. He could personally see what happened. Meow meow meow. Yes. Ready to go anytime, meow. As soon as the mind cat appeared, it began to brandish its claws on Yilan's shoulder, appearing extremely excited. Since their departure, he finally had a purpose. This was a chance to really show off in front of Yilan, meow. How far back do you want to recall, meow? Yilan thought for a moment, not rushing to respond. To be honest, he was still relatively clueless about the mind cat's abilities. How far back can you recall at most? The mind cat thought for a moment, rubbing its 2 cat paws together in a human-like manner, seemingly calculating. Within 3 days, it can be perfectly restored, meow. For 4 to 7 days, there will be significant errors, and beyond 7 days, the errors will increase the further back in time it goes, meow. Errors? Yilan was stunned, chewing on the word. Can you give an example? The mind cat thought for a moment and gave an answer. For example, the actual fact was a person swimming in a pool, but the restored scene is a pig diving in the deep sea? Yilan. You can hardly describe that as errors, can you? So? Yilan was still thinking about the information the old man had provided. Arthur arrived yesterday, and the situation had progressed to an irreversible point. Arthur hadn't found the cause or a solution. The first wilting of the entire Devil Black Chili farm occurred 3 days ago, so no matter the reason, no matter what happened, the origin should be pulled back 1 more day, which is 4 days ago. 4 days, just past the mind cat's perfect recall time limit. But it should still be okay. 4 days was just slightly past the perfect recall threshold. Even if there were errors, they wouldn't be too outrageous. At most, the real scene of a man swimming might be restored to a woman swimming. Begin. Meow. The mine cat happily waved its paws, and then Yilan felt the light and shadows in his vision flicker violently. A gray mist originated from the mined cat itself and extended in all directions. The mist spread for over 10 meters, seemingly reaching its limit, then stopped expanding and began to spread along its farthest reach, finally forming a square area with gray mist as its border, visible only to Yilan and the mine cat, centered at Yilan's feet. Then, the entire space appeared as a projected illusion. Boom! The instantaneous scene switch brought about earth-shattering changes, making it difficult for Yilan to even see the path around him. The low-lying devil-black chili field became extremely large, reaching up to Yilan's waist. His feet, which were originally in a relatively spacious empty area, suddenly felt crowded. So this is what the unwithered devil-black chili field looks like. It's quite spectacular. It was like how a few scattered cherry trees by the roadside might make one pause, but if they were grown into an endless expanse, it would become a soul-stirring sight. Yilan sighed softly, reached out and touched the nearest large chili, held his breath, and squeezed it. His fingers passed through the watermelon-sized devil-black chili, but touched nothing. As expected, I can't touch it. All of this is an illusion created by the mine cat, things that happened before. Tap, tap, crunch. Clear footsteps came from behind him. Yilan suddenly turned his head and saw the old man walking step by step, pushing aside the chili stalks as he approached. Yilan narrowed his eyes. Haunted city. This was no longer a matter of dissatisfaction. It was about the situation he didn't want to face, brought about by the other party's refusal to heed his advice, which would expose his hidden secret. I told you not to come, but you insisted. Now what? Should I silence you or not? Isn't this forcing my hand? Oh, what a great harvest this year, little Arthur and his friends will be blessed. The old man hummed a tune, his face beaming with joy, as he brushed past Yilan, reaching out to pluck the pure black chili peppers that were almost as tall as he was. Yilan was stunned. He didn't even acknowledge him? And touching chili peppers? Could he even reach them? Oh. Yilan instantly realized. It wasn't that the old man had ignored his advice and stumbled upon his secret, this was a scene from 4 days ago, part of the scene recall. At that time, he had just arrived here. Meow. Don't be nervous, these are all past scenes, they can't see you, meow. And if someone could enter here, I would be able to feel it, meow. Minecat always had the power to soothe people's hearts. Yilan had indeed been a little nervous, but he quickly relaxed. That's right. The little cat was an anomaly. The scene you restored is even more real than I imagined. Yilan praised, observing the old man's movements. He looked completely different from the old man just now, as if he had aged several years in an instant. The joy of harvest was hard not to empathize with. Even if he didn't like eating this stuff, he could still empathize with the feeling of harvest earned through sweat. However, all of this would soon be gone. Yilan glanced at the sky. After the commotion at the town guard, plus eating and traveling, it was already noon. Yilan roughly had a judgment in his mind. Everything was normal now, and there was no catalyst for change. The old man was here to do farm work, and seeing how much he cherished it, he probably ran out to check on it every 10 minutes. Under this level of care, any situation would be discovered immediately. But people had to sleep eventually. The old man also said that the entire farmland had shrunk by almost a quarter overnight. The night 4 days ago should be the key to the problem. The 20 missed blue coins were not payment for solving the problem, but for finding the cause. His task, in other words, was simply to find out what had happened. Little cat, speed up to 9 p.m. Okay, meow. Time flew by, and the scene constantly changed. Everything before Yilan's eyes flowed rapidly, as if on a fast-forwarded God's eye view. The sun rose in the east and set in the west, and day turned into night. Everything was quiet. Yilan looked up, no longer able to see the peaceful summer night from before the apocalypse. There were no twinkling stars in the sky, and no chirping cicadas in the fields, nor fireflies dancing like a dream from afar. 9 o'clock had arrived, and Yilan waited quietly, already prepared for a long battle. The night of the apocalypse was eerily quiet. Apart from the faint specks of light from Sewage Town far, far away, there was nothing at all. Even the wind blew sparingly, so much so that these top-heavy plants barely swayed. Rustle, rustle. In this absolute silence, Yilan waited for almost 2 full hours, when suddenly he felt a jolt. Sound. In this absolute silence, even the slightest sound was incredibly clear. But what was this sound? The wind blowing, causing the grass to rub against each other? Snap. Before he could even search for the source of the sound, a crackle came from closer to Yilan, making him tremble. The sound was right beside him. And this sound. Footsteps. Someone was coming. Yilan instantly glanced at the old man's small house. There was no light, the room was tightly shut, so it definitely wasn't him. Then at this time of night, if it wasn't the owner, and they were sneaking over, could they be up to any good? Taking a deep breath, Yilan knew the most crucial situation had arrived. Thump thump. The footsteps grew closer and closer. Although they were very light, at this distance, Yilan heard them clearly. After a few more rustles of the plants in front of him, one side of the clearing suddenly opened, and a tall, thin figure walked out. The person held a very faint small lamp, so faint that Yilan couldn't even see their face at this distance. Further away, like in the old man's small house, it would be impossible to detect anything at all. They really were careful. As the person drew closer, almost pressing against Yilan's face, Yilan could finally clearly see their features. Middle-aged, weathered, with a striking scar on his face, and an unshakable sense of gloom about him. Who was this person? With the enemy in the light, I in the dark situation, Yilan was not flustered at all. He didn't have to worry about being discovered, so he could observe however he wanted. The person's clothing wasn't particularly special, at least not as noticeable as his original novice set, but compared to Sewage Town, it still looked completely out of place. Not from Sewage Town? Yilan murmured softly to himself. The person was wearing leather armor, his body filled with strength. This feeling. Yilan himself was stunned. How did he seem a bit like the person who robbed him? The more he looked, the more similar they were. Belonging to the same organization as that person? Impossible. If that guy really had an organization backing him, would he have come to rob him of that little money? Oh, of course, unless it was an organization like mountain bandits or brigands, specializing in plunder. Before he could think further, the person made another move. Once I finish this job, I'll get 50 mist blue coins as payment. Working with them, money comes really fast. Just a little more, just a little bit more. And I can go to Radiant City. Ah. Yilan was speechless for a moment. Another person doing bad things, and their goal was to go to Radiant City. That place. How much did it captivate you all? And with the way you are, would Radiant City even want you? The figure in leather clothes shifted his gaze, revealing a hint of melancholy. But if I do this, Sewage Town will probably experience an unprecedented economic catastrophe this year, won't it? This wretched place's entire annual income and supplies rely on selling these things to the entire wasteland. At this moment, such a person actually showed a hint of hesitation. Why, does even such a villain have a complex for his hometown? Yilan couldn't help but think this upon seeing the scene. The person hesitated back and forth for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth fiercely. To hell with it. What does it have to do with me? This damn ghost town should have disappeared from history in this godforsaken world long ago. Who told them not to be the ones paying me to do things? I just want to go to Radiant City. Digging a trap. The man made up his mind, took out a small box from opened it, and inside was a very bright, stalactite-like small stone. Yilan immediately perked up. This thing, without a doubt, was the tool he would use to act. His investigation had reached an unprecedented, most critical moment. After a final moment of internal struggle, the man no longer hesitated, bent down, picked up the multifunctional military shovel on his back, and began to dig vigorously at his feet. His movements were clean and precise, looking extremely practiced. Coupled with this specially made high-grade shovel, it truly seemed as if it had been silenced. He dug down nearly half a meter before stopping. He carefully took out the stalactite-like object from the small box beside him and buried it. Then, without a sound, he filled the entire small pit, compacted the soil, and from the outside, it looked as if there were no traces left. He seemed a bit tired, sat on the ground, took out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth. But the moment he put the lighter to his lips, he stopped again, seemingly worried about leaving traces. Damn this town. Damn Arthur, he cursed, stood up, and put the cigarette back into his pocket. That's it. The sound of footsteps gradually faded. Silence returned, and only Elon remained. The answer had been obtained. Everything that happened afterward originated from this thing, starting with this person. Looking at the retreating figure, Elon was silent for a moment, gently stroking the back of the mind cat. That's enough. Stop. Meow. The mind cat retracted the scene recall, and everything before their eyes changed like the vast sea turning into mulberry fields, like the sun and moon shifting. The mist all receded back into the mind cat's body, and suddenly returning from darkness to daylight was a bit dazzling, with warm sunlight scattering down on him from the sky. They were back in that sunny afternoon. Little cat, impressive. Elon gave the mind cat a thumbs up. No matter how you hide and scheme, how you act one way on the surface and another behind the scenes. Before this ability, nothing can hide. Hee meow. Receiving Elon's praise, the mind cat looked extremely pleased. Oh, it's nothing, meow. As long as I can help you, that's good, meow. Elon nodded, walked to the spot where the person had buried the pit in his memory, dug a mark in the soil with his heel, and turned to walk out. We can leave now. Following the path back to the cottage, Elon looked towards the road and found that the old man was indeed honestly waiting there. However, his anxiety was evident, and he kept looking in this direction from time to time. The moment Elon appeared, he immediately stood up and strode over. You're out, young man. Did you find anything? More than 2 hours. Nearly 2.5 hours had passed, and there was no movement inside. If he hadn't already agreed and the other party hadn't specifically mentioned that it might take a long time, he really would have been unable to resist going in to check. Yes. But the specific situation needs further investigation. Elon said as the two had already met. Do you have a shovel? The old man was stunned for a moment, then blurted out. How could I not? That's an essential tool. But would a hoe work? Of course, there was no difference. Elon had only thought of a shovel. You wait for me. The old man said, then hurried to the cottage and quickly returned with the tool. Elon waited, and almost couldn't hold it steady. So heavy. Elon couldn't help but suspect that the shovel had been modified. After all, the ground soil was so hard. As Elon walked inside, the old man couldn't help but ask anxiously, by the way, can I follow you now? Elon was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Of course. His next actions would not involve any secrets. Returning to the original spot and finding his mark on the ground, Elon plunged the shovel down. Clang! The shovel hit the ground as if it had struck a rock, incredibly hard. With great difficulty, he managed to dig down a little, and Elon quickly lifted it with force, at the cost of a sore shoulder, successfully shoveling up a small piece of soil. Is the hardness of the soil in this apocalypse serious? Oh my goodness, if you dig like this, it'll take forever. Give it to me, I'll do it. Seeing Elon struggle to dig down little by little, the old man snatched the hoe with a look of disdain and measured the ground. I'm telling you, if I dig it up and there's nothing there, this old body of mine will be angry with you. Yi Lan. Didn't you, old man, come and snatch the hoe away? Perhaps realizing that Yi Lan had indeed discovered something, the old man became incredibly lively and full of vigor. He rolled up both sleeves to his shoulders and vigorously plunged the shovel down. Crack! One shovel down, the depth reached half of what Yi Lan had just achieved, and then the speed actually increased, making Yi Lan dizzy and even question life. No. Grandpa, you're making me look so weak. It seems the physical quality of ordinary humans in the apocalypse is much stronger, meow. The Mind Cat's voice entered the embarrassed Yi Lan's mind, and Yi Lan was stunned for a moment, inexplicably relieved. If you say it like that, I feel much better, otherwise, it's too embarrassing. Is their gene enhancement technology reliable? This was not the first time he had been limited by strength. Sleeping in the containment tower for too long, improving his physical quality had become an imperative. I don't know either, meow. But I think, if you want to improve your physical quality, you don't need such inefficient things. I can find a few suitable anomalies for you, and you can just contain them. Yi Lan. Little cat, really, you have to eat one bite at a time. Why do you always make these anomalies sound like common cabbages? Crack. The old man jumped out of the small pit, threw the hoe aside, and vigorously wiped the sweat from his head. I've dug it open, now what? Yi Lan composed himself, looked down, took the hoe, and shoveled a few more times. Then, a bright light appeared. Unlike a night shining pearl, it was a light that had its own brightness even in daylight, under the sun. Coupled with the reflection of the sun, they shone against each other. This, my field has gems? Cause. The old man was also surprised by the sight, scratching his head, quite at a loss. Gemstone. There were so many things to complain about that Yi Lan didn't know where to start. I hope you, old man, will still call it a gemstone after knowing it wiped out your entire spicy pepper field. Yi Lan jumped down, half-squatted, and grabbed it into his palm. A mint-like coolness instantly spread throughout Yi Lan's body, and at the same time, it felt as if there was a pulling force towards his palm. This thing. Before Yi Lan could study it, the old man's startled cry came from beside him. It grew. It grew. What grew? The old man's voice was so anxious to the listener, causing anxiety, that Yi Lan's gaze was involuntarily drawn to it. Then, even Yi Lan was stunned. Everything around him. No. More precisely, the devil black chile that occupied almost his entire vision was slowly expanding and growing. Yi Lan was surprised and puzzled, but for the old man at this moment, there was only ecstasy. An ecstasy that no longer cared about the cause and effect. But his joy was destined not to last long. The bad news still arrived unexpectedly. Why isn't it growing anymore? Why isn't it growing anymore? The growing devil black chile stopped growing. Yi Lan looked over, it didn't shrink or degenerate again, but it clearly didn't grow back to the size of the sample, reaching only about 2/3. Old man, calm down first. Look, is it still withering? This involved something Yi Lan didn't understand. The old man was stunned, then reacted quickly, hurrying to confirm with his lifetime of planting experience. A moment later, he stopped moving. In his complex expression, there was both relief and sorrow. It has indeed stopped withering. In this state, it will be ready for harvest in a few days as scheduled. But he really couldn't smile. It can only be considered a low-quality product. Not only is the total annual income cut in half, but the quality is also far too poor. If we continue to sell it, it might even be a crisis for our sewage town's reputation. Yi Lan could understand that perfectly. It was like sweet, ripe fruit suddenly turning into half-ripe, astringent ones. High-end products all turning into budget-level products for an entire year. This certainly wouldn't be ideal, but the economic crisis in Sewage Town this year was clearly resolved because of this. No matter what, a loss is better than bankruptcy, right? Young man. What exactly is going on? This? Why? He truly couldn't understand what had happened. And now, the only one most likely to know the situation was this mysterious and unfamiliar face in front of him. His attitude towards Yilan now, it was truly 1,000, 10,000 times better, as if he was looking at a savior. Even the strongest Arthur in Sewage Town had no solution after visiting yesterday, but he not only found the cause but even achieved a solution he dared not even dream of. The reason he was a little disappointed just now was because he had thought too much, even believing it could be restored to its original state. But how could that be? I'm not sure yet, but one thing I'm very certain of is that this is definitely man-made, Yilan said without concealment. 4 nights ago, around 11 p.m. to 12 a.m., did you hear any strange noises? 4 nights ago, man-made, man-made? Uncontrollable rage ignited in the old man's eyes, and a low, hoarse roar escaped his throat. Who? What kind of grudge is this, to sever the roots of our sewage town? But no sooner had he spoken than he suddenly remembered something and murmured softly. 4 nights ago? If you put it that way, I do have some impression. That night I heard a very faint rattling sound from the wire mesh, like a gust of wind. I didn't pay attention. Doesn't that fit? Time, place. Roughly what direction? Take me to see. The old man also knew that a huge breakthrough had occurred and readily agreed. Remember, how could I not remember? Every inch of this place is clear to me, I can probably recall the direction. This way. The old man was also a man of action, he turned his head and led the way. Yilan followed closely behind him. He was clearly an old man, yet his movements were surprisingly swift, to the point that following him through the spicy pepper field made Yilan a little out of breath. In this way, the two quickly arrived together at the place the old man remembered. This is it. Look, there's nothing here. Yilan looked in the direction of the voice and indeed saw only a very ordinary place. Before entering, Yilan had already observed. The entire devil-black chili field was enclosed by a large wire mesh fence. Looking closely at such a short distance, he could see that due to lack of maintenance and old age, the wire was severely corroded by rust, in a state where any slight disturbance would be noticeable. However, there were blind spots. On the ground, there were weeds almost knee-high. Seeing Yilan squat down and clear the weeds on the ground, the old man also seemed to understand, and immediately rolled up his trouser legs, squatted beside Yilan, and started clearing them together. The entire row of wire mesh at the bottom was covered in weeds that hadn't been cleared for who knows how many years, obscuring the view below. If it was truly as suspected, no one would know exactly where it happened. This continued for several minutes until Yilan finally stopped. When the old man saw the hollow space Yilan had cleared, he also paused. The base of the wire mesh had been completely cut open. Along with a few centimeters of the wire mesh above it, a small rectangular hole had been cut. The hole was very small, even able to hide among the overgrown weeds, appearing to be just large enough for a medium-sized dog to pass through. Normally. But thinking about it, such a space was also enough for a thin person to lie down and crawl through. The atmosphere suddenly quieted. Yilan didn't need to say anything more, the deduction was corroborated, and the cause of this incident was already self-evident. Bastard! The old man was silent for a long time, clenching his fists tightly. Who is it? Yilan had already found the limit of what he could investigate here and gradually considered leaving. But before he could say anything, the old man once again roared out emotionally. What exactly is Arthur doing, that something like this could happen? How many times have I told him, how many times, to fill the town guard with more people, and he just won't? It must be an outsider's doing. Who in Sewage Town, from top to bottom, doesn't rely on this thing to live? Forever 18. Yilan hesitated, unsure how to voice the prepared speech in his mind. I guess I'm one of the outsiders too, right? The old man seemed to realize something as well, looking at Yilan with a complex expression before carefully speaking. I'm sorry, I got a little emotional. I wasn't talking about you. Yilan nodded slightly, not really bothered by it. The man was already so miserable, what more could he ask for? Since the problem with this matter has been found, you see. The old man also came back to his senses. That's right, the other party had already completed the commission, and could even be said to have overcompleted it. For a moment, he even felt a little embarrassed. Isn't the money a bit too little? The content of my commission was only to find the cause, with a payment of 20 missed blue coins, but you seem to have already solved the problem before. That. Yilan glanced at him, his emotions didn't seem fake. After pondering for a few breaths, he shook his head. No need, let's leave it at that. Of course, this wasn't Yilan trying to show off or save face. While this incident was taken from the commission board and the publisher was this old man, it was essentially a major event concerning the entire sewage town. He only received 20 missed blue coins for this, feeling as if he had lost out. However, in reality, he had given the other party a debt of gratitude, and even a debt of gratitude to the entire sewage town, which aligned with his fundamental idea of not wanting to owe Arthur too much. His original urgent needs, clothing, ammunition, vehicles, and even fuel money no longer required his expenditure, and next week's rent had already been prepaid. Regardless of his weekly salary of 21 missed blue coins, even after paying the remaining balance with these 20 missed blue coins, he would still have 10 missed blue coins in circulating funds. He could now confidently say that he was temporarily not short of money. Then thank you. Your commission is complete. I've already deposited the remuneration with the town guard. You can go back and claim it from Arthur. The old man hesitated, then said no more, appearing to be genuinely tight on money at the moment. But you have truly been kind to me, and I will never treat you poorly. When this batch of chilies ripens, I'll bring you a cart. No. I'll bring you a cart of the best one stored in the warehouse from last year. Yilan. That's really not necessary. However, after thinking about it, Yilan didn't refuse. He would definitely go to many places in the future. If he ever needed to give a gift, this local specialty should be very popular, right? After a moment of thought, Yilan showed the old man the small stone he had dug out of the ground and spoke. Then I'll take this item for now, otherwise, I won't be able to follow up on the subsequent investigation. The old man had no objections and nodded. Of course, of course. Even if you gave this thing to an old man like me, I wouldn't dare to take it. If this small field of mine withers again, I really wouldn't be able to live. Expectation flickered in his eyes. You'll catch the culprit, won't you? Yilan was stunned, not daring to make such a promise. After all, for him, there were too many things to do right now, and this matter, having progressed to this extent, could already be considered diligent and responsible. The town guard will do their best, he said. The town guard wasn't just him. Arthur himself couldn't possibly ignore this matter. Of course, he also silently added a sentence in his heart. If the culprit hasn't left Sewage Town yet. After parting ways with the old man, Yilan returned to the main road, turned the key, and put the car in neutral. As the engine revved, Yilan took out the walkie-talkie from his person and pressed the button. Arthur, I have something to discuss with you. Please return to the town guard office when it's convenient. He quickly received a response from the other party. Yilan put down the walkie-talkie, shifted gears, revved the accelerator, and sped towards the town guard building. There were still many unanswered questions about this matter. For example, what was this thing, and why did it cause plants to regress? And who was that person, and why exactly did they target Sewage Town? What Yilan was most concerned about was, why target Sewage Town at this particular time? What was about to happen in Sewage Town that would make it seem like it was caught in a swirling vortex of events at this very moment? As long as he told Arthur, Arthur would definitely not give up on investigating this matter. Then, being so close to the source, he would surely receive various information feedback about this incident, further enriching the intelligence and information he currently possessed. Boom! The rapid journey attracted many gazes. The town was small, and the roads weren't wide, but there were so few people that Yilan could speed along freely. Boom! The motorcycle came to a steady stop in the town guard's courtyard. Yilan pushed the door open, dismounted, and went straight upstairs. It felt like coming home. But just as he was about to reach the office, passing by the restroom, Yilan suddenly stopped. He looked towards the restroom, where there was a mirror directly facing him. The mirror reflected his face, but Yilan felt something was very wrong. It wasn't narcissism, but why was he so handsome? His skin was soft and smooth, as if he had returned to the prime of his youth, even younger than his current self. Wait, how many years younger? Yilan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately stepped into the restroom. Probably no one would be unwilling to be younger, but the question was, what was the cause of this youth? Everything he had just experienced was still vivid in his mind. Plants regressed due to this thing, so what about people? Holy crap! The urgency of the situation made Yilan disregard everything else. He slammed the door shut behind him and summoned the mind cat. Little cat! Look quickly, am I not quite right? Meow? The mind cat appeared in a flash, stood on his shoulder, and looked around. Not sensing any other prying eyes, it solidified, looked at the mirror, and let out a surprised gasp of delight. Oh! You're even more handsome. Yilan. I know that, but that's not the most appropriate reaction right now, is it? But then, Yilan looked at the mind cat with a slightly strange expression. You seem to have gotten a little smaller too? The mind cat turned around in front of the mirror, even striking a few poses, seemingly admiring its own beauty. Yes, yes. How wonderful, meow. This way, can I also be forever, in human terms, forever 18? Yilan. Is your focus a little off? No, how do I stop this? It wasn't that he didn't want to be younger, but he was already quite young. If it stole more time from him, it would be hilarious if Arthur saw him and he had turned into an elementary school student. Meow. The mind cat also seemed to finally realize this point and took the matter seriously. Returning to youth was certainly a good thing, but if it couldn't be stopped and continued all the way back to infancy, that would be a huge problem. That would mean losing combat ability, and even the ability to move. Suspicion. Meow. The ability of this thing is very weak, but it's still too far from being an anomaly. It should be an ability object. No, it's even less than an ability object. It's just that its function is too special, which makes it seem a bit scary. The mind cat's expression was a bit troubled, as if it was thinking of a solution. The night house does have a lot of storage containers that the containment tower used to use, but you probably don't have time to go back now, do you? Yilan nodded lightly. Isn't that obvious? If he didn't want to leave Sewage Town, even for a short time, during this period of dramatic change, why would he take on this commission? Wouldn't it be better to take one to clear out mutated giant rats? Even the magic scythe was made to obey him, so dealing with a few small rats would be a piece of cake. I think you can ask Arthur, meow. No matter what, this is a human gathering point, with so many chaotic anomalies gathered here. To survive until now, they must have something, so it's impossible for them to not even be able to store a weak ability object. Yilan nodded lightly, weighed the current situation, put the small cat back into his pocket, pushed open the bathroom door, and strode towards the office. Bang! Pushing open the office door, Arthur was already waiting inside. He seemed extremely anxious about Yilan's sudden contact, and even worried. What happened? Arthur's voice sounded relatively calm, but whether his heart was pounding was another matter. After all, his understanding of Yilan was almost zero, and the other party had only joined a few hours ago, yet claimed to have an urgent matter to discuss. I took on that commission for the Black Devil Spicy Pepper Field, and I've found the cause. Overall, Arthur was quite happy. After all, from his movements, Yilan had truly gone to do things since their last conversation, even if it was just a performance for him. That one, it is a bit strange. There are no clues, so no rush. You can go fight some mutated giant. Arthur paused halfway through his sentence, then suddenly stood up, almost spitting out the mouthful of water he had just drunk due to this series of actions. What did you say? You found the cause? When I went to look yesterday, I didn't find anything. Yes. Yilan nodded. The situation is a bit complex. I'm here to give you the information so you can follow up. Arthur also realized sat back down in his chair, but his nerves were already completely on edge. So, what exactly happened? This was a major event affecting the entire sewage town. He was already hesitating whether to ask the people from the Twilight God cult to take a look. Clink. Yilan placed the crystalline stone on the table and then spoke, "Take a look at this." Arthur almost jumped up again, blurting out. An ability object? Another ability object? No. Does this guy produce ability objects? He pulled out another one. Not giving Arthur any more time to brainstorm, Yilan began to explain. This was found in the soil of the spicy pepper field. Its confirmed function is degradation. The entire spicy pepper field isn't withering, instead, it's rapidly returning to its previous state in the growth process. Arthur also understood something, and his face became extremely grim. You mean this is man-made? Exactly. Yilan nodded, confirming Arthur's guess. I found traces of unknown humans at the scene. Wait a moment. Arthur waved his hand, pulled open his drawer, took out an exquisite small square box, then quickly put on gloves, carefully placed the stone inside. And finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Yilan, his expression extremely strange. You just carried it over directly like that? Yilan shrugged, otherwise? Actually, he was a little embarrassed too, it sounded too unprofessional. Arthur was clearly a bit speechless, opening his mouth several times as if to speak, but then stopping. Otherwise? You did that, and you're fine, standing perfectly in front of me? How mysterious. Once again marveling at Yilan's power, Arthur clenched his fists and paced back and forth. You said someone buried it in the town's spicy pepper field in the middle of the night? Damn it, who could it be, at this time, trying to sabotage Sewage Town? He really couldn't figure out the identity of this person, and he sat back down on the stool. Are there any other clues? Yilan shook his head lightly, not surprised by Arthur's cluelessness. Nothing else. I can only confirm that the other party did this 4 nights ago. Of course, he knew more, such as the other person's attire being very similar to the one who robbed him, and that the other person had a scar on his face. But these things couldn't be explained. How could he know? 4 days ago. Arthur clasped his hands together, seemingly trying to find any possible clue in his memory, but all came to nothing. How could Arthur understand that the person who did such a earth-shattering thing was only doing it for merely 50 mist blue coins, saving money to go to Radiant City? Of course. Behind all this, there was destined to be a greater mastermind. Do you have any suspects? Yilan asked tentatively. The old man in the vegetable garden strongly suspects that outsiders did it. Arthur heard this, gave Yilan a strange look, and shook his head helplessly. Outsiders? Where would so many outsiders come from? Don't pay too much attention to it. Sewage Town is too remote, and there are too few people. Everyone hasn't seen many people from outside, so they appear a bit exclusive. Arthur's words made Yilan pause, and he couldn't help but add a few more sentences. Don't you suspect that I'm staging this myself? There was clearly nothing at the scene, yet I can give you so many clues and even solve the problem. Arthur waved his hand impatiently. Alright, you don't need to test me. I don't suspect you at all. If the time provided is accurate, 4 days ago, only we were in the town, no outsiders arrived. He gave Yilan a meaningful look. Including you. You are the first outsider to arrive in town during this period. Everyone else came after you. Yilan froze, as if he had suddenly discovered some secret. How can you be sure that no outsiders secretly entered the town? Even if Sewage Town was small, it was still a city. There were roads in all directions, and even without roads, one could make a path. The entire Sewage Town guard, before his arrival, consisted only of Arthur himself. Logically, if someone secretly infiltrated, there would be no way to discover it. Yet Arthur spoke with such certainty, saying there was no possibility of an outsider committing the act. Arthur frowned, a bit conflicted, but ultimately chose to tell him this information. I can sense any stranger entering the Sewage Town's range. Exchange of information. Yilan was stunned, taking a moment to digest the information. What did he mean? What did he mean that he could sense anyone who entered Sewage Town? He had some kind of ability. No, this definitely wasn't an ability a human could possess. An anomaly? Or an ability object, and Arthur could achieve this through such power? Then, was Arthur's frank and simple disclosure of this matter purely an expression of goodwill, or was it a display of power to a certain extent, telling him that he was also very strong? Sewage Town, huh? Yilan smiled slightly. No matter what, at least his decision not to leave Sewage Town, even temporarily, was absolutely correct. I also have some theories, you can see if they're useful. Yilan pondered for a moment, deciding to offer a bit more information in a very subtle way. After all, Arthur had just shared a secret with him in a very subtle way. If there's anyone in the town who likes to wear leather clothes, I suggest you pay more attention. Yilan's words completely baffled Arthur, who couldn't help but ask, slightly confused. Leather clothes? Who wears that stuff? Everyone wears cloth. Why do you ask? He understood that Yilan wouldn't just blurt out something so random, there must have been some discovery he hadn't mentioned earlier. Before I came back, I found the path the culprit took to enter the spicy pepper field. It was very, very narrow, with tough barbed wire, so scrapes were unavoidable. Yet, even so, I couldn't find any traces left on the ground. Yilan spoke nonsense with a serious expression. The culprit's attire must have been very sturdy, definitely not cloth. Considering the confined space, it couldn't have been more sophisticated gear, so leather clothing is the most likely possibility. Arthur looked at Yilan strangely. The whole deduction sounded quite logical, but why did it feel like something was off? At least if it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to deduce such a clue. Impressive. So not only are you strong, but you're also a master of criminal investigation? He couldn't ignore the theory Yilan put forward. He pondered for a moment. If that's the case, there really is one very suspicious person, and only one. Their gazes met, and the same face overlapped in both their minds. No way. In Yilan's original thinking, that person was at most a bit similar, but the possibility was low because the face was different. However, Arthur had just given him an unexpected answer, completely ruling out a strange face, and in the town, there was only one person dressed like that. But at this moment, Yilan suddenly remembered that the Mine Cat had said there was still an error after 3 days, which made that possibility even greater. That idiot who robbed him. Yilan and Arthur had reached the same conclusion. Could it have been him? Then there was no one left to verify, and he even seemed like an accomplice sent by the mastermind to silence him. I understand. Arthur also felt a headache coming on, things were getting more and more complicated. I will conduct follow-up investigations. You should rest today. Thank you for your hard work. On behalf of Sewage Town, I thank you for your discovery. Yilan nodded slightly. He had the same intention, after all, his core objective was not to maintain public order in the town, but to investigate and find anomalies. Everything that had just happened was enough to provide a perfect answer to Arthur's support and assistance during this period. Oh, right, wait. Arthur slapped his forehead, then opened a drawer and took out a cloth bag. Here, the reward for this mission, 20 mist blue coins. Yilan nodded, picked it up, and weighed it, not even counting it. Arthur couldn't possibly shortchange him on this. The only thing that left Yilan a bit speechless was, how could there be everything in this drawer? Was it really safe? So much money just casually tossed in the office? Arthur shrugged. What else? Who would dare to steal money from my office? That's not necessarily true. If you had 50 missed blue coins in here, that guy who's always dreaming of Radiant City would probably come. And this, you take it too. Arthur lightly touched the small box on the desk, his eyes filled with barely concealed reluctance. It was the stone found underground at the scene, which was close to an ability object. Although, by rights, this item belonged to him, Arthur's gesture still surprised Yelan. You don't want it? Nonsense, this is an ability object, who wouldn't want it? I believe the value of our cooperation far exceeds its value. Arthur said seriously. Yelan's eyebrows twitched. He had intended to take this item, and at this moment, he felt extremely annoyed. This was another favor debt, wasn't it? Arthur's approach was truly overwhelming for him, completely disrupting his rhythm. I believe it inherently belongs to me. Of course, you can raise an objection, and we can debate it to decide ownership. Don't think I owe you this favor. Arthur was stunned, not expecting Yelan to say that. This was the difference in their perspectives and backgrounds. For Yelan, the value of this item was not as high as he imagined. The Mind Cat's constant talk of anomalies had gradually made Yelan's taste pickier. A favor. Was this guy really that concerned about such things? I don't think so. After all, this involves an attack on Sewage Town, and our town guard, both by sentiment and reason, has some claim to it. Of course, you get 70%, and I get 30%, but it's not money, so it can't be divided into two parts. Arthur smiled, becoming even more determined to give it to Yelan. Then let that 30% be the value supplement for this mission. You've done this much, 20 missed blue coins is really a bit too little. Yelan stared into his eyes for a moment, then nodded helplessly. Whatever you say. Yelan's figure disappeared outside the office, and all of Arthur's expressions vanished. Yelan, so you're not from Radiant City. He stood up, looked out the window at Yelan's disappearing figure on the motorcycle, gently rubbed his chin, and then pressed a hidden button under the drawer. Rumble, rumble. A slight tremor, and a deep, secluded passage appeared on the side of the office. Arthur then stepped into the darkness. Upgrading from a shotgun to a cannon. Boom! The roar of the motorcycle's engine echoed through the town, and Yelan felt himself becoming less and less conspicuous. He had been riding his motorcycle around here, zipping from east to west, day in and day out. It had become a habit, and thus, a part of daily life. Watching the increasingly familiar streets on both sides, Yelan's mood brightened. After sleeping for decades, he had still managed to integrate into human society quite well. The entire morning had been spent, and all urgent matters were resolved. Ammunition was replenished, restoring his combat capability, clothing was changed, so he wouldn't be stared at like he was wearing strange attire. Everywhere he went. Most importantly, he had even acquired a town guard vest, unexpectedly establishing a friendly, almost allied, relationship with Sewage Town, which laid a very significant foundation for the upcoming anomaly investigation, and the most pressing task at hand could now begin. He would use scene recall on the room of his neighbors, the Twilight God cult. These people traveled all this way, it couldn't possibly be for tourism, could it? Last night, they stayed holed up in their room, and they hadn't left this morning either. Half a day had already passed. If they wanted to do anything or had any objective, they should have departed by now, right? The motorcycle stopped at the entrance of Mosquito Restaurant. Yelan turned off the key, pushed the door open, and walked inside. Mealtime was over, and it wasn't yet time for drinks, so the restaurant was quiet. As soon as he walked in, the restaurant owner, who was cleaning, immediately greeted him cheerfully. Oh, you've come for lunch, huh? The restaurant owner's words suddenly froze mid-sentence, and then he rubbed his eyes. But everything before him remained unchanged, making him even more bewildered. No, you changed your whole look after just one morning? Why are you wearing a town guard uniform? You didn't kill Arthur, did you? One special plain noodles, to go. Ha? Ah, oh, Alright, please wait a moment, honored guest. Right, he's here to eat. The restaurant owner suppressed his confusion and went to cook the noodles. Yilan directly placed 2 mist blue coins on the counter and returned to his usual, familiar seat. Sitting in his familiar spot, Yilan calmly looked up at the picture frame. The benefits of his new identity were beginning to show. The feeling of being able to observe and investigate so naturally and frankly. The photo in the frame hadn't changed, and being stared at like this even gave him the illusion that the other side was panicking. When are you going to pull me into a dream again? No matter what, that strike from the magic scythe had truly amazed him, and it was the first anomaly he had directly encountered on his own. A few minutes later, the restaurant owner walked over with the noodles. His speed was more than twice as fast as before, and Yilan was genuinely worried that he was so curious and eager to ask something that he hadn't even cooked the noodles thoroughly. How are you, that outfit of yours? It's nothing. Yilan waved his hand. I'm currently working part-time as a town guard member. Restaurant owner? Awesome, ridiculous, impressive, speechless. Is Arthur out of his mind? Yilan took the packaged food, turned, and left Mosquito Restaurant, hanging it on the handlebars, and once again set off towards the inn. This time, the distance was very short. In a few minutes, Yilan arrived downstairs at the inn, and parking became a whole new challenge. This cursed sewage inn, it's backed by water. If he parked there, it might be washed away by a small rain. And parking in front of the main entrance might be impolite. But ultimately, the reason for planning parking spaces is due to high pedestrian and vehicle traffic, or haphazard parking causes traffic jams. As for Sewage Town, just a few people, and one small motorcycle inside and outside the building. The only thing to worry about is whether it would be stolen if left alone like this. However, probably no one would dare to steal a police car. He walked up the stairs, similarly enjoying the hotel owner's wide-eyed surprise, and returned to the top floor. As he passed rooms 402 and 403, Yilan's steps paused slightly, then he casually pushed open his own room door. Clack! The lights came on, and he was back in his temporary little den. The sight before me when the lights turn on, wow, a huge room silent. Clack! Yilan's style was all about fast, fierce, accurate, and he precisely shut off the singing radio. After a quick glance around the room, Yilan couldn't help but speak to the radio. Did anyone come into the room after I left? Yilan, of course, hadn't found anything, but since he had assigned the radio the task of house-sitting, he naturally had to ask. The magic of love spinning around missing you until my heart blooms day and night, wow, but I'm afraid. Clack! What the heck? Yilan originally thought he could keep up with the radio's rhythm, but this time, he truly didn't understand it at all. If he could roughly grasp the meaning from the lyrics every time it played music before, this time he was completely clueless. Why was it, the magic of love spinning around? The Mind Cat also spoke at this moment, and to Yilan's surprise, it didn't even manifest physically. I think it's definitely answering your question just now, meow. We need to think about what it means, meow meow. Yilan nodded slightly. Given the eerie nature of Sewage Town, he couldn't afford to be careless. If any important information was overlooked, it might delay crucial matters. Love, forget that line, it probably doesn't mean much. The focus is on the latter line. The activated radio often communicates by extracting a specific line from lyrics, but to sing that line, it inevitably includes the preceding or succeeding lines. Missing you until my heart blooms day and night. Can missing you be understood as paying attention to you? Then day and night would mean constantly? Someone was constantly paying attention to him? Many people paid attention to him, like Arthur. But the radio had never seen them. From its birth until now, it had never left this small room. So the meaning of attention could be understood in another way. What I just asked it was, Yilan's expression changed dramatically. He had asked the radio if anyone had been in the room. And the radio's answer to him was that he was being monitored. Surveillance. For a moment, Yilan was completely silent. Who knew if someone was watching him right now? It was also fortunate that the mind cat hadn't revealed its physical form. If they had only seen him talking to the radio just now, at most it would have looked like he was a bit crazy. After all, the radio didn't answer him, right? Who is it? At this moment, there could only be three factions monitoring him: the Sewage Town forces, the neighboring Twilight God cult forces, and certain hidden organizations within the small town, as well as the masterminds behind the poisoning of the spicy pepper field. The Sewage Town side could essentially be ruled out. Arthur's current policy towards him was already very clear, primarily to befriend him. This kind of overstepping behavior wasn't something he wouldn't do, but its significance wasn't as great once he joined the town guard, and his movements were already much clearer to him. What's more, ever since he learned that Arthur even had the ability to sense whether there were outsiders in the entire sewage town, Yelan believed Arthur must have more sophisticated monitoring methods. And if it were the latter two possibilities, it would be very, very troublesome. If it was the mastermind, his entry into its field of vision was already a huge problem in itself. As for the Twilight God cult, whether this neighbor could still be considered a neighbor depended entirely on his reaction. But how exactly were they monitoring him? Whether it was playing along or counterattacking forcefully, he at least needed to know the source of the surveillance, right? Magic spinning in circles. Spinning in circles? Does that refer to something round? In an instant, a flash of insight crossed Yelan's mind, and his gaze immediately moved, striving to find a round object in this not-so-large room. But there was truly nothing. The room's furnishings were very sparse, making it look very empty. Aside from daily necessities, there was almost nothing else, and round decorations are relatively rare in everyday life. In a room with incomplete furniture, it was even harder to find one. Was my deduction wrong? Yelan muttered, and for a moment, he had no better solution. At most, he could only think if there were any blind spots. How do novels usually handle a target being lost in a confined environment? Yelan paused, then suddenly looked up at the ceiling. The ceiling and the floor. Sure enough, at that moment, Yelan really saw a round object, the only round object in the entire room. Attached to the ceiling, a round wall lamp. What a great place to install a monitor, Yelan said indifferently, not knowing if he was being sarcastic or mocking. Clang. Yelan walked to the table, moved the chair from there directly under the wall lamp, pulled out his revolver from his waist, disengaged the safety, stepped onto the chair, and pointed it at the wall lamp. Aside from a tiny gap at the very top, there was almost no room for operation. Then Yelan hesitated. His technique in this area was definitely unprofessional. If he were to dismantle it, the hotel would definitely make him pay, right? In such a shady establishment, the listed prices for the room's interior were probably all artificially inflated, which could very likely cause all the money he had just saved to go down the drain, or even not be enough even with this week's salary. This damn thing. Yelan, whose mindset was on the verge of collapsing, suddenly paused. How did people deal with finding a pinhole camera in a hotel before the apocalypse? Call the police. Then the police would find the hotel owner, investigate the case, and the hotel would also have to pay compensation. And now, in this sewage town, am I not the police? Without another word, Yelan returned to the table, picked up the intercom that connected to the first floor of the hotel, and pressed the button. Owner? A cheerful reply quickly came from the other side. Yes, which room is this? Are you ordering takeout from Mosquito Restaurant? Yelan's voice was cold, seemingly silently telling the other party, you're in trouble. This is 401. You need to come up here. Huh? The sewage inn's owner paused, seemingly never having encountered such a situation, and hesitated before replying. Okay, please wait a moment. Before long, Yelan's door was knocked. Come in. Creak. The door was pushed open, and the sewage inn's owner walked in, looking somewhat uneasy. Perhaps because there were so few guests here, the sewage inn's owner had clearly never been called to a guest room by a guest staying on the top floor. Although from his perspective, Yilan hadn't shown any extraordinary abilities, which wealthy person who could afford to stay in this location wasn't. Powerful and well-connected, and difficult to deal with? However, Yilan's identity in this conversation was neither of those, but rather. Yilan deliberately adjusted his special trench coat and spoke directly. My room has been fitted with monitoring or eavesdropping equipment. How do you explain this? Ha? The hotel owner blinked, his mind momentarily unable to process it. You called me here to tell me this? Someone installed a camera in your room? Who? And isn't this a power struggle among you big shots? Why are you looking for me? Such an important room, and such a malicious problem can occur. Do you really think our town guard won't punish you? Hotel owner. What our town guard? You've adapted to this new identity quickly. I'm very sorry. Where is it? Can I see it? Alright, he also felt that disaster was imminent. Yilan pointed upwards, a look of composure on his face. It's inside that lamp. Go and take it apart to see. With a single sentence, he solved the big problem of not daring to dismantle it himself. The hotel owner looked up, said nothing, and with a worried expression, stepped onto the chair, pulled a key ring from his pocket, and began to operate. Before long, the round wall lamp on the ceiling was taken down. Yilan smoothly took it from his hand and began searching the inner wall of the round disc. Then, he paused and pulled out a small black dot the size of a pinky finger from inside. Nothing more to say, this was almost a complete confirmation. Whether it could record or not was unknown, but eavesdropping on something was definitely no problem. Yilan held it in his hand, and for a moment, he actually thought of something else. With the same function, the smaller it is, the more precise and complex the craftsmanship. Not many things from back then could be preserved until now, so. On the wasteland now, is there still a place with the technology to make such things? After a brief digression, Yilan stopped pondering this question. The urgent matter at hand had not yet been resolved. You see for yourself. The hotel owner's face was ashen. Although he was certainly a bit confused by the unfolding events at first, he must have cleared his thoughts in this short time. If it were other guests, he might have been able to handle it. After all, this Suijin could be said to have the backing of Sewage Town. But damn it! Yilan's current identity was the Sewage Town Guard. So, the only perfect solution before him was to figure out what this thing was and if he could find out which bastard installed it. Only then could he shift the guest's anger elsewhere and even make him very satisfied with his efficiency and the hotel's management capabilities. This Suijin wasn't empty, it was just that guests on the fourth and even third floors were too rare. The first and second floors still had plenty of townspeople staying there. What, were local young couples not allowed to secretly meet and get a room? Therefore, there were only so many people in the hotel right now, and he was quite confident about finding the culprit. In a sense, Yilan was indeed looking for the right person by calling him up. But when the owner saw the style of the camera or eavesdropping device, his face completely changed, becoming incredibly pale. This is methods of countermeasures. What's wrong? Yilan narrowed his eyes. He absolutely did not expect the hotel owner to recognize it at a glance. Is it easy to recognize? Some iconic item, and its origin is very special, so the hotel owner can't offend them? In this place, Suijin can be considered a small local power, and for it to be unable to offend someone, it can almost certainly be confirmed that they are from outside Sewage Town. That is to say, is it someone from the Twilight God cult? Shoo! The hotel owner jumped in fright, turned his head to glance behind him, and cautiously pulled the door shut. I don't know. Heh, too fake. In that case, I am now demanding that your establishment be indefinitely closed for rectification on the grounds of harboring a murderer and violating guest privacy. The hotel owner. No, you're so young, why are you even more ruthless than Arthur? Otherwise, what? Assist in concealing the evil deeds of others when facing the law enforcement officers of Sewage Town? Yilan spread his hands, not feeling that what he was doing was wrong. Even before the apocalypse, knowing about something and not reporting it was a clear act of harboring. You think they are not to be provoked, but do you think I, who had this thing specifically placed by them and then discovered it, am easy to provoke? The hotel owner of Sewage Inn was speechless for a moment. So, who put this in? And how did you recognize it? The time was ripe. Yilan spoke earnestly, guiding him step by step. The hotel owner's expression was complex, but since things had come to this, there was nothing left to hide. You guessed correctly, this is a standard Twilight God called listening device. Although rare, it is very famous. I only recognized it because I happened to have seen it before. And, the hotel owner's expression was a bit strange. This thing, who could a normal person discover? To be honest, Yilan wasn't too annoyed. This was something either party would do if they had the capability. Didn't he himself also think about going into someone else's room to conduct a scene flashback early on? I understand, you can go downstairs now. Yilan gradually made up his mind, his thoughts becoming clearer and clearer. Ah. The hotel owner was stunned for a long time, not moving at all. Shouldn't I be in big trouble by now? What does it mean to let me go? Do you need anything else? Yilan looked at him in confusion. The hotel owner finally came to his senses and shook his head repeatedly. Ah, no, nothing at all. Yes, what does it matter whether he tells or not? First, he didn't install this. Second, he didn't find it. Third, it has nothing to do with him. Whether it's an evenly matched fight or an overestimation of one's own strength, two deities passionately clashing on his fourth floor, what does it have to do with him? Clang. The room was left with only himself again. Yilan's eyes were deep, seemingly pondering. Pretending to know nothing was definitely not going to work. He wasn't sure if this was a camera device or a listening device. Although the hotel owner speculated it was a listening device, it was a Twilight God called item after all, and no one knew if it was some kind of improved version. But no matter which one, all these operations just now would surely be seen or heard by the other party. And how to make good use of the time before the other party saw the scene was what he was most eager to decide at this moment. The core elements that best fit the current interests were nothing more than 3, counterattack, establish authority, and curb the other party from making small moves against him again, without escalating the conflict. As he thought, Yilan suddenly smiled. Originally, I was a bit worried that if I went to your room, I wouldn't be quick enough and would be discovered, which would be hard to explain. But now, you've handed me the opportunity and the reason. His mind made up, Yilan looked at the mind cat. They're not in their room, are they? Of course not, meow. With such a big commotion, if anyone were in their room, they would have reacted by now, meow. Yilan nodded. Then what about you, how's your condition? You just performed a flashback not long ago, can you still handle it now? The mind cat naturally nodded. Very good, meow. Ready to strike at any time, meow meow. Smiling, Yilan pushed open his door and stood again at the entrance of room 402. Then, it got a bit awkward. How do I open this door? After all his calculations, Yilan almost overlooked the most basic problem. This was no longer a question of whether or not he would be discovered. They wouldn't leave their door unlocked when they went out, so how was he supposed to get in? He couldn't just break the door down, could he? After all, when he came back, his own door was perfectly fine. Wait. Yilan paused, returned to his room, and narrowed his eyes at the floor. The footprints had been handled extremely well, leaving no trace, and he could also confirm that the door was intact. So, assuming he didn't consider the other party having such an absurd ability as passing through walls, there was only one other way to enter his room without leaving a trace. Clap. Yilan pushed open the window, turned his head to the right, and looked at the next room. It wasn't too far a distance, and the model wall would show the effects of the environment very clearly. The wall between the two windows already showed obvious marks. TSK, good moves. Parkour? If I also go through the window, will it seem like a taste of their own medicine? The idea was beautiful, the execution was difficult. He wasn't a special forces soldier, and his physical fitness in the apocalypse was even worse than an old farmer's. The other party could get across, but he might not be able to. Well, I guess I need to find a new ability. Muttering to himself, Yilan had a rough idea and pulled out a grappling hook from his backpack. It was shaped like a pistol, with a built-in retractable silk-like rope. At the end of the silk was an extremely sharp iron hook that looked like it could instantly pierce through any rock. Although his movement skills were lacking, with this item, he could swing along the wall and directly reach the other party's window. But this was the 4th floor, and that was no joke. If he failed even once, he would probably fall to his death in a ridiculous way. As his thoughts turned, Yilan placed his hand on the grappling hook, familiar with the action. Awaken! A flash of scarlet light flickered, and the comfortable scarlet light brushed over the entire grappling hook. Nothing unexpected happened, as if the gun itself emitted a comfortable hum. Ah! Yilan stumbled, the enormous impact almost making him lose his footing. He struggled to half-crouch, mouth agape, letting out a painful roar. Food, food. Yilan, almost losing control, turned and sprinted back to the table, violently tearing open the food packaging, grabbing the bowl, and tilting it to pour into his mouth, wolfing it down. Yilan! You! A steaming bowl of extra noodles was completely devoured by Yilan in a few seconds. Are you alright? Yilan was breathing heavily, and no one knew if he had improved, but his eyes were filled with scarlet bloodshot veins. Hungry, so hungry. 402. Bad. Mind Cat's expression changed drastically, and he leaped forward, striking Yilan's forehead with a paw. Gray mist surged, seeping inside. Yilan's ferocious expression visibly receded at an extremely fast pace. In contrast, the glow on Mind Cat's body rapidly dimmed. Big brother? Yilan was a bit silent, glanced at Mind Cat, and lowered his head. Are you alright? In that instant, the moment activation was completed, Yilan felt he had almost completely lost his sanity, unable to predict or interfere with what he wanted to do next. His last desperate struggle was to eat the bowl of noodles he had brought back, attempting to alleviate his hunger. I'm fine, meow, but you, Mind Cat's eyes clearly showed fatigue, and he looked as if he wanted to speak but hesitated. My time is running out? Yilan calmly finished his sentence. Mind Cat. It's not that serious, why do you make it sound like you're dying? It means, you must contain the first anomaly faster. Yilan nodded slightly, the sense of pressure dispelling all the ease of the day. I understand, I will speed up efficiency. After thinking for a moment, Yilan was still a bit puzzled. But why? Everything was fine, so why did it suddenly act up without any warning? I didn't think of it, meow. I forgot that activation of items is still a skill, and it consumes power. And your current power should have already reached its critical point. Yilan understood what he meant. So, I can't use activation anymore? To be precise, you absolutely cannot, meow, before containing the first anomaly. Yilan nodded, feeling a bit pressured. This meant that before the upcoming first major event occurred and ended, his combat power would largely remain at its current level. The improvement was gratifying, he had activated 3 items in total. Revolver, combat type. Grappling hook, functional type. And Yilan looked at the silly radio on the table, feeling a sharp pang of regret. Was I out of my mind? I used a slot on this? As for the flashlight, Yilan wasn't sure, and it was hard to say if he had activated it, because it inherently possessed that kind of power. Let's go. Yilan took a deep breath, pushed open the window, looked at the sky instead of the ground, and leaped. Whoosh! The moment he became airborne, the distance between Yilan and the 402 window finally opened up a suitable space for displacement. Then he raised the grappling hook and shot it upwards. Bang! The buzzing sound of crumbling stone came, and the end of the grappling hook shot out and firmly embedded itself into the wall. Yilan's descending figure paused, and he pressed the button again, swinging his entire body towards the grappling hook's landing point. Clang! This landing point was very subtle. Yilan was able to firmly grasp the windowsill, his forehead gently colliding intimately with the glass. Yilan strongly suspected that if he hadn't activated the grappling hook, causing it to undergo a certain degree of secondary calibration during its extension and retraction, he, using it for the first time without any training, might have broken in through the window on the spot. That would not only be very awkward but would also put him at a disadvantage from the initial encounter. Who made them already achieve a perfect infiltration? Snap! Yilan's fingertips lightly touched, and the window was pushed open directly. He flipped inside, entering room 402. What's going on? This is how they come into my room, but they don't even properly lock their own window? But who would have thought that Yilan not only directly discovered their tampering but even dared to take the initiative? Having landed steadily in the room, Yilan stood still, observing the situation inside. It was spacious, simple, and identical to his own room, with almost the exact same layout and decor. The most outrageous thing was, how could the other party be like him, as if they hadn't brought any luggage, with not a single personal item left in the room that could be investigated? Are they cautious, or do they travel light? Or did they also receive an urgent mission and rush here? Yilan's gaze shifted to the corner, to the intersection of the folding bed frame on the opposite side, and he lightly stepped onto it. Then he squatted down and wiped the ground he had just stepped on with a piece of cloth. Dirty areas would make the spot he stepped on stand out, while clean areas, like where he had just stepped, would easily leave dust. This particular spot, however, was currently the best place to land. Little cat, begin. Try not to let the boundary of thee go beyond the room's confines. Meow. Mine cat responded enthusiastically, and then the gray mist began to spread from around them, clinging to the room's shape as it drifted into a rectangular form. However, perhaps it was just an illusion, but Yilan felt the mist was noticeably thinner this time. Everything before his eyes flowed like an illusion, quickly returning to last night. Creak. Two people, dressed in strange but somewhat fashionable religious robes. The two walked into the room, checked around, sat on the bed, and took off their hoods. Long hair escaped its confines, cascading like a waterfall. The other had a very campus-style shoulder-length bob, and very youthful shoulder-length bangs. Ah! They're really girls, and two of them? Yilan looked strangely at Mind Cat. How could he have blabbered on and actually been right, about rooms being divided by gender? The taller, long-haired girl had a fair and smooth complexion. The shorter, short-haired girl had a regular bronze complexion, but it was also extremely well-maintained, completely out of place with the general appearance of the wasteland he had imagined. Does an increase in strength mean physical optimization? If so, wouldn't we know who's stronger by who's more handsome in the future? Of course, that was a joke. Physical optimization includes all aspects of physical quality. At most, it can improve skin texture to be unaffected by the erosion of the wasteland. But it won't change basic appearance. These high individuals he had seen so far, including Arthur, were essentially good-looking to begin with, and with the added power of this bizarre ability, it added a touch of mystery. Although he still didn't quite understand the combat system or even the combat methods of the church personnel, if it were approached purely from the perspective of gene enhancement, this should already be at least the level of 2 or 3 enhancements, right? Just then, the smaller girl suddenly spoke. Xingyujia, the person in the room next door seemed to be trying to find out about us through the door just now. Passing by. I felt it. Not just now, but when we first arrived, we even made eye contact through the window. Yilan was extremely surprised. While not exactly uneasy, he was at least certain he had come to the right place. Had he been noticed yesterday? With a heavy heart, Yilan listened intently. Then we. The long-haired girl, however, seemed not to care. shaking her head and leaning lazily on the bed. That's normal, isn't it? We haven't hidden our identities. A behemoth like the God cult is bound to attract attention wherever we go. Besides, maybe they are already a follower of our God cult. Man, remember, when on a mission like this, it's normal for us to test each other. As long as you can't be sure they're an enemy, try not to unilaterally escalate the situation. The short-haired girl stuck out her tongue and also leaned against the headboard. Got it. I was just curious who it was. Being watched in the dark is always unsettling. After all, you don't know what their intentions are. Do you think it's someone sent by sewage towns? Officials? Seeing her expression, Xingyu smiled. So, work hard to get stronger, don't be lazy all the time. If you're strong enough, what does it matter how many people harbor ill intentions? Just like our Twilight God cult, the #1 righteous cult that dominates the wasteland. Which of those other large and small cults is truly convinced, and which doesn't have some ulterior motives? But what can they do? The girl named Xingyu smiled. Even if we open a church in their main city, they wouldn't dare tear it down. Immediately, she also frowned. People from Sewage Town shouldn't be it. We arrived suddenly, and even the way the mission was issued was strange. As soon as we entered the town, we immediately rushed here at full speed. The town guard shouldn't have had time to arrange personnel before we arrived. The person next door must already live here. She paused slightly, also showing a look of disbelief. And the price of this place, ordinary people can't afford it, right? Oh, so even you, with your vast resources, find it expensive. As soon as this was mentioned, the girl named Man became excited. Yeah. How dare he charge 20 mist blue coins a week? Renting a room here for 3 months is probably enough to buy a house in Radiant City. And that mosquito restaurant, if the 4 of us eat 3 meals a day there for a week, we could buy another house. Xingyu smiled. Although it was a bit painful, she hadn't even blinked when paying, and had even rented 2 rooms at once. Prices in the wasteland and cities are different. Resources are scarce here, and the environment is harsh, so everything is bound to be a bit more expensive. The girl named Man still complained, but this is still too exaggerated. Alright, you little money grubber. This is how it is when you're on an outdoor mission, these expenses are unavoidable. Xingyu smiled and lightly tapped Man's head. The cult will reimburse all these expenses, what are you worrying about? Man was clearly very aggrieved. I'm scared. This place doesn't give out invoices, and with these prices, the cult might suspect us of submitting false claims when we go back. No, there have been missions in the past in even more extreme and remote places. As long as you can complete the mission and achieve the objective, when has the cult ever cared about such small matters? Xingyu smiled, then her brows tightened. But you're right, we still need to pay attention to this. After all, this place, Sewage Town. She thought of the last piece of intelligence she had temporarily pulled before departing, her face grim. This place is very likely to have been seduced and subjugated by the rotten evil cult. Rotten evil cult? What is that? Yi Lan's heart skipped a beat, feeling as if he had heard something extraordinary. Sewage Town had already submitted to a force? Is that true or false? Why don't I know anything about it? I didn't feel anyone else either. He didn't doubt that the other party was deceiving him, after all, this was already a private conversation with no outsiders. It's just, if this was true, if it was accurate, then the situation in Sewage Town was clearly more complex, and Arthur's actions were even more worth pondering. Sister Xingyu. At that instant, the bronze-skinned girl suddenly sat up in terror, her eyes sharp as hooks, looking towards the corner of the room. Something under her wrist trembled violently, revealing something like a hand cannon? I've been very uncomfortable, not sure what was going on, but I suddenly feel like I remember. This is how I feel when I'm being watched. I just feel like there's something watching us there. Yi Lan instantly broke out in a cold sweat, every hair on his body feeling like it stood on end. She was pointing at him. Damn, how is this possible? Isn't this just a flashback of past events? What should I do? Whoosh! The girl named Xingyu reacted incredibly fast, springing up instantly. With almost inhuman speed, she sprinted, drew her gun, and disengaged the safety in one fluid motion, rushing into the corner where the clutter was piled. Yilan didn't even have time to move. The other person's figure almost overlapped with his in an instant. From his perspective, they were practically face to face, so close he could hear her breathing clearly. Her delicate features were pleasing to the eye, making his little heart pound. But the problem was, who could appreciate beauty right now? I've been discovered. But in the very next moment, Yilan almost completely relaxed. The girl took another step forward, completely passing through his body, overlapping as if phasing through him. In other words, she couldn't see him, and even less could she touch him. Swish! Although she saw nothing, she did not lower her guard in the slightest. Her gun-holding posture remained unchanged, and she pulled out a crystal ball radiating white light from her embrace with her left hand. Gray mist permeated around the white light, combining with it to create a unique and wondrous sight. What a pure ability object! Mindcat's surprised voice rang in Yilan's ear, his gaze fixed on the crystal ball, unblinking. This is almost a miracle that could only be achieved by an anomaly's active bestowal. Returning the object to the original owner. Ha! Yilan absorbed the information with some difficulty. An item that actively grants abilities sounds a bit like my own activation. It's similar, but not the same. The mind cat organized its words, trying to make it as easy to understand as possible. Your ability is to stimulate and evolve the inherent abilities of an item, giving it greater and more possibilities. But for other anomalies, including me, we can only bestow our abilities onto an item to a certain extent, which is different. Yilan raised his eyebrows, but even so, it explained many problems. Such a bestowal is deep, and it will consume power, just like activation. What anomaly would do this for no reason? Although he was weak, just activating 3 items almost made him completely lose his mind due to the extreme hunger brought on by the depletion of his power. This is very precious, but the people here now couldn't possibly be high-ranking members of the Twilight God cult. At most, they are a combat team. Which makes one ponder. How many such things does the Twilight God cult have? Yilan was inevitably a little worried. One shouldn't think about whether an anomaly's ability is reasonable or not, it can do anything. Scene recall is not foolproof either. This is the Mind Cat's ability, and the Mind Cat is just an anomaly. Will we be discovered? Otherwise, how? Could there have been someone hiding here yesterday? Absolutely impossible, meow. The Mind Cat's attitude was firm and decisive, not believing in the slightest that its ability would have such a flaw. No matter what, this is the past time, a restoration of a scene that has already occurred. Unless they could already sense us being here yesterday, is that possible? Yilan nodded gently. That was indeed true. If they truly possessed such power, there would be no need to fight, they would be 001. Then she. Looking at Man not far away, who was in a supporting position, holding a hand cannon and keeping it preheated, the Mind Cat also fell silent for a moment. I think there's another reason, meow. Just as the Mind Cat was firm, Xingyu finally put down her pistol after more than 10 seconds, but the Night Shining Pearl was still not put away. There's nothing. I've checked very carefully. This conclusion made Man anxious. But Sister Xingyu, I really feel something is wrong. Xingyu was silent for a moment, her face also sinking. I trust your intuition. Better safe than sorry. From now on, be cautious in your words and actions. Don't sleep too soundly tonight. If this place has truly become the Rotten God Cult's territory, there might be masters stationed here who are even more powerful than us. Man nodded, no longer playful. Then the one next door. Xingyu's expression was serious, stopping her from continuing. Didn't I just say, be cautious in your words and actions? But after speaking, Xingyu also sighed. However, it probably has nothing to do with him. For now, don't make any moves. The situation is unclear right now, try not to make enemies. I'll find a way to make contact tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Yilan couldn't help but be slightly startled. So at this time yesterday, the other party hadn't prepared to install surveillance in his room yet? Then when was it? This morning while eating noodles? The other party saw his strange clothes and decided to investigate? Then this morning's encounter was probably not just a simple coincidence of both parties having breakfast at the same time, it couldn't be ruled out. That they deliberately noticed him leaving and intentionally created an opportunity for contact. Heh. As a result, I left and didn't come back all day. There was nothing good for them to see even if they installed it, until now. Should we inform those two guys? Man asked tentatively. No, Xingyu shook her head decisively. They don't listen to anything I say. Didn't they just propose splitting up? We don't have any substantial clues, and if we go over to remind them, they might even mock you for being timid. Moreover, they are too aggressive. It's a good thing it was me, not them, who made eye contact with 401 downstairs, otherwise they might have directly installed the surveillance without permission. Yilan was stunned. This was truly unexpected. You even have internal disagreements within your team? Who was right and who was wrong had nothing to do with him anyway, but who was the captain was worth considering. After these words, the two completely sealed their mouths, remaining silent. They lay down on the bed together, took off their cult robes, revealing the extremely elite black combat suits underneath. Sleep. We've been traveling for several days in a row. The lights went out, and the room fell into darkness. Yilan was silent for a moment, having no leisure to watch beautiful women fall asleep. After a moment of contemplation, he called the mind cat to turn off the scene recall. It was time to leave. But before leaving, he had to give them a little surprise. Leaving the scene recall, the scene turned back to a sunny afternoon, with excellent visibility. But looking at the circular wall lamp above his head, Yilan fell into a dilemma again. How do I get up there? Yilan's purpose for coming this time was not to escalate conflict or break the unspoken understanding of a demonstration. That is to say, he couldn't be discovered by the other party, but he also had to place their surveillance equipment back into their room intact, to show his displeasure, warning, and mystery. This also meant that he couldn't just brazenly move a stool to the floor and climb up to dismantle it, like he would in his own room. Traces on the floor couldn't be hidden. When they returned today and sought his movement trajectory, discovering such clumsy operation, it wouldn't just be a loss of face, it would be. Is that all? If it was believed that the strength of the two sides was not comparable, the deterrence would cease to exist. Just at this dilemma, the mind cat proposed an unexpected solution to Yilan. I think you should just do whatever you need to do, meow. Didn't you just get an ability object with a degenerative effect? Once you're done with everything, just put it on the ground you walked on, and it'll be restored to its original state in a moment, meow. Yilan was greatly shocked. It could be done that way? However, after careful consideration, Yilan found that it was indeed worth a try. Yilan walked to the table, moved a stool, placed it directly under the circular lamp on the ceiling, and stepped onto it. Having already seen the hotel owner's complete operation process, Yilan could now perform the same operation quite smoothly. Soon, the circular lamp was dismantled. Placing the small surveillance device inside, Yilan rubbed his hands, revealing a mischievous smile. What kind of expression do you think they'll have tonight when they come back, intending to see what I'm doing, only to open it and find themselves inside? Mind cat. You have quite a mischievous streak. The Chaos Bell must have a lot in common with you. Probably. Very shocked, meow. But have you considered that this thing might not have been installed by these two girls, and it might be the people from 403 who come back and open the surveillance to see 402. Disparity in treatment. Yilan rubbed his chin, his smile growing even more wicked. Isn't that even better? Meow. The conflict between them is already quite significant. Given the vigilance of those two girls, even if it's very discreet, there's no reason they wouldn't discover it. And then. Mind cat. The city's tricks are too deep, I want to go back to the countryside. After confirming the plan was sound, Yilan moved the stool back to its original position, then took out the revival stone and placed it directly beneath where he had just stood. Everything on the ground reacted. Some of the dust and dirt that had been stepped elsewhere disappeared, while others spread back across the floor. As expected, everything was reverting. Incredible, what exactly is the principle behind this? Even with his guesses, Yilan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. It was through these repeated moments of incredulity that he truly felt this world was gradually transforming into something he no longer recognized. Time passed quickly, after all, it had a track record of reverting a nearly ripe vegetable patch to several months prior in just 4 days. At this rate, perhaps in only 10 minutes, this place would look as if he had never been here. Perfect infiltration. Boom! But as time slipped away, Yilan's expression suddenly changed drastically. From outside the window, below the stairs, came the sound of a vehicle accelerating. Moving swiftly, Yilan returned to the room's window, hiding half his body in the shadow behind the window, and looked down. An expected black SUV parked in front of the sewage inn. Who was it? There were simply too few people at the sewage inn because it was too expensive. Sewage Town was such a small place, local residents had no need to drive, and gasoline was a strategic resource. This almost certainly meant the people below were not from Sewage Town. Snap! Soon, all 4 car doors opened simultaneously, and 4 people stepped out. They were also wearing robes that were completely different from the style of Sewage Town. Pure black base, with irregularly distributed white glowing patterns all over, and a badge on their chest that looked like a withered tree branch. Their identity was self-evident. There was no one in the entire wasteland, apart from the church forces, who would wear such a thing. They're back? Then I need to leave quickly. Yilan, who was about to retreat, suddenly paused, unable to resist taking another look. It seemed something was off again. The robes of the Twilight God cult weren't like this. It wasn't just a matter of style, the color scheme between the two was too clashing, wasn't it? Most importantly, the badge was a symbolic item. Everything else could be different, but even this being different was impossible, wasn't it? So, another church force has come here? Damn it, are they crazy? What's so abnormal about this place that so many people are making such a fuss? Well, it seemed there really was something abnormal. This time, Yilan was smarter. The perception of these people was terrifyingly high, just like last time, when he looked at the Twilight God cult members from the window, they looked back directly. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. As for the opponent's strength, Yilan had no doubts whatsoever. An anomaly was already at the top of the food chain in the apocalypse. The act of knowing there was an anomaly and still daring to approach it already indicated that the opponent's strength wouldn't be too bad, at least on par with those people from the containment tower before the apocalypse. It was shameful to admit, but they had all been caught and imprisoned there, so their level needed no further explanation. He restrained his gaze until he peeked out the window again. All those figures had disappeared, seemingly having entered the inn. Should he leave now? It was time for him to make a decision. Yilan surveyed the environment of the room. The degree of reversion was clearly not enough. If he left now, it wouldn't be a seamless departure. It might even seem like he was trying to cover something up, making all his previous efforts pointless. But looking at the opponent's attire, the possibility of them being from the Twilight God cult was extremely low, so they wouldn't enter this room. Don't go yet, wait a little longer. Yilan made up his mind, leaning gently against the door to listen to the sounds outside. Before long, just a few minutes later, footsteps were heard coming up the stairs in the hallway. This group finally stopped in front of the outermost room on the 4th floor, which was 404. This black inn, which could be said to be quite notorious in the wasteland, was now unprecedentedly full. It was just so damn ghostly. Whoa whoa whoa! Yilan could hear someone loudly cursing over there, but he couldn't make out anything, as if they've set up a barrier, meow. Yilan? Ha? A barrier? Do you even hear what you're saying? I used a term you'd understand better, it's that kind of meaning, meow. When I was still in the containment tower, they gave me some fantasy novels to pass the time, they were so fun, meow asterisk cough cough asterisk, holding the sun. And moon, plucking stars, there's no meow like me in this world. Yilan. No, were we really imprisoned in the same place? Why is the treatment so different? I could only keep taking medicine and sleeping, but you could even read novels? Is there any way I can hear them? Mind Cat shook its head. No, meow. You'll be discovered, meow. Yilan nodded, having guessed the answer. Everyone had their own specialty. If the little cat truly had such an ability, he could have eavesdropped through the wall when the twilight god cult first arrived yesterday, and the distance then was much closer than now. But it was one thing not to see, yet to see and still not be able to hear what they were saying, it truly made him worried. If only we had that crystal ball from the Twilight God cult, meow, we could hear everything clearly from here, meow. That thing? Right, the little cat also said it was very powerful, but he still didn't know what its ability was. But all in all, it wouldn't be worse than the revival stone. Wait. Yilan's expression suddenly changed drastically, he thought of something he hadn't thought of before. That crystal ball. Did she put it away? In the last scene of the rewind, that girl seemed to have just ended her investigation. And the final resting place of the crystal ball was his hiding spot, right at the location where he had just initiated the rewind. Meow. Mind Cat was also stunned by the question, the whole cat jumped in fright. Damn it! How could I not think of this? How could I not notice? How could I not see it? How could it be? Even if he had truly been careless, the little cat would have reminded him, right? This wasn't logical. Yilan turned his head with an extremely grim expression, and he saw a bright crystal ball glowing faintly in the pile of miscellaneous items. We're doomed, meow. Misfortune. Such a thought undoubtedly surfaced simultaneously in the minds of both the man and the cat. This is a trap that had been set since then. In the solemn atmosphere, Yilan noticed that the crystal ball in the corner suddenly went dark, which was different from his imagined scenario of ho. Ho ho ho, you've discovered it too late, it's all over. It went out. But it was precisely such a small, unnoticeable movement that made the Mind Cat excitedly wave its paws, as if its entire being had instantly revived. Meow 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 meow. It's afraid of you, meow. The advantage is ours, meow. Yilan. Seriously? How could this situation possibly be seen as, the advantage is mine? Yilan drew his revolver, pulled back the hammer, and strode over with a full-up momentum demeanor. As Yilan approached, the crystal ball's light grew dimmer and dimmer, and by the time Yilan reached it, it had completely vanished. Was it really scared? Yilan picked it up with a bit of a dilemma, all its luster, gray mist, and white light were gone, making it look just like a slightly large glass ball with no sense of presence whatsoever. I understand, meow. One of this thing's abilities is to reduce its own presence, like psychological invisibility, which is why we completely forgot about it when it left our sight. Is that so? Yilan didn't completely relax, as he still didn't know its abilities. The other party leaving it in the room clearly had a purpose. The most worrying thing was whether everything he had done from entering the room until now had been thoroughly observed by it. Other things were fine, but the Mind Cat was an anomaly. This was what couldn't be discovered, his biggest secret right now. This worry persisted until Yilan's fingertip touched a tiny, familiar device on the upper back part of the sphere. Click! Yilan broke it off and held it before his eyes, raising an eyebrow. It was too damn familiar. Wasn't this the same type of camera that had been installed in the light in his room this morning, and which he had just reinstalled this afternoon? No wonder there was no defense encountered in the room, it turned out they had installed surveillance at home. By using one of the crystal ball's abilities to reduce its presence, hiding it in a corner so intruders couldn't detect it, and then placing a camera On it, this combination could monitor the every move of anyone who entered the room, allowing them to follow the clues. If that were the case, there would still be a chance to salvage the situation. The only thing to worry about was whether the footage captured by this thing was stored locally or transmitted, like over a network. If it was the latter, in the most extreme case, all the footage from his entry until now would already be archived in another location. I don't think we need to worry, meow. This camera can be 100% confirmed not to be the work of room 403 next door. It can only be something placed by the two girls in 402. But there's nothing else in the room, so it can't transmit very far. We just need to destroy it, and we'll be safe, meow. Yilan nodded, temporarily placing it on his person, and examined the crystal ball. What about this one? It's not lit up anymore, can it still be used? The mind cat jumped over and unceremoniously patted it with its meow meow paw. Alas! There's no other way, meow. Since it's broken, let's just destroy it directly, meow. Whoosh! In an instant, the crystal ball seemed startled, emitting a brilliant white light that for a moment felt even more dazzling than the sun outside. Oh, it's alive again, meow, the mind cat jumped back, feeling smug. This scene made Yilan both annoyed and amused. This ability object was actually playing dead on him? What on earth was I so afraid of to scare it into such a pathetic state? Does the anomaly that granted you abilities know how embarrassing you are? How do I use it? Yilan held it and returned to the door, asking in a low voice. Meow. Just inject a little power, like when you use activation? Yilan's brows furrowed slightly. Holding the object in his hand, he recalled the process of activation, and it seemed he had an idea. An invisible force began to surge. It was no longer a red glow, but a mist. A mist much denser than any gray mist he had ever seen before, began to emanate. Then, as if its abilities were fully activated, the crystal ball, with endless mist and white light interweaving, shot an invisible ray towards room 404 in the hallway. All the conversations there began to sound as clear as if they were right beside his ear. They hadn't left yet, and the conversation began with a hoarse male voice, angrily cursing. Damn it, I don't believe it. How can there only be one room left on the 4th floor of Sewage Inn at this price? Is Sewage Town trying to give us a hard time? Hiss, such strong hostility. Another male voice, a gloomy one, picked up the conversation. Not necessarily. Maybe it's really full, they wouldn't dare to do this to us. Bullshit. What godforsaken place is this that so many people would have money to stay here? The owner of the gloomy male voice also seemed to have gotten angry from the scolding and roared. Are you a damn idiot? Can't you tell who's staying in 402 and 403 by now? The person who was scolded was stunned, not the type who would only scold others but not tolerate being scolded himself, and appeared utterly confused. Who is it? You can't even smell the disgusting scent of the remaining light heretic cult, can't you just shut your stinking mouth? Ha! Yilan, listening secretly, couldn't help but blink. What the hell, remaining light heretic cult? He had thought that who was a wasteland orthodox sect and who was a heretic cult was a common consensus, turns out it all depended on what you shouted at each other. Alright, let's drop this topic for now. It's not the time to conflict with them. Just then, an ethereal female voice came from that side. The voice was very, very pleasant, reverberating in his ears like a form of enjoyment, yet listening to it brought a sense of extreme sorrow and melancholy. Depressed. What's the situation with 401? Who's staying in there? Have you found out? Hearing himself suddenly being asked about, Yilan felt a little nervous. Why are you asking about me? You two are like mortal enemies, just keep fighting, okay? Responding to him was another steady voice, which sounded like the most normal person among the voices speaking. Unclear. The boss was evasive and didn't reveal any information to us. I think there's a big problem. If the boss doesn't dare to tell us, it's either someone from their own town guard or someone they can't afford to offend. At this time, we must be careful. Yilan. Crisis resolved? Grass. A plant. What the heck? I didn't do anything, but I'm being targeted. Go scout them out? If they're tough, we'll just make contact. If not, we'll force them to give it to us? Alright, put away your arrogant attitude from the cult's main city. The show hasn't even started, and you're eager to offend everyone and be the first to be eliminated? This town is extremely important to us. Don't give Sewage Town officials a chance to play tricks. The ethereal female voice rang out once more, carrying an undeniable tone. I prefer to be alone. The three of you will stay here. I'll book another room on the third floor. The few of them exchanged glances, looking at each other in dismay. Judgment Tribunal officer, why stay here? Why not get 2 rooms on the third floor? I'll emphasize this one last time, during Judgment Tribunal field operations, you will always call me Captain. The clear, cold female voice carried an even more chilling sharpness. Her undeniable ultimatum was so clear that even he, who couldn't see her, could hear it perfectly. If we're all gone, who will monitor the Twilight God cult's movements? Should we send the people from 401? Yilan. What does that have to do with me? Why do you keep bringing me up? You probably knew I was listening, which is why you said that to mess with me, didn't you? Then, Judge. Captain, how about this? You stay in 404, and we'll go to the third floor. Whoosh! An extremely cold aura spread throughout the room, making even Yilan shiver involuntarily. From such a distance, between walls on all sides. Meow, this is bad meow. How can a human's killing intent become materialized? Killing intent? Yilan was also shocked. That instant coldness felt like winter. Are you saying it's the other party's killing intent? This woman is even stronger than those Twilight God cult members just now, meow. I suggest we don't provoke her for now, meow. Do I need you to tell me that? I don't want to provoke anyone right now unless absolutely necessary, okay? Before Yilan could even complain more, an extremely panicked and urgent voice already sounded from over there. This is what I'm thinking, Captain. Our strength is insufficient. Being in this critical position makes it too easy to miss a good opportunity. Only with you personally overseeing it can the remaining light heretic cult schemes and tricks have nowhere to hide, Captain. This statement seemed to be very effective, as the cold killing intent gradually receded. TSK. Yilan let out a soft TSK. At least from the 2 rounds of conversations he'd overheard today, the cohesion of this group from the Rotten God cult seemed to be much higher than that of the Twilight God cult. Just then, the most composed voice among the 4 suddenly spoke with a hint of doubt. Why are we talking at the door? Another person froze, then instinctively spoke. Didn't we already confirm that the next room is empty now? And we even used an ability objects for sound interference. Before he finished speaking, the sound suddenly stopped. There wasn't a single sound. It felt like they had disbanded, but he hadn't heard any sound of a door opening. It was even so quiet. As if nothing had ever existed. But just then, the mind cat on Yilan's shoulder instantly cut off its physical state, and its piercing shriek rang out in his ear. Meow, this is bad, meow. Quick, 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 find a place to hide, meow. Ha! Yilan was a bit confused, but he still quickly and unhesitatingly searched for a hiding place. However, he was also thinking as he searched. Why do I need to hide? It definitely wasn't the Twilight God cult members suddenly returning, otherwise the cat wouldn't tell him to hide, but rather to leave quickly. So? Holy crap! Did those Rotten God cult members just now notice him? And the strength of their leader clearly surpassed his current stage. Even the Mind Cat, who daily proclaimed Yilan is invincible under heaven, specifically warned him to temporarily avoid confrontation. If he could fight them, that would be truly insane. But... damn it, this room is so empty, where can a person hide? Their power is so strong, and their teammate even specifically emphasized the captain's perception. It's no longer within the scope of physical Methods like I'll crawl into a cabinet or hang from the ceiling. For a moment, Yilan gritted his teeth fiercely. There's no place to hide, so there's only one solution left. I am a member of the Twilight God cult, I am the owner of this room, and I know nothing. Yilan mentally established a new persona for himself. He immediately did a carp flip, rolled onto the bed, pulled the thin blanket over himself with one hand, and adopted a side-lying position, pretending to be asleep. The only slightly awkward thing was, this was two girls' bed. Almost the instant he completed this action, he, under the covers, felt a chill all over, like being naked in a snowy winter. On his back, there seemed to be an invisible thorn, as if something was lurking in the shadows, peeking at him. At this moment, Yilan felt he could finally understand Manman's feeling when she pointed at him and said there was a problem. The crystal ball in Yilan's hand emitted a faint glow under the covers, operating at its lowest power, constantly indicating the direction of the gaze to Yilan. On the ceiling, a pitch-black, wriggling giant eye had opened. Facing a great disaster, Yilan's acting skills improved. After preparing to flip over and shoot at any moment, a slight nervousness coupled with steady breathing, lying comfortably under the covers on a bed, much more fragrant than his own, combined to create a feeling of comfortable, deep sleep. But in the next moment, Yilan suddenly thought of something, his expression changing drastically. He felt his act was about to crumble. That ability objects. The stone with the devolution function was still on the ground, running. But the instant that I looked towards the spot Yilan was worried about, all the coldness dissipated and vanished with the eye, as if it had never been there. They thought it was a trap, checked it wasn't a reconnaissance-type ability objects, and then withdrew? Did they believe he was really asleep? Yilan was worried about a trick, so he maintained his posture for several minutes without moving rashly. Just as he was about to genuinely fall asleep from the comfortable feeling, he perked up and softly called out to the mine cat. Kitty, is the danger over? Meow. They left a long time ago, meow. Yilan? The mine cat's reply almost made Yilan lose his composure. Then why didn't you say anything? If you don't say anything, I'll definitely assume they're still here, and you're afraid to make a sound. Meow? I saw you lying very comfortably, meow. I heard that for most males, places where live are very alluring and attractive. I thought you were immersed in enjoying this bed, meow. Yilan? You're a cat, where did you hear all this nonsense from? Yilan immediately got up, straightened the blanket, picked up the stone from the floor and placed it on the bed, and fully began to restore his state. This is different now. Everything he did before showed the demeanor of a master, primarily about giving someone a taste of their own medicine. But after this incident, if he didn't devolve back to his original state and was discovered to have been on their bed, he would truly be considered a pervert. Crazy plan, diverting trouble. Placing the revival stone on the bed, Yilan couldn't help but fall into thought. What exactly happened just now? Did that group of people realize someone was eavesdropping, or were they worried someone was eavesdropping, so they came in to investigate? That person was indeed very powerful, especially the way he entered the room in that special form, which completely amazed him. He just didn't know why he didn't feel his sanity dropping. The mind cat definitely wasn't discovered, and the crystal ball in his hand most likely wasn't discovered either, but there's a certain probability that his feigned sleep was discovered. Overall, although the other party didn't know how to create such a form, the ability in this state should be greatly discounted. And then, at the end, he must have noticed an ability object running on the ground, worried about a trap, or discovered that it had been here, so he chose to withdraw? TSK. He didn't say anything too confidential, perhaps whether that passage was heard or not wasn't that important, what was important was who heard it. And since he was sleeping in room 402, he would inevitably be preemptively assumed to be a member of the Twilight God cult. In a situation where they temporarily didn't want to directly conflict with the Twilight God cult, it's possible that even if this conversation was overheard, they would choose not to deal with it. He just didn't know if his face could be clearly seen while he was facing away from it. Even if not, they could most likely see his town guard uniform. A sewage town guard lying in the Twilight God cult stronghold guarding their home? Holy crap! Yilan could no longer guess the aftermath and subsequent direction this interlude would bring. What kind of twists and turns would such a misunderstanding ultimately lead to? The Mind Cat, as always, provided timely mental comfort. Don't worry, I think you shouldn't think so much. This is inherently a war between their two factions. What does it have to do with us? Oh no! Run, they're back! Yilan! Is this your idea of don't worry? Whose don't worry is always followed by oh no? Whoosh! Yilan turned to look at the marks on the bed, gritted his teeth, he couldn't afford to worry about that much anymore, and rushed to the window in one breath. But as soon as he opened the window and poked his head out a little, Yilan had to stop. In the window of room 404 next door, a girl was leaning there, looking calmly into the distance, like a bored girl at home who had finished her homework and couldn't go out to play. Her slightly bluish hair was braided, and her fine strands fluttered in the wind, only appearing somewhat overly cold and gloomy. Their gazes didn't meet, at least not from Yilan's perspective, but who knew? The power of both sides could no longer be viewed with the abilities of normal people. Holy crap! He dodged the first day of the month, but he didn't dodge the 15th. Most critically, he couldn't jump out of the window and use the grappling hook to jump back to his room like he did when he came, with her leaning in front of the window. Damn it! Yilan took a few steps back and immediately transmitted a message to the Mind Cat. Where are they? The Mind Cat was truly reliable when it needed to be, giving him a reply with almost no delay. They should be on the second floor, but they're coming up very fast. Ha! He had very little time left, so did the gods chosen of the Rotten God cult retreat just now because he discovered they were back? The best option Yilan could think of now was to immediately push the door open and return to his own room. But this would mean he couldn't lock the door, which would instead seem a bit like burying his head in the sand. The traces of him having been to 402 couldn't be completely erased, and the people in 404 had very likely already discovered his abnormality. If he chose to leave like this, the original goals of not escalating the conflict and creating deterrence would not only fail to be achieved, but he would also simultaneously focus the attention of both factions on himself. This is really... No, this won't do. This fire must be redirected back to them, burning between the two great divine churches, not himself. Amidst his frantic thoughts, Yilan raised his head, and a crazy plan appeared in his mind. He would make a huge gamble. Since he couldn't escape responsibility, he had to make them focus more on each other. Bang! Yilan shot and destroyed the monitor that was originally placed behind the crystal ball in the corner, then raised his head and looked up. Yes, it couldn't be hidden anymore. The fact that he had been in this room and wreaked havoc couldn't be hidden no matter what, but as long as he brought them more pressing matters. And he hadn't fully shown hostility, the priority of targeting him would always be second. Yilan raised his head, holding the revival stone, lifted it high, and fully activated its power. This, of course, couldn't restore the eye that had appeared there, but it could restore some of the influence and aura it had exerted on the environment when it appeared. There was once a fleeting, putrid, greenish attachment there, but it was cleaned up when it left. But now, I'm going to make it stay. Boom! The revival stone emitted a dazzling white light, shining brighter than ever before under Yilan's activation, and a corrosive smell entered his nostrils. It's done! Yilan was overjoyed. With no time to waste, he proceeded with the subsequent plan. Bang 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 bang! With 5 more shots, Yilan fired into the ceiling next to the corroded spot above. The activated weapon understood his intention, and all 5 bullets scattered and shot straight through the ceiling, then completely lost their support, collapsing into a hole. Snap! Bang! Yilan shot his grappling hook, and with the momentum of the recoil, he jumped onto the roof. The moment he stepped onto the roof, he already heard the door in the room being kicked open with a bang. This was gunfire. The huge commotion had probably made the 4 members of the Twilight God cult react in combat, rushing back with all their might. And the people from the Rotten God cult probably still didn't understand the situation, lurking in their rooms, waiting for an opportunity. Running wildly along the roof, Yilan quickly found the location of 404, and then, without any hesitation, threw the crystal ball onto the roof of 404. This thing shouldn't be taken in the first place. The other party already knew that he had come here, and taking this thing would only lead to a never-ending situation that he didn't want. And an ability object wasn't that hard for him to let go of. On the contrary, by placing it here, he could not only delay the pursuers but also allow them to inevitably survey room 404 during their inspection and use of it. With such a rush, the people from the Rotten God cult were even still wearing their robes. There's no reason why the Twilight God cult wouldn't discover something in this situation. They hadn't even met yet, and they could even smell the Twilight God cult. Yilan didn't believe that the Twilight God cult, as their arch-nemesis, wouldn't sense the other party at all. Bang! His footprints stopped abruptly where he put down the crystal ball, and Yilan leaped, jumping down from the 4th floor. His line of sight was separated from the graceful figure that jumped up from the hole he had shot through in room 402 the next second. Revenge? Bang! As he fell, Yilan fired another grappling hook, hitting some unlucky exterior wall on the 2nd floor. Swinging along the iron cable, he completely hid under the eaves before landing steadily on the ground. He looked up. Everything was as he expected. The opponent's varying strengths meant some were faster than others. The first person to reach the spot where he dropped the crystal ball would have to make a choice: either pursue him directly or first confirm the crystal ball's status. Thinking and making a decision would consume time, and deciding to stay and wait for the second person to arrive would also take time. This total of only a few seconds was precisely enough for him to leave the scene. However, this was not a long-term solution. The enemy's numerical advantage meant that once they converged, they could split into 2 groups. One group would inspect the crystal ball and test its status, while also researching why he placed it there. The other group would continue to track him. In other words, as long as he could escape the first wave of pursuers now, he could wait for the Twilight God cult members to discover that their enemies had moved into room 404, combine this with the corrosion clues on the room's roof, and shift their focus to their old rival. This would even allow Yilan to return to his room openly. He had already displayed his strength. Once both sides came into view of each other, who would dare to force someone of unknown origin like him to the other side? Thump, thump, thump. Yilan jogged along the corner of the wall, returning to the main entrance, and stepped into the inn. The roof was the high ground, offering an unobstructed view. The 4th floor was also high ground, with all paths in the town's direction within sight. He still didn't dare to enter the sewage ditch behind the inn. Unless someone wanted to ride a motorcycle openly, he could only return to Sewage Inn. As expected, everyone from the Twilight God cult and the Rotten God cult had gone to the incident site on the roof. The entire 1st floor was empty and extremely clean. Only a single figure remained, pacing back and forth, his face ashen, filled with unease. It was the hotel owner. To be honest, when he saw Yilan, covered in dust, walk in through the main door, he was momentarily stunned. But he was also a shrewd man and reacted almost immediately, his expression changing drastically. You. He lowered his voice from the second word, his eyes nearly bulging out. What did you do? Take me to the nearest hiding spot. I'll explain later. Hurry. The hotel owner paused, glanced at the door behind Yilan, and without another word, turned and walked back behind his counter, pulling open a door. Push aside the TV inside, and the gap in the carpet underneath can be pulled open. Jump in and close it, he said, glaring at Yilan with a hint of vexation. I will contact Arthur immediately, and I make no promises that if things become unmanageable, I won't inform the 2 great divine churches that you are here. Yilan smiled and, without a word, rushed into the small room the owner had indicated. He had gambled correctly. Mosquito Restaurant, Sewage Inn, and the Sewage Town Guard should be a trinity, a defense system with different functions but close ties. This was inferred from events in his dream. When Sewage Town faced a fatal crisis, the town chief led the town guard to the front lines, entrusting all their families to the Mosquito restaurant, confidently leaving them under the protection of the then restaurant owner. Although there was an element of historical uncertainty, the fact that Mosquito restaurant was still operating well today and becoming increasingly popular suggested it wasn't merely because the food was delicious. Furthermore, Sewage Inn and Mosquito restaurant had a deep connection, and both showed greater closeness and cooperation upon seeing his town guard uniform. Arthur also strongly suggested he stay at Sewage Inn during their first encounter when he just entered the town, which was another piece of evidence for this connection. With his current identity as a town guard member, he could at least receive the hidden protection of Sewage Town without being implicated. If Yilan wasn't mistaken, the Twilight God cult's intelligence, which speculated that Sewage Town had already submitted to the Rotten God cult, was inaccurate. It would be more appropriate to say that Sewage Town had a certain ambiguous relationship with the Rotten God cult. At the same time, Sewage Town was also in a state of appeasement towards the Twilight God cult. Just as mentioned in the Rotten God cult's conversation, Sewage Town was looking for an opportunity to play small tricks. It was like surviving in a crack. From this perspective, he, being powerful and at odds with the two great divine churches, seemed to have become an unmissable opportunity for Sewage Town. Creak, creak. People? What people? I've been here the whole time, didn't see anything. By the way, what happened upstairs? You guys better not trash my little shop. Faintly hearing the owner at the front desk dealing with someone, Yilan closed the wooden board of the basement. Thud. Pressing the light switch along the wall, Yilan collapsed onto the sofa as if exhausted. Holy crap! What did I do? It was too damn crazy. It was like repeatedly dancing on the edge of death. Most importantly, it seemed to have succeeded? Having done this much, he had done his best. Beep beep. A vibration sounded from Yilan's waist. Touching it, he realized it was the walkie-talkie. The walkie-talkie was flashing rapidly, a direct call rather than a message. He had to admit, Yilan felt a bit guilty at this moment. Causing trouble while wearing the Sewage Town guard's vest was actually quite dangerous. However, no matter what, this matter had to be communicated with Arthur. I'm here, Arthur? Yilan pressed the communication button. My ancestor. My dear ancestor. Can you please tell me what you're doing? Strictly speaking, their relationship was still only one of cooperation. Arthur had no right to control what he did, as he surely had his own purpose for coming to Sewage Town. But by seeking refuge with the hotel owner just now, he had undoubtedly sought the protection of Sewage Town, which meant he wanted to maintain their relationship and implied that Sewage Town was bearing the risk of this matter. Therefore, Arthur now had the right to inquire. Hearing this, Yilan also felt a bit helpless, letting out a soft, bitter laugh. With this series of aggressive actions, Yilan himself was a bit at a loss for words. Who would have thought his initial goal was precisely to prevent the situation from worsening? It's like this: when I returned to my room today, I found that the Twilight God cult had installed surveillance in it. Arthur? What the heck? Just because of that? Do you have to be so vengeful? They installed surveillance on you, and you just went and tore their place down? Arthur's reaction. This was an accident. An accident occurred during the process. I have inevitably attracted the attention of the two great divine churches, so I created an opportunity for them to meet unexpectedly. Arthur was stunned. Yilan had spoken too simply, so simply that he needed time to understand what he meant. Are you saying that the Twilight God cult will think the Rotten God cult did this? Yilan shook his head. Not necessarily, but their two teams will meet unexpectedly. And then what else is there to say? The walkie-talkie went silent. How confident are you of success? Oh, Arthur, you're not right. You seem to be even more eager for this outcome than I am. 90%. 90%. After a few moments of silence, Arthur's voice sounded a little urgent. Don't leave, don't leave. Trust me this once, Sewage Town will never betray your hiding place. Ha? Don't leave what? Where would I go? After a long moment Yelan finally understood what he meant, feeling a bit amused. Arthur was afraid that he would worry about him not being able to withstand the pressure from the two great divine churches and selling him out, so he didn't dare to hide in this underground room and turn to leave. He was indeed more worried. Just as Yelan believed his plan had a 90% chance of success, the Twilight God Cult and the Rotten God Cult would check each other due to confrontation and their respective goals, too preoccupied to care about him. Even if Arthur and the hotel owner had a 90% chance of not betraying him, there was still a 10% chance they would, wasn't there? At that time, if the Twilight God Cult directly blocked him in this underground room, how would he deal with himself? But the problem was, Arthur didn't know that, theoretically, he couldn't die. Not being able to win is one thing, not being able to die is another. Currently, he had nowhere to go, and once he lost Sewage Town as an ally, it would be even harder to investigate and act. Yelan himself had no intention of leaving. It's just that. This time Arthur took the initiative to speak, so he would have to bargain. The two sides had only one most fundamental core contradiction, which was that they would very likely fall out in the end. Yelan was only unwilling to reach that point. You need my help to deal with the two great divine churches, don't you? Arthur was silent, then spoke. Not necessarily, just need to interfere with and stop some things. Isn't that the same thing? Many things are clear just by looking at the actions. He was now like a powerful agitator in a chaotic situation. Arthur was unwilling to let him leave, trying every means to win him over. Besides the two great divine churches at the center of the vortex, what else could it be? But I heard that your relationship with the Rotten God Cult is not shallow. Arthur was silent. If you ask for my help, what are you prepared to pay? Don't mention hiding in this underground room, or the equipment, gasoline, and ammunition you gave me. Those are ordinary things. What everyone, including us and even the two great divine churches, wants, cannot be measured by them, can it? Arthur was still silent. You haven't even told me what the chaos roulette is yet. Arthur remained silent. Finally, Yelan forced a relaxed smile. Why do you think what I want to get here will be less than what the two great divine churches want? After saying this, Yelan himself felt a little uneasy. Whether it would lead to a rupture or a further step, it was basically at this moment. He didn't know what the two great divine churches wanted to do, but he was very clear that he was here to take the anomaly. I can't afford what the two great divine churches want. Arthur weighed his words, also falling into confusion and entanglement, feeling like he had just escaped a pack of wolves only to enter a tiger's den. But he also confirmed one thing, there was no trace of fear of the two great divine churches in Yelan's tone, and even a hidden confidence in confronting them? What do you want? The way he asked. Yelan didn't know how to answer, as if he suddenly understood why Arthur had been silent repeatedly when he asked questions just now. Is this something that can be said? To take away something so precious it cannot be measured. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Arthur's eyebrows twitched. Will it cost lives? No. Will it concern the future of Sewage Town? After these two questions, Yelan looked at Arthur with new eyes. You care a lot about the people of Sewage Town. No. If anything, it will only be better. Only better? Arthur frowned, not agreeing with this answer. How many people do bad things under the guise of making things better for others? I cannot promise to agree to your terms, but I hope you can come to my home tonight for a face-to-face talk. I will at least tell you part of the answer about the chaos roulette, and you can also reveal more of your purpose. I will broaden the maximum conditions to satisfy your appetite. Arthur's voice paused. But rest assured, no matter the outcome, you can now safely spend the two great divine churches' search in that underground room. Yelan nodded. Okay. In the town guard office, Arthur put down the walkie-talkie. His face was incredibly calm. Then, he suddenly couldn't suppress his laughter anymore. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Amazing. Amazing. Do you know how much you've helped? Arthur reached his hand under the drawer, pressed the secret passage switch again, and walked in, only muttering with doubt. But I still have to be on guard. What exactly is your purpose? In the underground room of the sewage inn, Yilan leaned on the sofa, drinking ice water, and rested for a short while. Yes, ice water, there was even a refrigerator here. It's just that this ice water was still a bottled drink, either sewage special drink or sewage special brew. It's just that Yilan was in a daze, seeming no longer very concerned. It is said that humans can adapt to any environment in 3 days. Although making him eat things like 1,000 mosquito spider silk cake or devil cockroach noodles would be impossible to accept even in another 100 years, drinking sewage and the like had gradually become insignificant. The most important thing was being in a daze, and thinking had occupied all his brain cells, so much so that he couldn't even taste things anymore. Arthur. What should he say when he met him tonight? Should he say it? Can he really say it? After all, his moral standards were still at the pre-apocalyptic level. He couldn't play too dirty, or rather, he couldn't play dirty tricks with people he had a bond with. And most importantly, he couldn't break through here alone. The support of Sewage Town was crucial in every aspect. The reason Yilan was still prepared to negotiate was that he believed everything had an appropriate price, as long as he could offer conditions that would move the other party. Arthur had a heart that put Sewage Town above all else, which was the most trustworthy point. If he could plan a sufficiently beautiful future for Sewage Town, then even an anomaly would be a completely acceptable price. In the words of Mein Cat, as long as Arthur had not been swayed by the anomaly, he would clearly understand that the anomaly being taken away by the right person was the best outcome. And the purposes of the Twilight God cult and the Rotten God cult were also very thought-provoking. What kind of purpose would make Arthur choose such a fight to the death, irreconcilable? Creak. The wooden board on the top floor of the underground room made a sound as it was pushed. Yilan narrowed his eyes, reloaded his revolver with a new magazine, and aimed at the entrance. Broken 403. Light filtered down from the upper floor, and Yilan holstered his pistol. It was the hotel owner. What's the situation upstairs? The hotel owner completely ignored Yilan, pulled a glass of ice water from the fridge, and gulped it down, draining several glasses in a row. He looked as if he hadn't had water for days in the desert, though he didn't know if it was from talking too much and getting a dry throat, or from nervousness. After drinking, he plopped down on the sofa next to Yilan, no longer able to maintain his composure. You're a goddamn lunatic. Invading the Twilight God cult's room, the roof is shot like a sieve, 403 is completely gone, they're really bullying people right to their doorstep. That's the Twilight God cult. As he spoke, the hotel owner couldn't hold back a chuckle. This is, ha 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 ha, insane. That's the Twilight God cult. When have you ever seen them so disheveled? But as he laughed, he stopped laughing. My 403. What the hell is wrong with you? Why did you blow up the room? Do you know how much the interior of my room is valued at? Can you afford to pay for it? Yilan. Is this the time to demand compensation? However, Yilan was clearly stunned, so much so that he didn't even have time to respond to the compensation question. 403 was blown up? Yilan was full of confusion. I didn't encounter 403. Bullshit. The hotel owner gesticulated wildly. If you didn't blow it up, then did the Twilight God cult blow it up? Yilan. Don't say it, it's not impossible. Don't be anxious, tell me what happened properly. The hotel owner rolled his eyes impatiently. How the hell would I know what happened? After you came in, I've been guarding the front desk with a pounding heart. In a short while, a young girl from the Twilight God cult rushed in through the main entrance, demanding to know if I had seen you. Hearing this, Yilan muttered to himself. And you actually didn't expose me. At that time, he was still talking to Arthur, and Arthur couldn't have conveyed any instructions to him. Was it the one with pale skin or the one with bronze skin? Hearing Yilan ask this, the hotel owner couldn't help but look at him strangely. Kid, you know a bit too much, don't you? The bronze one, between 1.67 and 1.68 meters tall. It's man then. Yilan immediately felt relieved. Between those two girls, Xingyu was clearly more reliable. With her up there, discovering the strangeness of 404 shouldn't be a problem, otherwise, it might not be. And then? Just as I was about to expose you, that girl's walkie-talkie seemed to go off, and then she heard something, her expression suddenly changed, and she rushed upstairs. The hotel owner seemed very confused, his belly full of questions, unable to stop talking. Almost as soon as that young girl from the Twilight God cult went up, 3 people from the Rotten God cult came down. I thought, this is bad, they're too ruthless, I can only expose you now. But they didn't ask a single word about you. They just asked me to quickly open a room for them on the 3rd floor. I immediately gave them the key, and then they left. Yilan. Do you have to say your intention to betray me at any time with such righteousness? As for those 3 from the Rotten God cult, they should indeed be getting a room. Their previous conversation indicated this, and they probably haven't realized that I've already led trouble to their door, exposing them. And then it just kept crackling and rumbling upstairs. I felt like the building was going to collapse, and I didn't know what they were doing. After more than 10 minutes, another one came down. You know, the pale-skinned young girl you mentioned. This time she was much more polite, she only asked me to tell her who you were, and nothing else. I said I had to ask Arthur, and she left. As soon as he mentioned this, the hotel owner was again overcome with anger. I kept thinking about it, and I couldn't rest easy, so I decided to go upstairs and check. And what a check it was! 402 was full of holes, and 403 was completely gone. I really regret not exposing you. 403. Where are they now? The hotel owner rolled his eyes at his attitude. You're not ashamed at all, are you? The people from 403 moved to a room on the 3rd floor. The 2 young girls from 402 insisted on not moving, saying they could just make do with simple repairs. The people from 404 haven't left their room at all. So, how does that suit you? Yilan ignored the hotel owner's sarcasm, his expression thoughtful. Combining the known information, it seems the Twilight God cult and the Rotten God cult have already started fighting? And the battlefield is 403. The outcome of the battle is hard to say, he has too little information. However, the final result should be that they tested each other's strength but weren't willing to fight to the death, so they called a truce. Only 403 was damaged. However, the truce can only be temporary. The vigilance and caution between the 2 sides will only grow. From now on, their eyes won't be able to leave each other. Their actions will also be restricted, not giving the other side a chance to pick off individuals, to avoid completely breaking the balance of power. In this situation, the most extreme scenario is that both sides reach a consensus to first work together to eliminate him before fighting to the death. However, this situation probably didn't happen, otherwise, Xingyu's attitude when talking to the hotel owner downstairs wouldn't have been like that. This is a bit interesting. The Rotten God cult probably doesn't know where I am right now. No, they won't even realize that I exposed them, at most, they'll suspect it's related to me. But the Twilight God cult, because there were traces and clues during their pursuit, should know that I was hidden by the hotel owner here. So, that attitude is a bit interesting. Hey! What are you thinking about? Compensation. You owe me for 403. Yilan looked at him, truly a little helpless. Are you truly foolish or just pretending? Think about it again, how did your 403 disappear? Before you saw me, the entire building rang with 6 gunshots. Could my 6 gunshots destroy one of your rooms? Actually, it's not impossible. His 6 shots at the time not only eliminated the magic scythe but also demolished 2 major landmarks in Sewage Town. The hotel owner was also stunned, realizing that what Yilan said actually made some sense. But why did they? Oh, is that your goal? He looked at Yilan in extreme shock, as if to say, you play so dirty, kid? He was indeed much less intelligent than Arthur, only now thinking of this question. Yilan nodded, implicitly acknowledging his words, and the hotel owner fell silent. But the calm didn't last long, and he once again inevitably felt a pang of pain in his heart. I'm telling you, I don't care what shady deal you and Arthur made, if you dare to use my hotel as a battlefield again, I'll risk my old life and take you all down with me. Yilan. Why do you seem to care more about the hotel than about this matter? Alright, I'll give you the lowdown. Don't worry about the losses, they caused it. If you're afraid to ask for it, go to Arthur. He's in a good mood right now and will definitely reimburse you. If you're bold enough, you can ask for 3 compensations at once. Hotel owner? 3 compensations? Is that possible? Oh, my God. You're a genius, kid. My original pricing was already inflated, if I can earn 3 times that, I'll be rolling in money. At this moment, his expression towards Yilan was even filled with respect. I was foolish, you're practically a god of wealth. In his greatly improved mood, the hotel owner suddenly looked worried again. But what about the Twilight God called asking me about you? It's not easy to brush them off this time. Honestly, Yilan was already questioning his business capabilities. If you can't handle it, call someone who can. Just tell her that only Arthur knows, and Arthur won't tell you, so she should go find Arthur herself, isn't that enough? Although Arthur couldn't possibly defeat the 4 members of the Twilight God cult, he certainly has his own strength, unlike the hotel owner who is utterly defenseless. Most importantly, Arthur himself, in their communication, had already prepared for follow-up responses. He had already taken on this matter, so why are you trying to shoulder it alone? The hotel owner felt his perspective broaden, but Yilan had already stood up and walked towards the exit, seemingly not planning to stay here. At this, the hotel owner became anxious. Wait. Where are you going? Yilan turned his head, looking at him confusedly. Back to my room, what's wrong? Hotel owner? The hotel owner was more shocked than ever before. How dare you? You Wei's dilemma. It wasn't until Yilan walked up to the 4th floor that he truly understood what the 4th floor of the sewage inn had become. The entire roof of the corridor had been completely torn off. In summer, looking up meant light, and in autumn, looking up meant rain, with the wind whistling constantly in his ears, as if saying it would always be there. Room 403 had completely vanished, and even the floor connecting to the 3rd floor, which could also be called the ceiling of the 3rd floor, was completely gone. The only consolation was that the walls of 402 and 404 were still standing, otherwise, the entire 4th floor of the sewage inn would have been left with only his single room. The corridor was quiet. Yilan was most apprehensive when passing by 402, but in the end, nothing happened. Creak. He pushed open his door and then closed it completely. After all that chaos, he was finally back. Inside room 402 of the sewage inn, it was silent. 2 men and 2 women sat around a circular table, none of them speaking, the atmosphere so heavy it could make a misbehaving child bury their head in the dirt. Thud. Xingyu slammed a camera heavily onto the table and asked coldly, Wang Lei, can you tell me why this thing was in the light fixture in my room? The man named Wang Lei had several bloody scratches on his face, and his luxurious cult robe was so torn it was almost rags, yet it couldn't hide the shock he felt upon seeing the item. Didn't I put this in 401? Why is it in your hand? As expected. Xingyu took a deep breath, seemingly trying to suppress her anger, her voice calm and indifferent. Then can you explain why you were monitoring 401? Wang Lei glared back unceremoniously. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. As the captain, don't you realize it's abnormal for someone else to be living on the fourth floor at this time? Xingyu took a deep breath, trying her best to calm herself. And then? You couldn't even determine if they were friend or foe. Couldn't you have tried a softer approach first? Don't you understand that installing surveillance in someone's room is highly taboo? Wang Lei looked at Xingyu, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Look at you, so indecisive. You don't look like the Wasteland First Divine Sect at all. Xingyu really couldn't control her anger and slammed her hand on the table. So what if we're the Wasteland First Divine Sect? Are we the Wasteland First Squad, or are you the Wasteland First Strongest? Have you gotten used to being arrogant, thinking everyone in the world will cater to your whims? Do you have that kind of power? Don't you understand how complicated this situation is? Bang! Wang Lei was utterly unyielding, his voice even louder than Xingyu's. With one palm strike, he split the entire table in half. Stop lecturing me. Just look at whether what I did was right or not. Wasn't it 401 that caused all this today? This precisely proves my foresight. If you had ordered a swift attack yesterday, none of this would have happened today. Man truly couldn't hold back and stood up, shouting for Xingyu. That's enough, Wang Lei. Are you genuinely foolish or just pretending? That guy is a scoundrel, yes, but leading us to the rotten god cult's location and making us meet them, doesn't that prove he's not with the Twilight? God cult? This was an ally we could have won over, and it's because you directly and relentlessly provoked them that we have this irreconcilable retaliation. Today. So what? Wang Lei was unrighteous but still spoke with confidence. It's precisely because of this incident that we discovered the rotten god cult was living next door, wasn't it? Otherwise, with your indecisive and slow reactions, you might never have found out. Xingyu was almost exasperatedly amused. Oh really? Then you truly are far-sighted. You finally discovered the rotten god cult next door, and they hadn't even realized it. What did you do then? They were in the open, and we were hidden, giving us ample time to find opportunities, find weaknesses, and find a moment when they were unprepared. To annihilate them in one fell swoop. I clearly gave the order to retreat, so why did you directly charge in? Wang Lei snorted, the mocking look in his eyes never changing. Again with the retreat, again with finding opportunities. Retreating from cultists every time, always the same logic. How are you fit to be an inquisitor leading a combat squad? Xingyu breathed deeply, her chest heaving with anger, her teeth tightly clenched. So the brave you charged in, and then what? She pointed at Wang Lei's nose and said icily, you used 2 of our 3 squad's trump cards, half of our life-saving methods, exhausted our psionic energy, depleted our strength, and were still routed? How dare you say the Twilight God cult is the Wasteland First Divine Sect? How many years has it been since the Twilight God cult had such a humiliating record? Wang Lei's gaze flickered, but he quickly cursed back with full force. What the hell do you mean routed? We were evenly matched. If they really had the ability to wipe us out, would they have let us retreat? He seemed to have found a new angle, and Wang Lei grew energized. Again. That's right. Retreat. It was your damn order to retreat again. Do you only know how to retreat? Oh, I know, you didn't even fight seriously, did you? Otherwise, we would have long since taken down those rotten cultists, hee hee. Wang Lei. Shut your mouth. If you're so great, why don't you go fight in 404 now? Aren't they right in there? What are you still doing here? Are you pretending to have amnesia after getting beaten like a dog just now? If it weren't for Sister Xingyu using several trump cards and almost getting surrounded to protect you, would you still be alive here talking to us? Man felt like she was about to explode. Why were there people like this? His words were getting more and more unpleasant. If this isn't fighting seriously, what is? With your 2-bit skills, do you really think you're that amazing? Wang Lei's face flushed for a moment, he certainly didn't dare to cause trouble in 404 right now. But then he instantly recovered, letting out a cold laugh. Tisk, are you Xia Qingyu's little maid, so loyal to your master? Wang Lei put on a look of a sudden realization. Oh, I almost forgot, being her maid is indeed good. Your master, Xia Qingyu, has a big family and a big business, isn't it all thanks to her good brother becoming an inquisitor? Wang Lei. Shut your dog mouth. You know Qingyu hates hearing about that the most. Man's expression completely changed. She glanced at Xia Qingyu, charged her hand cannon, and aimed it at Wang Lei. This is the last time I'll tolerate you. Apologize to me. Wang Lei flinched and subtly leaned behind another teammate, a sight that made Xia Man truly want to laugh with anger. It's okay, Man. Xia Qingyu's fists clenched and unclenched, then clenched again, finally letting go, as if she would no longer be stirred by this person. I remember telling you this before, and I'm reiterating my promise now. She sat up straight, looking at Wang Lei expressionlessly. All the credit, I can report it as yours in the end. I don't want any of it. I only have one request, listen to my command and complete this mission successfully. Can't you do that? Wang Lei looked at Man's reluctantly lowered hand cannon, a malicious glint in his eyes. No need. I am now acting according to Article 10, Chapter 3 of the Cult's Action Regulations, Emergency Mission Contingency Plan of Vice Captain Mei. When the captain makes a major decision error, forcibly leave with half the team members and separately command the remaining battle plans, effective immediately. Wang Lei patted the other person's shoulder, with absolute unquestionable authority. You, come with me. Ha! The last remaining lackey of Wang Lei in the squad, at this moment, actually showed a hint of reluctance. Brother Lei, the rotten evil cult members are too strong, if we split up again, I'm afraid. Could you reconsider? Xia Qingyu's strength is, after all, better than yours, oh no, slightly inferior to yours. Wang Lei's face alternated between green and pale, and after a moment, he slapped him hard. Stop with the damn nonsense, are you coming or not? He seemed genuinely afraid of being alone and whispered into the man's ear, we've come this far, don't you dare regret not coming with me today when that petty woman retaliates against you later. Wang. Xia Qingyu tightly clutched Man's wrist, not letting her say another word, and watched the two leave. It wasn't until room 402 was quiet again that Man couldn't help but murmur, Sister, it hurts. Xia Qingyu paused, then realized she was still tightly gripping Man's wrist, her fingernails unknowingly digging in. Ah! I wasn't paying attention. She lowered her eyes. Why do I end up with teammates like this? Actually, I think it's pretty good. Those two only know how to drag us down, Xia Man said, quite cheerfully. But we don't have enough strength now, Xia Qingyu said, somewhat lost. Even if the four of us are united, it will be very difficult to get past the rotten god cult, let alone what comes after. Xia Man also fell silent, and the squad's morale plummeted to its lowest. Sister, why don't we retreat first and ask the cathedral for help? Help? Xia Qingyu chuckled softly. I didn't dare to say it when those two were here, but now I can tell you, the moment we came in, I realized no one can leave unless we win. Ha! The most crucial thing is. Creak. The sound of a door opening and closing came from outside. Both of them instinctively looked towards the door. Man hadn't even had time to hear what Xia Qingyu wanted to say when she blurted out in extreme astonishment, the person from 401 is back? How could he? Man instinctively preheated her weapon and pushed the door open, only to be pulled back by Xia Qingyu once more. Don't. But he? Let me try again. There's no other choice. Man listened, half understanding, then suddenly came back to her senses. Oh, right, sister, you just said we can't leave anymore. Why? It's not us, it's everyone except the creator. Xia Qingyu stood up, looking out the window at the deepening night. This is a sacrifice offered to the god. Fire. Back in his room, Yilan's heart was still pounding. They really didn't come for him. Although he had already confirmed that he was safe for now, he had prepared himself for probing, conversations, and other such interactions, but none of that happened. In fact, it was eerily quiet. The Twilight God cult seems to have suffered heavy losses. Leaning on the bed, Yilan was deep in thought. To be honest, he should already be grateful for the current state of the fourth floor. The two great divine churches clashed, and the only cost was a single room. Room 402 was battered and on the verge of collapse, and 403 had almost vanished entirely, yet 404, one of the battlegrounds, was completely unscathed. In a sense, the comparison of combat strength between the two sides was already self-evident. This also indicated a problem. It was common knowledge that the Twilight God cult was the Wasteland's foremost righteous sect, yet they were being suppressed by the rotten God cult. There was almost only one reason: they were fighting on away territory. It sounded like stating the obvious, but who had home field advantage was even more thought-provoking. While it didn't provide direct evidence, the Twilight God cult's crushing defeat undoubtedly lent some credence to their speculation that Sewage Town might have already submitted to the rotten God cult. Adding to that, the new photo in the Mosquito Restaurant's picture frame showed the mayor from decades ago and a group of black-robed men heading towards the Great Lake. Those people's clothing was also extremely similar to that of the rotten God cult. Although there were still differences, it had been decades ago, and it was reasonable for equipment styles to have been updated. However, Arthur's attitude was also worth noting. So far, Yilan had not seen Arthur show any inclination towards either the Twilight God cult or the Rotten God cult, nor had he seen the Rotten God cult receive any reinforcements from Sewage Town. Their overall intelligence system was so rotten it was like they were orphans, relying solely on their strength to get to where they were today. They couldn't find out who he was, and only upon arriving at the sewage inn did they learn that the Twilight God cult was staying next door. The hotel owner hadn't given any warning. If this was considered a partner, then they were far too incompetent. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. Yilan's eyes sharpened, and he walked to the door. Who is it? It's me, the hotel owner. Yilan was momentarily stunned, unsure why he had come over at this time. Creak. The door was pushed open by Yilan from the inside, revealing the hotel owner standing nervously at the door. It wasn't that he was nervous about Yilan, he just kept glancing furtively at the nearby door of room 402, as if afraid he would be rushed out and summarily executed by the people inside at any moment. Here, the hotel owner of Mosquito Restaurant sent over some special noodles. Yilan. What did this mean, a sudden free dinner? And, at this time, Yilan also snuck a glance at 402, seemingly understanding why the hotel owner was so scared. It was almost like openly declaring a stance in front of the two great divine churches: we are on the same side. At this moment, right after the two great divine churches had just messed up because of him. You're a madman too, aren't you? He took the noodles, but the hotel owner stealthily entered Yilan's room. Young man, tell me, can I really go and ask them for compensation? Yilan was stunned for a moment, feeling a bit speechless. Didn't I analyze it already? As long as you dare, you can. The two great divine churches are big and wealthy, they won't care about that small amount of money, unless they're in a particularly bad mood. The hotel owner mumbled, looking even more distressed. Then, just hypothetically, what if they are in a particularly bad mood? Yilan had already unwrapped the steaming hot noodles, and with his appetite greatly stimulated, he spoke casually. Then you'll have to think about whether you have any means of self-preservation. The hotel owner. His expression was quite grim at this moment. Just now, the two Twilight God cult members who were originally staying on the third floor checked out with me and disappeared. Slurp. Yilan, who was eating his noodles, paused his movements and frowned. The two people who were originally staying in 403 checked out. Why? He suddenly recalled the scene playback he saw in 402, seeming to understand, and clicked his tongue. Arthur must be ecstatic. She was already half crippled and had lost half her combat strength. This upheaval, whatever it was, had just begun, and the reigning champions, the Twilight God cult, seemed almost certainly eliminated. Unless they had even stronger methods hidden or made unexpected moves later on. The only thing that felt off, why would the Twilight God cult send such a small team to carry out this mission? Did they really not understand the discord within their team? Was this truly the attitude of someone who took something very seriously? And, the Twilight God cult had already been weakened to this pathetic state. The rotten God cult could probably just sweep them away directly now, so. What were they waiting for? I'll give you a suggestion, go ask for the money in a few days. Their mood is definitely quite bad right now. The hotel owner's face immediately fell. I feel like in a few days, I won't even be able to find them. Let me tell you, if they don't pay this money, then you'll have to pay it. Yilan. Is there a possibility that Arthur will reimburse me for this expense, so you'd essentially be asking Arthur for 2 sets of compensation? Hotel owner. Damn it. You're watertight, aren't you, kid? Alright, I'm leaving. The hotel owner was very disheartened, losing interest in conversation, and left the room dejectedly. After the hotel owner left, Yilan stopped eating his noodles and frowned. Something was wrong. Arthur's desire to win him over was certainly true, but this was too urgent, wasn't it? She could have done this in a much gentler way, without escalating the conflict, yet she insisted on deliberately having the hotel owner bring him a bowl of noodles? Not to mention that the two parties hadn't even confirmed a real alliance. Even if they had, wouldn't hiding this relationship be the optimal solution? No, before meeting Arthur, he still needed to investigate some things. The lack of information felt truly terrible. Night fell. Glancing at the sky, Yilan pressed the walkie-talkie. Arthur, where's your address? After a moment of waiting, there was no reply from the walkie-talkie. What was going on? Didn't they agree to meet in his room tonight? Frowning, Yilan pushed open the door. Arthur's urgency to ally with him was already self-evident. Not replying to messages now, he could only hope nothing had happened. The official strategic importance of Sewage Town was too great. Every force present here understood this, and it was not impossible that they would try to act preemptively, changing the current situation by directly changing the ownership of Sewage Town. The way was quiet, undisturbed. Yilan reached the first floor. The hotel owner was still sitting blankly at the front desk, lost in thought about something. Why are you down here? Hadn't they just met? I can't reach Arthur. What's going on? The hotel owner was stunned for a moment, then quickly took out his walkie-talkie and initiated a communication request. No reply. He tried again, still no answer, and the hotel owner's brows gradually furrowed. Did something happen? Yilan asked. It shouldn't have. The hotel owner shook his head, deep in thought. Did you propose some very harsh conditions, so he's preparing? Harsh conditions? Yilan was stunned for a moment. Those were indeed very harsh, as he was asking for an anomaly after all. But Yilan didn't agree with the hotel owner's inference, as he hadn't actually proposed that condition yet. At most, it was just a hint. I'm going to check the town guard office. Yilan said naturally. He had already planned to do some investigation before meeting Arthur, and the town guard office was a good choice. The current situation made this action completely justifiable. The hotel owner's expression changed slightly. He seemed to instinctively want to stop him but then fell into a dilemma. It seemed he shouldn't stop him. The man was already moonlighting as a town guard member, so going to the office was basic procedure, wasn't it? However, the town guard office during the day was different from at night. Bang! Boom! Just then, a burst of gunfire and an explosion suddenly erupted from afar, followed by a blazing fire. Oh no! At that moment, the hotel owner became even more panicked than when Arthur lost contact. That place can't catch fire. Crossfire. Yilan frowned, feeling that everything that had happened since Arthur's sudden disappearance was incredibly bizarre, with a sense of impending doom. What is that place? Yilan couldn't help but ask. That Sewage Town Stadium, the hotel owner exclaimed. It's where Sewage Town will hold its in 3 days. Yilan asked, somewhat surprised. This was probably the second time he had heard that name. What kind of is it? Why hold a? Who or what are they sacrificing to? The barrage of questions left the hotel owner a bit stunned. Don't ask me. Go ask Arthur later. The hotel owner evaded the question, and Yilan always had a vague feeling that this so-called would bring about something significant. The turning point of everything. It's necessary to go take a look. With that thought, Yilan made a choice between Arthur's office and the fire scene. Even if he didn't consider the itself, he was also a member of the town guard. Before negotiations broke down and they completely fell out, especially with Arthur's whereabouts unknown, he had an obligation to help at the accident scene. Moreover, at this time and location, there were clear signs of combat and gunfire, which obviously couldn't be ignored. Perhaps he could find some truly useful clues. I'll go to the scene to investigate the cause and clear the threats. You immediately organized the townspeople to put out the fire. At this place, there was no thought of fire trucks. Firefighting basically relied on running with buckets of water, emphasizing the power of numbers. Hearing Yilan give orders, the hotel owner was clearly stunned. You're just like Arthur. However, he was immediately overjoyed and agreed repeatedly. No problem, thank you for your hard work, leave it to me. He genuinely hadn't reacted immediately. With Arthur absent, if Yilan didn't work, it would be as if the town guard wasn't doing anything. Boom! Twisting the throttle, Yilan sped away in a cloud of dust towards the direction of the fire. Was Arthur's current unavailability related to this incident? According to Arthur, anyone entering the town was within his perception, and as of their last conversation, no one else had arrived. And he, the Twilight God cult, and the Rotten God cult people were all in the hotel right now. So who was fighting over there? But it seemed there really were some who slipped through the net. 2 people from the Twilight God cult had left the sewage inn. Besides them, Arthur's whereabouts were unknown. Were they fighting? Damn it! Yilan cursed silently. So chaotic. Mind Cat, can you still use scene recall? Yilan was relatively worried, as the Mind Cat had already used its ability twice today. The first time, the Mind Cat seemed extremely conflicted and hesitant. Theoretically, yes, meow, but I don't recommend it, meow. Yilan was stunned, not understanding what it meant. Why? The Mind Cat hesitated for a moment before answering. I don't have much power left, and I need to recover. I'm not questioning your strength, meow, but I'm worried that you'll consume too much power in a sudden battle and lose control. I should keep a little for emergencies, meow. Yilan frowned slightly, then nodded gently. You're right, don't use it for now. The stadium wasn't far. Although in a different direction, it was even more central than the town guard office. With the roar of the engine, he was almost there. Whoosh! Clang! Bang! Bang bang! Amidst the roar of the engine, Yilan was almost riding his motorcycle to the side gate of the stadium when a sudden movement came from behind a tree. Beside him. The dark figure seemed unwilling to make contact with Yilan, specifically waiting until Yilan's position had almost passed him before suddenly dashing away in the opposite direction. Yilan didn't hesitate at all. Seeing him and immediately running away meant that even if he wasn't the culprit, he definitely had something to hide. Although the road wasn't wide enough, there were only a few scattered trees on either side, mostly barren land, and not much different from the road. The dark figure had just been hiding under a tree. In a furious dash, Yilan executed an extreme turn and lean, forcefully turning back in the direction he had come from, speeding towards the dark figure. The dark figure also understood that legs couldn't outrun 2 wheels, so he turned and fired a revolver shot. Oh, crap! Facing it head-on, no matter how fast he would be like a stationary target. Yilan stomped on the motorcycle's brake, then used the momentum to jump, doing a somersault in mid-air and rolling onto the ground. During the few somersaults in midair, Yilan didn't forget to pull out his revolver and fire 2 shots. Of course, he didn't have the marksmanship to aim at a target while making a high-speed jump and spinning wildly, but his revolver could fire automatically. Puff! The dark figure let out a muffled grunt, a spray of blood blooming, and then, without stopping, threw several cylindrical projectiles, thick smoke, covering everything in sight. Damn it! Yilan fell to the ground, enduring the discomfort of almost spraining his ankle. When he stood up, his vision was already filled with endless smoke. Smoke bomb? Do you have to be such a coward? Yilan cursed softly and gave up on the idea of continuing the pursuit. The opponent had already hidden in the smoke, and his own vision was almost zero. If he were to still charge in blindly, it wouldn't be courage born of skill, but rather courting death. Well-equipped, physique beyond ordinary, no use of strange side abilities. Not a church person, is he a gene enhancer? Yilan stroked his chin. Now he could gradually make some judgments about the ability systems in the wasteland. Giving up on the pursuit, Yilan looked back at the fire, his brows tightly furrowed. Forget it, I won't chase for now. He helped his motorcycle up. The side had several new, weathered scratches from his sudden break, which still pained him to see. Boom! Thump! The moment he twisted the throttle, the motorcycle sagged, and then for several steps, Yilan felt like he was on a roller coaster, so he couldn't help but stop. He already roughly knew what was going on in his heart, but Yilan still wanted to confirm. Sure enough, there was a bullet hole in the front tire. The tire was flat. Yilan's brows were tightly furrowed, not because he felt bad about the tire, but because he was thinking about why it was the tire. An accident, or was the tire specifically targeted? Under such high-speed movement, if the opponent aimed for the tire and could still hit it accurately, then their marksmanship was truly as good as his own activation handgun. It also meant that he could have hit him directly but chose to hit the tire. Didn't want to hurt anyone, or just wanted to play it safe and only retreat? Yilan looked down. His town guard uniform was black with a brownish tint, and due to its uniqueness, it was still very easy to recognize at night. There were only Arthur and Yilan in the town guard. If it was because of this uniform that he didn't want to engage. Yilan looked towards the distant mist, a little worried. His gun's accuracy wasn't worse than the opponent's. If his 2 shots could perform as consistently as ever, hitting steadily, he should be fine, right? Burning. Back outside the stadium, thick smoke had already started to sting people's eyes, causing tears. How could such a big fire start? Yilan frowned. Before leaving the hotel, he had heard several large-caliber gunshots and explosions, concluding that explosives had ignited flammable materials, starting a small fire. If it could have been contained in time, it would have been extinguished, and a large fire would not have spread. Yet, despite his almost non-stop speed, the fire here was already uncontrollable. Flames were almost reaching Yilan's feet, causing him to narrow his eyes. What? He pulled out the water pouch from his person, which he had filled in the underground, unscrewed the stopper, and poured a little out. Upon contact with the water, the flames that touched it did not extinguish. In fact, they burned on the surface of the water. Gasoline? Yilan blurted out in astonishment. Just a moment ago, Arthur was talking to him about how precious gasoline was now, and how they didn't even bother to refuel cars, opting for motorcycles instead, and yet, here, someone had apparently doused the entire stadium with gasoline? Who could have such an astronomical amount of gasoline to do this? Who would have the time for such a massive undertaking? Besides, wouldn't using enough TNT directly be much cheaper? Annoying. If I could use scene retrospection right now, maybe I could uncover a huge secret. Through the mist rising from the burning fire, Yilan listened to the crackling sounds and suddenly felt as if there was a different, faint. But the sound was so faint that Yilan was a bit unsure. Until, a human voice, like a booming bell, amplified as if by a loudspeaker, came from the vast sea of fire. Help me. Ha! Yilan's pupils constricted. There was actually someone still in this fire? How did they survive? No! How did that sound carry? That one shout just now had basically reached the level of concert hall acoustics, and there was no electronic sound, as if it were a direct human voice. An ability of the strange side? Or an ability objects type of item? This is getting more and more ghostly. But without a doubt, this person must be saved. Why he is inside should provide enough answers. But, how the hell do I save him? I can't put out the fire, and even if I went crazy and dragged the corpse in with infinite revivals, I wouldn't be able to drag that poor guy out alive. Day. Over here. Over here, don't spill the water, put out the fire. What the hell kind of scumbag threw a smoke bomb? A flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and Yilan turned his head to see the hotel owner leading over a dozen townspeople, rushing through the thick smoke. Whoosh! Bucket after bucket of water was poured, but hardly any flames were extinguished. Even if they could put out these flames, the amount of water was a drop in the ocean compared to the vast stadium. My goodness! The hotel owner looked up at the raging inferno, his mind numb. How could it burn so big? Gasoline, Yilan said calmly. Gasoline? This time, the hotel owner's eyes nearly popped out. Damn it! Which prodigal son is this, out of his mind? Yilan. Although I think so too, your focus is always off, isn't it? He glanced at him, Yilan sighed. These townspeople probably wouldn't be much help. Fine, let me be the crazy one. Don't bother carrying water. Take these people and go find some bendable wire nearby for me, and be quick. The hotel owner paused, then, without a word, waved his hand and led the people away. Yilan, meanwhile, squatted in front of the tire and silently took out the revival stone. A white light, permeated with gray mist, flickered continuously, and the bullet holes on the tire slowly returned to their original state. Just then, the hotel owner returned, having taken less than 3 minutes in total. Pretty fast, where did you get it? Yilan took a large bundle of wire, unsure whether to praise him or suspect him. Hey, there's a barbed wire fence nearby, we took some down. Nodding, Yilan wedged the revival stone into the recessed space between the motorcycle engine and the fuel tank, wrapping it with wire, circle after circle. For unstable spots, he stomped the wire into a ball, wedging it into the gaps. In this way, the revival stone was completely secured there. With the task complete, Yilan then wet a cloth with the water pouch and wrapped it around his mouth and nose, like the classic disguise of a righteous outlaw. Then, he got on the motorcycle, revved the engine, and adjusted its direction towards the stadium. Wait! You wait! At that moment, the hotel owner felt his brain freeze. What are you doing? You're not going to ride in, are you? Yilan glanced at him and asked, amused. Otherwise? Hotel owner. No, even if you're not afraid of fire, do you know that if you ride in like this, the motorcycle will explode from the high temperature before you even get far? Yilan kicked the position of the revival stone with his foot and shook his head. It won't explode. Yes, this was the method he had integrated using existing resources. He would utilize the characteristics of the revival stone and ability objects to try and maintain this critical point. The fire was burning over there, and the revival stone would regress the state of the motorcycle forward. That is to say, before the motorcycle truly overheated and exploded, this thing would be effective. But if it really did explode, it would be hard to say. Yilan estimated he would probably be reduced to ashes. Of course, he would basically still be able to revive, but it would consume his already limited strength, making the hunger even more intense. Using wire to secure it was also unavoidable. Glue couldn't hold it stably for long, and the revival stone was still regressing. If it fell out midway, that would be a disaster. Tape was even worse, it would probably melt completely in a few seconds. After much thought, this situation could only be fixed with the revival stone. Alright, you all go collect all the fire extinguishers in town, and find more people to create a firebreak on the perimeter. This place definitely cannot be saved without enough professional firefighting equipment. Boom! Heaven knew what the situation was like inside, and how much longer that unfortunate person could last. Every second of delay meant one less sliver of hope. As for the possibility of a trap. In this apocalypse where human warmth was scarce, who would set a trap in such a way that it could only ensnare people with high moral standards? Yi Lan's figure vanished into the sea of fire. The hotel owner watched his resolute figure, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He naturally didn't understand that Yi Lan wasn't afraid of death because he had the ability to revive. He was simply awestruck and somewhat reverent of that retreating figure. I truly hope we can always stand on the same side. People in the sea of fire. In the sea of fire, Yi Lan could barely see the path in front of him. Or rather, the fact that he could still see at all meant his eyes were incredibly resilient. The best news along the way was that the large gate connecting the outside and inside of the stadium was unlocked, otherwise, he truly wouldn't have been able to get off the motorcycle and open the gate in this situation. Save me. I don't want to die. The smoke was too thick, and Yi Lan was now only opening his eyes every 10 seconds or so. As for his skin, he could only say it was fortunate. The spread of the revival stone included his body, and coupled with his inherent passive ability to accelerate recovery, aside from a continuous hot burning sensation, nothing else was wrong. However, thankfully, that pig-like cry for help was simply too loud, allowing Yi Lan to easily locate the sound. Boom! The motorcycle crashed into a foundation, almost flipping over, and it took Yi Lan quite a while to steady the vehicle. Damn it! After all, it was a humanoid venue, it was impossible for every part of it to be perfectly flat for vehicles. The only frustrating thing was that he had no trouble getting in from the outside, so why was he stuck now that he was in the middle of the stadium? Now, it was a bit troublesome. There was only one revival stone. If he chose to walk, leaving it on the motorcycle, he wouldn't be able to take a single step, but if he took it with him, the motorcycle would undoubtedly explode. And most importantly, it hurt. Stepping directly onto the fire, what if he wouldn't die? Continuous pain would destroy his spirit and will, and it was questionable whether he could even walk. As for whether the revival stone could directly extinguish this fire, Yi Lan had considered it, but the answer was no. The area was too large, too vast. The revival stone could at most only revert a certain area, and it required time. By the time this whole operation was done, it would probably be tomorrow morning. He reached out and wiped his hand, and Yi Lan paused. What was blocking him didn't seem to be a bump, but a platform. Why would there be a platform in the middle of the stadium? Oh. Yi Lan probably guessed what this place was, something similar to a temporarily erected awards stage or performance stage, and the person was likely on it. Since it was confirmed that he needed to go up, it was easy. A platform this high couldn't possibly be accessed solely by jumping up and down, there must be steps. And the height of the steps would be enough for him to ride his motorcycle up. Yi Lan adjusted his direction, maintaining a very slow, steady speed, moving along the platform until he finally found the steps. I don't want to die. Old man, do you know your grandson was tricked to his death? What kind of hellish place is this? This is a trap, a trap. That pig-like scream didn't sound like a victim at all. Otherwise, by now he would either be burned to death or suffocated unconscious. Why was he still so full of vigor? Or rather, for him to still be alive in such a fire, wasn't that inherently unreasonable? Mind cat, he should indeed be a living person, not some abnormal ability objects or something playing tricks, right? Fortunately, the mind cat was completely normal. For it, not being in a physical state, the raging fire in this place had no effect on it, although the limited influence it did have already caused it to complain incessantly. It's too hot here, meow. I feel hot just looking at it, meow. And I'm very uncomfortable staying here, so please hurry up, meow meow. Finally, Yi Lan found the steps. Forget about the mind cat, the continuous burning, the smoke, his throat was already so dry it was unbearable. The water absorption of his face mask was almost completely dried up, and Yilan didn't dare to take out his water pouch. It was time to end this matter as quickly as possible. Boom! The motorcycle backed up 2 meters, Yilan gripped the throttle, and charged forward. In the middle of the platform, there was a supporting pillar. On the pillar, a handsome young man with a small perm was securely tied. He didn't know how long he had been tied there. Strangely, even the pillar he was tied to was almost burned through, but the ropes binding him were completely unharmed. Boom! The motorcycle pierced through the thick smoke, through the endless fire, and with a piercing roar, appeared before the pillar, in front of the man's eyes. Their eyes met. Yilan wore a sharp combat suit, expressionless, with flames surrounding his entire body yet not touching him in the slightest, like a king of flames. It was such a sight, such a scene, such an entrance. The young man felt that if he were a girl, he would marry him on the spot. Save me, brother! Completely unaware of what the other person was thinking, Yilan did indeed pause for a moment when he saw him. This was the first person he had seen since leaving the containment tower who dressed very similarly to him, an outfit that looked incredibly flashy in the wasteland but was very stylish and normal before the apocalypse, even considered a brand name item before the apocalypse. Coupled with that trendy hairstyle, Yilan almost suspected he had met someone from his hometown. The other person's condition was also very peculiar. He was in the very center of the sea of fire, and even with the revival stone, Yilan himself was flushed red all over, yet this person seemed completely at ease. The pungent thick smoke would have long since stopped a normal person from breathing here, yet he could still scream for help like a stuck pig. Meow. Look at his right hand, 5 ability objects, meow. Yilan? Yilan paused, looking at the young man's right hand. Each of his 5 fingers wore a ring. 2 of them were emitting faint gray mist and a halo. This was the real Lord of the Rings. 5 ability objects? Where did this rich guy come from? Quick, Vini 5. No wonder he could survive here, it's just that he didn't know what functions these rings had. Who are you? Yilan asked in a hoarse voice, raising his revolver. He wasn't trying to act profound or like a big shot, his throat was simply too dry to bear. The young man was almost scared silly, squirming his body and shouting repeatedly. Su Lozhang. My name is Su Lozhang. Brother, calm down, why pull out a gun without a word? Yilan frowned. This was clearly not the answer he wanted to hear. What was the use of knowing his name? Was that what he wanted to ask? Which faction do you belong to? The young man hesitated almost imperceptibly. Faction? I'm just myself, I. Alright, Yilan pulled the safety, and Su Lezhang immediately roared. Radiant City. My family is from Radiant City. If you have to say faction, this counts as my faction. Radiant City? Yilan felt that this answer was both surprising and unsurprising. He had finally seen a living person from Radiant City. As for what he said about only being himself, that could simply be dismissed as nonsense. Radiant City was also getting involved in this mess? What exactly were they here for? What was so good about this place that so many factions were appearing? He had too many questions to ask now, such as what happened here, why he was tied up here, why he came here, and who else was involved, what their purpose was. But it seemed more appropriate to discuss it after getting out. Bang! Interrogation. A gunshot rang out. Su Lezhang trembled all over and closed his eyes in terror. It's over, he looked cool when he appeared, but he wasn't here to save me. I'm done for. But a few seconds later, Su Lezhang realized something wasn't quite right. He wasn't dead. He opened his eyes, only to find that the person who held his life and death in his hands was also stunned. Bang! Before he could continue begging for mercy, Yilan had already fired the second shot, a shot that didn't even allow him to close his eyes. He also saw, the bullet hit the rope binding him, then was directly deflected. What the heck? What, meow? That rope is actually an ability object. Su Lejong finally understood this time. It turned out this guy wasn't trying to kill him, but to help him untie the rope. Although, it was a bit crude and direct. The rope binding him was an ability object? A moment after Yilan froze, he looked at Su Lejong's expression and actually showed 3 parts pity. Who did you offend, after all, that they would even abandon an ability object, tie you in this sea of fire, and toy with you like a cat with a mouse? Until the last moment, yet still ensure you had no hope of escape? Damn, it's Grandma! What a beast! Even Su Lejong himself hadn't expected the rope binding him to be an ability object. It's over, this time there's truly no hope. He seemed to have completely lost interest in Yilan. Nothing in this world could stir him even a tiny bit anymore. At the brink of life and death, a sense of grandeur came over him, and he threw his head back, laughing loudly. What joy is there in life, what fear in death? A true man. Ah! Smack! Su Lejong suddenly felt his whole body lighten, as if he had lost gravity, falling downwards, his face hitting the ground in a faceplant. Before he could even lift his head, he suddenly felt something grab the back of his collar, and when he looked up again, he had already been thrown onto the back seat of the motorcycle. Click! Yilan started the ignition in one smooth motion. The unobstructed path ahead had already been scouted, leaving only full-speed progression. No, brother, how did you get that thing off me? He had already completed his final mental preparation to face death, and then suddenly he was saved. This emotional shift, it was simply difficult for him to process. The most absurd thing was, he couldn't understand how Yilan did it. It was too amazing. Just untied it, are you stupid? Yilan was truly fed up with this idiot, cursing him out while driving. Su Lejong? Damn! But if he could untie it, why the hell did he shoot it with a gun in the first place? Boom! The motorcycle pulled out a dazzling arc, rushing out of the sea of fire under the watchful eyes of the townspeople. Holy cow! The spectacular scene seemed to have happened in a movie. He really got out? A mere mortal, riding a motorcycle into such a sea of fire, and then actually coming out? No wonder Arthur valued him so much. Have the fire extinguishers been collected? Yilan stopped in front of the hotel owner, jumped off the motorcycle, took a few gulps of water, and asked calmly. Huh? Oh, we found some. Yilan followed his gaze and found that the hotel owner, perhaps stimulated by the ground covered in gasoline and set ablaze, had actually dared to spend a fortune driving over. However, the contents of the open trunk were scattered, not even 20 ordinary fire extinguishers combined. Yilan fell silent. Just these? Just these. The hotel owner gave a wry smile. Fires hardly happen now, it's all hard wasteland everywhere. Trees and even lumber are scarce, nothing is easy to burn. Even if a fire really starts, it's just a matter of pouring water on it. Something caused by gasoline like this, we never even considered it. Yilan opened his mouth, then sighed. Forget it, don't waste them. Keep them for later use. With so little, could it put out such a large fire? One could only say, this fire was beyond saving, but it didn't matter anyway. After all, for the current sewage town, the stadium was just a decoration, not a property casualty. There were no human casualties either. As long as a fire break was established, this disaster would simply pass. I have something to do, you all should step aside. After Yilan finished speaking, he looked at Su Lejong, who was very restless by his motorcycle, and quirked his lips. You, come with me. With that, Yilan led the way to a lonely tree by the roadside not far away, just big enough to hide behind, and faced him. Alright, first question, what are you doing in Sewage Town? So many forces coming to Sewage Town could certainly not be because they each had their own business and coincidentally met here, but rather through a single common purpose. Arthur was an old riddleman, still dragging his feet and hadn't told him what the Chaos Roulette was. The Twilight God Cult and Rotten God Cult hadn't had a chance to interact and communicate yet, and even if they did, he might not believe them. As of today, this person from Radiant City had become the best breakthrough. Ha! What purpose could I have? I didn't want to come at all. Let me remind you, you trespassed into Sewage Town without permission, and I should have arrested you. Then you were found at the scene of an accident, making you a suspect, so this is an interrogation. Snap, Yilan took out his revolver and twisted the safety. The environment is indeed simple, as I don't have time to take you back to an interrogation room right now. I wonder if this will make you feel more immersed. Su Lozhang. You're going too far. I don't know, I'm not lying to you, just listen to me first. I really didn't want to come, I was set up. It seemed being pointed at with a handgun indeed greatly enhanced Su Lozhang's sense of immersion, and he answered very cooperatively. It's a family power struggle. Sai, a member of our family must undergo a major event experience on their 20th birthday, like a trial in a novel. My old man was tricked and sent me to this place. I'm so unlucky. Yilan raised an eyebrow. What kind of big family would require such a trial for adulthood? Who is your father? To be precise, it's my grandfather, Su Lezhang said. He's the Vice City Lord of Guangwei City Lower District. Oh, City Lord level? Although he didn't know which district of Radiant City the lower district was, when Radiant City and City Lord appeared together in one place, it was no longer a simple title. How did you come, and when did you arrive? This time it was Su Lezhang's turn to look at him as if he were an idiot. It must have been today. I only arrived tonight, otherwise, how could you have seen me for the first time? A helicopter just dropped me in, and the moment I landed, I was tied up and hung there, and then it was as you saw. Yilan. Of course, he couldn't guarantee whether Su Lezhang was telling the truth, but assuming it was true, then this air was truly too pathetic. Without even a struggle, he was escorted all the way, landing directly into a seamless transition to death? What the hell is the difference between you and a pig in a slaughterhouse assembly line? Death note. However, assuming what he said is true, does that mean people from Radiant City burned down this stadium? According to Su Lezhang, he was arranged to be sent to his death, and he was immediately captured as soon as he arrived, indicating that the people below already knew when he was coming and where he would go, which means the arsonists below were from Radiant City. It would likely take more than a single day to cover the entire stadium with gasoline. This must have been a fully planned operation, and it's also highly unlikely that he accidentally stumbled into a crime scene and was silenced, otherwise the other party wouldn't have left his belongings and gone to such great lengths to kill him in this manner. Yi Lan's head was spinning. Damn it, what does Radiant City have to do with what happened here? Even if there was a conspiracy, why didn't anyone else come? Why only send a mere minion to die? And if there was no conspiracy, it makes even less sense, why would they burn the stadium? Even if they really wanted Su Lezhang to die in such a spectacular way, there was no need for this to coincidentally be the venue for Sewage Town's festival, right? Furthermore, when Su Lezhang arrived, he was alone, meaning the people who carried out the act must have entered earlier, but Arthur said he could sense everyone who entered Sewage Town. So, assuming there were no more outsiders, could this fire have been set by Sewage Town in conjunction with Radiant City? Damn it! What in the world is going on? Did you see the person who attacked you? Su Lezhang nodded repeatedly, then shook his head, with a mix of excitement and gnashing of teeth. I saw a little. But I didn't see his face. That person had a fierce expression, wearing a leather armor, with muscles vaguely showing underneath, terrifying muscles. Leather armor? Leather armor again? Didn't Arthur say there was no one in the town wearing leather armor? He was almost identical to the person who robbed me, yet somewhat different. That person did so many deranged things for 50 mist blue coins, but the person Su Lezhang described was truly indifferent to a wealthy Radiant City young master who was completely subdued. However, the overlapping parts seemed to be a decisive factor, leather armor and Radiant City. If the fire was caused by burning gasoline, then gunshots and explosions shouldn't have occurred there. When I came, I encountered a dark figure in a windbreaker, which doesn't match the leather armor Su Lezhang described. So who the hell was that? Does this mean there's a fifth or even a sixth faction hidden here? Many things suddenly didn't make sense, though there was one possibility that could explain everything. Su Lejang was lying in every single sentence. Officer. You must uphold justice for me. These people are simply lawless, daring to commit evil in your territory, officer. Yi Lan's train of thought was completely interrupted by Su Lejang's shouts, and he looked at him indifferently for a moment. Actually, he wasn't unable to show Su Lejang a good face. After all, the other party hadn't offended him from beginning to end. His attitude was good, and he was very cooperative. But, since he didn't know if Su Lejang was lying to him, a proper cold demeanor could make him more anxious when lying, making him wonder if he had found a loophole, and thus allowing him to find a flaw. Of course, I will naturally strive to capture the main culprit, Yi Lan said expressionlessly, but the premise of everything is that you are not lying. Su Lejang was stunned, showing a look of indignation. I didn't lie. I wouldn't lie. Every word I said is true. Stay here. Don't move. Yi Lan was non-committal. After ordering the other party to stay put, he walked to the other side of the tree. No. I have to bluff him, otherwise I really won't know how much is true and how much is false. His brows quickly relaxed, and Yi Lan showed a mischievous smile, then pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, silently tore it into shreds, and kept all of them in his palm. Next, Yi Lan took out the revival stone and placed it in the palm holding the paper scraps. In just over 10 seconds, the paper was completely restored. Straightening his face, Yi Lan returned indifferently and stood before Su Lejang again. I just applied 4 Death Note authority. Now hold the paper in your left hand and this stone in your right, and repeat after me. Wait. Su Lejang didn't dare not take it, but he was clearly scared. Death Note? What's that? Yi Lan looked at him, revealing a cold smile. It's the thing in your hand. You should be able to feel it, it's an ability object. As long as you hold it and don't speak the truth, your soul will be annihilated within a day, leaving no corpse. Oh my god. Su Lejang felt the paper in his hand getting hotter. He could indeed feel that Yi Lan wasn't trying to scare him, this really was an ability object. Enough. Repeat after me immediately, or I'll directly handle this as you making false statements, I promise. Su Lejang hesitated, but looking at the dark muzzle of the gun, he still didn't dare to say no, I promise. Yi Lan nodded in satisfaction and continued. If there were any falsehoods during the interrogation just now, I will unconditionally accept the punishment of death. He didn't know why, but seeing that Yi Lan really only asked him to say this sentence, Su Lejang completely relaxed. If, during the interrogation just now, I have spoken any falsehoods, I will unconditionally accept the punishment of death. Death is like the wind, always by my side. Death is like the wind, always by my side. Yi Lan nodded with great satisfaction, and at the same time, was startled in his heart. He really dared. He couldn't possibly be sure whether what he said was true or false with such an abstruse thing, saying such contract-like content out loud. Either he was confident he wouldn't die, or he truly had a clear conscience. Alright, now raise the hand holding the paper, then place your other hand, holding the stone, flat on top, and wait silently. Su Lejang was half skeptical, holding the stone in his right hand and placing it flat on the paper, feeling extremely anxious. 10, 9, 8. Yi Lan silently counted down in his heart. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh! With a rustling sound of paper, the paper in Su Lejang's hand suddenly disintegrated. It scattered and flew in all directions, floating down in mid-air, startling Su Lejang. This, what's happening? I didn't lie. Yi Lan smiled slightly, feeling very pleased. Whether you lied or not, we'll know in a few days. The contract has already taken effect. Gulp. Su Lejang swallowed. Holy cow, is it really a death note? Does Sewage Town really have such a terrifying ability object? Good thing I didn't lie. Everything I said was true, But I didn't say many things, so that can't be called lying, right? But buddy, you're still too amazing. Resume contact. Alright, Yilan smiled. Emotionally and logically, he no longer needed to maintain a stern expression. So, you know what's going to happen here? Su Lezhang was sent over after all. I don't know. Su Lezhang's face showed even greater sorrow. But it's obvious, isn't it? They're definitely throwing me into the most dangerous, most complicated, most deadly place. If nothing unexpected happens, there's no way I'm getting out of this place. Yilan turned his head away in disappointment. He said nothing new, and you, this heir, are being too pathetic. Boom! An off-road vehicle sped from afar and slowly stopped at the main entrance of the stadium. Bang! Only one person was in the car. The car door opened, and the light blue-haired girl got out of the driver's seat. What is that person from the rotten god cult doing here? Quiet, Yilan warned Su Lezhang, then crouched down, hiding in the shadows behind a tree. Ah. Oh, okay. The girl glanced at the raging fire, frowned, and looked coldly at the hotel owner. Where are your people? Aren't you putting out the fire? The hotel owner swallowed. We can't put it out. After a moment of silence, the blue-haired girl pulled a small square box from her pocket, then took out a water droplet from inside. The water droplet was the size of two hands cupped together. It hung in the air but did not scatter into splashes, instead, she held it firmly in her hand. Whoosh! A faint gray mist permeated her hand, and then the entire water droplet seemed to be stimulated by energy, becoming excited. Little cat, what is she doing? Yilan transmitted cautiously. I don't know, meow, but she's currently activating an ability object, meow. I suggest not contacting me now, meow, as it's easy to be discovered when the other party is fully using their ability, meow. Whoosh! In front of the stadium, the water droplet grew larger and larger until it became a water ball bigger than the blue-haired girl. The blue-haired girl was sucked into the water ball, her body tilting downward as if weightless, her hair fluttering, carrying a sense of elegant mystery. Then, the water ball, along with the blue-haired girl inside, floated more than 2 meters above the ground. Holy cow! Yilan looked at the revival stone in his hand, hesitating to speak. Why do others' abilities look so cool? Splash! Before Yilan could observe further, the sky, which had been clear, suddenly began to pour down a torrential rain. Holy cow! The pouring rain gave Yilan a baptism, and then he flashed to hide under a tree further in. The branches above his head swayed, almost blocking all the heavy rain. Of course, one should never hide under a tree during rain, but this was clearly not normal rain. Yilan abruptly looked up, and in the sky, a suspended river appeared. The suspended river started from the water ball, connected to the distant sewage ditch, crossed a long distance including the hotel and the town center, and poured down. Is this water borrowed from the sewage ditch? So what is the ability of this ability object? This was an answer that would not be immediately obtained. The entire stadium was completely submerged in the pouring rain. Everyone was in silent contemplation. A few minutes later, the torrential rain swept over the entire stadium. The fire was extinguished. Thump! The blue-haired girl fell to the ground as the water ball rapidly contracted, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. She seemed to neither expect nor need anyone's gratitude. She gently wiped the blood from her mouth, got back into the car, and turned to drive towards the hotel. The world became quiet. Yilan watched her leave, deep in thought. Why did she bother with this? It can't be that a kind citizen came to help put out the fire. This place is dispensable, and there were no casualties. Sewage Town itself didn't care that much. So, Yilan finally seemed to understand something. Do the two great divine churches not want the ceremony to be affected? Another significant meaning of this stadium was that it would be the venue for the Sewage Town ceremony. Although it seemed no one from the Twilight God cult acted, it was likely because they had no corresponding means to extinguish the fire. But this sky river that brought the heavy rain crossed the entire sewage town, starting from the sewage ditch beneath the sewage inn. It would probably not be difficult for the Twilight God cult to stop her, but they didn't. On this point, both sides, at least, had tacit understanding and consensus. On the contrary, Sewage Town. Yilan looked thoughtfully at the hotel owner, who was staring blankly at the stadium not far away. On the contrary, the people of Sewage Town seemed not to want this fire to be extinguished. Oh my god. Rotten God cult? Why are they here too? Su Lezhang, who had been obediently waiting behind for a long time, let out a heaven-shaking scream, making Yilan look at him speechlessly. Enough, can you not be so embarrassing? Your rings are like something out of Lord of the Rings, so why are you such a coward? This isn't just cowardice, it's being so thoroughly arranged by your competitors, like a pig being sent down an assembly line into a slaughterhouse. So humiliating. So, what are your plans next? To be honest, regarding the matter of Su Lezhang, Yilan's position was a bit awkward. He did get some clues, but the significance was not as great as he imagined. If he just let him go, he would be unwilling and uneasy, completely unable to predict if he would cause trouble in the future, if he didn't let him go. Strictly speaking, the person was a victim, and he had no reason to do so. What are your plans now? Ah. Su Lezhang was stunned. I don't know. Of course, first, survive, then do something. Do something. Is it really not cause trouble? Beep beep. Just then, Yilan's walkie-talkie vibrated. Yilan was slightly startled and took it out. Hello, this is Arthur. Sorry I wasn't available just now. Yilan narrowed his eyes and tentatively asked. The stadium just caught fire, you know, right? Arthur was silent for a moment, his voice steady. I already know. Thanks for making the trip. Ha! It certainly deserved a thank you for the effort, though he ultimately didn't do much. Let's talk about this later. My house is north of town. Drive north along the town guard office, turn right at the third intersection, then go uphill. The only two-story house is it. I understand. Yilan put down his phone, frowned at Su Lezhang, then gradually relaxed. But it didn't matter. This matter should be over. As for this guy, it's better to pump Arthur for information than interrogate him. Besides, can't Arthur sense everyone who enters Sewage Town? Then there's even less need to worry about this guy disappearing. Seeing Yilan about to leave, Su Lezhang hurriedly stopped him. Wait, brother. Can you protect me for a while? Yilan raised an eyebrow, impressed by his brazenness, and without a word, turned to leave. Wait. I have money. 10 mist blue coins a day, how about it? Yilan's footsteps paused. Suggestions. 10 mist blue coins a day? It sounds plausible, but in reality, this amount of money is already much more generous than the salary the town guard gives him. Not considering benefits and convenience, just salary, the town guard's welfare for him is a weekly salary of 20 mist blue coins. Calculated, the price offered by this Radiant City young master is almost 4 times that of Sewage Town. It really is, a bit tempting. But after only a moment of temptation, Yilan shook his head. It's very tempting, but I don't have time. If he could show any intelligence value, it would be fine. But he knew nothing and didn't even know what he was doing. The actual income was far less than Sewage Town. He really didn't have time. He ran around all day and had to cause trouble for no reason. How could he have time to waste with him? However, Yilan's high-minded demeanor, completely unmoved by money, thoroughly impressed Su Lezhang. Even as Yilan was already on his motorcycle, about to leave, it made him realize that if this village was passed, there really wouldn't be this shop. 2 a day. I'll offer 30 mist blue coins a day. I don't need you to follow me all the time, can I follow you? 30. Well, Yilan really couldn't ignore this money. And if he didn't need to follow him and provide protection, it wouldn't affect his plans. At most, he would have a tag-along. The only trouble was that this would inevitably bring him some inconvenience and easily expose some of his secrets. What's wrong? Su Lejean was a little intimidated by Yilan's direct gaze and couldn't help but swallow. All right. After a while, Yilan made this somewhat risky decision. There was one thing he couldn't ignore. Even if the other party was weak, ridiculous, and mischievous, he was still one of the participating forces in the events that were about to happen in Sewage Town, Radiant City. Letting him follow him might lead to unexpected gains. For example, if his enemies discovered he wasn't dead and tried a second assassination, a hidden fifth or even sixth party might surface before him. For example, the two great divine churches might think Radiant City had allied with him, and thus react more urgently. As for secrets, the Mind Cat probably wouldn't be able to use scene recall for a long time. As long as it didn't involve abnormal exposure, ability objects were relatively irrelevant. You come with me. Yilan walked behind the hotel owner and patted his shoulder. The owner was startled and immediately turned his head. Ah! Great, the fire is out, that's wonderful. Yilan. Really, is that true? Why don't I see you happy at all? When you go back to the inn, take him with you. Once there, let him stay in my room first. The hotel owner was stunned, glanced at Su Lejean, and said nothing. After all, he had personally seen Yilan enter the sea of flames and emerge with this person. But when he saw the row of rings on his fingers, he still couldn't help but twitch his eyelid. All right. But if something happens on the way back, I won't be responsible, okay? Yilan shook his head solemnly. No, you will be responsible. Hotel owner? This was a small test. Was he really just a powerless ordinary person? And, if Arthur really concealed himself, the person who attacked Su Lejean was probably connected to Sewage Town. If they still chose to attack Su Lejean on the road, without knowing how much he understood, could they still give him an explanation? Turning his head, Yilan gave Su Lejean his final instruction. If you safely reach 401, and you are attacked in 401, you can try to escape into 402. Stirring the pot, right? Of course, if the Twilight God cult was behind it, you'd just have to accept your fate. But all in all, he absolutely couldn't bring him along when he went to see Arthur tonight. Having concluded this decision, Yilan got on his motorcycle and drove at full speed towards the town guard's office. There were no more twists and turns along the way. Following the path Arthur described, he headed north, turned right at the third intersection, and indeed found a small dirt mound, arriving at a two-story villa. Perhaps the population was too small. So far, Yilan hadn't seen anyone in Sewage Town who had the habit of living in buildings. After all the commotion, it seemed that only Sewage Town and Sewage Inn had people active in their buildings. The lights were on in the living room, and it looked quite friendly and ordinary. Knock, knock. Creak. Yilan knocked on the door. A few breaths later, the door opened from inside the room without even asking who it was. Opening the door, Arthur stood behind it, as tall and sturdy as ever. Even at home, that cowboy hat was still firmly on his head, he just wouldn't take it off. However, he seemed to exude a sense of weariness. Come in and sit. Thank you for helping me with the sudden fire. Yilan walked in, and a fragrant scent wafted over. On the living room's dining table were two large plates. One plate held purplish-brown fruits, and the other lamb skewers? Holy cow! Your private kitchen is a bit outrageous. I thought you guys ate mosquitoes every day. I heard you don't like our local flavors. These are frozen products given by a merchant caravan that passed through a few months ago to resupply. I haven't even been willing to eat them myself. I hope they suit your taste. Oh my God. Of course, I'm satisfied. Arthur, you've earned major points, you know. Yilan didn't stand on ceremony, sat down on the prepared stool, dipped a skewer in the seasoning, and took a bite. Boundless deliciousness, every bite savory, he felt alive again. It was at this moment that Yilan seemed to understand something. Why some people would go to any lengths to leave here for Radiant City. Even in the wasteland, there would always be people tirelessly pursuing a better life. I heard you just rescued someone from inside? After savoring the taste of the meat in his mouth, Yilan finally remembered that he was here for business. Yes, I was just about to ask you. Did you sense anyone else entering Sewage Town? Arthur was silent for a moment, then nodded. Yes, there was one. If the person you rescued isn't from Sewage Town, then it must be him. This. Yilan narrowed his eyes. Are you sure there was only one? Arthur nodded. I am very sure. However, this time, Yilan probably wouldn't give up so easily. But the person who tried to burn this outsider was someone with close ties to the outside world, with an idea and a premeditated act. If there was no outsider, then it was someone from Sewage Town who did it. The scene was covered in gasoline. In a post-apocalyptic world where oil is so precious, ordinary people simply cannot get such a large reserve of gasoline. If there was no outsider, then the person who could do this is not ordinary. Yilan didn't mention Arthur by name, but every word subtly hinted at Arthur. He left a line in his speech, though not much, it still gave everyone a chance to save face. Yilan lowered his body, his muscles tensed. Why did you suddenly disappear, Arthur? Test. The atmosphere grew cold, and even the hot lamb skewers couldn't change the fact that everything was cooling down. Yilan could have, of course, avoided being so blunt and explicit, maintaining the current balance and enjoying the support and convenience of Sewage Town without provoking the other party. But the situation was becoming increasingly complex, the problem of hunger was rapidly approaching, and a sense of crisis was growing more imminent. Yilan felt more and more that he couldn't remain ignorant any longer. At the very least, he needed to figure out, or at least basically figure out, the individual goals of these people and find his true teammates. Moreover, Yilan also felt that this matter wouldn't touch Arthur's breaking point. Even if he forced the issue, it seemed less unspeakable compared to Sewage Town's current need for him. Strength is the confidence to speak. As expected, Arthur fell silent, and it was a long time before he spoke quietly. I was doing other things just now, so this matter was indeed not done by me. The person you rescued. Did he describe the killer's appearance? Still not admitting it. Leather armor, very strong. After a long pause, Arthur seemed to have finally made up his mind. Wait a moment, I'm going to get something. Yilan didn't mind Arthur leaving for a moment. After all, the current conversation theoretically wasn't at the executioner, standby stage. However, Arthur's footsteps made Yilan's eyes narrow slightly. Are you injured? Arthur froze, then his walking immediately became natural. A minor injury, a small accident. Yilan didn't press further, but patiently waited for Arthur to return and give him an answer. Soon, Arthur returned, with only an extra piece of clothing in his hand. Leather armor. Exactly the same as what the person who attacked him was wearing. No way, Arthur. When I looted, all I did was take the money from their pockets, but you even stripped off their clothes? Of course, Yilan had completely misunderstood the situation. In our previous conversation, this was the only thing I concealed, Arthur said slowly, answering his confusion but bringing Yilan even greater shock. I should have told you before that the town has two corps. One is the town guard, which maintains all internal security issues within the town, and the other is the town defense force, which resists invasions and deals with external matters. And this set of leather armor is actually the uniform of the town defense force. Yilan? You're not on the same side? Arthur shook his head. Not entirely. Our ideologies have gradually diverged. This is so messed up. It's already this chaotic, and you're telling me you're still divided into two factions? So, the one who robbed me in the alley back then was the will of the town defense force? No. Arthur shook his head. That person has already been expelled from the town defense force, which is why you were able to see him. What does that mean? Because he's no longer part of Sewage Town's town defense force, he can be seen? Why couldn't he be seen? Wait. At that moment, Yilan suddenly realized something. He seemed to have never seen the existence of the town defense force. He had almost roamed all corners of Sewage Town by now, and with only a handful of people around, where else had he seen anyone? Even the vast town guard was just Arthur alone. Oh, now there are two, which meant when Arthur disappeared, he could only rely on me to organize the firefighting. Wait. Even with such a big fire, did no one from the town defense force show up? No, if you infer based on this situation, the big fire at the stadium was entirely the good work of the town defense force. So, they were also the ones connected to Radiant City and wanted to kill Su Lezhang. Of course, all of this was based on Arthur telling the truth. Oh my god. Yilan rubbed his head. The more he knew, the more chaotic things became. What is the purpose of the town defense force? Where are they? Arthur shook his head, sat back opposite Yilan, his hands clasped, looking extremely serious. Let's stop talking about this here. It's time to discuss whether we can reach a consensus. Yilan paused, then nodded gently. Yes. The reason for this meeting tonight wasn't precisely for him to communicate further and definitively determine whether a cooperative relationship could be established at a fundamental level? So, what exactly do you want to gain in Sewage Town? Arthur asked. At that instant, Yilan actually felt a little regretful. If they couldn't reach a consensus next, everything they had now would become nothing. You can speak boldly. As long as you can help us, I can give you everything Sewage Town can give. Yilan smiled helplessly. This seemed to go beyond the scope of merely being bold. I'm more curious about what Sewage Town actually wants to do. Is it convenient to talk about it? Clearly, Yilan was unwilling to be the first to reveal his hand, hoping to understand the other party's demands first before deciding whether to state his own goals. For example, if Arthur's goal was to preserve Sewage Town's anomaly from being seized by the two great divine churches and various forces, then Yilan would obviously stop there and absolutely refuse to talk. However, Arthur didn't seem to mind the order of their frankness. The story begins 60 years ago. 60 years ago. A look of reminiscence appeared on Arthur's face, and he paused. He had wanted to say a lot, but only when he began to speak did he realize how little he could actually say. At that time, the apocalypse had just begun, and there were disasters caused by anomalies everywhere, with each region experiencing different kinds of disasters. For example, near our Sewage Town, there was a city where the entire population turned into mindless monsters that bit anyone they saw. As time passed, those monsters gradually left that city and arrived at various places where there were still living people, attacking without reason. Endlessly. In the more academic term used in Radiant City now, it's called a corpse tide. Seeing that Yilan showed no impatience, Arthur continued. At that time, there weren't so many ability objects in the world. No, it was that no one except a few major churches possessed ability objects, and combat power was still at the pre-apocalyptic methods and level. Sewage Town was simultaneously attacked by an anomaly and a magic scythe. Arthur closed his eyes. Then, we paid a huge price and repelled the magic scythe. Seeing Yilan's expressionless face, Arthur couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Aren't you surprised? How we defeated the magic scythe. A magic scythe. That was a magic scythe. Even now, it's not something an ordinary force can take down, shouldn't you be surprised? Yilan shook his head. I'm not surprised at all. What the hell would I be surprised about? I even defeated him with my own hands. Sewage Town's past. Keep going, Yilan said with immense patience. Arthur glanced at him in surprise, then nodded. It didn't matter. Didn't this just prove that the other party possessed the strength he was willing to fight for with all his might? He remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged, even while listening to such preposterous things. That price plunged the entire Sewage Town into a particularly dire situation. This impact permeated nearly every aspect of Sewage Town, fundamentally altering our lives. And because of that incident, we also discovered something even more alarming. Yilan narrowed his eyes, feeling as though many scattered threads were finally connecting. Many things were starting to become clear. Almost certain of a certain possibility, Yilan blurted out. Then, for some reason, you didn't dare seek help from the Twilight God cult, so you sought help from the Rotten God cult, which was as powerful as the Twilight God cult at that time. Clap. Arthur instantly shot to his feet, his body rigid, his gaze at Yilan filled with even a hint of terror. How did you? I guessed, Yilan said, pressing his hand down to signal Arthur not to be nervous, explaining himself. I've long heard that Sewage Town has a close relationship with the Rotten God cult, and it's even possible you've joined them. But from my perspective, your attitude clearly shows you don't particularly like the Rotten God cult. In fact, it's even different from how you treat the Twilight God cult. Arthur's eyes flickered. Is that true or false? He could draw such a conclusion based on so little information? Is this what an expert is like? Shaking his head, Arthur let out a bitter laugh, pushing the jumbled thoughts from his mind, and continued. That's just one of the incidents. To change all of this, to solve this problem, we did so much. This included countless wrong decisions, wrong choices. Arthur sighed, a touch of sorrow appearing on his face at this moment. Can you understand? After all that effort, we finally realized that the initial small impact was so acceptable, so wonderful, so worth the cost. But everything is irreversible, unchangeable. All of this shaped today's Sewage Town, a nightmarish place. Sewage Town has become a hot commodity in the eyes of the churches, but who would consider the future of Sewage Town? Now, let alone getting rid of those influences, we can't even get rid of the two great divine churches. I must change all of this, so first, I must kick all these irrelevant people out. Arthur finished in one breath, took a deep breath, and looked at Yilan with a bitter smile. That's all I can say. You might not understand, but I think I've made my position and attitude clear. He doesn't understand? A normal person certainly wouldn't understand, but the information between them was asymmetrical, and he understood completely. Yilan had fallen into deep thought. Arthur's repeated use of impact was just referring to anomalies. Every anomaly has its own characteristics and terrifying abilities, exerting related influences on everything around it. Humans can gain abilities from anomalies, but they need to pay a price. So, having personally experienced the disaster in Sewage Town 60 years ago, he almost understood what happened next. 60 years ago, Sewage Town was normal, having just barely survived the first wave of disaster after the apocalypse. Then, on that day, it was invaded by a tide of corpses and the magic scythe. In desperation, Sewage Town used the Chaos Bell to defeat the magic scythe. Since then, Sewage Town has been under the influence of the Chaos Bell, continuously paying a certain price. Unwilling to accept this, yet powerless to escape. Coupled with the magic scythe falling into the sewage ditch, causing something terrifyingly powerful to appear beneath the sewage ditch, which greatly alarmed Sewage Town, and even the warning from the Chaos Bell, Sewage Town began to seek outside help. The Chaos Bell was initially obtained from the Twilight God cult for some unknown reason. Therefore, Sewage Town didn't dare to ask the Twilight God cult, which had a better reputation and was more reliable, for help. Instead, they chose the Rotten God cult, which led to the scene in the second photo in the frame. At that time, the mayor led a group of Rotten God cult members, grandly entering the sewage ditch. What happened next is unknown. What is beneath the sewage ditch, and what its current state is, remains unknown, but the outcome must have been bad. Sewage Town sank deeper and deeper, beginning to search for new methods. More and more influences meant more and more anomalies. Sewage Town did not give up and continued to search for solutions, eventually acquiring one anomaly after another. Sewage Town not only failed to solve the problem but accumulated more and more, turning into today's Sewage Town a place piled with countless anomalies, where anything could happen, and becoming increasingly terrifying. However, Yilan couldn't guess what happened afterward, as he only knew about these few, but in reality? How many anomalies are currently gathered in Sewage Town? Besides the ones he saw, how many other anomalies are hidden in Sewage Town? And what kind of influence was it that made Sewage Town go to any lengths, like making a deal with the devil, to acquire one anomaly after another? Regardless of the cost? What are the two great divine churches, and even the people of Radiant City, doing? Why are they flocking here one after another, and what can they gain? Why is it that this novice village, even with his almost clairvoyant insight, remains shrouded in mystery? However, one thing was absolutely certain: the Mind Cat was truly right. They absolutely did not want anomalies. They desperately wished someone could take away or eliminate the anomalies here, but no one could. Seeing Yi Lan's lips unconsciously curl up several times, Arthur couldn't help but frown, and dissatisfaction began to surface in his heart. You're listening to the tragic history of our sewage town, listening to my desperate and resolute ambition, and you're happy about what? Is this a normal person's reaction? Since I've finished speaking, it's your turn now. What exactly do you want to take from Sewage Town? Do you represent yourself, or another force? Yi Lan raised his head, and for the first time, he dared to tell someone his purpose directly. I want to take away the anomalies of Sewage Town. Giant photo frame. Arthur? Ha? For a long time, the sound in the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. What is he saying? He wants an ability object? How can he get one? Only ability objects can choose humans, and no human can choose an ability object. This is why the major cults in the wasteland exist. Please don't joke. After a long pause, Arthur finally came back to his senses, somewhat displeased. That's too ridiculous. If it wasn't utterly impossible, he almost would have believed it. I've already sincerely told you Sewage Town's purpose. With that attitude, are you not going to communicate honestly with me? Arthur's reaction was beyond Yi Lan's expectation. It stumped Yi Lan too. I'm telling the absolute truth. If you don't believe me, what can I do? I'm telling the truth, Yi Lan said sincerely. If you give me the chaos bell, I can take it away right now. Arthur. Damn it. How can I give you the chaos bell? He had a sense of déjà vu, like this guy hadn't even figured out what an ability object was, yet was arrogantly clamoring to take one away. If the other party hadn't actually shown him ability objects several times, making it impossible for him to be an ignorant child who had never seen one, he would have already sent him away. Wait. How does he know about the chaos bell? But even with 1,000 reasons not to believe, Yi Lan's extensive knowledge added a certain persuasiveness to his words. At this moment, Arthur felt like Yi Lan was speaking to Su Lezhang. It's like, I clearly think you're spouting nonsense, but I don't dare to be so certain, but if I really act like I believe you, and it turns out you're tricking me, I'll look so foolish. So, he could only continue to keep a grim face. The chaos bell. I can't give it to you, nor do I have the right to. It's not on me. Ha? Yi Lan was stunned. He clearly remembered that many years ago, the chaos bell was clearly in the hands of that particular mayor. He even gave it to Arthur's father or grandfather before himself, but now why can't it be given? That period of history didn't include him. The false history restored by the ability object was him holding the chaos bell and defeating the magic scythe. But in the real world, since he didn't exist then, someone else must have defeated the magic scythe in the same way. If not the mayor, then it must have been that young man. 60 years ago, didn't you obtain the chaos bell from the Twilight God cult and use it to defeat the magic scythe? It was in the mayor's hands from the beginning, carried with him, and then it should have been handed to your father or grandfather, defeating the magic scythe at the cost of the collapse of the building and bridge by the sewage ditch, wasn't it? Arthur trembled all over. How does he know so much, and in such detail? That story was something he himself only knew roughly, but this guy. It was as if he had witnessed it himself. It's different now, Arthur said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Precisely because it was used, everything changed, and that led to what happened later. Now, it's like our God, its rules descend upon us, generation after generation. It only appears when it wants to, and on the agreed-upon days. Ha! Yi Lan's expression soured. So the chaos bell isn't on you? Then wasn't this all for nothing? The Mind Cat told him the final deadline for the hunger outbreak was tomorrow, the last day. The reason for this conversation today, and the risky honest exchange with Arthur, was partly due to this. His time to contain the ability object was running out. But now that a consensus was basically reached, progress had dwindled. If Arthur was extremely conflicted, gritting his teeth hard. If you can prove you can deal with ability objects, I will create an opportunity for you to see the Chaos Bell. Yi Lan was stunned. Things indeed seemed to be taking a turn, but how the hell do I prove that? I can definitely deal with ability objects, because I am an ability object. But if you say he needs to prove it, Yi Lan really was at his wit's end. After a while, he suddenly remembered something and regained his composure. The photos in the frame hanging in the Mosquito restaurant have all been changed. Why do you think that is? Ha! Arthur was startled, first not understanding what Yi Lan was saying, then his expression changed drastically, and he rushed into his bedroom. Yi Lan hesitated, then stood up and followed closely. Arthur's bedroom was not small. Above the bed, there was a curtain covering almost half of the wall. As Arthur arrived, he ripped it down. When the scene behind the curtain came into view, Yi Lan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Damn! The Mosquito restaurant only hangs a small one, but you hang such a huge frame? Wait, this isn't the main body, is it? No, meow. The Mind Cat's voice was extremely faint in Yi Lan's mind, then it fell silent again. Is the Mind Cat afraid to show itself here for too long? As he pondered, Arthur had already completely ignored Yi Lan behind him, carefully examining the photo in the frame. After a long time, he turned around, puzzled. It hasn't changed. Hasn't this one always been hanging here? Good heavens! Yi Lan narrowed his eyes, truly a bit unclear whether Arthur was genuinely unaware or pretending. For now, let's assume he's genuinely unaware. Think hard with your brain. Is the content hanging on this convenient for display? Is it convenient to hang everywhere? What kind of photo can be hung everywhere without arousing suspicion? Shouldn't your involvement with the Rotten God cult be a secret? Hanging it directly, do you want everyone in the wasteland to know? Arthur's gaze shifted slightly, and he turned back to examine the photo again, muttering. That's right. That's right. How could this picture be hanging here? Otherwise, wouldn't the entire wasteland have known about us and the Rotten? Arthur's voice trailed off, and he looked at Yi Lan with a somewhat constrained expression. Then what? Was hanging here before? A group photo of Sewage Town's elders standing in a row after repelling the magic scythe 60 years ago. Arthur's brain seemed to be hit by an instant, and some illusory memories were shattered by the folded reality, making him involuntarily widen his eyes. Yes, that's right. You. He seemed to be starting to believe a little, that in front of ability objects, Yi Lan truly showed effortless skill. What kind of person is this, after all? Or, you can tell me where the main body of this thing is, Yi Lan said, pointing at the wall, not caring which ability object he contacted first. For him, the important thing was to successfully contain one first. No, Arthur shook his head vigorously. It'll be the Chaos Bell. Let me see your miracle. He drew his pistol, which was also a revolver. I invite you to a Chaos Roulette. Chaos Turntable. Ha? What the hell? Why is he suddenly inviting me to play Chaos Roulette? Didn't Arthur tell me from the very beginning not to accept if anyone invited me to play Chaos Roulette? Yi Lan looked at Arthur, his gaze serious and intent. You still haven't told me what Chaos Roulette is. Arthur's gaze was complex as he looked at Yi Lan, a hint of sorrow in his eyes, lost in thought. Chaos Roulette is a rule left by the Chaos Bell, Arthur said calmly. Playing Chaos Roulette will draw the Chaos Bell's attention, and the winner of Chaos Roulette will receive a reward from the Chaos Bell. Yi Lan's eyebrows twitched. Winner? So, what are the rules for winning? Arthur's face was expressionless, as if he was talking about a very unpleasant topic. A 6-shot revolver with 1 bullet loaded. You choose the firing sequence and shoot at your own head. For example, you start first. You have to shoot yourself in the head once. If it's an empty chamber, then nothing happens, of course. Then you can choose to continue shooting or hand it over to me. Once you hand it over to me, I must shoot myself. Similarly, after hitting an empty chamber, I can continue to shoot or hand it over to you. This continues until a real bullet is fired. And then, the one who survives naturally wins. Damn it! Yilan cursed. Isn't this just the Russian roulette from history before the apocalypse? What kind of anomaly is this? Can't it learn something good? Why did it come up with such a barbaric thing? What kind of reward? What can it possibly give that makes so many of you throw your lives away, rushing forward one after another? It's not fixed. Usually, the stronger the opponent who dies in chaos roulette, the more generous the reward. Arthur paused, then continued. For example, this revolver of mine was personally bestowed with power by it and ability objects. Ability objects? An ability objects personally given by an anomaly? Yilan narrowed his eyes, unable to help but take another look at the gun. Mindcat had told him that anomalies could turn items into ability objects. However, this ability was inferior to his activation, because ability objects bestowed by anomalies could only possess a part of the anomaly's own abilities. But his activation could make ordinary items generate entirely new abilities. Nonetheless, Yilan still carefully examined Arthur's gun. This was an ability objects personally bestowed with power by the Chaos Bell. Its ability is: the 6th shot is a guaranteed kill. Both fell silent. This was indeed the Chaos Bell's ability, and it was the core of the core. To reward something like this could truly be considered heaven-defying. Even as an ability objects, the crystal ball from before couldn't compare to this one's ability at all. So, Yilan paused for a moment and said, once I accept, and Chaos Roulette begins, you and I must sacrifice one life as the price? Either I, as a liar, directly perish, or you use your sacrifice to give me a chance to see it? Arthur nodded. Yes, that's the only way. Yilan stared at him expressionlessly, and after a long while, he finally opened his mouth. Forget it. Arthur's calm face showed no joy. Instead, he frowned, looking somewhat disappointed. Are you scared? Scared? Yilan couldn't help but laugh, looking at Arthur and speaking. If I said I don't want you to die, would you believe me? What a joke. Although this gun's ability was 6th shot is a guaranteed kill, there was always an upper limit, and Yilan believed that no matter how extreme this gun was, it couldn't possibly shake an anomaly. According to Mindcat, even the Chaos Bell's true form could at most kill some ordinary anomalies, those numbered at least 300 and beyond. Like Nighthouse. But for stronger anomalies, like 002 and 003, it was a joke. Like himself. If even the Chaos Bell couldn't do it, what about an ability objects that inherited only part of its power? Of course, he wasn't truly immortal, otherwise, wouldn't he be invincible? Why would he need to be so cautious and fight against the 2 major churches and hidden forces? According to Mindcat, assuming the containment tower's research was correct and he indeed had resurrection abilities, then an anomaly's abilities all required the consumption of power. Once the power was exhausted, he might never be able to revive again. Similarly, his current power was probably in a scarce state. If he truly died once, he would very likely be directly consumed by hunger and lose his sanity. So, before containing the first anomaly, he dared not die. Theoretically, it doesn't necessarily have to be decided by a winner or loser. Arthur didn't say whether he believed him or not, he just proposed a new possibility. What do you mean? As long as Chaos Roulette is activated, it will draw the Chaos Bell's attention. With each shot fired, its attention will deepen. Normally, after more than 3 empty shots, it will already be in an ascended state. Arthur's meaning was clear. If you want to see the chaos bell, then before you and I decide life or death, it will already appear? Is that so? Yilan smiled. Actually, for him, sometimes fighting anomalies was much easier than fighting humans. Humans didn't know how strong he was, nor did they know he couldn't die, so they would set up trap after trap and sure kill moves with the determination that there would be no retaliation if they eliminated him. Other anomalies might be different, but if it was just the chaos bell. I dare to fight, do you dare to kill me? I accept. Yilan smiled. I won't let you die. As Yilan's words fell, an invisible force seemed to cover both of them. For some reason, hearing Yilan accept his invitation to Chaos Roulette, Arthur actually felt a twinge of regret. What am I doing? He had been trying to stop everyone from doing this, but at the most critical moment, when Sewage Town's survival was at stake, he chose to start. Chaos Roulette with a powerful ally? Give it to me. Yilan grabbed the revolver, emptied the chamber, then loaded one bullet, and spun it to an unknown sequence. Then, he aimed it at his own head. At the same time, Yilan silently sent a mental message. Little cat, tell me when it's a real bullet. Click. He was still a little nervous, but then he pressed it down with determination. First shot, empty chamber. Arthur's expression remained unchanged. Even from a probabilistic perspective, the probability of getting an empty chamber on the first shot was minuscule. Just as he was about to take his turn, Yilan showed no intention of handing it over, pressing the trigger twice more at his own head. Click. Click. Another empty chamber, the next shot was already the fourth. Arthur couldn't help but swallow. Isn't this the most exciting part of this thing? But, it's already the fourth shot. As the leader of the Sewage Town Guard, although he had been the only one for a very long time, he had dealt with far too many town residents who ignored warnings and played the chaos bell. And the vast majority of losers perished on the third and fourth shots. The chance of the real bullet being on the sixth shot was just as high as it being on the first. You can hand it over to me now, Arthur said sincerely. Yilan glanced at him, then pressed the trigger again, expressionless. He trusted Mind Cat. Click. Another familiar click of an empty chamber, safe and sound. The next shot would be the fifth. It was then that Yilan finally heard Mind Cat's voice. Meow. Who is scared? Yilan still hadn't made a move to switch, aiming the revolver at his head. From Arthur's perspective, Yilan was trembling wildly, as if he was terrified to the extreme. You're scared? Arthur sneered. If you're scared, give it to me. It might prefer to take my life. He shook his head gently, a dim light appearing in Arthur's eyes. It's my fault, we were all bewitched. That's how he is, silently interfering, forcing, and luring people into the chaos roulette. I clearly knew, I've been careful for so many years, yet I never thought that at this moment I would be bewitched. It's just a pity that once it starts, it can't stop, otherwise he will bring down divine punishment on everyone. Listening to Arthur's last words, Yilan couldn't help but look strange, wanting to speak but hesitating. You mean, is there a possibility that this gun is shaking? Arthur? What in the world are you talking about? Are you telling jokes at a time like this? But when his gaze fell upon it, he was completely stunned. It seems. Ha! To the naked eye, Yilan's limbs, body, and even his breathing were extremely steady, not looking like he was trembling. Instead, it was the body of the revolver that was shaking? What the hell? Shoot, meow. I can almost see it. Meow. It's such a pity you can't see its terrified ghost-like face. Ha, meow meow meow. Hearing the Mind Cat's cheerful voice, Yilan no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger hard. The moment Yilan pressed the trigger, both sides, even Arthur, saw it clearly. The handgun seemed to be out of control, twisting Yilan's hand, as if it was desperately turning the muzzle, brushing past Yilan's scalp and pointing towards the sky. Bang! The real bullet flashed with a deafening sound and sparks, shooting straight into the sky. What the actual? Yilan and Arthur looked at each other, both stunned for a moment. Arthur was stunned because... What was going on? Why did the handgun turn and shoot into the sky on its own? And Yilan was stunned because... What did that count as? Lost or won? Where was the chaos bell? Bang 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 bang. In the next instant, the entire town was filled with deafening gunshots. One after another, coming one after another. For a moment, it was as if they had arrived on a battlefield filled with gunfire. At this moment, Arthur's face immediately turned infinitely horrified. No! He's warning me! Warning you? Arthur's expression changed several times, and finally, looking at Yilan, he didn't know what to say. This guy. Aiming at his own head, yet he scared the chaos bell? But this was no longer something he could consider now, he had already been given a final ultimatum. I can't say any more. Otherwise, everyone in the town will die by their own guns. Arthur risked death to say the last words he could. At the ceremony 3 days later, it will definitely appear no matter what. Yilan narrowed his eyes and transmitted a message to the kitten. What's going on? The Mind Cat's voice also showed 3 parts joy and 5 parts sorrow. It just ran away, meow. It's so embarrassing for an anomaly, meow. But I do suggest that we stop here for today, meow, otherwise, this guy might really go all out and slaughter Sewage Town, meow. Grinding his teeth, Yilan sighed and faced Arthur. Then, let's stop here for today. At the ceremony 3 days later, is there anything you can tell me? Arthur was breathing heavily and rapidly, as if something was restraining him. Veins bulged on his forehead, and in the cool weather, sweat was rolling down. I can't say any more. In the next few days, I will do my best to help you prepare and provide hints. I completely understand what you want to get in Sewage Town. Are you really okay? To be honest, Yilan was a little worried seeing his state, fearing that he would suddenly die after he left. I'm fine. I know what I'm doing. See you tomorrow morning at Mosquito Restaurant. Arthur held out his hand, and Yilan hesitated for a moment before grasping it. Then, happy cooperation. Watching Yilan's departing gaze, Arthur's breathing gradually returned to normal. A person who threatens an anomaly? How is that possible? Only a god can defeat another god. Standing at Arthur's doorstep, feeling the night breeze, Yilan's brows were tightly furrowed. Clearly, his initial goal had been more than achieved. The reason he wanted to talk to Arthur tonight was precisely to reveal their cards to each other, to see if Arthur could accept him taking the anomaly. From here, and if they could continue to cooperate. But this night had too many twists and turns. The fire, the mysterious force, and Su Lejang. The town guard and the town defense force, the town defense force's motives, and their completely unknown hiding place. And Arthur's extremely poor, extremely abnormal state at the end. Little cat, what exactly is wrong with him? The Mind Cat thought for a moment and expressed its thoughts. He's being controlled by an anomaly. And to a very deep extent. Controlled by an anomaly? Yilan blurted out, extremely confused. Then are his actions, or his thoughts and methods, truly his own, or the anomaly's? Meow. How to put it, meow. What I mean by control isn't that he's being manipulated by the anomaly, but rather that kind of devil's contract in human novels, you understand, meow. Roughly, it means, meow, he gained power from the anomaly, and therefore bore a price, meow. The entire Sewage Town is enveloped by the anomaly's power, bearing a price. If we compare this to a contract. I can't see the contents of the contract, meow, but I can feel that he seems to contain many, many prices. Goodness. Yilan looked back with some concern, unsure whether to praise Arthur's boldness and strength or to lament his condition. An ordinary person who dares to seek the power of an anomaly would most likely be played to their death, yet this guy has gone through many anomalies. And can still live strongly to this day. But it has to be said, this is truly a model of proof. Moreover, Yilan could probably guess the reason for the other party's actions. To defeat the magic scythe, he used the power of the Chaos Bell, but could not bear the price of the Chaos Bell. To resolve the Chaos Bell, he begged for the power of other anomalies, but brought other anomalies to Sewage Town. Until one day, he found a feasible method again, trying to solve Sewage Town's situation by seeking help from other anomalies, but ultimately failed. Thus, time and time again, the anomalies in Sewage Town grew more and more, becoming an unsupportable dead end. But now, he still hasn't learned his lesson, Yilan murmured. Seeking my help to resolve the anomaly. Isn't this the exact same thing again? He himself was also an anomaly. Don't say that, meow, how can they compare to you, meow? The Mind Cat's voice rang out cheerfully. TSK. Yilan was amused by it and couldn't help but retort. It's not the same, huh? This guy has been messing around for so long that he's completely dragged the big boss into his own home. Night party. Mind Cat, tell me the truth. With my current strength, can I really survive dying once? Yilan had wanted to ask for a long time, because he really felt that he was still too weak, and the so-called invincibility was very illusory. Actually, you can't die no matter what, not even if 002 and 003 team up, it's just... Just what? It's just that once your physical body truly dies, if your strength isn't enough to recover and forcefully resurrect, you won't be able to maintain your sanity, and then you'll turn into a pure power and physical body, meow. Yilan. Isn't that just dying? So, how many resurrections can my current strength handle? Meow. Yilan. I won't be able to handle even one, will I? Mind Cat seemed a bit guilty. Yes, meow. Generally speaking, successfully containing a normal anomaly gives you enough strength for one sane resurrection. This strength can also be used to activation 3 items, meow. Yilan. His expression gradually became numb. In other words, when my strength is almost exhausted, I exchange the power of 1 resurrection for 3 useless, and that includes a radio that can only sing randomly? Damn it! A type of plant. It's too urgent. According to the current situation, the earliest Yilan can obtain an anomaly is at the festival 3 days later. Before that, he is not safe enough. Moreover, there's the pressing hunger. Mind Cat, what should I do? You heard it, but my hunger probably won't last until then. Listening to Yilan's words, Mind Cat quickly comforted him. Don't panic, meow. Didn't I reserve 1 use of scene backtracking power, meow? It should be enough, meow, to extend it by 2 days, meow? Then we'll figure something out in these 2 days. If worst comes to worst, we'll go back to our action base and let the little room contribute some strength, meow. Yilan sighed softly. It's certainly feasible, but how much combat power will be left? The festival in 3 days is very strange. He doesn't even know what it's for, what will appear, what enemies there will be, or what kind of battles will happen. Even if he barely survives until then, will he still have the strength to contain an anomaly? Let's go back to the room first. Since Arthur promised to help me prepare these next few days, it should be of some help. Is there still a clown waiting in my room right now? I wonder if my room is still intact. Rubbing his temples with a slight headache, Yilan got on his motorcycle and inserted the key. But just as Yilan was about to start the engine and leave, he suddenly felt that something was off. His face felt a little itchy, and he felt like someone was watching him. Watching him, Arthur? He glanced sideways. Arthur's room was tightly closed, and even the lights were off. It didn't seem to be him. Someone could watch him secretly, and he wouldn't know. Suddenly, Yilan remembered something that could do this. The crystal ball. The moment he thought of this item, Yilan felt everything in front of him sway slightly, and something extra appeared. His gaze inadvertently fell on the rearview mirror, and Yilan's body trembled slightly. In the rearview mirror, someone was sitting on his back seat. Her long hair flowed, and with the gentle breeze, strands occasionally brushed his face, which was why he felt itchy. She was wearing a black, tight-fitting combat suit, and her beautiful face had bright eyes that looked at him with a somewhat complex gaze. Xia Qingyu. Holy cow. That was close. Good thing he and Mind Cat had been using telepathic communication. The two of them sat on the motorcycle, one in front and one behind, as quiet as if there were no sound. After a long while, Yilan suddenly spoke. You should know that I can see you, right? Xia Qingyu's gaze shifted slightly, and she nodded gently. Of course, if you can see through the crystal ball's invisibility once, you can see through it a second time. I just didn't expect it to take this long this time. Her voice was not as ethereal as a mountain spring like the blue-haired girl from the Rotten God cult, but it was clear and pleasant, and it carried a sense of security that was difficult to associate with the term cute. When did you arrive? Yi Lan's tone wasn't exactly dissatisfied, but he was a little uncomfortable. Although the other party hadn't shown any hostility towards him from beginning to end, this feeling of being secretly spied on was still a bit too unpleasant. However, this was not something he could really criticize. After all, their current positions were not allies, but potential opponents. Yi Lan would have done the same thing. Scene backtracking, after all, was an even more excessive ability. Just now. Xia Qingyu clarified her stance. I wasn't eavesdropping on your conversation, I was outside the door the whole time. My identity makes it inconvenient to be seen leaving the hotel, which is why I left this way. Glancing at Arthur's room next door, Yilan frowned slightly and twisted the throttle. Hold on tight. Sewage Town at night had almost no lights, and the headlights were the only illumination. The motorcycle drove down a street. Yilan turned off the headlights, parked the motorcycle by the roadside, and casually pushed open an empty room, walking inside. Before the apocalypse, this place should have been a small shop like a milk tea shop or a cafe, but now it was all abandoned. Inside, he pushed open a windowless door, and Yilan sat down on a stool. Are you waiting for me? Xia Qingyu surveyed the surroundings. To be honest, being alone in such a small room with a large crowd and a male at night made her a bit uncomfortable, but she still overcame it and sat on another stool. Yes, I need to explain that the surveillance in your room was not installed by me. Yilan raised an eyebrow. Not? You came to find me in the middle of the night just for this. I know. Yilan waved his hand. You don't need to specifically explain that. But as a captain, coming to a place like this without even being able to control your subordinates not only harms yourself but also others. Listening to his words, Xia Qingyu's expression subtly changed. You know? Shouldn't you have thought it was me who put it there and then retaliated in my room? However, she deeply agreed with Yi Lan's latter half of the sentence, but I can't help it. The team for this mission wasn't chosen by me, it was forcibly assigned by my church's archbishops. Mission, forcibly assigned. Yi Lan became interested. The purpose of the two great divine churches, which he had always been unclear about, seemed to have a breakthrough. So you've fallen out with your two teammates, and your remaining strength isn't enough to complete the mission, so you're hoping to team up with me? Xia Qingyu. Did you install surveillance in my room? The main god of the Yu Wei cult. Yi Lan's rhythm, as if he could see everything clearly, almost completely disrupted Xia Qingyu's, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. How you decide is naturally your business, but if our positions don't conflict, I hope the Twilight God cult's reputation and history will make you more willing to help us. Twilight God cult's reputation and history. Although it sounds like something everyone in the wasteland should know. I don't know it. I just woke up a few days ago, alright? I only found out about the Twilight God cult today. However, Yi Lan had some things in mind. No matter what, the Twilight God cult held the reputation of the wasteland's foremost righteous cult, so they were definitely more reliable, but I refuse. Yi Lan shook his head. His core objectives now were two, or rather, one, to contain the anomalies. By containing the anomalies, his hunger would be resolved, and his strength would increase. At the same time, as long as he contained the anomalies, the problems of Sewage Town would naturally cease to exist. If he was willing, Yi Lan would help Sewage Town, because he liked these living people who were good to him, just like that rainy night 60 years ago. In contrast, the Twilight God cult and the Rotten God cult, regardless of their intentions, naturally stood on the opposite side of Sewage Town, for various reasons, not wanting these things to happen. Yilan's straightforward refusal left Xia Qingyu at a loss for words. All her prepared thoughts were useless. She opened her mouth repeatedly, hesitating to speak several times. I don't know what Arthur told you exactly, but I at least, hope you weren't tricked into being an opponent of our Twilight God cult. You should at least hear our side of the story. Yilan was non-committal. I think something is wrong with you, right? Firstly, this is their territory. You two great divine churches are uninvited. Secondly, you're already acting like a desperate patient. I don't understand, you don't even know my purpose, so why do you think you need to win me over? To be honest, Yilan actually wanted to hear what everyone had to say and how they viewed this matter. Xia Qingyu was indeed right about one thing, Yilan couldn't be sure if any of them were lying. The only way to distinguish truth from lies was like a murder mystery game, listen to each person's discoveries, then find the loopholes, and uncover the truth. However, the few experiences and conflicts so far had not given Yilan a good impression of the Twilight God cult, and he was even less willing to trust them. One could only say Wan Lei was truly a pain in the neck. Whoever became the leader of this operation would have terrible luck. Do you really know what they want to do? Xia Qingyu asked softly. The reason I came to find you is that in this matter, anyone who doesn't belong to Sewage Town or the Rotten God cult, no matter their purpose, won't let them succeed. Yilan raised an eyebrow. This girl's words left no room for maneuver. To speak so boldly, one must either be a reckless blabbermouth speaking nonsense or possess absolute certainty. And speaking of which, did he really know what Arthur wanted to do? Arthur only said he wanted to save Sewage Town, but he never said how he would save it, nor did he say what he intended to do. Seeing that Yilan had listened a little to her words, Xia Qingyu immediately struck while the iron was hot, pressing her advantage. Our Twilight God cult was founded 1 year after the apocalypse, making it the earliest church established in the wasteland. Since its founding, it has fearlessly taken on the responsibility of protecting the world. In the past 60 years, our people have dealt with at least 1,000 anomalous disasters, 10,000 ability objects disasters and ability objects crimes, slain 27 anomalies, and contained 18 anomalies. Put. Yilan had been listening with a sense of reverence at first, but in the latter half, he almost spat out his drink. You're bragging, aren't you? Slaying anomalies? If it weren't for the Mind Cat telling him how difficult anomalies were to kill, and if he hadn't personally witnessed how powerful anomalies were, Lan would have almost believed her. The reason they were called anomalies was precisely because they had already exceeded the scope of what mortals could contend with. That was another level, a life form difficult to comprehend. Oh, of course, I'm different. And once one sentence was doubted, then all other words became untrustworthy. If you're so powerful, why don't you solve the problem in Sewage Town? Can't you see that this place is full of anomalies? That was a cutting remark. However, to Yilan's surprise, the other party did not seem extremely ashamed by his bluntness. Instead, she looked like she was thinking about how to explain the situation objectively. Initially, it was because this was the Rotten Evil cult's territory. Unless we were prepared for an all-out war with the Rotten God cult, it would have been impossible for us to come here to deal with the anomalies. Later, which is now, even if the Rotten Evil cult had a change of heart and wanted to do something good, they would still be powerless. She rarely seemed unwilling to speak, like a doctor very reluctant to tell a patient's family that the patient was beyond saving, delivering the final prognosis. This place is beyond saving. Yilan was not very pleased to hear that and said coldly. Is it really impossible? Is it because you're unwilling to pay a sufficient price, or is it because there's exploitable profit here? Xia Qingyu stared at Yilan, her temper flaring completely for the first time. What kind of talk was that? People in the wasteland might say the Twilight God cult was overbearing, hypocritical, and so on, but never had anyone compared the Twilight God cult to a force that witnessed disaster yet did nothing, even considering extracting profit. Damn it! Xia Qingyu almost swore. Was this really someone living in the apocalypse? I'll tell you this, right now, this place is not just a preliminary mission for a small team like ours, which is only responsible for reconnaissance, preventing spread, and assessing harm. Even if our cult's main god personally came, they wouldn't be able to solve the problem here. Ha! Yi Lan was stunned. Even your main god, personally present, can't solve this problem? Xia Qingyu's frankness made Yi Lan reflect. For a church, shouldn't their own god be omnipotent? While Yi Lan was deep in thought, Xia Qingyu continued without pause, only wanting to clear the Twilight God cult's name. A problem that even our main god can't solve has only two possibilities. One is a place occupied by other top cults, like the Rotten God cult. The other is a problem formed by too many anomalies combined, which can no longer be resolved by slaying them. On the contrary, it might cause more harm to more people. This is Rotten's domain. They are all birds of a feather. Actually, Yi Lan's focus wasn't on that anymore, not on the relationship between the Rotten God cult and Sewage Town. His face was simply a picture of astonishment. The Twilight God cult's main god, who was also an anomaly, would personally come out to fight? If that were the case, then their historical record of slaying 27 anomalies and containing 38 anomalies might not be impossible. Perhaps he had truly wronged them. Which anomaly is your main god? As long as it was someone who had been locked in the containment tower with him, they were fellow inmates. Even if he didn't recognize them, the Mind Cat would definitely know. Ah no. How can we describe our main god as an anomaly? However, when asked about this, Xia Qingyu was exceptionally proud, reaching out and pointing to the sky. He is the only light in the wasteland, the sun hanging in the sky, the last hope of the apocalypse, the sole ruler of the day. He? Yi Lan? Not just him, even the Mind Cat's rapid breathing was heard by Yi Lan at this moment. The Twilight God cult belongs to 003? The Wasteland's foremost righteous cult? Third brother, you've become so distinguished? Xia Qingyu's true thoughts. To be honest, whenever 003 was mentioned, Yi Lan always felt incredibly awkward about occupying the 001 position. It's really hard to compare. Yet, Mind Cat and 003 both seem to acknowledge his status as Big Brother. In a flash, everything Mind Cat had told him about 003 flooded his mind. An anomaly with a moral compass even straighter than a human's, it stood in absolute opposition to 002 to protect human civilization. It was also the one who proposed the new containment theory: human civilization belongs to civilization, and the lives of anomalies are confined to anomalies. From this perspective, the Twilight God cult had indeed become a truly trustworthy entity. He needed to listen carefully now. So, what exactly will happen on the day of the ceremony? Yi Lan asked, his posture even more upright than before. Seemingly sensing the subtle shift in Yi Lan's attitude, Xia Qingyu paused, then actually breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing will happen. According to my analysis, Sewage Town's quadrennial ceremony is simply the day Sewage Town regularly offers tribute to the anomalies within its boundaries. This means it will severely weaken Sewage Town's power. Sewage Town is brewing something big, and their preparations are clearly not yet complete, but it's happening very soon. So, from their perspective, they definitely hope the deadline for this ceremony will be postponed until the day they launch their plan. This is why Arthur needs you, why he's going to such lengths and sparing no expense to win you over. Their strength truly isn't enough, and time is running out. If they have any possibility, they will definitely launch their plan before the ceremony. So if you help them, their progress can be greatly accelerated, creating time for them to do more things. She finished speaking in one breath, waiting for Yi Lan's reaction. It's really hard to think this way, but it does make sense. Then what's the ultimate goal? Yi Lan narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Xia Qingyu's bright eyes, trying to discern the truth of her every word. And Xiao Qingyu gave Yilan an answer he had never expected, one that utterly shocked him and made his expression change drastically. Sacrifice everyone within the scope of Sewage Town. Yilan? Xiao Qingyu, determined to shock him, continued speaking. Sewage Town has involved too many anomalies and paid too great a price. Perhaps their previous generations didn't know, but this price is tied to their bloodline. In other words, Sewage Town has been suffering from a curse for generations. I don't know who they intend to sacrifice to, but this is the Rotten God cult's territory, so it can only be the Rotten Tree. Wait a minute. Yilan interrupted. His brain couldn't process all this information fast enough. Then, what do the people of Sewage Town get? Xiao Qingyu took a deep breath, a hint of sympathy and sorrow appearing in her eyes. By sacrificing everything to the Rotten Tree, they will sever the curse connection with other anomalies in an instant. Then, at the cost of everyone's death, they will give the descendants of Sewage Town a chance to escape all these curses forever. As for you, me, and even the person you brought back to your room, all of us are considered intruders, asking for it. If we're still here at that time, we'll just have to die with them. This. Yilan felt a chill down his spine and fell into immense confusion. In just a few words, Xiao Qingyu's words, representing the Twilight God cult's stance, almost completely overturned everything Arthur had said, leaving Yilan at a loss. He just wanted to hear someone else's side. Why the hell did it turn into this kind of reversal? However, Xiao Qingyu's words still had several points that didn't quite add up. I have 2 questions. Speak. Xiao Qingyu sat up straight, ready to answer any question. Whether the other party was willing to team up with her was almost a make-or-break moment. According to you, the Rotten Tree, as the object of Sewage Town's sacrifice, is the absolute beneficiary of the event. This means that the Rotten God cult should support Sewage Town's actions. But Yilan paused. It was precisely the people of the Rotten God cult who put out that big fire at the stadium. If she hadn't done that, then the stadium, as the venue for the ceremony, would have certainly seen the ceremony postponed, which is what, according to your theory, the other side should have done. Yilan's question made Xiao Qingyu look at him again. So sharp. How could he connect to this matter so quickly? To be honest, I can't figure this out either, unless the object Sewage Town is preparing to sacrifice to isn't the Rotten Tree. But how is that possible? Yes, how is that possible? This is the Rotten God cult's territory. If the plan is already known to the Twilight God cult, wouldn't the Rotten God cult know about it? Then such an action becomes a bit intriguing. Second question. Yilan paused, then spoke. Do you know about the Town Defense Force? Xiao Qingyu frowned. Town Defense Force? Are you sure you don't mean Town Guard? Xiao Qingyu's words made Yilan's eyebrows twitch. The other party's statement was once again called into question here. She doesn't know about the Town Defense Force? Then, if this plan truly exists, is it the Town Defense Force that intends to do this, and Arthur is still trustworthy? With such a significant lack of intelligence, could Xiao Qingyu's speculation still be correct? After a moment of silence, Yilan sighed. No matter how he thought about it, no matter how many doubts remained, even if he still trusted Arthur, he truly had to guard against this matter. So, what do you want me to do? Xiao Qingyu was stunned, truly overjoyed. After so much earnest persuasion, even Man had called her naive, and yet she actually succeeded? She said urgently, I hope you maintain the status quo, learn about their further plans, and then call me. We'll go all out. A moment of silence. Yilan looked up. Actually, this isn't your business, is it? Ultimately, Xiao Qingyu and the small team she brought were just an action team. If the severity of this matter truly reached the point she described, sending an archbishop to preside would not be excessive. Why did the Twilight God cult send her? Do they really want to handle this? Xiao Qingyu gave a faint bitter smile. I don't know. Not only did they only send this small team, but they also assign me such teammates. It's just, I don't want to wait for death. At least, I selfishly hope my sister can go back alive. Yilan paused, then couldn't help but smile. Beneath all those righteous words and earth-shattering matters, there was actually such a simple, small wish. But precisely because of that, it was the most touching. I understand what you're saying. You can consider me an ally. Before she could rejoice, Yilan added another sentence. Of course, that's if my investigation proves you're right. If not, I will still help Sewage Town. Xia Qingyu nodded. I hope so too. If this matter doesn't happen, I have no reason to be an enemy of Sewage Town. Even she sighed. They are indeed miserable enough. But no matter what, the Twilight God cult will owe you a favor for your righteous assistance. Yilan waved his hand. No need for that, though it would be nice if 003 owed him a favor. He pushed open the door and turned to look at Xia Qingyu. Want a ride? Sewage Town's crazy plan. The night was truly deep. Driving on the road, the entire town felt eerily lifeless, and recalling Xia Qingyu's judgment about the sacrifice only added to the chill. However, Xia Qingyu was still within the scope of psychological invisibility, which lowered her presence via the crystal ball, so she parted ways. With Yilan downstairs at the inn, she would enter through the window. As he went upstairs, Yilan was still analyzing many things. Had Su Lezhang returned alive? Had he caused any trouble in his room? After all, he was a stranger, had he already set up traps in his room with malicious intent, and so on? But the moment he reached the 4th floor, Yilan no longer wanted to say anything. It was just. Yilan's thought was, how could he still be alive? Standing in the hallway, from his room far away, separated by a door, came a melodious song and another enthusiastic voice passionately singing along. Can't keep up with the rhythm of parting wow at this age, we cherish our hard-won freedom even more wow. Seriously. Are you using my room as a KTV in the middle of the night? Who can tell me what 402 and 404 are doing and why they haven't attacked you? Creak. Yilan expressionlessly pushed open the door and met the eyes of the person singing loudly. Su Lezhang was singing with great emotion, his high note completely piercing through the entire hallway. Brother! Su Lezhang seemed not to understand what was happening, enthusiastically and excitedly opening his arms. Your radio is too cool. It can actually sense what I want to hear in real time. Where did you buy this? If we bring a batch back to Radiant City, I guarantee it will sweep across the entire wasteland. Yilan's mouth twitched slightly, and he only uttered 2 words, get out. Su Lezhang? Yilan advanced, Su Lezhang retreated, his space for movement increasingly squeezed by Yilan, causing him to shriek. Don't. Didn't you promise to protect me? Or, I'll pay more. Yilan truly had the urge to explode. I did take on the job of protecting you, but I never said I'd allow you to stay in my room. I'll pay. Accommodation fees, food expenses, travel expenses, I'll cover all costs. Yilan. Damn it. A plant. Rubbing his temples, Yilan was a bit helpless. Indeed, if he didn't stay here, even if he stayed on the floor directly below, he wouldn't be able to provide protection. Who knew if others had something similar to Xia Qingyu's crystal? But, some things aren't very convenient. Like discussing the next tactical deployment with Mind Cat. You go to the door first, we'll discuss it later. Su Lezhang was very hesitant. Are you really not tricking me out the door, and then never planning to open it again? Yilan. That's a good point, I'm thinking about it now. Su Lezhang. No. I'll go. Creak. Watching the door close, Yilan felt truly speechless. But precisely, this active, comedic presence pulled him out of the heavy atmosphere. Leaning against the headboard, Yilan transmitted his thoughts mentally. Little cat, what do you think of that conversation just now? Mind Cat quickly responded, the Twilight God cult belongs to 003, Naya. I unconditionally believe they are on the side of justice, Naya. But justice doesn't mean they can make correct judgments, Yilan reminded him. Good intentions can also lead to bad outcomes, not to mention her intelligence network is insufficient to support a more complete analysis, and the existing conclusions have loopholes that cannot be explained. You're right, Naya, but I think this deduction is highly probable, Naya. Yilan sighed. What about Sewage Town, and Arthur? Including the chaos roulette part, I didn't feel he was lying either. Mind Cat thought for a moment, its head many times larger than Yilan's. I'm just a cat. Yilan. After a moment of silence, Yilan couldn't help but feel his mind waver at this crazy plan. Assuming it's truly as the Twilight God cult speculated, could Sewage Town really succeed? The essence of this operation was to transfer the debt from an old creditor who haggled over every penny to a new creditor with vast resources, but whether they would forgive their debt or continue collecting it fundamentally depended on the other anomaly Sewage Town was preparing to sacrifice. Now, the Twilight God cult and the mastermind behind it have gradually emerged. So, if the deduction is correct, the new creditor, the rotten tree, is 002. Well, Yilan was a bit speechless. If the rotten God cult is 002, aren't you two still fighting like this after coming out of the containment tower? Personal grudges turned into forming factions, huh? So, was it 002 that destroyed the world? Yilan asked. If so, then the rotten God cult would undoubtedly be his mortal enemy, no matter what. I don't know, Naya. Sighing, Yilan cast the matter from his mind. It was too far away, this matter was still too far away, it was better to deal with the present first. Little cat, if I can contain anomalies, then if I contain the anomalies here, will their influence on Sewage Town cease to exist? I don't know, Naya. If it were that simple, even though 002 can't contain them, he's strong, Naya. Couldn't he just come and eliminate all these anomalies, Naya? Yilan nodded slightly. This matter was not that simple, from beginning to end. However, Yilan's thoughts were gradually becoming clear. Although it's still a bit hard to sort out the clues now, the intelligence problem should be solved after we capture, oh no, contain the first containment object. Why, Naya? Mindcat clearly couldn't think of a solution to the deadlock, so it was puzzled by Yilan's certainty. And Yilan gave it a very exaggerated answer. Of course, by interrogating them. After containing the chaos bell, interrogate it thoroughly. Mindcat. Although as a fellow kind, there was a feeling of we are from the same root, why torture each other so cruelly, this idea was still too good. The ritual isn't the final battle, no matter what Arthur's plans are, he'll be my ally then, there's no conflict with the two from the Twilight God cult on this matter, so getting help won't be difficult. Ample combat power. Instantly, the gloom lifted, and both the man and the cat were full of fighting spirit. And then, can that guy outside sense us when we're transmitting thoughts mentally? Mindcat decisively shook its head. 99.999% no, Naya. It wasn't 100%, it seems the extraordinarily complex experiences during this period had made the little cat less arrogant. Then let him in for now. We'll see the situation after the ritual and make further decisions. It's just that you'll have to bear with it, it won't be convenient for you to materialize during this time. Naya? Mindcat made a questioning sound. What made you think I like to materialize, Naya? Yilan. Yilan stood up from the bed, pulled open the door, and saw a nervous Su Lejang. The moment he saw Yilan, he looked like he had seen a savior. So scary. There was someone standing gloomily on the stairs just now, watching me. Sorry, part-time job. Someone's watching you? What do they look like? I can't see clearly. They're dressed in all black. Yilan raised an eyebrow, losing interest in his speechlessness. It's nothing, maybe the rotten god cult members were disturbed by you in the middle of the night and want to kill someone. Put. Su Lejang almost couldn't hold back. The rotten god cult? They live here too? Yilan clicked his tongue softly, looking at him. You're acting strange. Why are you more panicked seeing the rotten god cult than seeing the culprit who planned against you? That's different. Although the old man was stupid enough to be tricked into throwing me here, he also gave me good equipment. As for those people in the stadium, it would take them a long time to kill me, and with you, the flame war god, by my side, I'm definitely safe and sound. What the hell, flame war god? Yi Lan's face darkened. What kind of nickname did you give me? Isn't it embarrassing? However, Su Lezhang was clearly not aware of this yet, and he hadn't finished speaking, pacing back and forth anxiously. But the rotten god cult is different. They are unpredictable and incredibly fierce. I heard they are skilled at extracting souls and seizing spirits. Once you fall into their hands, they'll make you rot slowly from bottom to top, making life worse than death. Yi Lan. Is the rotten god cult really that notorious? Alright, stop pretending. There's a bed over there, move it yourself and keep your distance from me. Su Lezhang's expression brightened. Alright. I promise to be obedient. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yi Lan extend a hand, not quite understanding what he meant. Ah, Flame War God, what are your instructions? Yi Lan was expressionless, feeling like he was almost immune to it now. Money, don't forget it's paid daily. Su Lezhang. Does today count too? After taking on this protection job, only 3 hours passed today, including 2.5 hours where Yi Lan was nowhere to be seen, and the remaining half hour where he made him stand outside as punishment. This money is too easy to earn. As for the room fee, it's 20 mist blue coins per week. I booked for 2 weeks. For food, it's 3 meals a day. I can just eat plain noodles, which is 4 mist blue coins per serving. You can settle up until the day of the festival, which is 3 days, totaling 76 mist blue coins. Su Lezhang. This haunted room is 20 mist blue coins a week? A bowl of plain noodles is 4 mist blue coins? Are you really not giving me a fake bill? Why doesn't he just rob someone? Alright. Su Lezhang beamed with joy. What does this count as? How much is his life worth? The lights went out. Yi Lan lay on the bed, closing his eyes. Now it seems, everything is becoming clearer. Although he still couldn't definitively say what everyone intended to do, he could better prevent and prepare for various aspects. For example, with Arthur at the head, the town guard, and even every town resident he had seen in Sewage Town so far, their core idea was only one, to eliminate the anomalies in Sewage Town and save Sewage Town. This aligned perfectly with his own goal, as long as it wasn't truly insane, as the Twilight God cult claimed. As for the current team of the Twilight God cult, it was even clearer. They aimed to prevent Sewage Town's desperate self-immolation, maintain the status quo as much as possible, monitor the town guard, closely follow the rotten god cult's movements, and respond accordingly. But what had to be considered here, and was also the biggest doubt, what Xia Qingyu said about her coming to Sewage Town was still too vague. What kind of mission would send their small team here? They were sent here to do something, not to struggle for survival like this. His own motivation was even simpler, it had been the same from beginning to end, to contain anomalies. What changed were only the constantly changing teammates. This was all he could understand for now, but it was clear that there were more existing forces here than just these few, for example. Yi Lan opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Su Lezhang, who was sleeping by the other wall. Are you the first heir of your family? Su Lezhang was stunned, clearly not expecting such a question from the mysterious big shot sleeping in the same room. Ah, yes. Yi Lan narrowed his eyes. Then how could it be? The deeper he thought, the more unreasonable it seemed. Such a huge family, could the patriarch be so muddled that he wouldn't realize his heir was being played to death like an assembly line? No matter the period of family power struggles, the first heir, no matter what, was a secondary favorite, and the number of supporters under him was among the largest. Even if the patriarch was confused, wouldn't there be at least one clear-headed person left among his many supporters? Yi Lan had never been able to understand how he could be played to death like this while the patriarch was still alive. Had they grown tired of living? Will you have reinforcements? Yi Lan asked. No matter what, once your supporters react, they'll find a way to help you, right? Su Lezhang was silent for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know. Yi Lan narrowed his eyes. It was that kind of vagueness again. I'll rephrase the question. If I hadn't come, could that fire really have burned you to death? Isn't that obvious? Su Lezhang mumbled. Of course. No. Su Lezhang explained. Unless it could burn for several days, and there was no one to rescue me, I might have died from exhaustion of power. Yi Lan raised an eyebrow. Su Lezhang's words always switched between frankness and concealment, making it impossible for him to confirm whether he was lying or telling the truth. Then why did you scream so terribly? If he hadn't heard his screams, he wouldn't have needed to act so crazy. In a little while, the Rotten God cult's blue-haired captain would have arrived, the fire would have been extinguished, and he would have been rescued. Anyway. Although at that time, he couldn't have imagined that the Rotten God cult would come to put out the fire, after all, before knowing everyone's motives, everyone was a potential opponent. Of course I was scared. It was so terrifying. All around me was a huge fire and thick smoke, and I felt like I was suffocating even with my ability objects turned on. Yi Lan. It's really hard to imagine him as a hidden big shot with ulterior motives and secret forces. What are your plans for tomorrow? Su Lezhang was stunned, then answered as if it were obvious. Of course I'm following you. I paid you, so don't even think about shaking me off. As soon as he mentioned this, Su Lezhang became energetic, showing an expression of great fortune. My original plan was to first contact the sewage town officials to see if my identity was useful. Under normal circumstances, I could apply for protection from local forces, and in return, they could receive a considerable reward from my old man. But this saved me trouble, I just happened to run into you. Yi Lan was silent, wanting to speak but holding back. But is it possible that I'm not from Sewage Town? Su Lezhang's mind clearly went blank for a moment. Huh? Your clothes. Yi Lan once again uttered that exasperating answer. Part-time, just started today. Su Lezhang. Lord of the Rings. No, then who exactly are you? Su Lezhang blurted out. Rarely, seeing his usual panic, Yi Lan was in the mood to crack a joke. I'm from Dark City. Su Lezhang. Do you think you're funny? Why not try the Twilight God cult? Yi Lan asked. From any perspective, the Twilight God cult's actions in the wasteland represent justice, right? When you encounter danger, and with your Radiant City identity, the likelihood of getting help should be no less than from the sewage town official authorities. However, it was clear that Su Lezhang was once again stunned. Wait. The Twilight God cult is here too? Yes, Yi Lan nodded. But they probably won't save you now, because your singing just now obviously affected their sleep quality. Su Lezhang. He was already a bit desperate. The Twilight God cult and the Rotten God cult appearing together in one place? Isn't this effing world about to collapse? These bastards. They want me dead beyond dead. Yi Lan ignored his wails and screams, lay back down, and closed his eyes. Get up early tomorrow and follow me. After saying that, Yi Lan couldn't help but pause for a moment. You have combat power, right? Su Lezhang. Yi Lan. Damn it. Don't tell me all 5 of your ability objects are just for show, like in Lord of the Rings? After saying that, Su Lezhang nearly jumped up. Holy crap, you saw through it? Yi Lan was speechless. Are you serious? Do you think others are fools? With all that sparkling on your claws, who wouldn't be able to tell their ability objects? Only a ghost wouldn't. Ah. I thought it was very discreet. Su Lezhang scratched his head awkwardly. Well, how should I put it, these are all defensive types. Yi Lan was slightly taken aback. All of them? That's right. Su Lezhang nodded. Roughly, each one has a different elemental defensive ability. For example, what worked before was resistance to fire burning, and underwater breathing for water defense. That's why I was burned for so long and was still fine. Ah, this. Yi Lan's greed surged. Wouldn't stripping this guy make him practically invincible? Is this not strong? Well, it's not that strong, but there's no harm without comparison. Look at what that radio can do all day. Full of resentment. Very good. From now on, when we encounter danger, you tank the damage, and I'll deal the output. Yi Lan made a plan of action that he was very satisfied with. Su Lezhang? No, seriously, are you my bodyguard or am I your bodyguard? Wait. Can you tell me what you're planning to do tomorrow? Rarely, Su Lezhang felt it was necessary to assess the risks he was about to face and the meaning of this bodyguard's existence. If it really meant bravely charging into the Twilight God cult and clashing head-on with the Rotten God cult. Couldn't I just pay the penalty for breach of contract? Good question. Yi Lan sighed. In truth, his plans for tomorrow were still quite unclear. Everything that happened today had completely disrupted his schedule. He still had 1 day left until his next hunger period, and the state of Sewage Town would likely remain a hidden undercurrent, without any substantive, full-blown conflict. There wouldn't be too much turmoil in the town. Whether it was the consensus reached with Arthur to continue fulfilling his town guard duties and do things for Sewage Town, or the consensus reached with the Twilight God cult to maintain the status quo and learn more, there would be no conflict in one matter. He would still try his best to fulfill his town guard duties tomorrow. I might have to take on a few local commissions, Yi Lan said. If you don't want to move, you can stay at the inn. Su Lezhang was dumbfounded. No, how short on money are you, exactly? How many part-time jobs is this? Sewage Town Guard, my ace hitter, and now he's going to take commissions? This is too undignified for a master. It's fine, it's fine. Just a few commissions, I'll follow you. Yi Lan could also feel the other party's shock and strangeness, feeling a bit speechless. Truly, one doesn't know the cost of living until they manage a household. What doesn't cost money? Do you think mist blue coin is too much? Oh, now he's the one paying for necessities, so it's fine. Suddenly, Yi Lan thought of high-level commissions. Even just looking at those things could tell him a lot about the current situation in the wasteland, right? Have you ever taken a high-level commission? Put. Su Lezhang was clearly thunderstruck by Yi Lan's absurd question, shaking his head repeatedly. Why would I take that kind of thing? How could I take it? Yi Lan frowned. Could his speculation be wrong? The rewards aren't appealing? This was the most likely possibility Yi Lan could think of. The legitimate eldest son of the Vice City Lord of Guangwei City Lower District would most likely be issuing commissions, not taking them, if he used the commission board. That's not it. Many high-level commission rewards are enough to make even my old man drool, but those are usually taken by organizations. I couldn't solve them even if I took them. That exaggerated? Yi Lan was stunned. Although Su Lezhang's combat power was that of a weakling in his eyes, that was only when placed in the big pot of Sewage Town, where big shots gathered. Other than that, with those 5 ability objects in hand, as long as he didn't provoke anomalies in this wasteland, where could he not walk sideways? Even with slightly weaker anomalies, as long as they weren't aggressive existences like the Chaos Bell, even a mine cat facing him could only exclaim. He's tough as nails and stinks? How to put it? The high-level commissions on the commission board are basically monopolized by the major churches. Even the 2 great divine churches occasionally post commissions on it. The difficulty of those tasks is not something a lone person like me, with little combat power, can touch. What the heck? Yi Lan frowned deeply, thinking of many things at once. He lacked too much other information to analyze, but there was no need to. First, the core of the 2 great divine churches were their respective main gods, which were anomalies. And the various characteristics currently displayed by the commission board also confirmed it was an anomaly, circulating in the wasteland in a form similar to mist blue coin, and even more profound in meaning. And this commission board anomaly could actually coexist peacefully with the two great divine churches at the same time? Just like the mist blue coin itself, is it a neutral faction among the inmates? Sleep. Drowsiness came over him. This time, Yilan truly closed his eyes. Special food. The night passed without a word. Perhaps too many things had happened today, one after another, leaving every faction utterly exhausted. This night, nothing else occurred. Early the next morning, Yilan opened his eyes as a faint sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. Sitting up from the bed, Yilan gently rubbed his eyes. The picture frame didn't drag me into the world inside? Is it because there's a cooldown, or because it didn't want to? For a moment, Yilan couldn't help but feel a little worried. Don't be a coward. If it's scared of me and never pulls me into a dream again, what will I do? Suddenly, Yilan felt a bit pressured. After all, Yilan didn't want to really put off containing the anomaly until the ritual 3 days later. To ensure his condition before then, tonight was almost the last deadline. Unfortunately, he hadn't waited, sleeping soundly until he woke up. I can only use the little cat's plan, delaying time by consuming the power of her next skill. Grumble, grumble. Yilan got up and went to the bathroom, quickly washed up, and returned to the room, where a steady snore echoed. He almost forgot, there was someone else staying in his room. Yilan walked to the other person's bed and saw Su Lezhang sleeping sprawled out, his face serene and sweet, utterly comfortable. Damn it, it felt like he was on vacation, making one want to kick him. However, this scene couldn't help but make Yilan feel as if he was back in his college days, those years spent in the dorm. Waking up on a rest day to see his roommate sleeping like a pig, and coming back in the afternoon to find him still asleep. Those days are gone forever. Yilan sighed with emotion, then unceremoniously kicked the bed. Hey, time to get up. Su Lezhang felt the bed tremble, clicked his tongue, and rolled over. Don't call me. TSK, I'm not going. I'm just not going, whoever wants to go to that damn ghost place can go. Whoosh. He fell back asleep. Seeing his state, Yilan couldn't help but laugh. He really isn't afraid of me doing anything, sleeping so soundly in my room, is he? But after a laugh, Yilan felt something was off. The feeling of these words, it seemed to contradict the things he had said. In Su Lezhang's description, his old man was tricked, and then his competitors threw him here to ensure he died without a trace, reasonably and legitimately. But this sleep talk, it seemed he had directly communicated with someone about this matter, and most likely, he had a private conversation with his family head, and Su Lezhang questioned being sent here, which was completely different from his previous statement, and the meaning was also completely different. Is he truly ignorant of the situation in Sewage Town? Su Lezhang suddenly opened his eyes, saw Yilan close by, instantly pulled his blanket tight, and let out a shriek. What are you doing? Why are you staring at me while I sleep? Yilan. Damn it. After a moment of twitching his mouth, Yilan was expressionless. I'm going out. Get up if you want to come along. Let's go. Su Lezhang finally reacted and quickly got up. Watching him walk towards the bathroom, Yilan gently shook his head. Forget it, there aren't enough clues. After all, it was just sleep talk, dreaming of non-existent things is perfectly normal. Even if Su Lezhang had his own plans, compared to Sewage Town and the two great divine churches, it seemed relatively less harmful. Soon, Su Lezhang was fully armed and ready. Yilan nodded slightly. At least, his attire looked very professional. Creak. Pushing open the room door, the corridor was quiet, exuding a silent sense of oppression. It wasn't until they reached the first floor, nodded as they passed the owner, stepped out of the building, and faced the sun-drenched street that Su Lezhang finally let out a big sigh of relief. Oh my god. The corridor felt so oppressive. You must have a guilty conscience. Yilan ignored him, silently a wave in his heart, and inserted the key into the motorcycle. Without Yilan even needing to summon him, Su Lezhang, with his familiar demeanor, sat in the passenger seat. After all, he had sat there before, and in such a special situation, his experience was quite ample. Boom! With the roar of the engine, Yilan skillfully parked the motorcycle in front of the Mosquito restaurant. What's this? The quest reception point for Sewage Town. Su Lezhang jumped off the motorcycle with high spirits. Yilan looked at him as if he were an idiot. Of course, it's for breakfast. Su Lezhang. But soon, he was high-spirited again. Of course, of course. By the way, is there anything good to eat here? I heard different places have their own unique delicacies. Since I've come all this way, I have to try something new and show those people in Radiant City a thing or two, ha! Yilan's expression this time was truly quite peculiar. Yes, there is. It's definitely something your friends haven't eaten. As long as you dare to eat it, it'll be enough to brag about for a lifetime. Really? Then I must remember this restaurant's name. What are you doing? Why won't you let me see? For the purpose of preventing spoilers, Yilan forcefully stopped him from stepping back to look at the signboard above, and led Su Lezhang into the restaurant. Creak. The door opened, and the enthusiastic owner emerged as usual. Oh, you're here. The usual today? This scene clearly made Su Lezhang's heart murmur. You still say you're not from Sewage Town? Who gets this kind of treatment for a part-time job? My usual. Show him the menu. The owner paused, glanced at Su Lezhang following behind Yilan, and looked thoughtful. Oh, alright. Turning to pick up the restaurant's menu from the counter, a hint of solemnity flashed in the owner's heart. People from Radiant City are now openly getting involved with this mysterious fellow? He didn't know if Yilan was an external aid Radiant City had invited in advance or if it was a coincidence, and if it would bring variables. Let me see. Su Lezhang was probably a complete foodie back in Radiant City, and at this moment, he was excited like someone trying a new restaurant. However, not long after opening the menu, his smile gradually vanished, turning into horror. Seriously? What the hell are 1,000 mosquito silk pancakes and devil cockroach noodles? Signature? Best-selling? Voluntary? Gulp. Su Lezhang swallowed in terror, feeling an immense generational gap open between him and Yilan at that moment. He wouldn't say anything about local customs, but are you really eating that thing? Do people from the two great divine churches also eat this stuff? How about it, honored guest, what would you like? The hotel owner's inquiry sounded like the whisper of a demon in Su Lezhang's ears, making him force out an increasingly strained and unpleasant smile. He could only gently nudge Yilan with his elbow, quietly asking his last desperate question. Which one is relatively less disgusting? His appearance reminded Yilan of himself when he first arrived, and a hint of recognition finally surfaced. Yilan glanced at the menu and saw that the new dishes created by the hotel owner were indeed listed there. He reached out and pointed at a spot. Just this bowl of special plain noodles I'm eating. Su Lezhang felt saved, but he couldn't help but fall into a new dilemma. Plain noodles? Will it be bland? Oh, ho, now he's getting picky. A playful expression appeared on Yilan's face as he smiled at him. That's not hard, is it? Just tell the hotel owner to add more spicy pepper for you. Upon hearing this, Su Lezhang nodded repeatedly. Right, good. You're an expert too. Given the circumstances, bland is bland. If there's spicy pepper, it can make up for the lack of saltiness. Su Lezhang made up his mind and spoke to the hotel owner. Hotel owner. I'll have these plain noodles, with extra spicy pepper. Alright, find a seat and wait for a bit. The hotel owner nodded in agreement and returned to the kitchen to cook. Seeing this, Yilan said nothing more. He, as always, found the seat he always took, the table beneath the photo frame. This was actually another small test, to see if Su Lezhang would react in any way. This was abnormal. However, Su Lezhang clearly didn't notice anything amiss with the photo frame. His mind was still stuck on that nightmarish menu. Oh my goodness! Why are we eating here? This menu is too terrifying. If he dared to open this in Radiant City, he'd probably win the annual Dark Cuisine Award for 100 years straight. As his thoughts turned, Yilan mused thoughtfully. From these few sentences, it seems Su Lezhang's dietary standards were similar to his own, and his eating habits weren't much different from before. The apocalypse. What do they usually eat in Radiant City? Yilan's question made Su Lezhang momentarily unsure how to answer. Just normal stuff, Su Lezhang said, because he didn't even understand why anyone would ask such a question. Bread, meat. The variety of vegetables and fruits is relatively small, but it's not exaggerated. Even ordinary people can occasionally buy some. Is the food in Radiant City really normal? After thinking for a moment, Yilan couldn't help but test him with a question. It's normal, I suppose. Sewage Town is so remote, unlike Radiant City, it's quite normal not to be able to eat normal food. How could that be? Su Lezhang blurted out excitedly, then quickly looked around and lowered his voice. Noodles are more expensive than meat. You wouldn't not know that, would you? If they can afford noodles, how could they not get meat and vegetables? Even trading, there are plenty of people trading, alright. Yilan's brows furrowed. Is that so? This was truly a blind spot in his knowledge. At least from his perspective, given a choice, who would like to eat bugs? Two honored guests, enjoy your meal and be careful, it's hot. Amidst the silence, footsteps sounded again, and the restaurant owner walked over, carrying 2 bowls of noodles. Wow, this restaurant owner's skill is amazing. How can a bowl of plain noodles smell so good? Su Lezhang couldn't help but lick his tongue, swallow, and his face was full of anticipation. He wasn't hungry before, but now he was. This was the charm of delicious food. Seeing this, Yilan chuckled softly. Indeed, as long as there were no bugs, this bowl of noodles would be considered acceptable even before the apocalypse. But, you just had to add something even more deadly. Put. Wah! Holy crap! In an instant, after taking a big gulp of soup, Su Lezhang's tears burst out with a cry. I am dying. Su Lezhang was so spicy he couldn't speak. His face was as red as if he'd drunk several bottles of liquor, his expression was distorted, and the drastic change in his entire state even made a finger ring glow brightly. Water! Water! Yilan was incredibly calm. After all, he seemed to have experienced a similar situation himself once. Hotel owner, sewage special brew, iced. Let me add an ingredient you want to drink but dare not. This sewage special brew sells for more than food, so there must be a reason for it. I've made all the mental preparations, so I've only drunk sewage special brew a few times. The iced brew was brought over quickly. Su Lezhang clutched his throat, as if seeing a lifeline, snatched it, and gulped it down. And unlike his state at the time, he actually stabilized rapidly. Damn! Damn, damn, damn! Su Lezhang widened his eyes, as if trying to confirm something impossible. Is this devil black chili? Yilan was slightly taken aback. Su Lezhang's reaction was not quite what he had imagined. The other party seemed to recognize this item? Not only recognized it, but also seemed to be able to taste it. But then again, it made sense. Devil Black Chili was, after all, almost the only product Sewage Town could sell externally, so it was impossible for Radiant City not to be one of its sales channels. Still, it was a bit surprising. That small field, that small plot of land, what was its maximum annual yield, at most? Yes, what's wrong? The restaurant owner also seemed a bit confused. Su Lezhang couldn't even find words to describe his expression. Devil Black Chili, to be eaten with this stuff? And most of the dishes even featured bugs as the main ingredient? Seriously, Su Lezhang felt like his mind was blown, his worldview more shaken than when he first saw the menu at the Mosquito restaurant. Do you really know how noble an ingredient this is? Even in my family, we only use a tiny bit for very few banquets. This is just too wasteful. A bigger gap appeared. Yilan's eyebrows raised, and he couldn't help but glance at the devil-black chili again, recalling the taste that had almost killed him from spiciness. This thing was that valuable? If this was true, then the old man from the spicy pepper field had promised to give him a cartload, and its value would have to be completely re-evaluated. It was just the question of value that Yilan no longer tried to understand. The only thing he couldn't figure out was this: do you really think it's delicious? Psychic power. It's terrible. Su Lezhang exclaimed, heartbroken. But this stuff improves your physique and promotes the recovery of psionic energy. Psionic energy? Yilan's heart stirred. It seemed he was about to touch upon some knowledge gaps he was eager to understand. The current human cultivation system in this world. However, as a big shot, he really shouldn't be unaware of this information. After much deliberation, Yilan finally found what he considered a perfect way to ask the question. But isn't your Radiant City's primary method of enhancement mainly through gene enhancement? This was learning on the fly. Arthur had mentioned Radiant City and gene enhancement multiple times. Su Lezhang was a bit confused by Yilan's question, but for a moment, he didn't feel anything was amiss. Gene enhancement is precisely for opening psionic energy grooves in humans, isn't it? If one can't use psionic energy, how much meaning does gene enhancement truly have? Yilan raised an eyebrow, a certain answer seemed close to surfacing. And Su Lezhang was clearly very helpful. Once he started, he didn't ask anything and just continued speaking. Of course, that little bit of psionic energy isn't enough for much, it's mainly for overall attribute amplification. But having it is having it. Only with psionic energy can one drive ability objects. Otherwise, how else would humans drive ability objects? It's precisely from the advent of psionic energy that humans finally gained a tiny bit of abnormal power. Even if this psionic energy reserve is at most 1,000th or even 1/10,000th of an ability object, or even less, it's still psionic energy. That was originally something only abnormals possessed, which is why people in the church factions generally call it divine power. It's gene enhancement that gave ordinary people psionic energy, truly allowing humanity to adapt to this new world and survive. In an instant, a storm raged in his heart. Psionic energy, humans can now grasp a tiny bit. Psionic energy is the power of abnormals. When the Mind Cat performed scene recall, when he performed activation, and when he used the revival stone or the crystal ball, all consumed psionic energy. It's just that humanity's current limit probably doesn't allow them to grasp much, and most of it remains at the stage of driving ability objects. If he continued to convert using the conversion method Su Lezhang provided, the psionic energy a gene enhancer can carry is probably 1,000th or even 1/10,000th of an ability object, and an ability object's power is 1,000th or 1/10,000th of an abnormal's. It's indeed not strong. But there are many humans. If gene enhancement can truly become widespread. Furthermore, gene enhancement doesn't seem to be limited to just one or two enhancements. What if it could be continuously enhanced? Could the end point of gene enhancement be a new abnormal? At the end of his explanation, Su Lezhang appropriately concluded. In this regard, the church is indeed stronger. They possess stronger psionic energy and can even use the power of their gods, which is why both orthodox and cults have so many followers. Restaurant owner, another bowl. Make it extra spicy. Still eating? At that moment, Yilan felt the noodles in his own bowl had lost their appeal, and his mind raced. If this stuff really can promote psionic energy recovery? Then he. No sooner said than done. If there are difficulties, overcome them. If there are no difficulties, create them to overcome. Yilan immediately spoke up before the restaurant owner walked away. Restaurant owner, give me a bowl with chili too. Restaurant owner? At that moment, the restaurant owner, who knew how much Yilan resisted this stuff, was utterly shocked. You finally got it? Not long after, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were placed on the table again. Yilan took a deep breath, the fire in his eyes looking as if he were facing death. Damn it! After a sip of soup, Yilan felt his entire tongue was once again completely covered and penetrated. No amount of psychological preparation could withstand the soul-piercing spiciness. But the mind cat immediately became excited, its voice excitedly transmitting to Yilan's mind. It actually works, meow. This stuff really works, meow. Yilan's heart stirred, and for a moment, the shock of the news seemed to make the spiciness less unbearable. My power has recovered? If that's true, I'd eat a pound of chili a day even if it killed me. No, meow. How could that be, meow? Your psionic energy reserve is too vast, nothing but an abnormal can restore your power. But it did indeed slow down the consumption and loss of your psionic energy. In a sense, saying it recovers is not wrong, meow. And this sewage special brew, meow. I think it's also necessary to try it, meow. That fool recovered a bit more than you just now, which is too unreasonable, meow. I suspect these two can be used together to fully activate the nutrients of the devil black chili, doubling the effect, meow. Nutrients. Yilan still felt it was absurd. Are you sure this stuff has so many nutrients? If that's true, why are the people of Sewage Town all so dark-skinned? However, if it's true, Yilan made up his mind. Restaurant owner. Another cup of sewage special brew and a bowl of special plain noodles, just a little less noodles, extra chili. Restaurant owner? He was truly shocked. Is this guy stimulated today? Finally knows what's good and what's expensive, right? But, why not make money? Alright. Please wait a moment. Soon, steaming noodles and the sewage special brew were served simultaneously. Yilan made all the necessary mental preparations and slurped them down. Ah! After adding more numbing and spicy flavors, Yilan felt like he was truly spiraling to heaven. The only thing worth celebrating was that the sewage special brew seemed to soften the lingering sensation of the devil black chili on his tongue, making Yilan understand why Su Lejean could recover so quickly, while he himself had to drink countless cups of sewage the first time before barely surviving. But, meow. It really works, meow. If you can keep this food intake and reduce the frequency of your actions for the next 2 days, maybe you can really last until the ceremony, meow. The mind cat was excited, and Yilan was shocked. That's really good stuff. Not to mention anything else, just the cart of devil black chili the old man in the vegetable patch promised him before already made him rich. Its value could no longer be measured in mist blue coins. How much do I have to eat a day? Yilan felt he was mentally prepared, but the mind cat's words still made him feel completely unprepared. 2 bowls per meal, 5 meals a day should be enough, meow. Yilan? You must be kidding. This isn't about whether he can suffer, it's about how much money this will cost. The special plain noodles were fine, originally 4 mist blue coins a bowl. The restaurant owner gave him a special price of only 2 mist blue coins a bowl, but the sewage special brew was expensive. 5 mist blue coins a cup. According to this price, 2 servings per meal, 5 meals a day. Damn it! I'll be eating 70 mist blue coins a day? Complex ingredients. Damn it! Well, logically speaking, he only needed to eat until the day of the festival, but even a few days of consumption would be enough to put him in another financial crisis. Of course, theoretically, Su Lejean covered all his food and lodging, but eating like this seemed a bit excessive. It was like an ordinary person inviting friends to stay, saying they'd cover food and lodging, and then the friends stayed in a 5-star hotel, eating sea cucumber and abalone 10 times a day. However, it wasn't truly unsolvable. It wasn't good to shear one sheep dry, he could spread it out. Claim some from Arthur, some from Xiaqingyu, and then ask Su Lejean for a bit more. Just like when the 4th floor of the sewage inn was demolished, and he suggested that the hotel owner ask everyone for money. "Owner, can I get a discount on the sewage special brew? I'll probably be eating a lot in the coming days." "A lot." Su Lezhang evidently felt something was off and couldn't help but sit up straight. He seemed to have promised to cover food and lodging, but he hadn't expected the expenses in this place to be so high. And Yilan's action of eating 3 bowls in a row just now had clearly shocked him. "This isn't very good, is it?" For once, the restaurant owner was very reluctant. "Now is the best time for sales. If I start giving discounts, it will be hard for others to sell at this price. The simplest, if I sell it cheaper to you, would this guy who came with you still feel good charging him the original price?" That made sense, and Yilan couldn't help but ponder a solution for a moment, while the restaurant owner then offered him a coincidentally similar suggestion. "Why don't you try asking Arthur for reimbursement? His salary to you is a bit low, to be honest, but the town guard has a salary cap." "Yilan, how could you also scheme against Arthur?" Creak. Arthur pushed the door open, looking travel-worn and not fully awake, not very spirited. As soon as he entered, he found all 3 looking at him with strange expressions, like a proactive and willing fat sheep ready to be slaughtered. "What's wrong?" Arthur said, approaching Yilan's table and sitting beside him. "Special vegetarian noodles." "What? Why are you also eating our outsider dishes? I thought someone was finally going to show me a live performance of eating a 1,000 mosquito silk biscuit." "Tian, this is a play on words, as 1,000 mosquito silk sounds similar to 1,000 words, implying a long, drawn-out meal." Yilan glanced at Arthur's condition. His complexion was very good, completely different from last night. It was as if nothing had happened. "My combat power has been excessively depleted recently, and it's severely damaged. I need high-intensity replenishment. There will be a lot of consumption in this regard in the coming days, so you see." Yilan had already taken the menu from the owner and pointed heavily at the special vegetarian noodles and sewage special brew in front of Arthur. Full of hints. Arthur rolled his eyes in annoyance, really wanting to blurt out, "Is that all? Is that all? Can't you show some of your big-shot demeanor from last night and make me believe I'm not dreaming?" "No problem, just directly charge your orders to the town guard's account from now on." Arthur waved his hand grandly, full of boundless generosity. An imposing aura. However, he still felt a bit uneasy afterwards and played it safe. "How much do you plan to eat?" Yilan confessed honestly. 2 portions per meal, 5 meals a day." "Arthur? Su Lezhang? Restaurant owner? Are you a pig? You're going to the extreme. From not eating a bite to eating like there's no tomorrow? Wait a minute. Why do you need to eat so much? Can you switch to other foods? If it's just a large intake, don't eat these too. Eating other things should significantly lower the cost, and then it would be perfectly fine, whatever makes you happy. The recovery speed can't keep up. I've done precise calculations. To ensure my combat power remains at its peak, I must consume this amount of devil black chili." Everyone. Are you a freak? You need to eat black chili like this to maintain your strength? The restaurant owner fully understood why Yilan wanted a discount, and indeed understood that this wholesale-like consumption met the necessity for a discount, and also fully grasped Arthur's expenditure limit, so he thoughtfully offered a solution. "I can give you a discount on the sewage special brew for 3 mist blue coins, but it only applies when purchased together with the special vegetarian noodles. 2 portions per meal, 5 meals a day, that's 50 mist blue coins per day." Damn! It's already a rock-bottom price, and it's still so expensive? For the first time, the restaurant owner himself felt that his pricing might be ridiculously high. Sewage Town can reimburse you 50 mist blue coins per week. Arthur made a decisive move, giving his desired number, as if his previous grand generosity had never existed. Su Lezhang swallowed, then quickly stated his own psychological expectation. "The total food and lodging fee we discussed earlier was 76 coins, I can add another 24 coins. Yilan breathed a huge sigh of relief. You guys are really helpful. He patted Su Lezhang's shoulder, his eyes full of the approval belonging to a black-hearted boss, making Su Lezhang gradually forget the fact that he was a bodyguard. You, young man, have boundless prospects. However, the 100 missed blue coins paid by Su Lezhang still needed to deduct 40 missed blue coins for accommodation, but he could already cover that part. The town guard's weekly salary was 25 missed blue coins, and Su Lezhang even paid him a daily salary of 30 missed blue coins. Yilan let out a huge sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had been so afraid of poverty on his first day here that he had been aggressively making money, otherwise, this sudden situation would have truly caused too much stress. But speaking of which, your restaurant is still making a killing. I'm not the only one eating, there's also the Rotten God cult and the Twilight God cult. As long as you're ruthless enough, the few of us will prop up the entire tourism industry's profits, right? Creak. The shop door was pushed open once more, bringing a brighter light than before, and two good-looking girls walked in. They were no longer wearing their robes, but rather the more convenient and professional-looking women's assault jackets underneath, the only difference being that the cult emblem from their robes was now pinned to their jackets. Both were familiar faces, but it wasn't convenient to greet them. Xia Qingyu, Xia Man. The two walked lightly, heading straight to the front desk, and upon seeing Yilan at Arthur's table, their brows furrowed slightly. Your table, isn't the composition a bit too complex? Mysterious Yilan, Sewage Town, Radiant City. But soon, Xia Qingyu's brow relaxed, revealing her composure and calm, and she sat at a nearby table, separated by a distance and leaning against the wall. Sister Qingyu, over there. Xia Qingyu waved her hand, signaling the owner to come over. 2 sets of that table's meal. Oh, this. All right. The restaurant owner walked into the back kitchen once more, muttering softly to himself. Damn it. Can this dish already be marked on the signboard? Creak. No sooner had the people from the Twilight God cult settled down than the restaurant's main door was pushed open again, and another group of people entered, as if cooling down the entire restaurant's fervor. Yilan glanced up, then lowered his head to continue eating his noodles. It's really lively this morning. They swarmed in like bamboo shoots after a rain, as if signaling yet another extraordinary day. The Rotten God cult. You can't even order food, right? Almost as if by prior arrangement, the Rotten God cult contingent today also didn't wear their cult robes. And compared to the Twilight God cult's group, their internal order was clearly much more distinct. The blue-haired girl walked at the very front of the team, followed by 3 others in a triangular formation, a perfect combat array. It's just, that blue-haired girl always looked indifferent and bored. Swish. This continued until the door was closed, and the scene inside the Mosquito restaurant became even clearer. The moment they saw the 2 Twilight God cult figures eating inside, they couldn't help but react. Heretics. Trap. As if they had practiced it thousands of times, the 3 instantly switched to combat stances. Amidst the mist, various ability objects were revealed. Bang! Man reacted at the fastest speed, standing up. It was as if armor was forming within her clothes, and her hand cannon was fully at the edge of preheating for a burst. In an instant, swords were drawn and bows were strung. Man, ignore them. Xia Qingyu softly rebuked, forcefully suppressing her readiness. At the same time, the blue-haired girl also swept her gaze towards Yilan and Arthur, her eyes slightly narrowing, and she waved her hand at those behind her. What do you want? We're here to eat. She said impatiently, walking straight ahead and finding a table closer to the counter to sit down. What they're eating, 4 portions. Yilan. No, do you all order like this? I'm responsible for finding you things normal people can eat, and you order what I'm eating, right? Holy crap, what's going on? Su Lezhang was clearly very restrained, asking in a hushed voice. Yilan glanced at him, probably getting his mood. The Twilight God cult and the Rotten God cult can essentially be described as archenemies. Honestly, these two groups, especially two combat units, sitting in one place to eat, is definitely a rather impactful wonder of the world. But, what else could they do? Yilan took another fierce gulp of spicy soup and half a cup of sewage special brew. If anyone dares to cause trouble here, we'll have no choice but to intervene. For Sewage Town, how you fight to the death behind the scenes is your business, but if you do it in front of me, in a public place, then we'll have no choice but to intervene. Exactly. Arthur nodded. Su Lejong, right? You remember this too. As long as you're in the town guard, the mosquito restaurant, or the sewage inn, no one will dare to attack you there. Bang! Before he could finish, a slap in the face arrived. The door of the mosquito restaurant was kicked open, and two people walked in aggressively. What the hell kind of rotten restaurant is this? What we ate yesterday was almost inedibly bad. I asked around, this is a 100-year-old shop, it must be that bitch Xiaoqing you doing it on purpose. She buys meat noodles for herself, but gives us those super spicy vegetarian noodles. Damn it! Maybe she's bribed this place too? Bribed? If these noodles are still this bad today, we'll just tear down the shop. Speaking of which, did we forget to bring money? Are you kidding? Does our Twilight God cult need to pay for food? The two walked in aggressively, like a comedic duo, exuding an even greater foolishness than Su Lojang. And, they were so annoying. As soon as their voices fell, they suddenly saw the table of rotten God cult members in the room. Their expressions changed instantly, and they pulled out their long guns and short cannons. What the heck? Rotten evil cult? Just as the leader's finger was about to press the trigger, his subordinate behind him desperately hugged his arm. Calm down, Brother Lei. There are only two of us. Look over there. Sure enough, Wang Lei immediately saw Xiaoqing Yu at the wall table in the room, and his whole body relaxed. Hey! Xiaoqing Yu. What are you doing? Cleanse the heretics. Xiaoqing Yu didn't even lift her head, and she didn't seem to have any intention of speaking. Her noodles had arrived, and she was about to eat breakfast. In the silence, Xiaoqing Yu ignored him, and the rotten god cult members also seemed to have no intention of acknowledging him, leaving only Wang Lei himself in endless awkwardness. In an instant, his face flushed then paled, falling into exasperated rage. Damn it! As expected, you bitch have already colluded with the heretics. Wait until you return and face the Judgment Tribunal's interrogation. However, Xiaoqing Yu seemed like a stone. The moment Wang Lei left the group, she lost her last shred of patience. You? Wang Lei's anger was immense, and he switched to a new target. That was Arthur. What are you standing there for? Is Sewage Town openly hosting the rotten evil cult, meaning you want to be enemies with my Twilight God cult? Do you know what kind of price you will pay? Oh, this. Honestly, since he didn't have a god's eye view, Yilan wasn't entirely clear how the Twilight God cult's team had split up. But seeing it today, it's just... Xiaoqing Yu, did you really not offend anyone? You wouldn't find teammates like this without careful selection, would you? Sorry for the spectacle. Xiaoqing Yu stood up, not even glancing at Wang Lei, and gently shook her head at Arthur and Yilan. This is their personal behavior and has nothing to do with the Twilight God cult. Bullshit. What do you mean it has nothing to do with the Twilight God cult? Now I represent the Twill. Arthur didn't give Wang Lei any more time to ramble. He stood up, drew his pistol, released the safety, and pointed it at Wang Lei's head. Sewage Town has never declared allegiance to any church force. Anyone in a public place in the town is not allowed to arbitrarily endanger public order. Otherwise, I will use force to forcibly expel them, regardless of casualties. Wang Lei's expression darkened, and before he could react, Yilan also stood up and drew his gun, indicating his stance as a Sewage Town guard. Alright, so this is how you want to do it? Wang Lei heavily flicked his sleeve and loudly delivered his final threat. Let's go! But before he could make a cool exit, his subordinate gently tugged at him, speaking in a hushed voice with a hint of pleading. Brother Lei, we came to eat. Wang Lei. Eat your head off. Wang Lei, who had suppressed his anger for too long, struck his teammate with a heavy punch. Where the hell can't we eat? You just have to come to this den of thieves, right? The hotel owner's face turned black. Wang Lei's subordinate was still trying very hard to give a final reminder. Brother Lei. I asked around, this is the only place in town that provides food to the public. Wang Lei. Damn it. Looking left and right, Wang Lei, utterly frustrated, led his subordinate to another corner of the wall, maintaining his final bit of stubbornness. Owner. Order. The hotel owner walked over without any special treatment, though his face was completely expressionless. What do you want to eat? Wang Lei hesitated for a moment, choosing to trust his opponent's taste at this point. Their set meal, 2 portions. Yi Lan. Another one who can't order, right? The hotel owner was expressionless. Special vegetarian noodles, 8 missed blue coin per portion, no more chile. Sewage special brew, 10 missed blue coin, only room temperature, total 36 missed blue coin, pay first then it's made. Wang Lei. Wandering commission. What the F***CK? 36 missed blue coins for 2 people, and they're still lacking this and that? Yesterday, when Xia Qingyu bought 4 portions, it seemed like it was only a little over 20 missed blue coins, right? He got scammed, but he had no proof. Wang Lei hesitated, but then he pawned nearly 5 items before finally getting this meal. Otherwise, what could he do? This was the only place in the entire sewage town where he could get food. Watching the boss return to the kitchen, and seeing the 2 guys scratching their heads over there, Su Lezhan couldn't help but whisper to Yilan. They look like clowns. Hearing this, Yilan couldn't help but give him a strange look. No way. If you say someone looks like a clown, just how much of a clown must they be? But it's true, I've never seen such people in the Twilight God cult, they've always been known for their elite status, Arthur added in agreement. Yilan didn't think much of it, after all, he had seen much more absurd plots in novels. As the sphere of influence expands, even the strongest places can't avoid having a few rotten apples mixed in. With that, Yilan looked at Arthur. And finally got down to business. What happened to you yesterday? Arthur didn't answer and looked at Su Lezhan. Yilan also realized and looked over, making Su Lezhan quite nervous for a moment. Ah. Why are you looking at me? This is someone from Radiant City, hoping to see you and seek protection, Yilan introduced in a very formal manner. Of course. Arthur nodded without any thought or hesitation. This is a very good start for the friendship between Sewage Town and Radiant City. Don't worry, the strongest member of our town guard is already protecting you. Su Lezhan. Yilan. So, you're just going to use a different title, huh? Everything's exactly the same, except Sewage Town is now nominally involved. Lu Zhang, go sit at the Twilight God cult's table for a bit. Su Lezhan? He felt more and more that his personal dignity was being insulted. Your tone, why does it sound exactly like, the adults are talking, go play with the relatives' kids outside? I absolutely refuse. Okay. Su Lezhang agreed and walked towards Xia Qingyu's table. Soon, a surprised exclamation came from over there. Hey! You! Man, it's fine, eat. Ha! Huh? Watching this scene, Arthur seemed thoughtful. You seem to have a good relationship with the Twilight God cult? Slurp. Yilan was still drinking soup, after all, he was quite full from eating so much. It's not exactly good, but there's clearly no reason for conflict. Arthur nodded slightly, thoughtfully, a wry smile appearing on his face. Yes. After all, your goal is the anomaly. After a pause, Arthur couldn't help but add, but you still need to be careful, she's not simple. Hearing this, Yilan's hand gripping the cutlery paused, and he replied unhurriedly. Why? Arthur carefully glanced in that direction and lowered his voice. Do you know who she is? Who? Just as he was willing to listen to what Xia Qingyu had to say when cooperating with Arthur, after Xia Qingyu spoke, he was also willing to listen to what Arthur had to say. After all, he only needed to listen, the choice came after listening. To win him over, they were both exposing each other's secrets, and the truth was slowly surfacing through their mutual undermining. She is the youngest inquisitor in the history of the Twilight God cult, having received blessings from the Twilight main god more than twice. Her strength is already comparable to any city bishop. She has risen steadily since joining the Judgment Tribunal, achieving numerous miraculous feats. It is even rumored that she has completed a wandering mission rated A-class, and the outside world calls her the Darling of the Sun. Such a person comes to Sewage Town, yet deliberately shows weakness to the enemy. Don't you think her reaction is a bit too deliberate? I don't think so. I actually think that guy named Wang Lei has a real problem with his brain. The possibility of him being an Oscar-winning actor is simply minuscule. Then Arthur, what are you afraid of? Yi Lan asked. Why are you so worried about and focused on the two great divine churches? You seem to never know what they're here for, or perhaps you don't even need to guess, because they're here to stop you. You've only told me my objective, but how do you plan to achieve it? It's time for us to continue the conversation we didn't finish yesterday. How do you plan to achieve all this? Silence. In the silence, Yi Lan chose to give Arthur some time. You just mentioned wandering mission, right? I haven't had a chance to activate an A-class wandering mission yet. Is it very powerful? Hearing this, Arthur once again looked at Yi Lan with a strange expression, hesitating to speak several times. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if you popped out of a rock. Are you really completely ignorant about the wandering mission board? Yi Lan was speechless. For this apocalyptic wasteland, he really was no different from someone who popped out of a rock. Arthur didn't care anyway, as he didn't know what Yi Lan knew, or how much. As long as he told him, he would definitely know. The Wandering Mission Board is also called Wandering Mission. Wandering mission levels are not divided by type, but by impact and severity. Generally speaking, D-class wandering missions are personal calamities, C-class wandering missions are minor disasters, and B-class wandering missions are regional crises, meaning if not properly handled, they could lead to the demise of a small area. For example, a small place like Sewage Town. A-class wandering missions are city-destroying crises, often capable of directly annihilating a large city on the scale of Radiant City. You should also be aware. There are only a few such cities left in the wasteland. Holy crap! If this resume were compared to Xia Qingyu saving Radiant City, then it really is impressive, belonging to the elite of elites. Even for an event on the scale of Sewage Town, it's very appropriate to dispatch her. If that's the case, Arthur's theory that Wang Lei's current series of flashy maneuvers are primarily acting could indeed hold water. Then, who determines the rating of the wandering mission? Yi Lan was clearly puzzled. Firstly, the person issuing the wandering mission couldn't possibly have the authority to rate it, otherwise it wouldn't be as systematic and universally recognized from A to D as it is now. If it were the Wanderers Association, the organization that registers wandering missions afterwards, they wouldn't have that ability either. This is almost like foresight. Someone registers a wandering mission, and they can tell how serious it is behind the scenes? The one responsible for rating is definitely the deity worshipped by the Wanderers Association. The anomaly itself. The Wanderers Association's own name for it is Wandering Balance. It is the one who promoted the existence of the Wandering Mission Board, and it is even widely believed on the continent to be one of its avatars. It not only manages wandering mission ratings but also judges the qualifications of the acceptors, whether they have the potential to complete the wandering mission. So basically, over the past few decades, only the major Orthodox churches have been able to accept B-class wandering missions and above. Holy crap! Yi Lan was stunned. Another anomaly? Wandering balance. He wondered if Mind Cat recognized it. It also explained why basically only the Orthodox churches had been able to accept high-level wandering missions in the past. This was most likely another anomaly under the 003 faction. Through the Wandering Mission Board, the Twilight God cult and other Orthodox churches focused on protecting human civilization could solve problems to the greatest extent possible, which felt a bit like a clash of immortals, a proxy war. In this place where anomalies are everywhere, how many clashes of immortals are hidden behind it? Of course, if Mein Cat were to take this sentence, it would definitely be another one. Aren't you the biggest boss here? Do you understand what I mean? Arthur whispered. It will judge whether the acceptor has the ability to complete the wandering mission. Many Orthodox churches also use this method to test their best teams. In other words, what she brought is the best, most suitable team, carefully selected by the anomaly and the Twilight God cult. Is it possible for such a combination to appear as they are now? Internal discord? Ha! Who will stop it? Arthur's words almost completely overturned everything he understood, leading all of the Twilight God cult's motives towards a conspiracy. Reversal, endless reversals, they made Yilan dizzy. Arthur, Yilan shook his head. But you still haven't told me what Sewage Town truly wants to do. Arthur fell silent. I was warned, he said. I wanted to tell you yesterday. But I trusted you too late, giving the Chaos Bell an opportunity to discover and interfere. Now it's too late, I've been silenced, and the entire Sewage Town has been silenced. Doesn't that mean he still can't say anything? How am I supposed to trust you? However, if what Arthur said was true, did the forced silencing also mean that their plan was under abnormal scrutiny? In other words, no matter if there truly was a faction in Sewage Town attempting a sacrifice amidst the undercurrents, it was highly unlikely that Arthur was leading it. How could Sewage Town's creditors sit idly by and allow such a thing to happen? After much thought, there's only one way left for me to tell you these secrets, Arthur said firmly, with a desperate resolve that Yilan couldn't comprehend. Through the quest board. You mean? As long as you can unlock the advanced permissions of the Wanderer badge, you can see Sewage Town's quests on it. Most of the answers are there. Only anomalies can fight anomalies. But even the God of Chaos cannot stop the existence of the quest board. God of Chaos. Yilan noticed the title. Had the Chaos Bell, in essence, become the God of Sewage Town? Just as 003 was to the Twilight God cult. Then it's truly not easy for you to still be alive. Yesterday, you were too blasphemous. As for Sewage Town's chaotic inability to manage the wandering balance, Yilan actually found it very normal. From the sound of its strength, it was at least a cellmate with a serial number within 50. I understand. But my permissions. Arthur gave a wry smile. That's your problem. Theoretically, you only need to complete one more ordinary local quest to attract the attention of the wandering balance. With your ability, you should undoubtedly gain advanced permissions. But since this is a loophole, and I know about it, it means others know too, do you understand? Yilan smiled. He understood completely. Be it the town defense force or the anomalies. Everyone who didn't want their plan to be disrupted by him would make a desperate attempt to stop him here. However, would the anomaly make a move? Yilan smiled. I'm afraid he won't. Let's go, Lu Zhang. The motorcycle roared, speeding towards the town guard. Su Lezhang, in the passenger seat, had no worries about Yilan's driving skills and was still struggling to recover from the recent events. Oh my god. You're so calm. That was too complicated just now, such a small restaurant, yet so many people sitting there. Yilan nodded in agreement, then gave him a strange look in the rearview mirror. What he said, weren't you one of the complicated ones too? Although you don't really fit, who wasn't treating you as Radiant City's representative? You think if we just leave like this, they'll start fighting again? Upon hearing this, Yilan rolled his eyes impatiently. What, the sun won't rise as usual without us? Su Lozhang. Oh, I'm just worried, well, more curious. That was the Twilight God cult and the Rotten God cult. And there were internal conflicts too, but speaking of which, Arthur must have a huge headache now that he's left alone, right? That is indeed true. When he wasn't there, Arthur's apparent strength in the current Mosquito restaurant lineup probably couldn't overwhelm the crowd. Of course, if anyone truly believed he only had apparent strength, that would be laughable. For one, his pistol, with its all-aimed, sixth shot guaranteed kill, was not something someone like Wang Lei could withstand. Thud. The motorcycle braked steadily in front of the town guard's entrance, and Yilan lightly jumped off, landing firmly. They had arrived. Can I go in? Upon arriving at this place, Su Lezhang was clearly a little uneasy. Although it wasn't the same system, it was still a department with similar functions. In Radiant City, whenever he went to such places, it was usually because of a fight. Why not? You don't need to go too far inside, I'm just picking up a quest. Su Lezhang suddenly understood. Oh, a quest. His expression showed a hint of shock. So what you asked me yesterday, you can accept advanced quests? In this day and age, only elite teams from the major cults or top-tier individual powerhouses could accept advanced quests. These individuals, aside from gene enhancers in Radiant City who had undergone gene enhancement 4 times or more, were often the worldly agents of certain anomalies. No, however, Yilan's single sentence overturned all of Su Lezhang's conjectures. But I will be able to soon. Su Lezhang's mouth slightly opened in shock. You have such great confidence. Do you really not know who is in charge of reviewing it? That is an acknowledgement personally witnessed and given by an anomaly. But it doesn't seem impossible, this guy's strength. Let me see if there are any simple quests. Muttering, Yilan opened the quest board. What followed was his long silence. Fewer. Many, many fewer. Overnight, the number of quest entries on the entire quest board had decreased by nearly 2/3. Don't forget, the ordinary quests on the quest board were local quests, but where did Sewage Town get so many people to accept quests? This is the wasteland. This kind of thing isn't something you can play with if your combat power isn't up to a certain level. As far as he had seen so far, of course, it wasn't the whole picture, but the only one he could definitely see with combat power was Arthur, wasn't it? And since Arthur was the one who warned him about this, it was naturally impossible for him to have accepted all the quests himself, leaving no path. For him, wouldn't that be insane? Browsing the remaining quests, most of them were outside the city, clearing some mutated entities, gathering, capturing all sorts of miscellaneous things, and then going to other settlements to find so-and-so, running errands or delivering messages, as if without exception, they were trying to lead him outside Sewage Town. He didn't know when it started, perhaps he had this feeling since the last time he looked at the quest board. Once he left, he wouldn't be able to come back, which was why he didn't accept the quest to clear the mutated giant rats that time. It was as if, only when he stood in front of this quest board was he connected to this world. Assassinate Arthur? As Yilan interacted with the delegation board more and more, he couldn't help but transmit a message in his heart. Little cat, who is the owner behind this delegation board? Is there enough information to figure it out? I can't guarantee meow. I combined it with the names of its worshippers, meow, it should be 014, Wandering Balance, meow. 014? Yilan's heart trembled slightly, feeling both surprised and unsurprised. It was another one starting with 10, but its sequence was one position behind Mist Forging. What are his characteristics? Mine Cat thought for a moment and then spoke. He likes to stir up trouble, right? You can imagine him as an unscrupulous arms dealer, meow. He sells equipment to whoever is weaker, meow, until they can't afford it anymore. He used to like to cause trouble like this when he was in the containment tower, meow. But now I'm not sure. After all, everyone was more playful back then, and no one could die, they were all big shots, but now they clearly have a broader perspective. Meow. Since he hadn't personally witnessed that era, Yilan offered no comment, still searching through the delegation board. In the end, Yilan did find a few delegations that didn't require leaving the town, though they were either extremely outrageous or very difficult to complete. A large quantity of medicine has been stolen from the sewage clinic, requiring the recovery of all lost medicine or the replenishment of an equivalent quantity of various types of drugs. Reward, 20 missed blue coins. This is a ripoff. It doesn't ask you to find the culprit, nor is it like the spicy pepper field, where you find clues or reasons. Instead, it asks you to recover the lost items, and all of them. How can they be recovered? If the medicine was stolen, it was either sold for a high price or urgently used by the thieves themselves or their relatives. Where can you recover it from? Even if you find it, are you going to recover it from someone's stomach or leave the town to recover it? Putting everything else aside, just looking at the content of this delegation, there's already a strong sense of the delegator asking you to work for free. And then there was a delegation that truly made Jilan feel like outrageous opened the door for even more outrageous assassinate Arthur. Reward 1,000 missed blue coins. This was truly a huge sum. But surprisingly, this delegation was openly displayed here. Outrageous. Don't forget, Arthur is the official in Sewage Town responsible for managing the delegation board in this area. Yet, it's just hanging there.